My biological parents abandoned me, so I had to transfer my household registration to my uncle's house. Years later, when I became successful, they accused me of being unfilial and even sued me in court to try and take a share of my property. When I was 14, my grandmother treated me like a burden, and I almost couldn't even go to high school because of 300 yuan. My father didn't want me, my mother didn't want me either, and the whole family argued about me. But no one was willing to get me a household registration. Only my second uncle, who trampled his dignity into the mud, pleaded for me and fought for my life. But they didn't know that I was no longer the Shun Mo I used to be. I felt like I was transported back to Shanghai in 1985 from when I was 40, my mind filled with opportunities for the next few decades. They thought 300 yuan would be enough to crush me. But that very night, I earned 80 yuan using my English skills. And all of this started just half an hour earlier. I had just opened my eyes when I found myself crouching in a corner of the Shun family's old house, surrounded by arguing. My second uncle, Shin Chuan, was pleading with them not to abandon me, but they weren't fighting over money. They were fighting for my life. Next year, I'll be in my final year of junior high. If my household registration is delayed any longer, I won't even be able to go to high school. My grandmother, Wang Xiaoping, said coldly, "If you can't go, then don't go. Neither the Shun nor the He family cares. Why should she pay for it?" My head felt like it had been smashed open, and a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed in. I realized then that I hadn't woken up from surgery, but rather that my soul had been transported to another world. My current name is Shun Mo. I'm 14 years old, and I'm stuck in Shanghai in 1985. After my parents divorced, they each remarried, and neither of them wanted to take care of me. My dad has a stepmother, and my mom has a family, so I became a burden that both sides disliked. I could have moved with my parents before I was 12, but I've been left behind until today. To get residency now, you need a house in Shanghai and a relative to take you in. My grandmother meets all the requirements, but she's unwilling to spend even 300 yuan. My second uncle had already lowered his stance to the lowest possible level, saying he would cover the rest of the money. He only asked my grandmother to help me with the paperwork first, but she simply said she had no money, effectively blocking my path. Grandpa was squatting on the balcony smoking. Despite the noise inside, he didn't say a word in my defense. At that moment, I saw things for the first time. Of all the people in this house who were related to me by blood, the only one who would truly stand up for me was my second uncle, who was in his early 20s. I stood up, grabbed my uncle's arm, and said, "Second uncle, let's go." I didn't want to see him begging for my sake anymore. Grandma was still cursing behind us, saying that with me, this burden, my uncle would never be able to find a partner. My uncle only replied, "I'm willing." At that moment, sitting on the back of the bicycle, I realized for the first time what family meant. My second uncle lived in the attic on the top floor, a place so small that it was hard to even turn around, but it was warmer than the old Shin family house, because someone truly treated me like a human being. On the way, he comforted me, saying that 300 yuan was nothing, and that even if he had to go through the black market, he would definitely get my household registration sorted out. I whispered my thanks, but he smiled and said, "We're family, no need for formalities." He added that if I became successful in the future, I should remember to buy him some aged wine. Dinner consisted of only rice and fermented bean curd, pitifully meager, but I ate it contentedly because it was a meal my second uncle had gritted his teeth to provide for me. Halfway through the meal, I said that summer vacation was too long and I wanted to go out and find odd jobs. My uncle immediately panicked, saying he would find a way to get my household registration sorted out and that I shouldn't worry about it. But I could tell he wasn't confident at all. I told him I would study and earn money. Since God had given me a second chance at life, I couldn't continue to wait for others to give me handouts. That night, I didn't sleep a wink, my mind filled with thoughts of my future. I was originally 40 years old, having worked hard in Shanghai for many years. I knew the future and where the money would flow. Now, I have no local residency, no tuition fees, and not even a bed that truly belongs to me. But the city hasn't taken off yet, and the opportunities haven't been snapped up by everyone. The next morning, I cooked porridge and waited for my second uncle to wake up. He asked me how I was going to spend my summer vacation, and I told him directly that I was going to look for work on Garden Road. There were many restaurants and small businesses there, so it was the easiest place to find opportunities. My uncle told me to study, but he pulled out 50 cents and stuffed it into my hand, saying it was for bus fare and that I should come back to school if I couldn't find work. I took the money, locked the door, and left. As for studying, I wasn't worried at all. My 40-year-old soul had returned to junior high school. Those test papers weren't difficult problems, but rather my trump card. Shanghai in 1985 wasn't as prosperous as it would later become. Buildings were low, cars were few, and the streets were a mix of gray, blue, green, and white like an old city that hadn't fully awakened. But as I looked at all this, my mind grew increasingly clear. Others might see me as a burden, but I was determined to live a life they couldn't afford to be near. After arriving at the station, I headed straight for the busiest restaurant street on Garden Road. Unable to enter the state-run restaurants, I focused on the privately owned ones. After walking around for a while, I finally spotted a job posting. The Red Maple Leaf restaurant was hiring waiters/waitresses with a monthly salary of 40 to 80 yuan, plus room and board. I stared at the number 80, my heart skipped a beat. This money was more than my second uncle's salary. For me now, this wasn't just a job, it was a means of survival. A capable-looking woman at the door saw me, immediately beckoned me in, and asked where I lived. I said Xinjia district. When she heard I wasn't a local resident, her smile widened. She said out-of-towners are hard-working and perfect for this line of work. As long as you're willing to work, you can earn 80 yuan a month. There are bonuses if business is good. I immediately said yes. But then she changed her tone, saying I'd have to pass an interview to stay. 80 yuan a month isn't so easy to earn. After the exam papers were handed out, I glanced at them and immediately felt relieved. English, self-introduction, idioms, classical poems, and simple arithmetic, these things might be a hurdle for others, but for me, they were just a warm-up. I finished the test in less than 10 minutes. The others were still sweating profusely. Manager Zhou took my test paper, and his expression changed visibly after reading it. He said I didn't seem like someone who would stay here long. She said I looked more like someone who could get into university. I quickly said I was willing to work for the entire summer. Half an hour later, she announced on the spot that I was the only one they would accept. Because Red Maple Leaf doesn't need a wooden waiter, but rather someone sensible, quick-witted, and capable. I was successfully retained and just waited until the next day to officially start work, finally feeling at ease. At least I had a first option for paying for my schooling. Back at my second uncle's dormitory, I did the laundry and cooked dinner first, then bought some vegetables and tofu. When my second uncle came home from get off work, he was stunned to see the table full of food. I told him I'd found a job at the Red Maple Leaf restaurant and would work there until the start of the semester. He was silent for a long time, only softly advising me not to push myself too hard. But I stuffed my textbooks into my bag and decided to work during the day and study in the mornings and evenings. In this life, I absolutely cannot lose again. The next morning, my second uncle cooked noodles and even saved an egg for me. He insisted on taking me to the restaurant. When we arrived at Red Maple Leaf restaurant, he took out a pack of cigarettes he usually couldn't bear to smoke and asked the chef, Old Wu, to take good care of me. My nose stung with tears, but I could only pretend nothing was wrong. This man in his early 20s has given me everything he could. After changing into my waiter uniform, I quickly threw myself into my work. Business was booming at lunchtime, and I didn't stop for a moment. I was busy serving dishes, clearing tables, and pouring water, barely having time to breathe. In the evening, the tasks were redistributed, and I was put in charge of a birthday private room. Guests began to arrive, and as I carried in the cold dishes, I immediately recognized Zhou Jia. She was a classmate I used to know, and she loved to see me make a fool of myself. When she saw me in my waitress uniform, her eyes lit up. The next second, she deliberately stretched out her leg to trip me. I easily dodged, and she almost lost her balance. I pretended nothing had happened and continued to steadily place the dishes on the table. But she wouldn't let me off the hook, reopening old wounds in front of everyone. She said I was abandoned by my parents and had no one to care for me, so now I had to work as a waitress. Everyone in the private room became interested, their eyes fixed on me like knives, but I didn't even turn my head. Xiaowan was worried I was embarrassed and asked if I wanted to change rooms. I shook my head and refused. I could hide once, but I couldn't hide forever. Zhou Jie showed off her birthday cake again, asking if I'd ever seen one so big. I just glanced at it and turned to leave the private room. She thought I was too humiliated to speak, but she didn't know I didn't have time to argue with a little girl. What I wanted was for her to see with her own eyes that the burden she had just mocked was now standing in a place she couldn't reach. The birthday party had just begun when manager Zhou suddenly called me over. A group of foreign trade customers arrived at the new beauty hall, including 3 foreigners. The original translator couldn't explain the names of the dishes clearly, leaving the 3 foreigners bewildered and the Chinese guests too embarrassed to speak. Manager Zhou glanced at me and asked in a low voice, "Shinemo, are you really good at English?" I nodded and walked straight over. The next second, I introduced the ingredients and cooking methods of each dish in fluent English. The three foreigners looked up simultaneously, their expressions completely changing. They nodded repeatedly in praise, while the Chinese guest stood frozen in place. A 14-year-old waitress was even more composed than the official translator. Manager Su immediately overturned the original menu and asked me to take the order for the foreign guests again. I didn't take the opportunity to sell them expensive dishes, but only recommended their signature and affordable options, which the guests readily agreed to. Their attitude towards me was noticeably different. They even asked me to stay outside the private room the entire time, so I could go in and help translate whenever needed. Xiaowan excitedly ran to tell Manager Zhou that I had captivated everyone the moment I opened my mouth. Manager Zhou remained outwardly calm, but her eyes lit up. She knew that Hong Fenji had truly struck gold this time. Even if I only worked for one summer, it would be enough to enhance the restaurant's reputation for attracting foreign guests. On the other side, Zhou Jie discovered that I had been transferred to receive foreign guests and immediately sneered. She said I only knew a few English words and would soon embarrass myself. But my colleague immediately retorted, saying my English was even more fluent than Shanghainese. Although Zhou Jie was stubborn, she was starting to feel uneasy. I returned to the Xinmei Hall and set out the last dish. I proactively asked the client if they needed anything else, and then casually mentioned that continuing the translation would incur an additional service fee. I was very direct. Translation isn't like serving dishes, and taking up my time should be compensated extra. Not long after, Manager Zhou brought Longjing tea into the private room and casually mentioned the translation fee. Manager Su thought it was too expensive, but considering how few people understood English, she eventually agreed. After agreeing on a service fee of 100 yuan, Manager Zhou immediately called me in. I was only responsible for translation and didn't interfere with the business negotiations, which made the communication between the two sides much smoother. Manager Su kept observing my performance, trying to see if I would make a mistake. But these business exchanges were completely stress-free for me. Before the dinner ended, he asked me my age. I told him I was 14 and working during summer vacation to earn money to help support my family. He smiled and said he would come back to see me in a few days. Before leaving, Manager Su slipped me a 10 yuan note as a tip. A foreign guest handed me another $1. I accepted it calmly and thanked them politely. As I saw the guest off, Zhou Jie happened to be standing at the door and saw the foreigner taking the initiative to shake hands and chat with me. She was completely stunned and couldn't help but ask me why my English was so good. I just replied casually, so, and then turned back to my work. Just moments ago, she was laughing at me for being unwanted and only being able to wait tables. But now, she couldn't even utter a word in rebuttal. After work that evening, Manager Zhou called me over alone. She said the translation fee for tonight was 100 yuan. Without being polite, I asked directly how much I would get. She said she would give me 50. I shook my head on the spot and insisted on 70. I told her that in the entire city of Shanghai, I was probably the only English-speaking person willing to wear a waiter's uniform to greet foreign guests. Manager Zhou reminded me that without red maple leaves, I wouldn't be able to get this kind of work. I countered by saying that without me, the restaurant wouldn't be able to retain these foreign guests. She was silent for a moment, then finally agreed to pay 70 yuan. I asked her to keep it for me for now. We'll settle the bill when we leave the hotel. It's not safe to keep the money on me. It's safer with the manager. After negotiating the terms, I picked up the mop again and continued working, as if nothing had happened. But I knew that on my first day at Red Maple Leaf, I had completely established myself. That night, I earned 80 yuan and received a $1 tip. At this rate, saving enough for summer tuition was no longer a dream. But what I was really eyeing wasn't just this wage. That $1 was the key to unlocking my first pot of gold. Back in the dorm, Lao Wu and Xiao Yu immediately surrounded me, bombarding me with questions about foreigners. I didn't say much, just pulled out the $1 tip, which made Xiao Yu stare wide-eyed. I told them that this dollar bill was worth a little over $2, but I didn't mention the $10 note. A $10 tip was too conspicuous. I didn't want anyone to know for now. Old Wu sighed. Education is still useful. I told him, however, that if you hone your culinary skills to the extreme, you can also make a living with your skills. The next morning, before the restaurant even opened, I opened my junior high textbook to review. Little did I know, the opportunity to make money would come even faster than the exam. That afternoon, Su Xiangyang came again. This time, he wasn't there for a meal. He specifically asked for me. Manager Zhou immediately understood and negotiated the service fee for the private room down to 20 yuan before letting me in. Su Xiangyang handed me his business card, introducing himself as the manager of Xiangyang Foreign Trade Company. He got straight to the point, saying he needed a translator the next day and wanted to hire me for half a day. He quoted 300. I didn't rush to agree. I quoted 500, with a time limit and extra charge for overtime. Su Xiangyang laughed at me for asking for too much. But I knew very well that in Shanghai in 1985, there were already few people who could do business translation, and even fewer who were willing to wear a waiter's uniform and be available at a moment's notice. He tried to pressure me with his certification, but I shut him down. Since he came to me, he shouldn't use certifications as leverage. If he didn't trust me, I wouldn't take the job. Su Xiangyang stared at me for a long time before finally giving in. 500 yuan for half a day's work, settled that day. I took the opportunity to ask for the meeting materials, and only after flipping through them did I realize what his business was all about. He works as a foreign trade intermediary, profiting from information asymmetry. What I want to profit from is the difference in his translation fees. After the meal, I asked manager Zhou for leave, saying I would be doing translation work the next day for 500 yuan for half a day. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately approved it, even giving me an advance of 20 yuan to buy a decent set of clothes. I bought a white shirt, dress pants, and leather shoes, and also added a dictionary and a black briefcase. No matter how young you are, you have to present yourself well first so that people will be willing to pay you as a professional translator. That evening, Xiao Yu, upon hearing that I could earn 500 in half a day, was speechless with envy. Old Wu also repeatedly sighed. Studying really can change your destiny. I didn't respond. Studying is certainly useful, but what's truly valuable is the ability to turn knowledge into money. The next morning, I dressed neatly and arrived at the Grand International Hotel on time. Su Xiangyang appeared with his foreign trade team. The same foreign clients were in the meeting room as before. They greeted me immediately upon seeing me. This time, communication went much more smoothly. I covered everything perfectly: price, delivery date, quantity, and payment method, without missing a single detail or misreading anything. The meeting continued until noon, and the cooperation negotiations were still not over. It was clear it would take another half day. Su Xiangyang's expression grew increasingly grim, not because he was worried about the time was wasted, but because he was worried about the translation fees going up again. After the meeting, I prepared to pay the bill and leave. He smiled and said, "Please remember today's payment. We'll pay next time." I immediately refused, insisting that I would settle the bill that day. Su Xiangyang frowned and said we would have future collaborations, reassuring me. I countered, "If you won't pay this time, why should I trust you next time?" He tried to stall, but I turned and walked towards the foreign client. Su Xiangyang's expression changed, and he immediately stopped me, threatening me in a low voice not to make things worse. I told him the business was his, and I didn't care. But the translation fee was mine, and not a penny less. If he dared to delay payment, I would warn my foreign clients about the risks of the partnership. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangyang panicked completely. He knew better than anyone that the worst thing in foreign trade was a poor reputation, which would ultimately leave him with nothing but empty pockets to count his money. He counted out 50 10-yuan bills and slammed them heavily on the table. I counted them one by one in front of him and put them all into my bag. Before leaving, I reminded him not to think about owing money to translators again, and especially not to try to take advantage of me. He said everything required evidence. I laughed and replied that I wasn't a police officer, so what evidence did I need? If anyone dared to renege on their debt, I would naturally find a way to make sure those who needed to know found out. After saying that, I picked up my bag and left. I knew he was seething with hatred, but I also knew he would still have to come back to me in the future because he couldn't afford a more suitable translator. After leaving the restaurant, I took a car back to my second uncle's dormitory. It had only been a few days, but I already found myself missing that little attic. I washed my second uncle's clothes, intending to cook, but then I looked at the 500 yuan in my bag and suddenly smiled. I'd earned so much today. I should treat my second uncle to a good meal. In the evening, my second uncle returned by bicycle and noticed the lock was off. He was terrified, thinking a thief had broken in. He pushed open the door and saw me sitting inside, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But his first question wasn't about how much money I'd made. Instead, he asked if the restaurant had closed down. I smiled and shook my head, casually slapping the stack of 10-yuan notes on the table. My second uncle's face instantly turned serious, showing no sign of joy. Instead, he pressed me to reveal where the money came from. I knew he was worried I'd gone astray, so I told him everything that had happened in the past few days. When he heard I'd earned 500 yuan in half a day, he froze on the spot. He'd worked so hard to save that much money, and I'd earned it back in just half a day. It's not that he lacks ability. It's just that in this day and age, knowledge and information can truly be directly converted into money. I pushed 500 yuan in front of him. I said, "Second uncle, stop borrowing money everywhere. Get your household registration sorted out first. That's the most important thing right now." Second uncle stared at the stack of money, his eyes slowly reddening. He nodded and said he would go to Grandma's tomorrow to get the household registration booklet. He absolutely couldn't let me continue my studies any longer. I took the opportunity to suggest that I apply to live on campus when school starts. I want to use all the time I save to study. My second uncle wanted to take me out for a nice meal, but when we got to the door, he couldn't bear to part with me. In the end, he only cooked 2 bowls of plain noodles and added an egg for each of us. I squatted by the pot, looking at the steaming noodles, and suddenly felt a pang of sadness. More than any delicacy, this bowl of noodles was what I wanted to hold on to most. After we finished eating the noodles, my second uncle praised me, saying I finally looked like a proper translator in my new clothes. I casually handed him the $1 bill, telling him to keep it, saying it might come in handy when registering his household registration. My second uncle carefully tucked the dollar into his notebook. He looked even more solemn than when he received $500. The next day, I returned to Red Maple Leaf and bought a cake to share with my colleagues. Xiao Wu laughed and said, "I've become a celebrity in the nearby restaurants. Everyone's talking about how Red Maple Leaf has produced a 14-year-old English translator." Manager Zhou called me aside and asked how the translation went yesterday. I didn't hide anything and told her about Su Xiangyang's attempt to delay payment for the translation. She sneered after hearing this and said that if Su Xiangyang dared to break the rules, she would make sure he couldn't stay in business on Garden Road. She then announced that I would be given a single dormitory room starting tomorrow. She added that Red Maple Leaf would be relying on me to receive foreign guests in the future, so this treatment was only fair. I didn't refuse. Fame, treatment, and opportunities were all earned step by step. The next morning, I moved into my single room. I didn't have much stuff, a few books, a few clothes, and a mat, but it was much more comfortable for me now. As expected, Su Xiangyang arrived again around noon. I knew immediately that he hadn't found a better translator and had to come back empty-handed. Manager Zhou deliberately didn't assign me to receive him, but Su Xiangyang specifically asked for me as soon as he spoke. She then told him that the starting price for the new May VIP rooms was 20 yuan. Su Xiangyang went straight into the private room without hesitation. I went in with the menu, but he didn't rush to order. Instead, he asked me if the service was worth 20 yuan. I shook my head immediately, saying it wasn't worth it and that eating in the lobby would be more cost-effective. This shut him up, and his face darkened instantly. He pretended to be enthusiastic and insisted on having dinner with me. I smiled and declined, saying I was afraid I'd end up paying for him. Su Xiangyang was furious and immediately filed a complaint. Manager Zhou leisurely went upstairs and, after listening, said indifferently, 20 yuan is just the room fee, not including special services. Su Xiangyang, seeing he couldn't get a good deal and finding the fish not fresh, continued. Manager Zhou retorted directly, asking if he had come specifically to cause trouble. Seeing he couldn't keep up the act any longer, Su Xiangyang finally laid his cards on the table. He still wanted to hire him as a translator. Manager Zhou didn't hesitate, immediately quoting a price of 1,000 per day. She told Su Xiangyang that they had already frightened him once yesterday, and if he wanted to invite him again today, they had to follow the new rules. All banquets had to be held at Red Maple Leaf Restaurant. Su Xiangyang looked grim, but still agreed. Later, Manager Zhou approached me, hoping I would continue with the translation work. I refused outright. I told him I didn't want to earn that money. Su Xiangyang has a terrible reputation. I can't just touch any business, no matter how profitable it is. Manager Zhou was stunned and asked if I had a grudge against money. I shook my head. I don't have a grudge against money. I just don't want to be dragged into trouble by someone with no integrity. Finally, I only made one condition. I could help this time, but we wouldn't cooperate again. And a prepayment of 1,000 yuan was required, not a penny less. Manager Zhou immediately went upstairs to discuss the terms. Upon hearing that 1,000 yuan was to be prepaid, Su Xiangyang jumped up on the spot. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and took out the money. Because in this deal, he couldn't afford to lose even more than I could. The 1,000 yuan was put in the counter to be settled when I returned. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Garden Road. Everyone knew that Su Xiangyang had humbled himself to beg me for the second time. My reputation as a 14-year-old waitress soared once again. Nearby restaurants began inquiring about English teachers, hoping to train their own translators. Everyone understood that business with foreign guests was the real money-making opportunity. Meanwhile, my second uncle was still thinking about me. After get off work, he didn't come straight to the restaurant, but instead quietly inquired about me at several nearby eateries. Everyone told him that Red Maple Leaf Restaurant had produced a young translator. He could earn several hundred yuan a day and had also brought in a lot of foreign business for the restaurant. Hearing these words, Uncle Air was finally completely relieved. He bought some pastries and happily rushed back to the old house to get the household registration settled. When Grandma saw him return alone, she immediately pressed him for details about where he had been. My second uncle only said that I had found a summer job and was working hard to earn money. He was about to bring up the matter of household registration when Grandma got angry first. She thought he had come back to borrow money again and shoved the pastries back into his arms. My second uncle quickly explained that he had already raised the money and wasn't there to borrow any. He just wanted the household registration booklet to process my residency registration. Hearing this, the room fell silent. Grandma finally realized that if this dragged on any longer, I might really not be able to go to school next year. After a long silence, she went back into the house and took out her household registration book and proof of identity. While cursing her second uncle for being stupid, she still handed the documents to him. My second uncle clutched the household registration booklet tightly and said only one sentence. "My own nephew. I'm willing to help, and no one can stop me." At that moment, he finally felt completely at ease. He no longer relied on my father, nor on anyone else in the Shin family, and simply took the household registration booklet home. My second uncle pulled out nearly 200 yuan that he had saved. Adding it to the 500 yuan I had earned, he counted it repeatedly, worried that the money wouldn't be enough to complete the procedures. That night, he barely slept. As soon as it was light, he checked the household registration book and the cash, making sure nothing was missing, before riding his bike straight to the police station. Along the way, he was both excited and nervous, fearing that something unexpected might happen. The police processed the registration for several newborns first, and his second uncle had to wait in line. When it was his turn, his documents were fine, but he still had to pay the city expansion fee. His second uncle nervously said that he had already prepared the money. After the police officer inspected the parents' workplaces, he told them that 300 yuan wouldn't be enough, and they would need about 380 yuan. Hearing this, the second uncle actually breathed a sigh of relief. At least the 700 yuan I have is enough. Money won't ruin my future anymore. After leaving the police station, he gritted his teeth and bought some peony cigarettes and canned fruit. He also found out the address of Wang Hui, the household registration police officer, and planned to visit him that evening. Meanwhile, I had just finished translating when Su Xiangyang chased after me. He shamelessly asked me to continue our cooperation. I told him to find someone else. He didn't share in the profits, but now he wants me to take the blame when things go wrong. There's no way he'll let me get away with that. Seeing that I wouldn't budge, Su Xiangyang offered to treat me to dinner to continue the discussion. I refused outright, because that last dinner had already shown me his true character. I knew the foreign client wouldn't be leaving anytime soon, and he'd have to negotiate a few more times. Tonight, he'd most likely come back to Red Maple Leaf to see me. Back at the restaurant, my colleagues greeted me with smiles, calling me General Manager Shun. I shared the sponge cake with everyone, and Manager Zhou noted down my earnings of 500 yuan for the day. Everyone around me was stunned. I've only been at the restaurant a few days, but I've already earned more than some people do in a year, and no one dares to question my abilities. Sure enough, not long after, Su Xiangyang came again. This time, he obediently sat down in the private room, ordered a pot of Longjing tea, and his attitude was noticeably more humble. Manager Zhou didn't call me immediately. Instead, he asked me first if I was willing to continue translating, offering 600 yuan for half a day. Without hesitation, I refused outright. Wu Yuan stood there dumbfounded. 600 yuan couldn't even sway me. Manager Zhou frowned and asked me if I was deliberately trying to sway money. I calmly told her that this wasn't about money, it was about principles. I had promised this would be the last time, and it would be the last time. I had to go back to school after summer vacation, and I couldn't sell my credit and my studies for Su Xiangyang. Manager Zhou was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. She decided to personally refuse Su Xiangyang. But as soon as Su Xiangyang heard that she wouldn't accept, he immediately turned hostile and said that the cost of the private room should be deducted from her translation fee. He also demanded a refund of all previous translation fees. Another person in the private room joined in the outburst, yelling that if the business fell through, he'd have to pay compensation. Before Manager Zhou could speak, Su Xiangyang suddenly grabbed a teapot and smashed it on the ground. Scalding tea and shards flew everywhere, cutting her calf. Hearing the commotion downstairs, Wu Yuan and I rushed upstairs immediately. I grabbed a wine bottle, smashed it, and, holding the sharp glass, stood right next to Manager Zhou. Wu Yuan also raised the broken bottle, staring intently at Su Xiangyang. The air in the private room instantly turned cold, and no one dared to move. Manager Zhou, however, remained unusually calm. She told Su Xiangyang indifferently that from now on, this matter could no longer be resolved with just 20 yuan for the private room fee. She bluntly declared that they wouldn't be able to hold the conference at the Grand International Hotel tomorrow. Anyone who wanted to go out and make phone calls could come downstairs now. Su Xiangyang finally panicked and immediately put on a smiling face, addressing her as Sister Zhou, and hoping everyone could make money peacefully. But Manager Zhou wouldn't give him a way out. She immediately proposed new conditions. I'll handle the translation, Red Maple Leaf will be responsible for security, and we must all contribute our technical expertise as equity. If the business makes money, we'll share the profits. The moment these words were spoken, the entire private room fell silent. Su Xiangyang then realized that this restaurant manager was no ordinary person. Manager Zhou acted as if nothing had happened, had 2 bottles of old wine brought up, and said with a smile that they should have a toast first, and then they could continue to discuss business. She even told them to go downstairs and make a phone call to discuss it, while she remained seated and unmoved. Su Xiangyang's expression grew increasingly grim, and in the end, he could only lower his head and say that they should discuss it internally first. Before leaving, he smiled apologetically and inquired about Manager Zhou's leg injury. Manager Zhou casually replied that he was poor and couldn't afford the medical expenses. Su Xiangyang immediately changed his tune, saying that the money he had left with Red Maple Leaf would be considered compensation for the medical expenses. Only then did Manager Zhou nod in satisfaction and lead me out of the private room. The door had barely closed when Su Xiangyang's suppressed rant came from inside. He complained that no one could find a reliable translator, causing him to lose face. Back downstairs, Manager Zhou asked me what I thought of Su Xiangyang. I told her that this matter was far from over, and without my translation, his future foreign trade business would definitely suffer even greater losses. Even if they hired someone from outside at a high price, the final cost would only be more. Manager Zhou's eyes lit up, and he decided to take this opportunity to turn Red Maple Leaf into a hotel for foreign guests to translate. From now on, all fees would be collected in advance, and no one could renege on their debts. Sure enough, not long after, Su Xiangyang and his group hurriedly came downstairs, preparing to search for translators. Before leaving, they even offered a hypocritical apology, saying they wouldn't force anyone again. Manager Zhou simply replied coldly, "Goodbye." I knew he would come back. It was just a matter of time. Just then, Wang Sufeng, the manager of the Yangtze River Hotel across the street, walked over with a smug look on her face. She said she had hired a college student translator who would soon be teaching English. She deliberately emphasized that the translator was definitely better than me, a junior high school graduate. Manager Zhou didn't argue, only smilingly reminding her that Su Xiangyang's business was difficult to handle. Both restaurants were eager to use Su Xiangyang to boost their reputation. The real competition had only just begun. But my thoughts were still on my second uncle. As long as the household registration wasn't sorted out, I wouldn't be able to relax. That evening, my second uncle, carrying peony cigarettes and canned fruit, stood at Wang Hui's door. He hesitated to knock, getting bitten by mosquitoes for a long time. After finishing dinner inside, he finally mustered up his courage. As soon as Wang Hui opened the door, he recognized him as the one who had handled the procedures that morning. Seeing the gift, Wang Hui understood his purpose. His second uncle gritted his teeth and handed him a pack of peony cigarettes, hoping only that his household registration could be processed smoothly. Wang Hui's attitude softened considerably. He told him to prepare 380 yuan the next day, as the paperwork would be mostly done, and to come to the police station to handle it without worry. Upon hearing the exact amount, Uncle Air was so excited he almost jumped up, running back to his dormitory with a smile, afraid that his good fortune would suddenly slip away. That night, he counted the money over and over again, lying down and sitting up repeatedly, barely sleeping a wink. The next morning, he was the first one waiting at the police station entrance. When it was his turn, he handed over the documents and neatly placed the 380 yuan on the table. Wang Hui counted the cash, accepted the documents, and finally stamped the official seal firmly. At that moment, the weight that had been hanging over his head for months finally lifted. Wang Hui told his second uncle that it would be done in about a week, and jokingly added that he shouldn't thank him in the future, but that he should come and thank him in person. My second uncle walked out of the police station, not even bothering to eat, and immediately took the tram to Red Maple Leaf, just wanting to tell me the good news right away. I was discussing translation with Manager Zhou when I looked up and saw my second uncle walk in with a big smile on his face. Instantly, I knew the answer. He pulled me outside, ordered steamed buns and soy milk, but he didn't even eat himself, just excitedly grinning at me. I asked softly, "Is the household registration done?" My second uncle's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously, saying that the procedures were underway and that I could focus on preparing for the entrance exam to a top high school. Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, but I still reminded him that until he was officially registered on the household register, anything could happen. My second uncle smiled and nodded, saying he came especially today to tell me this, just to put my mind at ease. He kept putting steamed buns on my plate, but he barely ate any himself. I looked at him, my heart filled with indescribable emotions. This breakfast wasn't cheap, but my second uncle ate with extraordinary joy, as if the biggest hurdle was finally almost over. I suddenly realized that my second uncle was only in his early 20s, and he wasn't even married yet, but he had been working tirelessly for me all this time. I had to earn as much money as possible during the summer vacation, and I had to let him know that the hardships he had endured for me today would not have been in vain. As for the rest of the Shin family, I've completely let go of them. My priority is studying, getting into a top high school, and then gradually rewriting my destiny. That's what matters most. After seeing my second uncle off, I felt incredibly energized. There was finally hope for my household registration, and I worked even harder than before. Just after noon, Wu Yuan came over to remind me that the Yangtze River Hotel had already snatched the translation job away, paying 500 yuan for half a day, and someone else had just taken it all. I only glanced at the other side, but I knew very well that Su Xiangyang's money was never easy to get, and this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. In the afternoon, Fan Guoqiang, a college student translator, came out of the Yangtze River Hotel. Manager Zhou stood by the window and asked me if Su Xiangyang would pay as agreed this time. I shook my head immediately. People like him will most likely find excuses to delay payment, either by lowering the price or finding fault, and will always try to pay less. Sure enough, Fan Guoqiang returned to the Yangtze River Hotel empty-handed that afternoon, having received no money whatsoever. Wang Sufing looked displeased, but still comforted him, saying they would settle the bill next time. However, she had already begun to suspect that the incident with manager Zhou last time was no small matter, and that Su Xiangyang might genuinely have a habit of defaulting on payments. The next morning, Fan Guoqiang finished his last translation and prepared to collect his payment and leave. Su Xiangyang, however, said they would settle the payment that evening, further delaying the process. Fan Guoqiang reminded him that it had already been agreed upon yesterday. Su Xiangyang directly used his connections to pressure him, sending him back to the Yangtze River Hotel, showing no intention of paying at all. Upon hearing this, Wang Sufing slammed her fist on the table in anger. Fan Guoqiang was the star attraction she had hired. If this 1,000 yuan were truly lost, it would damage the reputation of the Yangtze River Hotel. She immediately ran to Red Maple Leaf to confirm that all the money from me and manager Zhou had been received, and only then did she realize that Su Xiangyang was really planning to renege on his debt. Before leaving, she and manager Zhou reached an agreement. Neither restaurant would readily accept Su Xiangyang's business if he came again. I took the opportunity to remind manager Zhou that this was actually an opportunity. From now on, all translators should pay a deposit up front, with Red Maple Leaf acting as guarantor to truly build a reputation. As evening fell, Fan Guoqiang remained seated at the Yangtze River Hotel, waiting anxiously. But Su Xiangyang never showed up, even as darkness fell. Wang Sufing eventually paid 500 yuan out of her own pocket, intending to personally chase after him for the remaining half, while simultaneously spreading the news of Su Xiangyang's refusal to pay throughout the entire Garden Road. The next day at noon, Su Xiangyang not only failed to pay the bill, but also led several people into the Yangtze River Hotel, where he got into an argument with Wang Sufing and Fan Guoqiang. More and more people gathered to watch. Manager Zhou stood by the window and sneered, saying that today's commotion would only spread my reputation as a translator even further. Su Xiangyang pointed at Fan Guoqiang and started cursing, saying that his translation skills were not worth 1,000 yuan, and that he almost caused him to lose his foreign trade business. Wang Sufing didn't back down, publicly exposing his attempt to renege on his promise, and even questioned why he didn't dare to go back to Red Maple Leaf to ask me for translation. With that one sentence, all eyes in the room turned to me. Su Xiangyang's face instantly turned ashen, and the situation completely spiraled out of control. He became increasingly agitated as he cursed, belittling my and the two restaurants' translation skills, clearly trying to shift all the blame onto others. Just then, manager Zhou walked out of the restaurant, pointed to the injury on his leg, and told everyone that this was evidence left by Su Xiangyang for his previous trouble and refusal to pay his bill. Wang Sufing immediately responded, announcing that the Yangtze River Hotel would no longer accept any business from Su Xiangyang. The two hotels instantly reached a consensus. Seeing that he couldn't gain the upper hand, Su Xiangyang actually laid down on the ground, clutching his head and shouting that someone was hitting him, trying to escape by feigning injury. Manager Zhou sneered and told Wang Sufing to go and call for backup. Since he insisted on causing trouble, then let's make a big scene today and see who gives in first. Upon hearing that backup was really needed, Su Xiangyang immediately got up from the ground, uttering threats as he slunk away from the crowd. A murmur of discussion erupted from the onlookers. The entire Garden Road was abuzz with talk of this farce, and Su Xiangyang's reputation for refusing to pay his debts spread far and wide. Manager Zhou didn't leave. She directly told Wang Sufing that from now on, anyone taking on translation work must receive an advance payment first. That's the rule. She used me as an example, saying that the first time Su Xiangyang almost reneges on his payment, I forced him to pay by threatening to ruin the deal. The second time, I received payment first to avoid trouble. Wang Sufing nodded repeatedly after listening. Translators are already scarce, so receiving payment up front is perfectly reasonable. No one should try to take advantage of the situation. The two agreed on the spot that they would never take Su Xiangyang's business again. They could forego the money, but they had to teach him a lesson. As we were chatting, Wang Sufing suddenly suggested that I and Fan Guoqiang have an English competition on the spot to see who is the real expert. Manager Zhou immediately became interested. Both restaurants wanted to use the translator to boost their reputation, and whoever won today would have completely different implications. Wang Sufing publicly promised a reward of 100 yuan if Fan Guoqiang won. Manager Zhou was not to be outdone, saying that if he won, he would directly reward 200 yuan. The surrounding waiters were all stunned. They had never known before that speaking English could actually translate into real money. Soon, I was ushered into the Yangtze River Hotel. The Red Maple Leaf team followed behind, all hoping I would redeem the hotel. When Fan Guoqiang first saw me, he was visibly taken aback. He was dressed like a typical college student, while I looked like an ordinary junior high school student. To avoid embarrassment, the two managers led us into a private room. As soon as the door closed, a crowd of eavesdroppers gathered outside. Manager Zhou first tried to smooth things over, saying that since I was only a junior high school graduate, it was normal for me to lose, and that I could learn from university students. Without further ado, I asked Fan Guoqiang directly if we could begin. He introduced himself in English, his pronunciation quite standard. When it was my turn, I didn't memorize a template. Instead, I started talking about Su Xiangyang, Shanghai cuisine, and tourist attractions, throwing out one topic after another. Fan Guoqiang quickly lost his rhythm, answering slower and slower, constantly stumbling over his words. I, however, maintained a steady pace throughout, the entire exchange proceeding without pause. The outcome was already decided. I didn't press further, but instead proactively ended the conversation, giving him ample face. Manager Zhou stepped forward and said that's all for today, and that Manager Wang was welcome to come to Red Maple Leaf for tea next time, thus ending the event beautifully. Wang Sufing looked unwell, but she had to admit that Fan Guoqiang was indeed no match for me today. I politely said that I would have to learn from Brother Fan in the future. Fan Guoqiang lowered his head, his face flushed red, and he couldn't say a word. The moment the door to the private room opened, the eavesdroppers burst in. Manager Zhou, with a stern face, shooed them away, telling them to return to their posts immediately. Back at Red Maple Leaf, Xiaomei and Wu Yuan kept pressing for the results. Manager Zhou deliberately kept them in suspense, only saying that everyone had a good chat. It wasn't until we entered the restaurant that she announced I'd get an extra 200 yuan as a bonus this month. Everyone instantly realized that I was the real winner. The news quickly spread throughout Garden Road. Both restaurants claimed they hadn't lost, but everyone knew that I, the 14-year-old translator, had become infamous. Coupled with Su Xiangyang's default on payment, more and more people in the foreign trade industry started actively seeking me out at Red Maple Leaf Restaurant. 2 days later, a middle-aged businessman came to hire a translator. Manager Zhou's first words were, "Pay in advance, no exceptions." The businessman frowned, saying he had never seen such a rule before. Manager Zhou smiled and told him to go to the Yangtze River Hotel to inquire. The restaurant owner ran across the street, only to find Wang Sufing saying the same thing. Pay first, then arrange the translation. Not a penny can be delayed. He then realized that both restaurants had agreed on this rule, and he had no choice but to obediently pay a 1,000 yuan prepayment. From that day on, the rules for the translation industry on Garden Road were officially established, and no one dared to delay payment for translations anymore. In just 1 week, I took on 4 translation jobs, each lasting half a day. I would return to the hotel immediately afterward, never lingering outside. Fan Guoqiang also learned from this experience, returning to the Yangtze River Hotel as soon as his work was finished. Occasionally, we would bump into each other on the tram and exchange a few words of advice. As the rules became more and more established, more and more people came to Garden Road looking for translators, and both Red Maple Leaf and Yangtze River Hotel gained a significant foothold in the market. But I was waiting for another piece of news. A week later, my second uncle finally arrived at the police station to collect my household registration documents. Wang Hui wrote my name into the household registration book and then stamped it with the official seal. The moment he received the household registration book, my second uncle's hands were trembling with excitement. He had only one thought in his mind: tell me first, then tell everyone in the family. I wasn't out looking for work that day. I was chatting with everyone. Xiaomei suddenly pointed to the door and said that the person standing outside looked like my second uncle. I immediately ran out. My second uncle smiled and stuffed the household registration book into my hand, saying only one thing: study hard and don't always think about making money. I opened my household registration booklet and saw my Shanghai household registration. I was completely stunned. This moment was more important than any amount of money. My second uncle kept reminding me that I could work hard during the summer vacation, but I must focus on my studies after school starts. I smiled and nodded, then deliberately asked him to guess how much money I had saved. He said it would be at most a few hundred. I told him the restaurant had already deposited over 2,700 for me. My second uncle was stunned, as if he'd heard a fairy tale. I advised him not to be so stingy with money in the future, to buy cigarettes when he wanted to, and to drink alcohol when he wanted to. Manager Zhou also came out and warmly invited him in for tea. My second uncle quickly waved his hand, saying he had to rush back to the factory. Before leaving, he told me to take Sunday off so the family could go back and celebrate. Manager Zhou readily agreed, but I subconsciously frowned. That home didn't hold much appeal for me. I immediately reminded my second uncle not to tell the family how much money I had made. My second uncle instantly realized what I meant, and his expression turned serious. If the money reached my dad and stepmother's ears, I might lose every single penny of those several thousand yuan. As I saw him off at the station, I looked at his bare wrist and suddenly decided to buy him a watch, so he would feel more confident going on blind dates in the future. My second uncle repeatedly refused, saying that getting into a top high school would be the greatest reward for him. I agreed verbally, but in my heart, I had already made up my mind. The tram slowly pulled into the station, and the ticket seller smiled and asked Uncle Air why he was so happy. He made no attempt to hide it, saying that his nephew's Shanghai household registration had finally been obtained. The driver also offered his congratulations, saying that with a Shanghai Hukou household registration, he could at least stay in the city to work in the future. My second uncle, however, smiled and shook his head, saying that I would definitely get into university in the future. Everyone in the carriage laughed. No one thought it was a pipe dream. Instead, they all felt a sense of joy. I didn't rush back to my dorm. Instead, I bought a big bag of candy, peanuts, and melon seeds, and brought them back to Hongfenji to share with everyone. Xiaomei looked on with envy. She had a rural household registration in Suzhou, but in those days, a Shanghai household registration meant a completely different life. Manager Zhou grabbed a few candies and asked with a smile if I was still considered an outsider. I shook my head and said, I used to be, but now I don't have to anymore. She probably guessed my past, and her eyes softened considerably. She understood what this household registration meant to me. If it weren't for my second uncle's tireless efforts, I might have already been sent back to southern Yunnan. One wrong step in life can completely change the next 3 years. Thinking of this, I suddenly asked Manager Zhou if she could help me buy a watch. She paused, thinking I wanted to buy one for myself. I shook my head and said it was for my second uncle. I'm fine with cheap clothes. The one who truly deserves to be presentable is him, who has always supported this family for me. Manager Zhou reminded me that a watch is one of the 3 turns and 1 sound, a traditional Chinese stringed instrument, and it's not only expensive but also requires a ration coupon. Even if someone has the money, they might not be able to buy one. Without hesitation, I said I would buy it no matter how expensive it was. My second uncle has carried so much for me. I should at least let him hold his head high in front of others. Finally, I chose the understated and practical Shanghai brand. 150 yuan apiece, I agreed on the spot, only asking her to get it for me as soon as possible. Just then, a man in his 30s walked into the restaurant and cautiously asked if they were hiring translators. Manager Zhou immediately recognized his purpose and led him directly to a private room, assigning me to conduct the on-site interview. After the man sat down, I immediately began chatting in English about Shanghai's development, the scenery of Suzhou and Hangzhou, and everyday conversation. At first, he could manage to answer, but in less than 10 minutes, he was sweating profusely, and his sentences became increasingly incoherent. He lowered his head and prepared to leave, but I stopped him and asked him to leave his contact information. Manager Zhou was somewhat surprised. I explained that he wasn't good at on-the-spot interpreting, but the written translation might be useful later. As long as it was carefully proofread, we could still work together. The man readily agreed, leaving his contact information and thanking me profusely. For him, this was a rare opportunity to earn money. In the following days, no new translators applied, but fortunately, a candidate for written translation had already been found, which was a backup plan. Early Sunday morning, Manager Zhou handed me an exquisite box. Upon opening it, I found the brand new Shanghai brand watch. I held the watch and looked at it for a long time. The 150 yuan was well spent. With it, my second uncle could finally feel more confident in front of others. I put the watch in my purse, changed into ordinary clothes, and took the tram back to my second uncle's dormitory. The ticket seller recognized me immediately and asked with a smile if my household registration was done. I nodded, and her congratulations warmed my heart. When I got downstairs, the neighbors already knew the news and all urged me to be filial to my second uncle in the future. I nodded earnestly, keeping their words in mind. Back in the dormitory, my second uncle had already packed up and was preparing to take me back to the old house. I touched the watch in my bag, but decided not to take it out yet. I didn't want him to be too conspicuous wearing a new watch home. I'd give him a real surprise after things calmed down. My second uncle changed into his most cherished polyester shirt, and he looked much more energetic. Before I left, I reminded him again that if his family asked about the money, he should say it was all borrowed and absolutely not mention that I earned it. My second uncle was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. He understood that if his family knew I had money, there would only be more trouble. Along the way, he kept urging me that there was only 1 year left in my final year of junior high, and I must get into a top high school. I readily agreed. In this day and age, to truly change one's destiny, both education and ability are indispensable. Half an hour later, we arrived at the old house. My second uncle pushed open the door and loudly announced to everyone that my household registration had been processed. The room was full of people, including my father and stepmother Chinny. My younger sister was also there, and my grandparents were chatting and laughing with her. My second uncle handed over the household registration booklet, and my grandmother turned to the last page. She froze when she saw my name and the police station seal. She clearly hadn't expected that her second uncle would actually manage to get this difficult matter done. The atmosphere in the room instantly fell silent. Stepmother Chun-Yi held her daughter, but her gaze remained fixed on the household registration booklet. I knew that her concern wasn't whether I could go to school, but rather that with a Shanghai household registration, I would have the opportunity to take over my father's job. That position was very likely the future she had long planned for her biological daughter. Dad took the household registration book and stared at my name on the last page. His expression finally softened a bit, but he only told me to study hard, without mentioning a word about the city expansion fees that my second uncle had spent. I had expected him to play dumb, so I spoke up first. I said that my second uncle had borrowed money everywhere to get my household registration and had incurred a lot of favors. Regardless of whether I get the money today or not, I want to see your attitude clearly. Chun-Yi immediately shifted the blame to my mother, saying that my second uncle couldn't bear the entire cost and that I should go to Hime for half. But everyone in the room knew that she had no intention of paying that money. I didn't respond to her, but calmly looked at my father and Chun-Yi. I'll ask my mother for the money, but could you two cover half of this for my second uncle? The room fell silent instantly after those words. Chun-Yi lowered her head, playing with her daughter, pretending not to hear. My dad avoided eye contact and could only look to my grandma, hoping someone would come to his rescue. Grandma sighed and said that the family wasn't well off either. She told her second uncle to hold off for a while and that he could pay back the money he owed his co-workers later. My dad quickly agreed, saying that they had children to raise and simply couldn't afford that much money. I didn't back down and kept pressing him, saying that even if he couldn't come up with all of it, he could at least contribute a little. We couldn't let my second uncle bear the burden alone. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, and everyone fell silent. Chun-Yi finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted that they didn't have a single penny. She pointed at her second uncle and said that no one forced him to register his household. He had volunteered to do it himself, and they would never bear a single cent of the cost. My second uncle's smile froze instantly. He had always treated this sister-in-law with utmost courtesy, but in the end, he was met with a statement that it had nothing to do with them. I wasn't surprised at all. If they knew that I had earned the money for the household registration, they wouldn't be behaving this way now. They would be trying to pocket the money themselves. Chun-Yi's shout startled little Xinjing, making her cry. She picked up the child and urged my father to leave immediately, ignoring even Grandma's offer to keep her for dinner. I watched the three of them leave in a hurry, without the slightest disappointment. I had seen this outcome in my previous life. Grandma sighed, saying that my second uncle owed too many favors because of me. I knew she was reminding me not to mention money again. I simply said that I would slowly pay back these debts to my second uncle myself. But Grandma immediately stopped me, saying that it was my parents' responsibility. She said that this money shouldn't be borne by others. I didn't argue further, only saying that I wanted to apply for boarding school in my third year of junior high so I could have more time to study. Grandma wanted to ask where the money would come from, but she swallowed her question and just nodded, saying that was fine. I urged my second uncle to go home early, as the restaurant would be busy that evening. Grandma chased after me, saying that my eldest uncle would pay back the money slowly later, but I knew that was just something she said to everyone else. I turned back and told her that I would earn back the money my second uncle borrowed myself. On the way back to the dormitory, neither of us spoke. I sat on the back of the bicycle, my hand constantly touching the box in my bag. Downstairs, I finally handed the box to my second uncle. He opened it and froze. Inside lay a brand new watch, gleaming in the sunlight. I knew he liked this. This watch wasn't just for telling time. It allowed a man in his 20s to regain his dignity and self-respect. My second uncle was about to refuse when I quickly interjected, "Don't worry, wear it. Just say it's a reward from the restaurant. If others see it, they can quickly introduce you to someone, so you won't have to live a miserable life alone anymore." He pressed me to reveal what merit I had rendered. I smiled and said I had served foreign guests at the hotel. That was a plausible reason, and no one would question it further. We looked at each other for a few seconds, and then laughed simultaneously. I suddenly realized that the burden on his shoulders seemed to have finally lightened a bit, and he seemed to have regained his spirits. Afraid he would continue to refuse, I quickly said the restaurant was waiting for my help and turned to run towards the platform. My second uncle kept reminding me not to overwork myself and to focus on my studies after school started. Later I learned that the first thing he did when he got home was to wind up his watch and wait for the time to be announced on the radio. After setting the time, he wiped it clean several times, treating it like a precious treasure. The next morning, my second uncle went to work wearing his new watch. Several of his co-workers immediately noticed something was amiss and gathered around, demanding to know where the brand new watch came from. My second uncle deliberately raised his wrist, a broad smile on his face. He said it was a reward from his boss for my excellent work as a translator for the foreign guests. He claimed he had only accepted the watch I had given him. His co-workers couldn't hide their envy. Someone asked if my uncle's family had helped me after I registered my household registration. My second uncle just smiled and said they were very supportive. He said I wanted to live at school and focus on preparing for the entrance exam for a top high school next year. My co-workers understood what he meant. With my household registration settled and a place to live at school secured, the pressure on my uncle's shoulders finally eased, and he truly had something to look forward to. Summer was drawing to a close, and the translation business for Red Maple Leaf was booming. But manager Zoe was growing increasingly anxious, because soon I would be leaving for the new semester. Everyone on Garden Road knew that translation was becoming increasingly valuable. Fan Guoqiang works at the Yangtze River Hotel, and I work at Red Maple Leaf Hotel, but the foreign trade bosses who truly want me is still me. Fan Guoqiang has taken on quite a few jobs, but his on-the-spot skills have always been lacking. If it weren't for the huge market demand, his position would have been taken long ago. That afternoon, I was reviewing physics and chemistry when Xiaomei rushed in, saying there were more translator interviews. I put down my textbooks and went into the private room, where a young man immediately stood up and extended his hand. He said his name was Xiong Ming and that he had heard of me before. I skipped the small talk and went straight into English. He initially seemed dismissive, thinking I was just a middle school student and couldn't be that good. But after a few sentences, sweat beaded on his forehead. He could still speak, but his mind was constantly breaking down sentences and searching for words, his rhythm clearly disrupted. We chatted for 20 minutes, and there wasn't a dull moment at all. Although manager Zoe didn't understand English, she could read the room, and the worry in her eyes gradually turned into surprise. I didn't make things difficult for Xiong Ming and told manager Zoe directly that he was skilled enough and could stay. Manager Zoe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once I start school, Red Maple Leaf will finally have someone to fill in. I suggested that Xiong Ming try translating next time. Red Maple Leaf can't rely on me alone. With more and more customers, I'll eventually be overwhelmed. The reality unfolded faster than expected. Within a week, 2 groups of foreign trade clients simultaneously booked private rooms and requested translation services at the same time. That morning, Xiong Ming and I each led our teams out. Xiaomei and Wu Yuan were incredibly envious, with Wu Yuan practically slapping his thigh in disbelief. He regretted not studying harder when he was young. While we were talking, another young man came to apply for a translation job, but neither Xiong Ming nor I were there, so manager Zoe could only ask him to come back at 2 p.m. My meeting dragged on until 12:40 p.m. Before leaving, I reminded the client that we were overtime and that an extra 100 yuan would be charged as agreed. They readily agreed without any objection. I didn't stay for lunch. I ate a bowl of noodles by the roadside, bought a steamed egg custard and some popsicles, and hurried back to Red Maple Leaf Restaurant. But as soon as I stepped into the restaurant, I sensed something was wrong. Manager Zoe stood behind the counter, her face frighteningly grim. I handed her the popsicle and quietly asked Wu Yuan what was wrong. He shrank back and told me to ask manager Zoe myself. Clearly, no one dared to provoke this. Manager Zhou took a big bite of her popsicle before telling me that Xiongming had returned early. She had asked Xiongming to interview new people for me, which had caused trouble. I had thought it would be a simple favor. I was surprised to find that Xiongming immediately asked for 100 yuan, saying that interviews are also work and professional time shouldn't be wasted. I was taken aback for a moment, but quickly came to terms with it. These days, translation services are booming, and even judging someone's skill level is becoming a business. Manager Zhou managed to lower the price to 20 yuan, but she was still unhappy. She admitted she had taken advantage of me before. She never expected even favors to be so openly priced these days. I asked about the new employee's skills. Manager Zhou said she thought he was pretty good, but Xiongming rejected him with a single sentence. She was still worried and asked him to come back the next day. The next morning, the young man returned on time, standing at the door, clearly nervous. He hadn't expected that I would be the one conducting the interviews that day. As soon as we met, he asked me if I was the child prodigy who had recently become a hot topic on Garden Road. I smiled and waved my hand, saying that I wouldn't call myself a prodigy. I didn't even get into a top high school. I was just a diligent student. He seemed much more relaxed and introduced himself as Zhao Mingyang. I asked him to sit down, and we started speaking in English, which also allowed me to observe his true level. Over 10 minutes, we chatted about everything from everyday topics to professional vocabulary. Zhao Mingyang performed much more steadily than yesterday. He understood well, and his answer was natural, far from as bad as Xiongming had described. I didn't keep you in suspense and told Manager Zhou directly that Zhao Mingyang was competent enough. We could arrange for him to try out later. Manager Zhou immediately laughed. She had felt yesterday that Xiongming was too arbitrary, and now it seemed he indeed had ulterior motives. Zhao Mingyang stood there, stunned, never expecting to get the opportunity on his first interview. He excitedly shook my hand, thanking me several times. After seeing Zhao Mingyang off, Manager Zhou's face darkened. She said Xiongming had gone too far this time, and that important matters could no longer be entrusted to him. I didn't go along with her complaints. Instead, I reminded her that I would be starting school in a few days and the restaurant needed to train new staff as soon as possible. We can't keep pinning our hopes on me. Manager Zhou nodded, led me downstairs, opened the ledger, and began calculating my summer income. Interview bonus of 150 yuan, waiter's salary of 150 yuan, plus translation income, totaling 8,300 yuan. Hearing that number, I was stunned for a moment. My first reaction was to ask if the cost of the watch hadn't been deducted yet. Manager Zhou smiled and waved her hand, saying there was no need to deduct it. She was still counting on me to come back and help out during the winter and summer vacations, so she considered the watch a token of her appreciation as a gift from a red maple leaf. She reminded me to have my second uncle come over on the 24th to deposit the money first, as it wouldn't be safe to keep it at the hotel indefinitely. I thought about it and decided to only take 3,000 yuan initially. The rest of the money would remain at Red Maple Leaf, which would be both safe and convenient for the hotel's cash flow. Manager Zhou immediately agreed and even offered to pay interest. She needed working capital, and I needed a reliable place to store the money. For the next few days, Zhao Mingyang came to Red Maple Leaf almost every day, waiting for opportunities. When there was no work, he would voluntarily serve dishes and wipe tables without uttering a single complaint. He was just looking forward to officially starting work as soon as possible. But before he could even get any jobs, Xiongming came back first. As soon as he entered, he went to Manager Zhou to settle his bill, and after receiving the 500 yuan, he counted it out carefully on the spot. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw Zhao Mingyang sitting in the lobby, and his face immediately darkened. Xiongming frowned and asked Manager Zhou, "Didn't I say this person wasn't good enough? Why did you keep him?" His tone was already accusatory. Manager Zhou smiled faintly and said, "I had Xiaoshen look at him again, and Xiaoshen thinks Zhao Mingyang is acceptable." That one sentence completely shut down Xiongming's words. Xiongming's face grew increasingly grim, and he managed to utter only one sentence. "Don't you believe my judgment?" Manager Zhou calmly countered, "Then do you think I should believe you, or believe Xiaoshen?" Xiongming was speechless. Manager Zhou politely saw him out, saying they could contact each other again if needed. But everyone could tell that this polite remark basically meant there would be no next collaboration. Xiongming didn't leave immediately. Instead, he walked over to me and whispered that I was being foolish. He asked me why I insisted on cultivating another competitor. In his view, the fewer translators there were, the more valuable they were. Having another competitor meant earning less money. I just smiled and shook my head, saying my thoughts differed from yours. The more people you know, the more collaborations you have, the wider your future path will be. Xiongming gave me a cold look and said that sooner or later someone would take my job, and then I would know to regret it. I didn't argue anymore. After Xiongming left, The weather grew increasingly muggy, the dark clouds hung low, and garden roads seemed as somber as before a storm. I continued reading in the lobby. Zhao Mingyang moved a chair over and sat down next to me, helping me look through the documents and chatting about our future plans. He asked me which high school I planned to apply to. Without hesitation, I answered Yongxing No. 1 High School, one of the best key high schools in Shanghai. He then asked me what I wanted to do in the future. I said that studying math, physics, and chemistry well, going to university, and doing research or development in the future was more important than simply making money. Zhao Mingyang was silent for a moment, then said that back then he only thought about getting into university, but after graduating, he felt somewhat lost. I asked him what he studied in university. He smiled wryly and said it was mathematics, which he got into through a transfer program, and he was waiting for job assignments after graduation. I nodded and said that a math major is good no matter where you are. The real challenge is sticking with it. I casually joked that maybe one day I could even get into the college entrance exam question setting team. His eyes lit up immediately. He laughed and said that if that day ever came, he would definitely give me some difficult questions. I quickly added, when I take the college entrance exam, please don't deliberately make things difficult for me. He laughed heartily and said that if he wanted to do scientific research, how could the questions be easy? Just then, a middle-aged man in a casual suit walked into the restaurant. He possessed an extraordinary air about him and immediately sought out Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou recognized him at a glance and greeted him with a smile. Boss Shui. The man waved his hand and stated his purpose directly. He wanted a translator to accompany him on business talks the following day. Manager Zhou understood instantly and smiled, telling him that he could arrange it. However, the rules can't be changed. Half a day minimum, 1,000 yuan deposit required. Pay first, then we'll send someone. Zhao Mingyang lowered his voice and asked me why the deposit was so high. I told him it wasn't about making money, but about taking control first. With the money tied up at the restaurant, the other party wouldn't dare to easily renege on their promise. Zhao Mingyang nodded thoughtfully, unaware that this set of rules had already saved me several times before. I took the opportunity to hand over the deal to him. A newcomer always needs to get some experience and see the real world. In my opinion, translation is more than just making money. Who you've worked with, which bosses you know, and what projects you've discussed can all become valuable connections and information in the future. Manager Zhou quickly finalized the terms with Boss Shui. Pick up on Sunday. Extra 100 yuan per hour for overtime, lunch extra. All rules were agreed upon beforehand, so no one could renege later. Boss Shui didn't even haggle over the price, simply slapping the deposit on the counter. After counting the money, Manager Zhou smiled and put it away, leaving only one sentence. I guarantee you'll handle things perfectly. After the guests left, Manager Zhou called Zhao Mingyang and me over and announced on the spot that the deal was his. What I call tradition is simply that I've always pushed newcomers forward, giving everyone a chance to establish themselves. She earnestly instructed Zhao Mingyang that if he did well on this deal, there would be other opportunities, but if he messed it up, Red Maple Leaf wouldn't give him a second chance. Zhao Mingyang nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of anticipation. He went back to prepare for Sunday's work, and I took the opportunity to ask for leave, wanting to go back and have a meal with my second uncle. Manager Zhou readily agreed and even instructed the kitchen to prepare several hearty dishes immediately. Old Wu quickly cooked braised pork and sliced a whole poached chicken. I felt it was too extravagant, but Manager Zhou smiled and waved his hand, saying that it wasn't something he brought every day, so consider it a celebration for me. Not long after, Xiaomei put 2 aluminum lunchboxes into a mesh bag and handed me a bottle of Yanghe Daco liquor. Manager Zhou simply told me not to go back to the hotel that night and to stay with my second uncle for the night. I thanked everyone sincerely and took the liquor and food onto the tram. The ticket seller recognized me immediately and asked with a smile if I was off today. I nodded and said I was bringing some good food for my second uncle. She smiled and praised me for being filial. I looked down at the heavy net bag and suddenly felt that all my hard work these past few days had finally had meaning. As soon as I got back to my dorm, my neighbors spotted the lunchbox and Yanghe liquor in my hand and started teasing me. They said my uncle was in for a treat tonight. My second uncle hadn't gotten off work yet, so I took advantage of the fact that no one was home and washed and hung all his dirty clothes up to dry. I stood on the balcony waiting for him to come back, just wanting to see him happy as soon as possible. Just as the sun was setting, my second uncle returned on his bicycle. He looked up and saw me, his face instantly breaking into a smile. Even his co-workers jokingly urged him to hurry home. He rushed upstairs, and his eyes lit up when he saw the braised pork, poached chicken, and Yanghe liquor on the table. I told him I was about to get back into the swing of things and prepare for school. My second uncle nodded happily, hugging the bottle and smelling it for a long time. He clearly knew nothing about wine, yet he solemnly praised it as fine wine. Lacking a wine glass, he poured it directly into an enamel mug and drank it with relish. The meal was exceptionally enjoyable. Both dishes were completely devoured. My second uncle couldn't bear to finish the wine, so he deliberately left half a bottle, saying he would savor it slowly later. After the meal, I told him to accompany me to the restaurant on the 24th to withdraw the money and to bring my passbook. I planned to withdraw a little over 3,000 yuan for emergencies. The rest of the money would remain at the restaurant. My second uncle wanted to ask why I didn't withdraw it all at once, but fearing I would misunderstand, he swallowed his words. I told him that the money was still available and I could access it whenever I needed it. Only then was he completely relieved. He then reminded me that I might not be able to earn money during the winter break, and that next year was the high school entrance exam. So I had to focus on my studies and try to get into Yongxing #1 high school. I agreed without hesitation. Hearing my promise, my second uncle beamed with joy, as if he could already see the day I got into a top high school. The next day, back at Red Maple Leaf, I decided to officially stop working on the 23rd. Manager Zoe, however, was reluctant to let me go. She hoped I could come back every Sunday. She planned to schedule all interviews on Sundays, paying me 20 yuan for each interview. He even asked Lao Wu to cook some food to take home. Hearing that I'd get something to eat and take home, I immediately agreed. At 3 p.m., Zhao Mingyang accompanied Boss Shui back. Boss Shui praised him the whole way, saying he was quick-witted and spoke fluent English, and immediately raised the translation fee to 700. He also booked a banquet for that evening. Manager Zoe immediately settled the bill, placing 700 yuan in cash in front of Zhao Mingyang. His hands were trembling as he counted the money. He couldn't believe he could earn so much in a single day. Manager Zoe took the opportunity to ask him to introduce more classmates who were good at English. Zhao Mingyang readily agreed, but as soon as he looked up, Xiongming, with a gloomy face, was standing at the door. Xiongming glanced at Zhao Mingyang with a cold smile and said sarcastically, "No wonder I haven't had any work lately. It turns out you found a replacement so quickly." Manager Zoe retorted directly, saying that he had never had the right to put on airs here. Xiongming didn't waste any words either, only saying that he had already gone to Huayuan restaurant. He said he wouldn't take any more jobs with Red Maple Leaves. Xiongming turned and left with a dark face, expecting someone to try and stop him. But no one called him back until he left the restaurant, and he realized he had overestimated the importance of the meal. He originally thought that without him, Manager Zoe would be anxious, Zhao Mingyang would feel guilty, and I would regret it. But the reality was quite the opposite. Everyone acted as if nothing had happened. Manager Zoe politely saw him off. She even joked that they would look after each other on Garden Road in the future. The calmer things were, the more Xiongming felt like a joke. He left with his head down, still thinking I was too stupid to understand that monopolizing the translation market was the only way to make more money. But what he didn't know was that what Red Maple Leaves truly left behind was its reputation. Manager Zoe breathed a sigh of relief as soon as Xiongming left. It's actually a good thing for the restaurant if people who only think about blocking others leave as soon as possible. Holding the 700 yuan, Zhao Mingyang thanked me and Manager Zoe repeatedly. Watching his retreating figure, I knew that Red Maple Leaf's translation business had gained a firm foothold. As August 20th approached, I took on 3 consecutive days of large-scale simultaneous interpreting work, earning 1,500 yuan in one go. I no longer had to worry about money for the start of school. On the 24th, I bought candy and cakes and filled a corner of the restaurant to the brim. I invited all my colleagues to share it, as a way of bringing summer vacation to a perfect close. Wu Yuan, Xiao Mei, and the kitchen staff all gathered around. In those days, even a few pieces of candy were a rare treat. Everyone was all smiles, and the whole restaurant was bustling with excitement. Manager Zoe called me to the counter to settle the bill. The translation fee, salary, and bonus all added up to a total of 9,800 yuan. Even she laughed and said, "I'm almost a millionaire." I didn't withdraw all of it. I only took 3,300 yuan to prepare for the start of school, and kept the remaining 6,500 yuan at the restaurant. Manager Zoe agreed to calculate the interest as usual and said that I could come and collect the money anytime. Just as I was counting the money, my second uncle arrived. He stood to the side, too nervous to breathe, staring at the stack of banknotes, afraid of miscounting a single one. After Manager Zoe finished counting, he asked me to count again. My second uncle was still not satisfied, so he counted again. $3,300 were neatly arranged on the counter, and his hands were trembling slightly. I took my second uncle straight to the bank. He held onto the money tightly the whole way, walking very carefully, as if afraid of being watched. Once inside the bank, my second uncle finally straightened his back. This money was earned penny by penny, and he spoke with confidence. The teller counted it several times, smiling and praising us for being so capable at such a young age. I jokingly remarked that selling tea eggs is profitable these days, and the auntie actually nodded seriously. After completing the formalities, I handed a few changes of clothes to my second uncle, explaining that I had to go back to the restaurant for my last day of work tomorrow. While waiting for the tram, I jokingly teased my second uncle about the ticket seller, asking if he wanted the driver to help him make a connection. My second uncle blushed instantly, but said seriously that I should focus on getting into a top high school first. As soon as I finished speaking, the tram slowly pulled into the station. I peeked out and saw that the ticket seller was indeed the same girl. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but the more you looked at her, the more pleasing she became, and her smile was exceptionally warm. I quickly urged my second uncle to get in the car. The girl smiled at us, and I smiled back, deliberately reminding my second uncle to check the time, showing off the new watch on his wrist. As if finally mustering his courage, the second uncle took the initiative to tell the girl that he worked in a textile factory. The girl accepted the 1-cent bus fare, smiled, and nodded in response, while I secretly chuckled to myself. I could tell that my second uncle had a good impression of her. After I start school, he won't be able to spend all his salary. If he can take the tram a few more times, he might meet more opportunities. My second uncle sat by the window, his eyes constantly drifting towards the ticket seller, yet he maintained a serious expression. The girl stood, holding onto the chair, but a blush crept onto her cheeks. The driver had been watching all this, and suddenly asked Uncle Air with a smile how old he was. Uncle Air was caught off guard by the question and honestly answered 24, his face turning as red as if it were ripe. After Uncle Air got off the bus, the driver immediately smiled and asked the ticket seller, Yuefeng, what she thought of the young man. Yuefeng didn't say anything, but her face turned red first, and the aunties in the bus instantly became interested. The driver added fuel to the fire, saying the young man was handsome and honest, and had been secretly glancing at Yuefeng. Several enthusiastic aunties listened with increasing interest and immediately decided to play matchmaker for the two. The driver then mentioned my situation, saying that my second uncle had a nephew who worked at the Garden Road Hotel and started school on Monday. Yuefeng didn't object, and the other aunties immediately felt more reassured. On Monday morning, I packed the last of my belongings and prepared to leave Red Maple Leaf. Manager Zhou and a group of colleagues came out to see me off, and even old Wu from the kitchen ran out to wave. Everyone was reluctant to see me go, and that warmed my heart. This summer, I not only earned my tuition fees, but I also truly changed my destiny. I specifically chose the 11 o'clock tram, hoping to take the opportunity to say a few good words for my second uncle. Little did I know, a group of aunties were already sitting on the tram, waiting to see what would happen. The driver saw so many people standing in front of the restaurant from afar and thought something serious had happened. Several aunties, however, asked directly which one was the young man's nephew. As soon as I boarded the bus and bought my ticket, Yuefeng blushed. Before I even settled in, an older woman smiled and asked me if I worked at the Garden Road restaurant. I nodded in agreement, saying that I was just idling around during summer vacation anyway, and I couldn't just stay home and eat for nothing. The aunties praised me for being sensible, then changed the subject and started asking about my second uncle. I was just worried that no one would speak well of him, so I immediately praised him for being hardworking and kind, and said that he had already sent my luggage back, and that he never slacked off. The aunties' eyes lit up, and they pressed him for details about where he worked. I pretended to be completely innocent and directly gave them my second uncle's name and the textile factory he worked for. With his name and workplace, they could easily find out more about him. I added that my second uncle was a good cook, hardworking, and definitely a good man for a good family. Upon hearing this, the women were even more pleased. In their eyes, a man who was willing to cook and do housework was far more reliable than one who could only talk a good game. As soon as I got off the bus, they surrounded Yuefeng, saying they would definitely inquire about her uncle for her. Yuefeng was so embarrassed that she couldn't say a complete sentence and could only lower her head and let them tease her. In just a few days, they had a pretty good grasp of their second uncle's situation. Their only worry was that he had been raising me all these years, and the burden was too heavy for him. But they soon learned that I would be living at school soon and wouldn't be a burden on my second uncle anymore. In addition, he had a bicycle and a watch, and he was a reliable person, so the marriage suddenly became very promising. A few days before the start of the semester, I thoroughly cleaned my dorm room. While hanging up the laundry, I looked downstairs and saw several familiar aunties standing there, smiling and waving at me. I smiled and responded, but something felt off. They chatted with the neighbors downstairs for a long time, as if they had completely settled things regarding my second uncle. His second uncle had just gotten off work in the afternoon when all the neighbors in the building kept smiling at him. He was completely confused and felt uneasy, as he felt that more and more people were approaching him to talk lately. Chapter 30. Back to school. Back in the house, my second uncle first checked my luggage and then asked how my preparations for the start of school were going. I said that everything was ready, but suddenly I felt a little reluctant to leave. After moving to boarding school, I must devote all my energy to my studies. In this lifetime, I will never waste another opportunity. I will fight to the very end for both the middle school and college entrance exams. I lost once in my past life, and in this life, I will not give myself any excuses. I will change my destiny through my achievements and shut up all those who look down on me. My second uncle went through my luggage to make sure nothing was left behind. But what I was thinking about was still the ticket seller on the tram. As soon as I mentioned Yuefeng, my second uncle immediately frowned and told me not to worry about his affairs. He even warned me that I must not date at school. I was both amused and exasperated, and could only promise to focus solely on preparing for the high school entrance exam. As a result, my nephew and I, one preoccupied with studying and the other with marriage, couldn't convince each other. Just then, there was a knock on the dormitory door. The aunt downstairs called my second uncle out with a smile. Her expression clearly indicated she was there to arrange a marriage. I eavesdropped behind the door. My aunt kept praising the girl as a good match. My second uncle, however, lacked confidence, saying that he was just an ordinary person and that the girl might not even be interested in him. The auntie waved her hands anxiously, saying he was good-looking, had a job, and a watch. I'll be living at school soon, so he won't have to take care of me anymore, and the neighborhood isn't bad either. But my second uncle's biggest worry is still me. He's concerned that I'll have nowhere to go during summer and winter vacations. Those words brought tears to my eyes. I know he's always put me first all these years. I pushed open the door and went out, telling them directly that I would work on Garden Road during winter and summer vacations from now on, and that I would no longer be a burden to my second uncle. He should also have his own life. My aunt laughed even harder after hearing that, saying that my second uncle hadn't spoiled me for nothing. I took the opportunity to ask who the girl was, and she smiled and said, "She's the ticket seller on the tram." I immediately perked up and said with a smile that I knew her, but I didn't know her name. My second uncle, standing next to me, blushed bright red. My aunt smiled and agreed to sound out the girl's opinion on behalf of my second uncle, to see if she was willing to meet her. After saying that, she urged us to hurry up and cook, and went downstairs happily. Back in the house, I started tidying up. I told my second uncle that once I started boarding school, he would vacate my bed, add some furniture, and decorate the room to make it look like a new home. My second uncle immediately got anxious and asked me where I would stay when I came back for the holidays. I smiled and said I would go to Garden Road, because I'm all grown up now and can't keep taking up his life. He fell silent. I knew he had worked so hard to get me a Shanghai residency permit, and it was time for me to give him back the happiness that belonged to him. I was in a particularly relaxed mood while cooking noodles that evening, humming a little tune as I busied myself. My second uncle, on the other hand, was both amused and exasperated. I was more excited than he was, even though I was trying to set him up with a girlfriend. That evening, the group of enthusiastic aunties relayed the news to the girl, praising her second uncle as an honest man, a stable worker, and exceptionally kind to his nephew. School officially started on August 31st. My second uncle insisted on taking me, but I refused, saying it would be too embarrassing for my parents to take me in my final year of junior high. I'll celebrate when I get into a top high school. My second uncle felt something was off, but he couldn't argue with me, so he could only watch helplessly as I carried my school bag and walked towards school alone. Today we need to pay 10 yuan for tuition and miscellaneous fees. Accommodation fees are separate. The academic atmosphere at Shanghai School is average. Only a handful of students actually get into top-tier high schools each year. But I only have one goal. I must break into that small group, get into a top high school, and completely change my destiny. The campus still looks familiar. The old teaching building has peeling paint, but it is crowded with students preparing for the high school entrance exam. Everything feels like returning to where destiny began. I had just squeezed my way to the bulletin board when I heard someone call me Yuan guy. I looked up and sure enough, it was Wang Hao, who came from a well-off family and had always looked down on me. He laughed and said there was no need to look anymore, since we were all assigned to class 2, and then deliberately asked me if I would have to go back to Yunnan after graduation. Just then, Lu Yuan stood up for me and announced on the spot that my Shanghai household registration had been processed and I would no longer need to return to Yunnan. Wang Hao was clearly stunned. His smile froze for a moment. He hadn't expected that I would actually stay in Shanghai. He said that Lu Yuan and I were both in class 2, and that in future exams someone would finally be at the bottom for him, and he smiled very proudly. I asked Lu Yuan who our homeroom teacher was when a familiar voice suddenly came from beside me. Zhou Jie smiled and said, "She's also in class 2. She actually got assigned to the same class as us." But when she revealed that the homeroom teacher's name was Yuan Li, many people in the classroom changed their expressions. This teacher was notoriously strict. No one who fell into her hands had a good time. Wang Hao suddenly became excited and whispered to everyone that he Zhuqing had also been assigned to class 2. The moment that name was uttered, all the boys in the class lit up. He Zhuqing was an outstanding student with a privileged family background and was recognized as the school's most beautiful girl. She never read the love letters she received. She would simply use them to wipe the table before throwing them in the trash. Many boys lost face because of this, and Wang Hao was one of them. Now that they are in the same class again, he is both excited and a little scared. We sat down anywhere in the back row and waited for the homeroom teacher to rearrange the seating. Wang Hao, however, announced beforehand that Yuan Li only cared about grades, and the best seats would always be reserved for the first-place student. Not long after, Yuan Li walked into the classroom, and the whole class fell silent instantly. She gave everyone a cold look and warned them directly that anyone who dared to cause trouble would be in for a beating. She announced that tuition was 10 yuan and accommodation was 8 yuan, to be paid together the next day. Then she asked who wanted to live on campus, and I was the first to raise my hand. After registering the number of students, she suddenly fixed her gaze on Wang Hao and appointed him as the temporary class monitor on the spot. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded, never expecting to be noticed by the teacher. I immediately understood that Yuan Li was keeping the most troublesome person under her nose, which made it easier to manage and also easier to discipline them. Then she had everyone line up and go in one by one to choose a seat. But the first name called was mine. As soon as I answered, she asked me if my Shanghai household registration had been processed. If not, I would have to sit in the last row. A low chuckle rippled through the classroom. Everyone was waiting to see me make a fool of myself. I calmly replied that my household registration had been officially settled. Yuan Li was clearly taken aback for a moment, then told me to continue waiting and go in to choose a seat in order. I stood at the back of the crowd, watching as one good spot after another was chosen. By the time it was my turn, the front rows were almost full. Lu Yulin waved frantically at me, but the boy next to him wearing glasses looked disgusted and clearly didn't want to sit at the same table with me. I couldn't be bothered arguing with that kind of person, so I just walked past him and sat in the 6th row. Lu Yulin glared at the man, but the man only dared to glare back furtively. As soon as I sat down, a boisterous young man sat down next to me, smiled, and gestured that his name was Li Dawei. I told him my name, and the two of us quickly started chatting. After everyone was seated, Yuan Li nodded in satisfaction and said that the seating arrangement was temporarily fixed, and whoever had the best grades would be able to sit in the front. She added that changing seats was possible, but only to the back. If you wanted a front row seat, your grades would have to do. Then she asked Wang Hao to lead a group to move the new books. Wang Hao deliberately avoided me and chose a few close classmates to go out and work together. After distributing the textbooks, Yuan Li had the boarding students register. When I went to sign, she specifically reminded me that I must bring my household registration booklet for verification the next day, otherwise there would be trouble with the high school entrance exam registration. I nodded in agreement. To others it was just a household registration booklet, but to me it was proof that I could stay in Shanghai permanently. After registration, Yuan Li returned to her office and handed over the cleaning duties to Wang Hao. The most tiring task, weeding, ultimately fell to me, Lu Yulin, and Zhou Jie. The sun was so hot it made my hair feel hot. Zhou Jie suddenly asked me, "Is the household registration really done?" Lu Yulin immediately answered for me, saying that my second uncle had run himself ragged trying to get it done. Wang Hao pressed me for more information about how much it cost. I casually replied, "Less than 400 yuan." Wang Hao nodded and said, "From today onwards, I'm a true Shanghainese." Zhou Jie pouted and said that even if she got a local household registration, she would still be that Xiangwu Ning from the countryside. Wang Hao didn't reply, but Lu Yulin gritted his teeth in anger. I'm too lazy to argue. If the teacher wants to see the household registration booklet, then let the facts speak for themselves. No amount of stubbornness can outweigh that page of proof stamped with an official seal. Zhou Jie then deliberately asked me how much I earned working as a waitress at Red Maple Leaf Restaurant during the summer vacation. I casually said a little over 30 yuan, and she immediately showed a smug look on her face. Lu Yulin regretted not going to work. Zhou Jie boasted that she spent more than 30 yuan on a single meal, and winked at Wang Hao, trying to continue putting me down. Wang Hao, mindful of his position as class monitor, could only urge everyone to keep working. Zhou Jie, however, secretly said that she still felt there was something wrong with my household registration. Wang Hao waved his hand, saying that whether it was true or not, the teacher would know after checking the household registration book tomorrow. After school, I went back to the old house first. When Grandma saw me, she thought I had come back to ask for tuition fees, and her face immediately became tense. I simply explained that the teacher needed to check the household registration booklet tomorrow and asked to borrow it for a day. Grandma visibly relaxed and immediately handed me the booklet. I took the household registration booklet, turned around, and left without saying a word. Grandma was stunned, probably not expecting me to become so sensible. When I got back to my second uncle's dormitory, the room was empty. I packed my things and waited until almost 7 o'clock before my second uncle finally came back in. We asked each other almost simultaneously if we had eaten, and then we both laughed. My second uncle immediately turned around to cook noodles, but I noticed that he was unusually happy today. I couldn't help but ask him where he had gone. He chuckled and immediately brought up the ticket seller, saying that the aunties downstairs had really been a great help this time. It turned out they had already arranged for the two to meet. The girl's name was Su Yuefeng, and she was 2 years younger than my second uncle. The two got along well, and my second uncle seemed much more relaxed. While cooking noodles, he said with a smile, "I'll try my best to marry her next year and make her my second aunt. You also need to get into a top high school and make your second uncle proud." He cooked me a big bowl of noodles and even added 2 eggs. Although the family was better off now, he was still reluctant to spend money, wanting to save the best for me. As I ate my noodles, I told him not to be stingy with money anymore. That 3,000 yuan was for him to improve his life. Once it was gone, I would go back to Red Maple Leaf to earn more. Next year, when I receive my acceptance letter from a top high school, I'll accompany him to see Su Yuefeng. On that day, I'll make sure everyone knows that all his efforts over the years have been worthwhile. As soon as I finished speaking, my second uncle just chuckled and reached out to rub my head. Then, he solemnly reminded me not to chase after female classmates at school and not to waste money. I readily agreed, but my heart remained calm. Having been reborn, I had long lost the mindset of a youth. My only goal now was to pass the high school entrance exam. The next morning, I returned to school with my luggage. Today was just for registration, and the homeroom teacher was handling miscellaneous tasks, but I was already preparing to enter real combat mode. The dormitory is a 12-person room, and it's not full yet. I chose the top bunk at the very back. It's quiet, inconspicuous, and perfect for burying myself in books. My roommates were chatting while flipping through their new textbooks when they saw me holding my household registration booklet and immediately gathered around. When they found my name, they were all stunned. Someone shouted it out, and the news spread throughout the classroom in an instant. Zhou Jia was the first to rush over, staring at the household registration book, still refusing to believe that I had really become a Shanghai resident. She kept pressing for answers, but Lu Yulin preemptively retorted, saying that she was stubborn yesterday, but today the evidence is right in front of her, so what else can she say? Zhou Jia snorted and was about to retort when the homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, walked into the classroom. The whole class fell silent instantly, and no one dared to say another word. Yuan Li collected the tuition fees first, then called me over separately. I handed over my household registration booklet and the fees, which she carefully checked page by page before finally nodding in approval. She reminded me that a Shanghai household registration was hard-won, and told me to focus on preparing for the high school entrance exam. I put away the household registration booklet, knowing that it was my biggest trump card. At lunchtime, the first thing I did after school was to return the household registration booklet to the old house. This thing absolutely cannot be lost. It will be crucial for my high school entrance exam next year. Grandma took the household registration book and, as usual, urged me to hurry back to school. She also reminded me that if I didn't get into high school, I should become an apprentice as soon as possible so as not to be a burden on my second uncle. I didn't argue at all, nor did I stay for dinner. Over the years, I've become accustomed to this family. There's never truly been a place for me. Stepping out of the Shikomen, Stonegate house, I suddenly realized that the song was absolutely right. Dad has one family, Mom has one family, and I'm the only one who feels like an extra person. But I still have my second uncle. Thinking of this, I bought a bowl of hot plain noodles and told myself as I ate that I could only change my own destiny. My deskmate, Li Dawei, had long since given up studying, spending his days researching random gadgets. It was clear he had no intention of continuing his studies. As soon as English class ended, Zhou Jia deliberately ran to the back row and loudly asked me if I was particularly good at English and if I dared to take the test to see the truth. I just glanced at her and calmly replied, "You'll know the answers when the test papers are handed out." During break, Li Dawei came to borrow homework again. I quite like this guy. He doesn't like studying, but he never holds others back, which is much better than many people who pretend to be hardworking. Before physics class, I handed him my homework. As he copied it, he wondered why I, whose grades used to be average, suddenly seemed like a different person. I laughed and said, "I didn't study hard before, so if I don't work hard now, I'll really miss my chance." Li Dawei immediately waved his hand, saying he didn't like that kind of motivational talk. I added, The teacher probably won't check the homework today. His eyes lit up instantly, and he copied down the text with lightning speed. Zhou Jie, however, looked disgusted and asked him why he hadn't just copied it down last night. Li Dawei solemnly said he was very busy last night. But I know that what he meant by busy was that he was playing Gamoko by himself, with both hands working simultaneously. Just then, someone in the front row suddenly shouted, "Xiaofeng's uncle is here." The classroom fell silent instantly, and the students who had been making noise just moments before immediately sat up straight. Physics teacher Feng Xiaofeng was secretly called Uncle Xiaofeng by his students as soon as school started. The homeroom teacher was called Aunt Yuan, the English teacher was called Sister Wan, and the math teacher was even more outrageous, being called Second Uncle Go. Before I could even get used to these nicknames, Teacher Feng had already walked up to the podium, her eyes immediately sweeping in our direction. Li Dawei immediately tensed up. The next second, he was indeed called upon to go up on stage and solve the first physics problem. That problem was just explained. You can solve it by substituting the formula. But Li Dawei stood there with the chalk for ages, unable to write a single word. After being urged by Teacher Feng several times, he finally gritted his teeth and wrote down a formula, U equals IR, and then got completely stuck. Teacher Feng shook his head helplessly and said that the formula was correct, but what use was it to just know how to write 3 letters? After saying that, he casually called me up as well, asking me to complete the remaining steps for my deskmate. I walked up to the podium, wrote out the entire question in a few strokes, and the answer was clean and concise, without any unnecessary details. Teacher Feng's expression finally softened. She praised me for listening attentively in class, and told Li Dawei to learn from me in the future. Li Dawei returned to his seat and kept thanking me, saying that if it weren't for me today, he would have lost all face. No one expected that from then on. Every time he was called on in physics class, his first reaction was still to write U equals IR. As soon as get out of class ended, all the students gathered around, but they weren't discussing the questions. Instead, they were talking about Mr. Feng's nickname, Uncle. Some people joked that Li Dawei's uncle was quite polite to him today, as he wasn't punished by being made to stand in the corner. Li Dawei laughed heartily and said that this was not just his uncle, but the uncle of the whole class. I casually asked, does the teacher know that everyone calls them that behind their backs? The surroundings immediately fell silent. Some people suspected that there was a snitch in the class, and Wang Hao immediately denied any involvement, but everyone knew that this kind of thing would eventually reach the teacher's ears. Sure enough, the office already knew. Yuan Li was both amused and exasperated, while Feng Xiaofeng was completely bewildered, suddenly finding himself with a bunch of nephews. English teacher Dai Guangzhuan laughed and said that since the students called her sister, shouldn't she adopt some younger cousins? After saying that, she walked into the classroom with the newly printed test papers and announced that the English quiz was officially starting. She had long noticed the huge gap in English proficiency among the class. Everyone thought He Zhuqing was the best, but the person she truly paid attention to was me, sitting in the back row. When the exam papers were handed out, I could almost instantly spot the answers. Those deliberately set traps had no effect on me at all. I finished everything in less than half a class period and started slowly sharpening my pencil to prepare for the next math class. Li Dawei nudged me secretly and whispered, "Let him copy some." I reminded him not to copy it exactly. He grinned and said, "Don't worry, I'm the most experienced person in this kind of thing." As soon as English class ended, Zhou Jie ran over to provoke me, asking if I dared to compete with He Zhuqing in grades. The whole class thought that my ability to speak a few English phrases during the summer vacation was just luck, and that I would never be able to beat He Zhuqing in a real exam. He Zhuqing even took the initiative to advise Zhou Jie not to make a fuss, clearly not taking me seriously. Meanwhile, Dai Guangzhuan had returned to her office to grade papers. He Zhuqing scored 58 points, which was already among the top in the entire grade. But when she flipped to my test paper, she was completely stunned. There wasn't a single wrong answer on the entire test paper, and the score was clearly written in bright red 60 points, a perfect score. She immediately handed the test paper to other teachers for confirmation. Everyone found it unbelievable. Some people suspected I cheated, but they quickly dismissed that suspicion. He Zhuqing only got 58, so who else could I have copied from? Looking at my perfect score, Yuan Li finally smiled and said, after the household registration was processed, this child finally got it. During evening self-study, Dai Guangzhuan returned to the classroom with her English test paper. Math teacher Gokun was standing at the door with his own test paper, and the two even argued over when to hand out the papers. Dai Guangzhuan insisted on only taking 10 minutes, and before leaving, she specifically reminded Gokun to check my math score later. I was doing my homework with my head down, while Li Dawei was having a great time playing next to me. He actually used countless small loves to piece together a big love, and then started to piece together an even bigger affection, hiding it more seriously than when doing a math problem. Footsteps suddenly sounded, and Dai Guangjuan pushed open the door and entered. Li Dawei reacted quickly, slapping the draft paper shut with his hand. The English class representative started handing out the papers. The moment the first paper was picked up, the whole class froze. Because the name written at the top is not He Zhuqing, but mine Shen Mo. She handed me the perfect score of 60 and asked in a low voice, "Are you really able to chat with foreigners?" I took the test paper, glanced at the score, and simply said, "I only know one English phrase, hello." Chunwen flipped to the second page. He Zhuqing scored 58. Her face stiffened, and she immediately pressed me for my exact score. Before Chunwen could answer, Dai Guangjuan had already stood on the podium, scanning the entire class, her voice louder than usual. She said that class 2 had a big surprise this time. I got a perfect score in English, and she hoped I would keep it up. The classroom fell silent instantly. Zhou Jie's smile froze, and He Zhuqing stared at the score of 58, remaining silent for a long time. If it weren't for me, she would be the one being praised today. But now all eyes are on me. They thought I was just a braggart, but I actually filled the English test completely. Dai Guangjuan also emphasized the importance of English, saying that the country will need foreign language talents in the future, and no one should underestimate this course. She then changed the subject, saying that just because some students didn't slip up this time doesn't mean they can keep it up forever. Li Dawei wasn't flustered at first, but when the test papers were handed out and he found that he had scored in the 40s, his expression immediately changed. He muttered to himself, "If I had known I would get a perfect score, I should have lowered it to around 30. Just then, Gokun came in carrying a math test paper, saying that there was a surprise in English, and he also wanted to see if there was a surprise in math. As he spoke, he deliberately looked at me. It was because he had just looked through my homework. The handwriting was neat, and the steps were beautiful. Li Dawei leaned closer and whispered, "Oh no, the math teacher definitely knows we call him second uncle now." As soon as the math test was handed out, Li Dawei asked me if he could copy it. I only replied with 4 words, "Be careful." He immediately understood and decided not to be too arrogant this time. Getting a score of 60 would be considered a victory. Just as the exam began, Gokun stood next to me, his eyes fixed on my exam paper, not moving an inch. Li Dawei wanted to borrow a compass but was afraid of getting caught, so he could only cover the test paper and scribble randomly, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. These junior high school problems weren't difficult for me. Once I regained my feel for it, the formulas and answers practically flowed out on their own. In less than a month, I readjusted to the rhythm, my pen never stopped, and the steps on the paper were clear. Gokun stared at me for a long time before finally confirming that I hadn't cheated, because I didn't try to cover it up at all, and let him stand there watching. He suddenly tapped Li Dawei on the head, then left without saying a word. Li Dawei rubbed his head, feeling wronged. Taking advantage of Gokun's departure, Li Dawei immediately begged me to show a little bit of skin. Seeing that time was tight, I only moved the paper aside slightly. When the bell rang, the whole class groaned. But Gokun said he would give them 5 more minutes, and everyone immediately lowered their heads and frantically wrote. I had just finished the last question when Gokun came over and took my test paper away. He told those who had finished could hand in their papers early, and those who needed to go to the restroom could go. Before leaving, he tapped Li Dawei again. As soon as Gokun left, several people immediately surrounded me and asked if I really got a perfect score in English. Li Dawei was even more excited than me, slamming his fist on the table and saying, "Of course it's true." My older cousin announced it herself. Zhou Jie mocked him, saying that the teacher had just warned certain people. Li Dawei, thick-skinned as ever, readily admitted that he had only copied a small part of the math. Lu Yulin stared at my exam paper for a long time, as if he were seeing me for the first time, and asked me if I could really communicate with foreign guests. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loud bang was heard from the front row. Everyone turned to look. It was He Zhuqing's group. She didn't turn around, but coldly said, "Who knows if that perfect score was copied?" Li Dawei exploded on the spot, saying that he could admit to plagiarism because he really did, but he absolutely could not admit that I plagiarized. He's been treating me like family for a while now. I don't bother him, I don't scold him, and I even let him copy my homework, so of course he's on my side. He Zhuqing lowered her head, seemingly calm, but in reality, she was unwilling to believe it. How could an unknown kid suddenly get a perfect score? In her eyes, I could only have cheated. Otherwise, the academic hierarchy she had always believed in would have been shattered on the spot by me. Zhou Jie, always eager for drama, deliberately asked Li Dawei what he was so excited about, since it wasn't him who got a perfect score. Lu Yulin immediately retorted, saying that He Zhuqing was a sore loser and that they would know once the math scores came out. After he finished speaking, he quietly asked me if I was confident in my math skills. I didn't explain, but just gave him a reassuring look. Zhou Jie laughed and said, "Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? If I beat He Zhuqing in math, she'll lose a compass." Upon hearing that the stakes weren't high, Lu Yulin immediately agreed. Even if I couldn't beat He Zhuqing, he'd still lose a compass. Li Dawei joined in the commotion, saying he'd be included. Zhou Jie was stunned and asked him if he was serious. He said he was serious because he had seen me do the problems with his own eyes, and he couldn't understand those formulas. Unless He Zhuqing also gets a perfect score, I'll still be number one this time. The people around me immediately laughed and urged Zhou Jie to place her bet. Zhou Jie gritted her teeth and said she didn't believe it, then turned to ask me if I could pass He Zhuqing's exam. I calmly replied to her, "Didn't Dawei just say that unless He Zhuqing gets a perfect score?" The classroom was getting noisier and noisier. Some people didn't believe I could improve so quickly, while others were waiting to see the top student be dethroned by me. The homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, appeared at the door and stood there for only a second before the whole class immediately fell silent. She coldly reprimanded him, saying that the third-year junior high students were still causing trouble, and there wasn't much time left before the high school entrance exam. After saying that, she hurriedly returned to her office because Gokun was already grading my math paper. While I was still catching up on my homework in the classroom, the office was already in an uproar because of my test paper. Yuan Li rushed back, just wanting to confirm whether the surprise was real or just a fleeting moment. If my math skills were as solid as my English, Class 2 would have one more potential student for a top high school this year. When she arrived at the office, Gokun was already surrounded by a group of teachers, holding a red pen in his hand, his expression clearly tense. While grading papers, Gokun chased people away, saying that those who weren't teaching Class 2 shouldn't join in the fun, but no one wanted to leave. Yuan Li also followed suit in urging people to leave, but her eyes remained fixed on my test paper, as if afraid that a red cross might suddenly appear. The red pen went down the line, leaving the paper covered in red check marks, and the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense. The beginning was correct, and the later essay questions were also correct. Gokun, upon reaching the end, finally couldn't suppress a smile. He said that for such big questions, you either know how to do it or you don't, and my steps were clear. I didn't guess at all. Yuan Li urged him not to keep her in suspense. Gokun checked it again and finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Another perfect score. Upon hearing those 4 words, Yuan Li was so happy that she patted Gokun on the shoulder, almost breaking it. Gokun rubbed his shoulder and cried out in pain, but Yuan Li immediately told him to bring out He Zhuqing's test paper as well. Class 2 already had He Zhuqing, a top student, and now with me added to the mix, the teachers are all very happy. When the classes were divided, the top students in each class were about the same, but my appearance raised the upper limit of Class 2 by force. He Zhuqing is also very good at math and got 95 points in the end, but lost a few points due to carelessness. Yuan Li was actually more satisfied. She felt that with her keeping He Zhuqing in check, He Zhuqing would only be forced to work harder. Competition between classmates from afar isn't so real. Sitting in the same class, the pressure is palpable no matter where you look up or down. She instructed Feng Xiaofeng not to mention his score when he went to the classroom, so that the news wouldn't spread too quickly. I had no idea what was happening in the office. I was still busy finishing my homework. The pace of the third year of junior high school was more intense than I had imagined. Every subject was overwhelming, and I couldn't sleep soundly until I finished all the assignments. The classroom was not quiet. Whispers swirled around me, like mosquitoes buzzing in my ears. Li Dawei was writing characters that looked like scribbles when he suddenly lowered his voice and said to me, "There must be another teacher coming." I didn't look up because the footsteps had already stopped at the door. The next second, Feng Xiaofeng walked into the classroom, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. He first looked at He Zhuqing's workbook, then walked over to me, glanced at my progress, and his gaze lingered for an extra half-second. Zhou Jie secretly glanced at him, her expression changing instantly. She seemed to have guessed that the math test results from the office were already in. Feng Xiaofeng didn't expose him directly. Instead, he stood on the podium and started putting pressure on the whole class, saying that after the English and math exams, the chemistry exam would be coming up soon. Just as someone was about to ask why it wasn't physics, he cut them off, saying that physics was put last so everyone could catch their breath. Then he brought up the class next door, saying that their evening self-study session was frighteningly quiet, with no one chatting and everyone engrossed in studying. I almost burst out laughing. If he had actually visited Class 1, he would know that they might not be much better than us. But the teacher's words were effective. The noise in the classroom was quickly suppressed, leaving only the sound of pens and paper scratching. Feng Xiaofeng said he would be supervising class 2 during this class, and that anyone who didn't understand something should ask immediately, instead of wasting time on idle chatter. After saying that, he pointed at Li Dawei and warned him not to just focus on Ohm's law, but to come up with something more substantial later on. Li Dawei chuckled, quickly opened his physics textbook, and pretended to be studying diligently. Zhou Jie finally couldn't hold back any longer and boldly asked the teacher if the math papers had been graded. Feng Xiaofeng glanced at the whole class, didn't say any names, but only uttered a sentence that made everyone's heart race. The math exam isn't fully graded yet, but I can reveal that someone got a perfect score this time. The moment the words perfect score were uttered, the entire classroom erupted in chatter. Everyone whispered amongst themselves, their eyes darting around. I kept my head down and didn't move, because it's precisely at times like these that you can't look up, because if you do, everyone will be watching you. Feng Xiaofeng tapped on the table and said that class 1 was so quiet that no one even noticed him standing at the door. He asked us what we had to compare ourselves to them with. The classroom quieted down again. Li Dawei leaned over and whispered that I would definitely get full marks, his voice even more excited than when he himself got full marks. I asked him why he was so sure. He said he felt guilty when he copied my answers and didn't dare to copy them, so he simply gave up on the later, more difficult questions. I almost laughed at his logic. But Zhou Jie in the front row couldn't sit still any longer and directly asked the teacher if it was he Zhuqing. Feng Xiaofeng laughed and said he didn't know either. He had only heard Teacher Gu mention it briefly, and he hadn't had time to go back to the office to look at the papers yet. Zhou Jie was speechless when asked the question, and could only say that she was lucky to get 80 points and never thought about getting a perfect score. Feng Xiaofeng encouraged her to have confidence, saying that no one can get a perfect score from the start, but his gaze swept over me. That one glance was enough for several people in the class to see, and the atmosphere instantly turned sour. All the speculation started pointing to me. Zhou Jie lowered her head and scribbled furiously in her notebook with a pencil, muttering to herself, "Why should I?" The next second, she snapped the pencil tip in two. I ignored those voices and continued working on physics problems. I didn't look at the book or any materials. I just relied on my brain to finish the major problems. Feng Xiaofeng walked over and stood next to me for a while without saying anything, but I could tell he was in a good mood. He looked at Li Dawei again, raised his hand, and patted him on the head. Li Dawei rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. The two boys in the back row almost burst out laughing, but as soon as the teacher turned around, they immediately lowered their heads and pretended to study. Feng Xiaofeng stayed in the classroom for most of the evening self-study session before leaving. He had just stepped out the door when the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class. The classroom suddenly became lively as several boys surrounded me, all saying in unison that I must be the one who got a perfect score. I said Zhang Yuhua is also a possibility. He has always been very good at math. Even if he is weak in one subject, his math skills are definitely not bad. But they didn't believe it at all, saying that the look the teacher gave me just now said it all, and that I was the only one who could get a perfect score. At this moment, no one even mentioned He Zhuqing anymore, as if her past glory had suddenly lost its weight. Zhou Jie shouted, "Nonsense," from the side, then pulled He Zhuqing away, and the girls left the school gate together. On the way, Zhou Jie told Li Yu from class 1. Shinimo in our class seems to have suddenly had a breakthrough. He might get a perfect score in math this time. Li Yu asked if the math exam was difficult, and Zhou Jie vaguely said it was okay, but she knew in her heart that it was anything but easy. After walking a few steps, Zhou Jie noticed that He Zhuqing hadn't said a word. She turned her head and saw that He Zhuqing was already crying. Zhou Jie hurriedly grabbed a handkerchief to wipe her tears, saying, "The results haven't come out yet. Why are you crying already?" Li Yu was also puzzled and asked He Zhuqing if she thought she wouldn't get a perfect score, but He Zhuqing couldn't say a word. It's not that she can't get high scores. She's just not confident she can get 100. By the time you're in the 3rd year of junior high, a perfect score isn't something you can just come across easily. The higher the grade, the harder the questions, and the lower the scores. She understood this pressure better than anyone. She clutched her handkerchief, wiping away tears, her voice trembling, and said, "How can I, a mere Xiangwu Ning, surpass her?" Li Yu suddenly said, "What if I stay in the classroom alone and secretly study after they go home?" These words pierced He Zhuqing's heart like a needle, and she cried even harder, wishing she could fly home immediately and sit down at her desk. Zhou Jie advised her to go back and study. Li Yu also became nervous, saying that she had originally been happy to go home, but now she also wanted to study. Zhou Jie wasn't worried. She knew her grades. She figured the high school entrance exam results wouldn't be too good or too bad. Her parents always tried to get her into a top high school, so her pressure was never in the same direction as others. She just doesn't want to go to the big hotel on Garden Road tonight, because I'm no longer a waiter there, so there's no point in going. In class 3-2, the lights were still on. After the boarding students noisily returned to their dormitories, I and 2 other people were still using the lights to read. The lights in the neighboring classrooms were all off, but our classroom's light shone brightly, as if illuminating the differences between everyone. In the office, several teachers were packing up to go home. Feng Xiaofeng looked at the light in our classroom and said with a smile, "The students in class 2 are really hardworking." Yuan Li was happy and beaming, but she still said that studying couldn't go on like this, and she had to go and call us back to the dormitory. It was almost 8:40 p.m. when Yuan Li walked to the classroom door and looked inside. There were only Zhang Yuhua, Su Qimin, and me left. These 3 are the students she's been keeping a close eye on lately, especially me, who got full marks twice in a row, which has changed her attitude towards me. She knocked on the door, speaking gently, and said it was getting late, and she had to get up early tomorrow, so she should go back to her dorm to rest. I looked up and agreed, saying I'd stay a little longer and would definitely leave before 9. She reminded me again not to stay too long before turning and leaving. But I know very well that not a single minute can be wasted. Others may think I'm working myself to the bone, but I'm actually fighting to reclaim my destiny. After moving to the dormitory, I ate in the cafeteria every day. The food was incredibly rough, and apart from being cheap, it had almost no other redeeming qualities. Those boarding students look forward to going home every weekend. Even if they can't eat meat, being able to eat a few more eggs and tofu is considered a way to improve their lives. I haven't been back to see my second uncle for almost a month, and I've been missing him a lot, so I've decided to go back this Sunday and buy some good groceries. I have a chemistry exam tomorrow, followed by a physics exam. Once the exam papers are ready, I'll take them home to show my second uncle and make him happy. Just then, Zhang Yuhua came over with a notebook and asked me to look at the questions for him. I took it and glanced at it. Thankfully, it wasn't too difficult. I had just written down the formula and deduced it in less than 3 steps when he immediately said he understood, took the notebook back, and wouldn't let me finish writing it. He wanted the thought process, not the answer. If I were to write out the whole solution, it would actually diminish the purpose of practicing the problem, which I admire about him. Zhang Yuhua looked at me and said with certainty, "I should be the one who gets a perfect score in math this time." I asked him in return, "Why can't it be you?" He shook his head and said that his math was only about the same as his Zhuqing's, and he wasn't that outstanding in other subjects, which is why his math skills seemed so impressive. I advised him to memorize more vocabulary and classical poems in the morning, which would improve his Chinese and English. He nodded, but his eyes clearly showed that he still preferred math. As expected, around 9 o'clock, the dormitory Annie came to the door and shouted, "The whole dormitory is waiting for you guys. Hurry up and go back to sleep." The 3 of us packed our things and left immediately. There was no point in arguing with the dorm supervisor, and we couldn't keep the other students waiting. After returning to the dormitory, I quickly washed up and laid down on the bed, still thinking about the chemistry questions that might be on the test tomorrow. At the same time, there were quite a few day students who hadn't slept, but probably very few were still actually studying. Lu Yulin was also awake. He was at home helping his mother organize her yarn when he suddenly brought me up, saying, "Do you still remember Uncle Shin's nephew, Shin Mo?" His father, Lu Kaiyong, certainly remembered that after registering his household registration during the summer vacation, the workshop was still thinking about introducing Xiao Shun to potential partners. Lu Yulin quickly interrupted, saying that it wasn't about that, but that Shun Mo seemed like a completely different person, getting full marks on both his English and math tests. Lu Kaiyong immediately perked up and pressed for confirmation. Lu Yulin patted his chest and said it was true, even jokingly adding that he wished he had also obtained a Yunnan household registration. Guan Xuemei raised her hand and slapped him, saying, "Fine, then you can go to Yunnan. From now on, she and his father will rely on his younger sister, Lu Yufan." Lu Kaiyong then remembered to ask his son how he did on the test. Lu Yulin stammered that it was all right, and his father looked around as if he were looking for a feather duster. Lu Yulin was so frightened that he quickly begged for mercy, saying that he couldn't do anything so late at night. Guan Xuemei then changed the subject, asking Xiao Shun what his boyfriend's name was. Lu Kaiyong said her surname seemed to be Su, and her name was Su Yuefeng. He also praised the girl, saying she was quite nice, and that Xiao Shun was not bad either. Lu Yulin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, Lu Kaiyong went to work in the workshop. He saw his uncle from afar and couldn't hide his smile when he discovered that his uncle was in love. Lu Kaiyong joked, "People are in high spirits when they have good news." The uncle touched his face, a little embarrassed, as if he knew he had changed. Lu Kaiyong told him the news from last night, saying that Xiao Mo got full marks in both English and math this time. The uncle's face lit up when he heard this. He called me a brat, saying that I'd been away at school for a month and probably forgotten about my second uncle, but he was secretly overjoyed. He thought I was being too sensible and thought that when I came back on the weekend, he would definitely cook something delicious to nourish me. The older woman next to her laughed and said, Xiaomo isn't coming back because he probably wants to wait until he finishes all his exams before we come back together to share the good news. The uncle chuckled and scolded, You little rascal, just don't fail the exam. But he couldn't hide the smugness on his face. Meanwhile, in class 3-2, chemistry teacher Wu Gang handed out the test papers, saying they were freshly printed and hotter than the fried dough sticks he had for breakfast. I hunched over my seat and answered the questions as fast as I could. Wu Gang walked over to me and watched for a while, nodding as he looked at me, his expression growing increasingly satisfied. He said, Not bad. No wonder you got a perfect score in math. Then, staring at me, he added, Don't get below 95 in chemistry. He Zhuqing sat in front of me, and her pen suddenly scrambled, almost writing the wrong molecular formula on the spot. She was hoping for a twist in the math class, but the chemistry teacher revealed my perfect score in math first. This completely ignited her fighting spirit, and she clearly wanted to get back at them on the chemistry exam. Wu Gang paced back and forth in the classroom, his mouth never stopping, saying that it was fine to want to get high scores, but don't get any crooked ideas. He reminded everyone that although there were textbooks on the table and he was the only proctor, cheating might fool people for a while, but it wouldn't fool them during the high school entrance exam. No one in the class responded. The only sound was the scratching of pens on the exam papers. The atmosphere was even more tense than during a regular exam. In the office, Yuan Li and Feng Xiaofeng were also busy, both rushing to carve their own test papers, neither of them wanting to slow down. Wu Gang, with dark circles under his eyes, printed out the chemistry test papers. Naturally, they didn't want to fall behind, and the whole office rolled them up. While carving the test paper, Feng Xiaofeng joked with Yuan Li, saying that she couldn't possibly get a perfect score in Chinese, and what would she do now? Yuan Li appeared calm, saying that she would do what needed to be done, but she knew in her heart that Chinese was the most troublesome subject. Even after seeing the answers to reading comprehension questions, one may not be convinced, and it's even less likely that a perfect score will be given to an essay. This subject is the most prone to controversy. After class, Wu Gang returned to the office with the test papers. Yuan Li immediately asked him to grade my paper first. Wu Gang wiped his sweat and laughed, saying that he had just watched me do the questions and I had almost gotten full marks, so the result should be pretty much guaranteed. He spoke casually, but his hand quickly pulled my paper away and began marking it with a red pen, and the office fell silent again. Gokun was supposed to go to math class, but he wasn't in a hurry and stood to the side, insisting on seeing the result with his own eyes. After Wu Gang finished grading the last question, he looked up with a smile and said, Shinemo is not weak in chemistry either. Gokun was even happier after hearing this, saying that someone who can get full marks in math will certainly not be bad at physics and chemistry. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaofeng looked up and, after confirming that I had indeed gotten a perfect score in chemistry, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became lively. Wu Gang smiled and told Yuan Li that after the high school entrance exam next year, she would have to treat everyone to June yellow grapes, as these seedlings are extremely rare. Yuan Li complained that they were making a fuss, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. After all, I was a student, which was a completely unexpected surprise. With me around, she, as the homeroom teacher, can stand up straight during meetings and sit in the front row with more confidence. After Gokun finished looking at my chemistry paper, he took his math paper back to the classroom, his mood louder than the school bell. As soon as he entered the room, he had the class representative distribute the test papers, and he used his lesson plan as a fan to fan himself, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Before class even started, he told those who needed to go to the restroom to hurry up and go, because the class would start with a formal discussion later, and they shouldn't make excuses to move around. As soon as the test papers were handed out, Zhou Jia immediately turned around to look at He Zhuqing's score and found that she had scored 96 in math. If it weren't for my perfect score, this score would be absolutely dazzling, but now that I'm only 4 points short, it seems glaringly obvious. Zhou Jia comforted her, saying that if she didn't want it, she could give herself 10 points, and then she ran to look at Zhang Yuhua's test paper. Zhang Yuhua scored 95 points. As soon as he got the test paper, he knew where he went wrong, and his face was full of regret. Zhou Jia finally ran to my side, saw the bright red 100 on the test paper, and muttered something under her breath. She said I actually got a perfect score on the Xiangwu Ning test, and then asked He Zhuqing if she could win back the score in chemistry. He Zhuqing shook her head and whispered that she didn't know and had done her best, her voice clearly lacking the confidence she had before. Zhou Jia wanted to encourage her and tell her not to lose to me, but she was afraid that a single word from her would make her cry, so she had to hold back. The bell rang, and Gukun coughed and began to go over the test paper, finally bringing the class back to normal. After the afternoon classes were over, everyone thought that the storm of exams had finally passed. After being repeatedly tested by the teachers, everyone was almost numb and just hoped that evening self-study would be a little more peaceful. But right after dinner, the homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, walked into the classroom with a smile on her face, carrying a stack of test papers. She said not to worry, since Chinese only takes up one of the 3 evening self-study sessions, and all the other subjects will be tested, so Chinese can't fall behind. As the papers were being passed around, Li Dawei asked me in a low voice if I could also do well in Chinese. I lowered my voice and said, I don't know. Mathematics and chemistry rely on logic, but language arts are like guessing what the author is thinking. Especially reading comprehension. I'm not always sure I can guess exactly what the author is thinking. After hearing this, Li Dawei completely gave up the idea of copying my work. The risk was too great. Getting caught by the homeroom teacher would only make things worse. During the exam, Yuan Li stood next to me for a while. Seeing that I answered the basic questions steadily, she relaxed a little. But when it came to reading comprehension, her expression became a little subtle, as if she realized that no one could say they were guaranteed to win. I could also sense that Chinese was much harder to pass than math. Every question felt like I was forcing myself to guess what someone was thinking. After finishing a Chinese exam, I felt even more exhausted than after finishing a math exam. My brain felt like it had been twisted and turned over repeatedly. Yuan Li collected the test papers and returned to her office. Just as a few cheers rang out in the classroom, Feng Xiaofeng walked in with a smile. He said he guessed everyone missed him, so he came to check on them. The last exam was tough, so this is a break for your brains. Before the whole class could even celebrate, he shoved the physics test paper onto the podium and announced that this period would be physics. A long sigh instantly filled the classroom, with Zhou Jie and Li Dawei's voices being the loudest, as if they had just been pulled out of the water. Feng Xiaofeng specifically mentioned Li Dawei, saying that the solution steps could be disregarded for now, but the formulas must be written correctly. If the formula is written correctly, at least 1 point can be awarded. Li Dawei slumped over the table, on the verge of collapse. He whispered to me that he didn't know so many formulas, and that it was already quite an achievement to learn Ohm's law. Chapter 41 Going Home. Physics Problems. Li Dawei dared to copy, but not too much. As his confidence in Shan Mo grew, Li Dawei began to copy selectively, calculating the points before copying, and only copying after the big questions were removed. Physics is too difficult. He doesn't need to take too many tests, just more than a few people around him. But, why is Teacher Feng staying with Shan Mo the whole time? Why don't you go check on the other students? He scratched his head and cheeks, feeling anxious. Feng Xiaofeng glanced at his test paper, then smacked him on the head from behind. Hurry up and write. Li Dawei replied, then lay down on the test paper and continued working. Shin Majian wrote with lightning speed, finishing quickly. Feng Xiaofeng finally left, and Li Dawei quickly began to steal glances. 3 evening study sessions and 2 exams. After the exams, everyone knew there wouldn't be any more exams in the near future, and a sense of relaxation washed over them. Shinmo's heart also flew back to his second uncle's dormitory. Should he go back first on Saturday? Then he would go back on Saturday. First, go to Garden Road. Find manager Zhou to get some money for living expenses. Then ask Lao Wu to cook 2 hearty dishes, and buy a bottle of good wine to take to my second uncle. Oh, and there's the test paper from this test. Uncle will definitely want to see his own paper, right? There's nothing that would make Uncle happier than that. Shin-mo wasn't sure how well he would do in Chinese, but he expected it to be higher than before. As for physics, he had checked his work repeatedly and thought he could get a perfect score again. Shin-mo, what are you laughing at? You can get a perfect score in Chinese too. Li Dawei asked curiously. As for physics, he had no doubt that Shin-mo could do it. That's impossible. Shin-mo couldn't suppress his smile. His heart had already flown away. During the 3rd evening self-study session, he just sat quietly, looking at a math problem. He knew how to solve it, but he needed to use the problem to distract himself. Oh right. Li Dawei suddenly remembered something important. He had won a compass from Zhou Jie, but she hadn't honored her promise yet. Shin-mo was startled. What's wrong? I forgot something important. Li Dawei looked ahead smugly. I'll bring you an egg tomorrow. He was afraid Zhou Jie would run away after school. Bring an egg? What? Shin-mo had already forgotten about the bet that Li Dawei and Lu Yulin made with Zhou Jie. As soon as get out of class ended, he stretched, and Li Dawei next to him jumped up. Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was taken aback. What's wrong? What's wrong? Compass. Li Dawei shouted a reminder. Shin-mo remembered, so that's what it was about. Lu Yulin also remembered. Oh right, there's one for me too. Zhou Jie turned her head angrily. How dare you? What's there to be embarrassed about? If you win and I renege on the debt, I wonder what you'll say about me behind my back, Li Dawei said confidently. He had no feelings for Zhou Jie and felt no guilt about taking the things. Lu Yulin echoed. Miss Zhou, you're not planning to renege on your debt, are you? Do you think I'm one of you? Zhou Jie was most afraid of being accused of defaulting on her bet, even though she really didn't take this bet seriously. What she was going to bring to them tomorrow was just 2 compasses, wasn't it? Her eyes lit up. Want to take another gamble? What are we betting on? Physics. Zhou Jie scoffed. Why not bet on Chinese? If you're going to bet on the lessons taught by Aunt Yuan. Li Dawei immediately said, no betting. I'll just win once. He had just asked Shin Mo, and Shin Mo couldn't get a perfect score. Since it wasn't a perfect score, the risk was too great. Lu Yulin egged them on, saying, let's bet on physics, wanna bet? No gambling. Zhou Jie stormed off, then turned back and pulled He Zhuqing along. He Zhuqing failed to get first place in 3 subjects in a row, and she was much more depressed than Zhou Jie had imagined. She also rarely spoke on the way. Zhou Jie, however, chattered incessantly like a sparrow. If you ask me, Shinmo's Chinese score definitely won't be as good as yours. Don't let Li Dawei's poor academic performance fool you. He's not stupid. If Shan Mo dares to say he can get a high score in Chinese, he'll definitely accept the bet we just made. He Zhuqing forced a smile, but remained silent. Li Yu said, I just checked the office, and it seems there are still people inside. Aunt Yuan is inside, and your Uncle Feng hasn't left either. They're definitely grading the exam papers. Zhou Jie said, I'll sneak over and take a look tomorrow. Yuan Li and Feng Xiaofeng didn't leave. They needed to finish grading the papers as soon as possible so they could cover them in class tomorrow. Sister, how did Shinemo do on his Chinese test? Not bad, 86 points. Yuan Li was quite satisfied with this score. Is it number 1? Feng Xiaofeng really wanted to know. No, He Zhuqing got 89 points. Yuan Li didn't look up, still grading papers. At least the little girl didn't get surpassed by Shinmo in one area. How was Shinmo's physics? Perfect score. Sister, we think we've struck gold. If he can keep it up, I will definitely give him a certificate of merit for being an outstanding student at the end of the year. I thought you meant to give him 2 big hairy crabs. As for the certificate, he's in his final year of junior high. Does he really need that? People might not even need hairy crabs. I think Shinemo is already the top student in our junior high school. It's good for people to settle down. With a Shanghai Hoku, Shinemo has finally settled down and has something to look forward to in life, so he naturally studies harder. Yuan Li still attributed the matter to household registration, but no one in the office objected, and no one could find any other reason. Feng Xiaofeng was 1 class behind and left last, because his class was scheduled before Yuan Li's the next day, and he needed to hand out the test papers. The next day, Shinmo's legend began to spread among the 4 classes of the 3rd year of junior high school. The new top student in the grade. He got full marks in 4 out of 5 subjects. He Zhuqing only scored 3 points higher than Shun Mo in Chinese. Chinese is too difficult. How am I supposed to know what that passage means? Hey, which exam room do you think Shin Mo will be in for the next midterm exam? According to the tradition of Chengxing High School, the better you do on the exam, the earlier your exam room will be. This is to prevent cheating among acquaintances and to discourage those who want to cheat. Since everyone's level is about the same, I won't dare to copy yours. Yuan Li wanted to let Shun Mo enter the first examination room, but the grade leader, Teacher Yu, rejected the idea. Let's stick to the original arrangement. He wanted to see Shun Mo move from the back to the front of the exam with his own eyes. As soon as the last class ended on Saturday afternoon, Shun Mo rushed out. After a month at school, he decided to go home. He carefully put his test papers in his yellow school bag and left the school. Let's take the tram to Garden Road first. To see Sister Zhou, to see Wu Yuan, and to see Sister Xiaomei and the others. Garden Road. 1 cent. When Shun Mo looked up, he saw the girl from before and gave her what he thought was his best smile, but the girl's face turned red. Something's up, and it seems to be a good thing. Could it be that my second uncle really started talking to her? Does that mean this girl will become my second aunt? Shin Mo turned his head towards the car window, smiling broadly at passersby. Chapter 42, an old friend appears. Laughing like that, is he an idiot? Shin Mo's smile was so over the top that it was impossible for passersby not to see it. But Sui Wefong, who was selling tickets inside, couldn't see it. She saw Shun Mo turn his head outside and the redness on his face gradually fade. She touched her face. It wasn't as hot as before. But when they arrived at Garden Road, she still reminded Shun Mo, "We've arrived at Garden Road." "Thank you." Shin Mo thanked her, but didn't dare look at her. He quickly got out of the car, afraid that the girl was too shy and he would ruin his second uncle's chance. He hadn't been here for a month and missed the red maple leaves. Oh my, am I seeing things? Xiao Xiao Mei, the greeter at the door, deliberately rubbed her eyes and said exaggeratedly. Her signature smile had changed, becoming much more natural. Sister Zhou, Xiao Shun is back. Xiao Mei shouted excitedly inside, and Manager Zhou appeared in front of Shun Mo. Oh dear, we thought you'd forgotten all of us and weren't going to come back. Sister Zhou, how have you been lately? Fortunately, someone wanted to hire a translator. Since you weren't there, Ming Yang was able to spare some time at university and managed to get it done piecemeal. Manager Zhou said with a sigh, it's definitely not as convenient as during the summer vacation. I'll come again during winter break. I've been waiting for you to say that. How's school? Will you be able to get into a top high school next year? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be fine. Pa. What accident? Manager Zhou pretended to spit on the ground a few times. Sister Zhou, I came here to see if there's anything I can help with tomorrow, and I also want to get some more living expenses. No problem, Manager Zhou said with a smile. How much do you want to withdraw this time? Is 500 enough? Shin Mo was startled. No need. I can't even spend 50. Then 50 it is. You can come back early after you've used it. As for tomorrow, there are no interviews for now. You should rest well. Your older sister will be waiting for you to come over during winter break. Hey, sister, could you make me 2 more good dishes to take with me? You can deduct the money from my account. Oh, what's with the deductions? Manager Zhou immediately shook his head in refusal. Shin Mo mimicked her shaking her head. No, sister. If you don't want to deduct it, I'll bring my second uncle to collect all the money tomorrow. Even close brothers should keep clear accounts. Only when things are clear between them can they get along well in the future. Manager Zhou was stunned. She hadn't expected Shin Mo to have such insight. If it were someone else, they would probably have happily agreed it wouldn't have been a problem if they had, since they were willing. Okay, I'll write it down for you. What would you like to eat today? Stir-fried shrimp, and some spare ribs, please. Shin Mo thought for a moment and ordered these 2 dishes. There are many delicious local dishes, so he could eat slowly and savor them. Okay, Xiao Mei, tell Lao Wu to do his best. Manager Zhou instructed Xiao Mei, then asked Shun Mo with a smile, what kind of wine should I bring for your second uncle tonight? Bring a bottle of good wine, Luzhou Laojiao, please. You're so arrogant. I thought you were going to bring your second uncle Matai and Wuliangya. Manager Zhou joked to Shun Mo. I really did bring some for him, but he probably won't want to drink it. Let's take it slow. Shun Mo thought for a while, and then said, Sister Zhou, could you please save a few bottles of good wine for me? In case my second uncle goes to his girlfriend's house at the end of the year. Oh, don't worry. Your older sister won't hold you back in this kind of thing. Shin Mo was thinking that after the high school entrance exam next year, he would set up a few tables here to treat everyone to a meal as a way of celebrating. Xiao Mei reported the order to the kitchen. When she heard that it was Shun Mo's order, Lao Wu laughed and said, we can't just eat his sponge cake and candy for nothing. Watch me show him what I can do. With renewed vigor, I caught some river shrimp and prepared to deep fry them. Shin Mo sat at an empty table in the corner of the lobby while waiting and could also chat with Xiao Mei and the other greeters. Hey, Xiao Shun, look, isn't that President Su? Shin Mo peeked out and saw that it really was Su Xiangyang. Su Xiangyang peeked around cautiously, seemingly searching for something. Xiao Mei said, you're not here to find a translator, are you? Wu Yuan said, couldn't we just be here to eat? He's all alone, Xiao Mei argued. He's in business, so he'll definitely have to wait for someone first. That makes sense. Xiao Mei thought it made a lot of sense, but Shin Mo saw a hint of anxiety on Su Xiangyang's face. Sure enough, Su Xiangyang went straight to Huayuan Hotel. He had a bad falling out with Hong Fenji and Changjiang Hotel before, and he was too embarrassed to go there. I heard that the translator for Huayuan Hotel is Xiongming. This young man used to work at Red Maple Leaf. Now that he's out here, it probably wasn't a very pleasant experience. But Red Maple Leaf has 2 translations? That's truly rare. He entered the Huayuan Hotel, but his business was not settled. Huayuan Hotel was very polite, but it couldn't offer him any guarantees. Firstly, it wasn't summer or winter vacation, so Xiongming couldn't arrange his time freely. Secondly, Su Xiangyang had a notorious reputation and still owed money to the Yangtze River Hotel, so they didn't want to take that risk. Xiongming is a young man with many ideas. Huayuan Hotel is looking for someone to replace him and isn't very interested in translation right now. The last foreign trade deal earned Su Xiangyang tens of thousands of yuan, a very lucrative opportunity. This opening will allow him to make a living for several years, but he is not satisfied. He sees his own road to prosperity ahead. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Su Xiangyang relentlessly sought a way out and finally got another chance. However, it seems that the incident from last time has escalated. It is said that restaurants on Garden Road are now charging money before doing anything. Fine, I'll tolerate it. But what's wrong with Yuan restaurant? They won't even accept payment? Su Xianyang came out dejectedly, muttering about winter and summer vacations. For a small order like his, there's no way he'd have the chance to hire a translator from a national organization. Even if he applied now, they'd probably have to put him on the waiting list for 6 months. 6 months later, the daylily buds were almost too cold. He wouldn't even bother to go to the Yangtze River Hotel. Wang Sufing would definitely come after him for money, and he wouldn't want to make a fool of himself. As for Red Maple Leaf, although things didn't go well, at least he didn't owe Red Maple Leaf any money. He heard that Red Maple Leaf had a second translator who was also quite good. Su Xianyang's walk around Garden Road had already attracted the attention of several restaurant managers or owners. They've walked around in circles several times. They went into the Huayuan Hotel and came out again. It seems they ran into trouble finding a translator. Manager Zhou looked out the window and saw Su Xianyang's embarrassed state. She was very curious about who Su Xianyang would go to see. She sneered and said to Shun Mo, Su Xianyang's road is coming to an end. Standing on Garden Road, surrounded by a bustling crowd, Su Xianyang's initial enthusiasm gradually faded. Lacking a crucial intermediary, he couldn't secure this foreign trade order. Even if he agrees to all the foreign parties' conditions without needing a translator, he still needs to be able to understand the documents he receives. He can't just write yes or okay on every single page. Suddenly, Su Xianyang turned around and his eyes met Manager Zhou's. He put on an awkward, ingratiating smile and walked towards the red maple leaves. Chapter 43, Su Xianyang's Perilous Journey. Before Su Xianyang arrived, Manager Zhou asked Shanimo, what would you say if they came to you for help? Sister, I have to go to class. How can I have time to argue with him? What if I can't get into a top high school no matter how much money I earn? Shanimo immediately refused. This time, he was determined not to get involved in Su Xianyang's affairs. Su Xianyang is the kind of person who only got the chance to raise his voice on the streets of Shanghai by sheer luck, but his limited perspective means he can't keep going down this path forever. Sooner or later, he'll have to face the consequences. Once Su Xianyang stands at attention, he will find all sorts of objective reasons, but he will never blame himself. Shanimo didn't want to get into trouble, so he used the excuse of being busy with his studies to refuse. Manager Zhou said, I don't plan to introduce this matter to Xiao Zhao. It's better to stay away from that Su guy. Zhao Mingyang is no match for Su Xianyang. He might even be betrayed and still end up counting the money for him. Su Xianyang came in and was surprised to see Shun Mo there as well, his face showing even greater joy. Hey, brother Shin, you're here too. Oh dear, my legs are about to fall off from running around these past few days. Manager Zhou, Xinmei VIP room. Shun Mo straightened his clothes and said to Su Xianyang, Mr. Su, look carefully. I'm not at Red Maple Leaf anymore. I'm just here to buy a couple of vegetables to take back. With his smile frozen on his face, Su Xianyang felt completely awful. How can you just quit like that? Brother Shin, that's not right. Your sister has treated you well, hasn't she? Oh ho, they're even resorting to moral blackmail now. So, according to Mr. Su's wishes, I should drop out of school? Shun Mo asked, catching Su Xianyang off guard. Indeed, Shun Mo was still in school. Manager Zhou laughed and said, look at what you're saying. President Su is just joking with you. You should focus on your studies. Your older sister is looking forward to seeing your college acceptance letter next year. She turned to Su Xianyang, her smile unwavering. Mr. Su, it's been a while since you've been to our Red Maple Leaf. The Xinmei private room is empty today. Mr. Su, please feel free to use it. Outside of summer and winter vacations, there will be no extra service fee. What do you mean? No service fee? Su Xianyang's heart sank again. Why would we charge a service fee if there's no translation service? Manager Zhou asked with a matter-of-fact expression. No, things aren't good like this. How can services be offered and then withdrawn as they please? Su Xianyang was almost in tears, repeating the same few sentences over and over. Xiaomei brought over 2 lunchboxes, put them in a mesh bag, and handed them to Shun Mo. Xiao Shun, this is your dish. Bring over that bottle of Luzhou Laojiao from the counter. Manager Zhou scolded Xiaomei. Xiaomei quickly put the bottle back into the mesh bag, checked it, and made sure it wouldn't leak. Manager Zhou took the net and handed it to Shun Mo. Look, even President Su thinks you haven't been coming enough. If you're free on Sundays, come visit us more often. Okay, Sister Zhou. I'm leaving now. Shun Mo said goodbye to Manager Zhou, picked up his net bag, and went to the platform. Su Xianyang was dumbfounded. Shun Mo really came to buy groceries? How could he just buy groceries and leave? Was he going to skip out on making money? Manager Zhou called to Xiaomei. Go upstairs and prepare the Xinmei private room. Mr. Su will be having dinner here tonight. Su Xianyang said anxiously, what am I supposed to eat? Oh dear, Mr. Su, things aren't like this. How can you say you want to eat one minute and then say you don't want to eat the next. You said you wanted Xinmei, so I've made sure Xinmei is available and I won't charge a service fee. What more do you want? Manager Zhou turned the conversation back on Su Xianyang. Su Xianyang waved his hand impatiently. I can't explain it to you. He picked up his bag and walked out. Without a translator, what kind of meal did he eat here? But when he got to the gate, he remembered that there were 2 translators for the red maple leaf. He abruptly turned back, forced a smile, raised his right hand, and made a money-rubbing motion with his thumb and forefinger. Manager Zhou, do you think we could accept the room fee? Oh dear, Xiaoshan isn't here. What service fee are you charging? Manager Zhou didn't give him any hope. It wasn't that she was unwilling, but rather that she didn't dare to, fearing she might get into trouble. How sought after are translators? They're so popular that you might not even get a job in line, so she's not worried about not having clients. Didn't you say there was another one? Su Xianyang's eyes were full of hope. At this point, even if Manager Zhou asked for an exorbitant price, he would have to accept it. They're only available during summer and winter vacations, and they're too busy right now. Why don't you go ask Huayuan and Changjiang? You can't put all your eggs in one basket, right? Su Xianyang left the Red Maple Leaf Hotel feeling helpless and depressed, and reluctantly headed to the Yangtze River Hotel, diagonally opposite. Manager Zhou saw him off, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Wang Sufing standing at the door. The 2 women simply smiled at each other, everything understood without a word. At the Yangtze River Hotel, Wang Sufing gave him a big, soft rebuff. Our Xiao Fan here. Firstly, he needs to study, and secondly, his academic level is not even as good as a junior high school student. We dare not delay your important business, Mr. Su. Don't you agree? Su Xianyang reached into his handbag. Sister, I was wrong about what happened last time. I'll make up for the money, right now. Every man fights for a breath. Even Buddha fights for a stick of incense. This isn't about money. Your older sister here really isn't confident she can persuade Xiaofan to skip class to help you. You should find someone else. Sunday is fine, right? Su Xianyang gritted his teeth, thinking of letting the foreigners stay in Shanghai for a few more days, and he would cover all their food and lodging. Do you know how long it's been since Xiaofan came to school after the start of the semester? How long? He's never been here. How am I supposed to find him? Wang Sufing nodded her chin toward Huayuan restaurant. You should go to Huayuan. The little bear there is bolder. You might have a chance. Su Xianyang really wanted to roar to the heavens. Aren't you bullying honest people? Huayuan. Huayuan. He left the Yangtze River Hotel again and went to Huayuan. He learned his lesson and didn't mention the translation again, but instead gave a waiter a 10 yuan tip while eating in a private room. Whenever someone here needs translation, who notifies little bear? The little girl happily put away the 10 yuan note and cautiously replied, It's from Wang Kong. Su Xianyang smiled and took out another 10 yuan note, placing it on the table. If you can get him to serve me, take this note. I'll give it a try. The young girl gritted her teeth, turned around, and left the private room. Her heart was pounding. This was soliciting private work outside the restaurant. If the boss or manager found out, she would be fired. But the tip was really high. Anyway, she was just introducing Wang Kong, not directly introducing Xiao Xiong, so it's okay. Su Xianyang calmed down. Things seemed to have taken a turn for the better, and the food on the plate seemed to taste much better. Less than 10 minutes later, footsteps were heard, and a slightly older young man appeared. Sir, is there anything about our service that you are not satisfied with? His eyes immediately fell on the 10 yuan on the table. The young girl, without any attempt to hide it from others, stepped forward, put the money away, and turned to leave. Chapter 44, Make Uncle Second Happy. Shen Mo climbed onto the tram, carefully protecting the net bag, and headed towards his second uncle's dormitory. The weather was still hot during the day in early October, but it got a bit cool at night. The aluminum lunchbox was warm to the touch and felt very comfortable to hold. After arriving at the station, Shen Mo glanced towards his second uncle's dormitory, wondering if his second uncle had cooked. His second uncle always disliked trouble, so he probably only cooked porridge or noodles. Shen Mo quickly climbed upstairs. His second uncle was still tending to the stove. Since he wasn't in the dormitory, his second uncle seemed to be handling things even better. Second uncle, don't you have money in your savings account? Take it out and spend it. The money isn't just sitting there for you to see. Shin Chuan looked up and saw his nephew standing at the top of the stairs, carrying an aluminum lunchbox and a bottle of wine. You little rascal, I thought you'd forgotten about your second uncle. Shin Chuan took the net and asked curiously, what vegetables did you bring today? Shrimp and pork ribs. Shin Chuan took out the Luzhou Laojiao liquor, turned the bottle around, and examined it. This is really good liquor. For Shin Chuan, this was good wine, because he had only ever seen the bottle. As for drinking it, he wouldn't even think about it. There were so many good wines in the world that he couldn't possibly think of them all. Second uncle, try some later. No, I want to keep it. Shin Chuan was still reluctant to part with it. Shin Mo was both amused and exasperated. Second uncle, don't worry, I'll get you all the good wines from all over the country so you can try them. The little rascal has a conscience after all, Shin Chuan said happily, but he put the wine away, still reluctant to drink it. Shin Mo placed the dishes on the table in the room and noticed that his small bed was still there. Second uncle, get rid of the bed. No, you have to come back and stay for one night. Shin Chuan refused. The aunties downstairs told him to get rid of the small bed, because when girls come to visit, they will ask about it. Shin Chuan did not agree, so the small bed was kept. Second uncle, I have something to show you. What is this? Shin Chuan gave up on lighting the stove. He would just eat the dishes his nephew brought for dinner. Shin Mo took out a few test papers from his yellow school bag and handed them over. Second uncle, take a look. This perfect score on a junior high exam paper is just a small achievement, but Shin Mo wanted to share it with his second uncle, knowing that his uncle would like to see it. Shin Chuan took the test paper. The first one was Chinese. Wow, you got over 80 points. That's great, really great. You really took it seriously. Shin Chuan was happy to see the Chinese test paper, but the second one, the math test, was a big surprise. 100 points. Shin Chuan was even happier. He had heard Lu Kaiyang mention it a few days ago, but he couldn't believe it. He never expected that his nephew would actually get a perfect score. Copying? That's impossible, right? I've never heard of anyone getting a perfect score in math by copying. The third paper was English, with a score of 60. Shin Chuan just thought that his nephew was capable of translation and wouldn't only be tested on this. Suddenly, he remembered that the full score for English was 60. He looked at the test paper and sure enough, there wasn't a single red cross. He also got full marks in physics and chemistry. I didn't expect you to actually get it. Second uncle, I'm sure I'll get into a top high school next year. After seeing your exam paper, I've decided to raise my expectations. A district-level key school won't do. I need a city-level key school. Shin Chuan was in high spirits. He pulled out the bottle of Luzhou Laojiao again, rubbing and examining it repeatedly. He was so happy today, he should have a drink. Shin Mo took the wine from his hand and opened the bottle cap. Shin Chuan couldn't stop him in time and said it was a pity. Second uncle, just drink up. Shin Mo handed the wine bottle to his second uncle, then glanced at the small table and said, it seems there's no staple food. I'll go down and buy some steamed buns. Okay, buy less. If you buy too much, it will spoil before you can finish it. When Shin Mo returned with a few steamed buns, Shin Chuan was looking at the exam paper, drinking his wine with relish, and putting a fried shrimp into his mouth. Second uncle, you're back. Sit down, have a meal. Shin Mo grabbed a steamed bun and ate it with the vegetables. He had been at school for a month and could only eat in the cafeteria every day. The best food in the cafeteria was tofu, and his taste was very bland. Shin Chuan put the test paper aside and asked, you don't need to take this back, right? No need. The teacher has already explained it. Shin Chuan was relieved. Then I'll leave it with second uncle. He'd feel good looking at this thing. Shin Mo suddenly said, second uncle, when I went to Garden Road after school today, I ran into that ticket seller from before. Shin Chuan almost strained his back because of his nephew. The topic changed too quickly. He hurriedly picked up his glass and took a sip of wine to try to cover it up, but he choked again. Oh dear, I'm just not destined to drink good wine. Shin Chuan coughed repeatedly, his face turning red from the choking. She didn't have so many reservations about her second uncle, Shin Mo. Second uncle, you should go for a walk on Garden Road often from now on. Bring back some good dishes to treat yourself, and cook some dishes on weekends to invite people over to try them. Shin Chuan asked curiously, how come you know so many? Did you date someone at school? Shin Mo hurriedly pulled the test paper over. Second uncle, second uncle. Ultimately, students' grades are what matter. Shin Chuan was speechless, but Shin Mo still wouldn't let go of the topic. Second uncle, hurry up. All right, I know what I'm doing. I was hoping you'd get into a top high school next year, so your second uncle could be proud of you. Second uncle, I've already spoken with manager Zhou and asked her to reserve 2 bottles of good wine for you at the end of the year. You can use them as gifts. Let's eat. Such good food, we can't waste it. It seems like I could visit him at the end of the year. Shin Chuan couldn't help but smile. Second uncle, I'll come back in a month. Can't you come back once a week? Your second uncle can at least get you some ribs, right? You only come back once a week? How are you supposed to date then? Shin Mo shook his head and said, midterm exams are coming up soon. I'll come back after I finish them. Can he get first place? Shin Chuan thought his nephew's score was good enough to get first place. I don't know. Shin Mo was cautious. If he Zhuqing scored above 95 in Chinese and then worked hard in the other subjects, Shin Mo really wasn't sure he could get above 95 in all of them. Can't you have a little more confidence? If you get first place in the midterm exam, your second uncle will take you out to eat. Let's go eat Xilongbao then. The uncle and nephew were eating ribs and shrimp, but their minds were still on the Xilongbao, soup dumplings. The scene was a bit awkward, but the Xilongbao had its own flavor, unlike this more substantial dish. Xinchuan drank half a bottle of wine, feeling slightly tipsy, and lay there contentedly burping. My nephew is sensible now. I've given him enough space. Another day, when she's off work, I'll take her out to a restaurant. Steamed buns for breakfast and spare ribs for lunch. The next morning, Shinimo got up early and went out to buy rice balls for the uncle and nephew. When are you going back to school? I feel a little uneasy when I go back and I'm not in the classroom. Shinimo mainly wanted to make his second uncle happy, and he would come back after the midterm exams, at which time his second uncle would be even happier. Chapter 45 An Encounter. The next day, Shinchuan did not let Shinimo go back too early. The uncle and nephew were too lazy to cook, so they went downstairs and bought glutinous rice balls and soy milk for breakfast. Sister, another serving of glutinous rice balls. Since soy milk wasn't convenient to take away, Shinchuan declined. Second uncle, are you still hungry? Shinimo was puzzled, as his second uncle ate more than him. No, I'll take you to buy some clothes later, it's getting cold. The clothes his nephew was wearing were thin. They were barely enough for early October, but they probably wouldn't be enough in a few more days. My nephew has earned so much money, it's not unreasonable for him to buy a few clothes. Shinchuan and Shun Imo waited for the tram. When one came, Shinchuan didn't get on, and Shun Imo guessed who his second uncle was waiting for. He chuckled to himself, not urging him on. You're here, let's go. Shinchuan led Shin Imo onto the tram, handing him the glutinous rice ball while buying the tickets. Shin Imo turned his head to the side, pretending not to see. Su Yuefang, who was selling tickets, took the rice ball and said in a low voice, "You can sit in the back." Shinchuan responded softly, both of them appearing quite shy in front of others. The driver looked at the two men through the rearview mirror and grinned. Oh, it's Xiaoshun. Yes, brother. I'm taking my nephew to buy some clothes. Shinchuan could relax around the driver and had a lot to say to Su Yuefang while chatting with him. Oh my, you're doing a great job as an uncle. The driver kept driving without turning around, but that didn't stop him from chatting with Shinchuan. Shinchuan said proudly, my nephew is promising. He got first place in his class this time, and he might even get first place in the grade. The driver's tone shifted from nonchalant to surprised. Really? Su Yuefang's expression also turned to surprise and delight. She hadn't expected Shinchuan's nephew to be so promising. Most families value family ties, and nephews and nieces are usually very close. If Shinmo's parents hadn't divorced, Shinchuan couldn't understand why they would divorce when their child was already so grown up. The passenger next to him was equally surprised. You're not bragging, are you? Why would I brag? Is it easy to fake being number one? If it were, I would just say I was in the top 3 in the class. Wouldn't that be enough? Shinchuan's logic is sound. While showing off his nephew, he doesn't forget to nod his chin at Su Yuefang. The two of them may not speak, but they need to communicate. Although the two are still dating, the driver clearly thinks highly of them. Both young people are reliable and have good character. He believes they will get together and he'll be able to get wedding candy after the new year if things go smoothly. Su Yuefang smiled shyly and began to eat the rice ball in small bites. She had brought a water bottle, so she picked it up, took a small sip of water, and smoothed the food down. Seeing her start eating, Shinchuan felt as if he had eaten honey. He was in an even better mood and spoke louder. After getting off the tram, Shinchuan didn't forget to wave goodbye to Su Yuefang. Although a little embarrassed, Su Yuefang waved back. Second uncle, buy some candy, sponge cake, or something, so we can give them a taste later. Do I need you to teach me? Shen Mo argued. I'm worried you won't be willing to spend the money, second uncle. This is a major life event for you. Alright, I know what I'm doing. The uncle and nephew, now with money in their pockets, didn't go to a big shopping mall, but instead went into a small clothing store on the roadside. The clothes there were of good quality, cheaper, and most importantly, the service was good, and they could even bargain. Shinemo didn't pick out trendy clothes. Instead, he chose 2 gray blue jackets and bought 2 pairs of black pants, based on what everyone was wearing at the time. While urging his nephew to try on clothes, Shinchuan said regretfully, if Yuefang could come, that would be great. She has better taste than me. 2 men buying clothes, they're just not bad looking, but far from being good looking. Shinemo didn't want clothes that were too flashy. He knew that there were many hotheads among middle school students these days who might ask him for money if they saw that Shin-Imo had nice clothes. I'll think about dressing nicely after I get into university. After changing into a brand new outfit, Shinchuan looked himself up and down and was very satisfied. Second uncle, why don't you pick out a few too? Should I pick something else? Shinchuan was somewhat tempted. If he weren't dating someone, he would never buy himself new clothes. But Su Yuefeng's image kept appearing in his mind, so he couldn't resist asking the shopkeeper to take a dress off the wall and try it on. As Shun Imo watched the proprietress's actions, he thought of the famous flaunting scene from a later online novel. Take all the clothes off this wall. He couldn't help but laugh, and the shop owner was baffled, almost blurting out, "Idiot." Shin Chuan picked out 2 pieces of clothing, but Shin Imo was still not satisfied. "Second uncle, buy another pair of leather shoes. Let's go. I need to buy leather shoes at the mall. The shoes there are better." The uncle and nephew, carrying bags, went to the mall excitedly and headed straight for the shoe section on the 3rd floor. "Try a different pair, the brown ones are nice." A woman's voice, familiar yet distant, entered my ears with such clarity. Shin Imo instinctively looked toward the source of the sound, his eyes wide open. Sensing that someone was watching her, the woman turned around and froze. Xiao Imo. Yes, it was Shun Mo's mother, Hime. She was holding a little boy's hand and helping a man try on shoes, but the smile on her face froze the moment she saw him. When was the last time the mother and son met? It seems like it was before he started junior high school. The one next to her is Shin Chuan. It's all thanks to Shin Chuan that she wouldn't have recognized him as Shun Imo. As soon as she called out, Hime regretted it. What could she do by calling her son? Buy him a pair of shoes? The shoes here were so expensive. Even the cheapest ones cost more than 10 yuan, and she couldn't bear to spend that much. "Auntie, you've mistaken me for someone else." Shin Mo's words made Hime's heart tremble, and also made her own heart tremble, as if something had been touched. He pulled his second uncle to another counter, a wave of sadness washing over him. What a happy family, just like his father's new family. Shin Imo never expected to meet here after so many years. What good would it do to go up and acknowledge them? It's better not to disturb them. Hime handed the little boy to the man, saying, "I'll go take a look." The man said impatiently, "What are you looking at? Everyone says you've mistaken me for someone else. Isn't it your fault? You tried for so long, dragging your feet. You should have left earlier." Hime retorted to the man, not to be outdone, and then went to Shun Mo's side. "Xiao Imo, I'm your mother." Hime stepped forward and tried to take Shin Mo's hand, but Shin Imo put his hand behind his back. He looked at the man and said, "Your family is still waiting for you." Shin Chuan didn't know what to do. His older brother had a big fight with his sister-in-law after their divorce, but who could be blamed? It seemed like both of them were responsible. "Sister, you should go back now." Shin Chuan couldn't call her sister-in-law, so he had to call her older sister. Hime's eyes instantly reddened. "Xiao Imo, I know you resent your mother, but I didn't want to abandon you either. It's all your father's fault." He changed his mind as soon as he heard you could go back to Shanghai. Shin Mo's heart trembled again. "I don't have a father, so it's not a question of who's right and who's wrong." Chapter 46, I won't buy from you. You can't force a warm face onto a cold backside. If you do, the coldness will eventually set in. You can go back now. I won't bother you again. Hime started taking out her money, her expression flustered and anxious. "Mom will buy you a pair of shoes." "No need, you can keep it." Shin Imo felt it wasn't necessary. His second uncle had come so many times before, but he hadn't seen a single penny. "Wait." Shin Imo wanted to give it a try. City expansion fee," he stammered, and Hime immediately stopped what she was doing. "Xiao Imo, you have to understand your mother. Your mother doesn't have that much money." "I know." Shin Imo nodded. "I won't bother you anymore. I'll go with my second uncle to try on some shoes first." Hime felt a tightness in her chest. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. She hadn't taken care of her eldest son, but she didn't want him to have a bad life. She hoped that Shun Jiang could shoulder the responsibility of a father, instead of letting Shin Chuan take care of Xiao Imo. But Shin Jiang. Hime sneered when she thought of her ex-husband. If it were Shun Jiang today, that man would not even dare to say he would buy Xiao Imo a pair of shoes. If that's the case, why should she feel guilty? If even those with the surname Shin don't care, how can someone with an outsider like her care? Of course, Shin Imo can't change his surname to he. Back beside the man, he teased, "Finished pretending? Let's go back." "What do you mean by pretending? I really want to buy shoes for Xiao Imo. I know you too well. Let's go, these are the ones." The man took her and the child to pay the bill. Hime carried the shoes, the man held the child, and they walked side by side out of the mall. If it weren't for Shun Imo, this would have been a wonderful family. "What did your eldest son say?" the man asked curiously. "He said he won't come looking for me anymore. Are you relieved?" Hime glared at him, annoyed. The man glanced back and said, "That would be best. The child is so big now. It seems like he can be independent," but he didn't know what Shin Mo's household registration status was like, whether he was drifting in Shanghai or returning to Yunnan after graduating from junior high school. He didn't want to worry about it. That wasn't his son. But if it were the one in his arms, he would sell everything he owned to get her registered. It was wise of his wife to leave Shun Jiang and stay with him. That man was not someone she could entrust her life to. He lifted his son up firmly. Come on, Dad will take you to eat pan-fried dumplings. Aren't you happy? The youngest son laughed joyfully. Great. I want to eat 10, 20. Okay, the man said indulgently. The little boy turned to Hime. Mom, who was that person just now? Nobody's here, just eat a few more later. The little guy nodded vigorously. Watching the family of 3 leave, Shin Chuan lost interest in buying shoes, but Shin Imo wouldn't let him go and insisted that he try them on. Second uncle, in a few years, I'd like to help you take care of your children. I love both your younger brother and sister. I'll take them out for delicious food. Xiao Mo, your mother. Shin Chuan didn't know how to comfort his nephew. In fact, his older brother hadn't done well either, and he couldn't stand on the moral high ground to condemn Hime. Shun Imo scratched his head. Second uncle, don't worry about me. I've already registered my household registration. What are you still worried about? Give it a try, just give it a try. Your father, Shin Chuan felt very sad. He had just overheard the conversation between the mother and son. His nephew had no hope for his older brother anymore. Second uncle, isn't it enough that you're here? My dad. He probably doesn't want to see me either. You should be more sensible. Oh dear, time to try on shoes. Shun Imo changed the subject, pressed his second uncle to sit down, and then called the sales clerk to bring over a pair of leather shoes. Second uncle, try it first. After we buy it, we'll go eat Zilong Bao. You can also get another serving. No need to bring any. I'll bring her some snacks and a pack of cigarettes for the driver. Seeing that his nephew had changed the subject, Shin Chuan didn't try to bring it back. The sales clerk looked at the 2 people's clothes and picked out a pair for them that cost less than 20 yuan. Shin Mo was very unhappy. I want those shoes, the 50 yuan ones. Shin Chuan was startled. Aren't you going to live your life? I decide what I earn, right, uncle? That's still not spending money like that. The sales clerk said with a disdainful look. Young man, look carefully. Those are 50 yuan leather shoes. Shin Mo was in a bad mood. He really wanted to take out the 50 yuan in his pocket, slap it in front of the salesperson, and buy the shoes right away. But why should I let you make money? I used to read novels and heard that some sales clerks had very high standards, but I never thought it was true. He took the money out of his pocket, counted it, and it was exactly 50. The sales clench pursed her lips and was about to get the shoes when she heard Shun Imo say, Second uncle, let's go somewhere else. We don't have enough money. The sales clerk thought to herself, don't you have 50? Thinking this in his mind, he blurted out, don't you have enough money? Do you think I'm just playing along? Don't I need to eat? I bought shoes. Are you going to treat me to Zilong Bao for lunch? Shin Imo retorted without any politeness. The saleswoman was speechless after Shun Mo's retort. Why should she hire her? The money from selling shoes didn't go into her pocket anyway. Shin Chuan had the same idea. These shoes were too expensive. He stood up and said, Let's go. Let's go. It's too expensive. Let's go look at other places. The saleswoman made no attempt to hide it. Her face was filled with disdain, fragrant mist lemon. Shin Mo turned around and glared at her. You wait, Xiang Wu Ning. Go eat your fill now, and I'll beat you up when you get off work. He was in a bad mood and didn't want to indulge this saleswoman. Arguing was too time-consuming, and Shin Mo didn't want to argue with her, but he couldn't just sit back and let her insult him. So he had to make the saleswoman feel a little burden. A lose-lose situation was better than a win-win situation. The sales clerk turned pale with anger, and Shin Mo's expression was equally grim. He deliberately said, If I can't catch you today, I'll come back tomorrow. I'll catch you eventually. What are you glaring at me for? Want to call security? If you do, I'll beat you up twice. The sales clerk didn't dare to call out. These young people were true to their word and had no qualms about it. The name, Xiang Wu Ning, lingered in her mouth, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. She could only watch helplessly as Shun Imo and Shin Chuan left. Just as the uncle and nephew disappeared at the top of the stairs, she finally managed to utter the name, Xiang Wu Ning. But then she was startled to see Shin Imo turn back to look at her. She quickly turned away in fright. I knew she wasn't being honest. Shin Chuan advised, Xiao Imo, you should focus on your studies. This isn't good. Second uncle, I know. Would I really hit her? Would I miss evening self-study? Besides, if she reports me to the school, would I still be able to get into a top high school? Your nephew is sensible. A little teasing is enough. Shin Imo doesn't need to ruin his bright future over a saleswoman. Once outside, the uncle and nephew went to a different shopping mall. Not all salespeople are the same. Some are good and some are bad. Shin Imo really bought Shin Chuan a good pair of leather shoes, which cost more than 40 yuan. This time Shin Chuan paid for them because he didn't want his nephew to have a hard time at school. To be honest, these new shoes really feel great on my feet, and Shin Chuan felt like he had regained some energy. When they had Zilong Bao, soup dumplings, for lunch, Shin Imo ordered an extra serving. Both uncle and nephew were of a good age and could easily finish the extra serving. Second uncle, the next time I'll come back will be after the midterm exams. You'd better do well on the midterm exams. I just bragged about it, so don't embarrass your second uncle. Of course not. If I really do get first place in the grade, how about you invite him over for a meal to celebrate your nephew's achievement? Chapter 47. Can these two really cooperate? Sometimes, Shinchuan really admired his nephew's ideas. His thoughts came one after another, and they seemed quite reliable. Then it's settled. Shinchuan was in his early 20s and had never been in a relationship before, so he cherished this potential partner very much. If everything went smoothly, they could get married after the new year. My brother's marriage. How should I put it? It seems unhappy, but it also seems good. If it wasn't good, how could my brother have gotten married twice? So Shinchuan also began to yearn for it and start to fantasize. He chuckled and forgot that his nephew was at the age where he could eat a lot. Shin Imo kept stuffing the steamed buns into his mouth, eating with great joy. 3 servings of Xilong Bao weren't enough, so the uncle and nephew ordered another serving and ate until they were full. Shun Imo patted his stomach. I've eaten so much good food since last night that I'll last until after the midterm exams. Second uncle, I'm going back to school now. What's the rush? Come on, let's go buy some snacks, then we'll take the tram back. Shinchuan's nephew didn't seem to have much of a desire for snacks, which wasn't good. He wanted his nephew to have some. As the two came out, Shun Imo stretched first. Second uncle, I'll bring back more dishes next time. As he stretched halfway through his yawn, he seemed to see a familiar figure. Is Shanghai really that weird? You know people everywhere there, right? Shin Imo seemed to see Xiongming and Su Xiangyang. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, Shin Imo was certain it was the two of them. He trusted his eyes and felt that it made perfect sense for the two of them to be together. One was desperate and grasping at any remedy, while the other was bold and fearless. Shin Imo felt that this time, the two of them might have to teach each other a lesson. Su Xiangyang arranged to meet Xiongming through Wang Kong and invited him to lunch today. The two of them didn't dare to meet at a restaurant on Garden Road, clearly trying to avoid Huayuan restaurant, but they didn't expect to be seen by Shin Imo anyway. However, Shin Imo was too lazy to care about their mess. Brother Xiong, please, please, please. Xiongming first gave Su Xiangyang a hard time. Mr. Su, I'm taking on your job outside the restaurant, so I still need to collect the money first. Even so, Su Xiangyang was still thinking about the meager sum in his pocket and didn't want to pay first. Brother Xiong, let's eat first and talk while we eat. Let's get this straight. This meal can't be charged. If you do, I won't eat it. No way, no way. Su Xiangyang assured him repeatedly. The two went into another restaurant. Xiongming didn't stand on ceremony and ordered several hearty dishes, but Su Xiangyang didn't mind. Compared to the translation fee, what was the cost of the food? Mr. Su, I'm risking skipping class to help you. I know. 8,000 in advance, no bargaining. Brother, can you go for less? This will take me about 3 or 4 days, and there's a second round later. Xiongming refused to be fooled. Then brother, you should pay for the second payment first. Su Xiangyang was speechless, then immediately adopted a troubled expression. Brother, how about we do it once, and clean it up one by one? It starts at 8 o'clock next Tuesday morning, and must be finished before noon. This is our first time working together privately, so it's normal for us not to trust each other. How about this? I'll pay a deposit of 300 first, is that okay? Xiongming squinted, thought for a moment, and felt that Su Xiangyang probably couldn't come up with anything new. While Xiongming was pondering, Su Xiangyang started complaining about being poor again. Doing foreign trade sounds glamorous, but if you're not careful, you can lose everything. Many foreigners are untrustworthy. They'll cancel orders without warning. Before the orders were placed, I was actually a poor man with a mountain of debt. Xiongming scoffed. With such high risks, Mr. Su should probably give up on foreign trade. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Su Xiangyang took the dishes from the waiter, placed them on the table, and gestured for Xiongming to start eating. Brother, trust me. If you work as my translator, after a few years you'll also get interested in foreign trade. Then I'll take you under my wing. Xiongming's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't a bad idea. He had his parents, older brother and sister, and some relatives. He could invest money and personally act as a translator as an investment, and then get the lion's share in the future. Su Xiangyang made a casual remark, but suddenly realized that Xiongming seemed to be somewhat interested. He eagerly grabbed the bottle and poured Xiongming a glass of beer. To save money, he specifically asked for beer, claiming that young people should drink beer. Xiongming was indeed tempted. All right, I'll take your 300 as a deposit first. Hey, it has to be you, bro. You're so classy and have such class. Come on, let's have a drink. The two clinked their glasses and reached a verbal agreement. Outside the private room, People were coming and going. Su Xiangyang looked out and saw Shen Mo. The young man was waiting for the tram with an older man carrying several bags. Brother Xiong, come and see. Here comes the bag carrier. Su Xiangyang wouldn't miss the chance to mock Shen Mo, even if Shen Mo couldn't hear him. Xiongming looked out the window and couldn't help but laugh. President Su is very witty. The October sun shone like gold on Shen Mo, seemingly trying to blend him into the city. But in Su Xiangyang's eyes, Shen Mo was just that silly guy who kept waiting for the bus. Su Xiangyang achieved his goal. He successfully used Shen Mo to arouse Xiongming's sense of shared hatred and align himself with him. But neither of them expected that Shen Mo had seen them, guessed what they were going to do, but didn't want to get involved in this mess. Once a person's true character is revealed, the consequences of cooperating with them are predictable. It would be strange if two such people didn't cause trouble when they got together. The tram came several times, but none of them were the ones Shen Chuan wanted to take. The uncle and nephew just stood there foolishly under the bus stop sign, waiting until Su Yuefeng's tram arrived. Get in. Shen Chuan nimbly climbed in, his leather shoes gleaming. He first gave the driver a packet of peony tea. Brother, thank you for your hard work. Hey, Xiaoshun, this isn't right. Oh my, new shoes. The driver, with his keen eyesight, immediately noticed Shen Chuan's unusual appearance. Shen Chuan chuckled. Brother, have a smoke, have a smoke. He moved closer to Su Yuefeng. 2 tickets, Xiao Mo, pay up. Not wanting to put Su Yuefeng in a difficult position, he had his nephew pay the money. Since his nephew paid, Su Yuefeng felt it would be awkward to refuse. Here you go. Shen Chuan handed Su Yuefeng a small bag. Just as Su Yuefeng was about to look at it, Shen Chuan said, look at it when you get back. Oh my, Xiaoshun, so mysterious. What good stuff is it? The driver asked flatteringly. It's definitely better than cigarettes, Shen Chuan replied, gesturing for Shen Mo to find a seat in the back while he stayed beside him. Watching his second uncle fall in love, Shen Mo suddenly felt that his second uncle wasn't so stupid after all. Perhaps his second uncle would talk more when he wasn't around. Shen Mo watched his second uncle interact with Su Yuefeng, who was selling tickets, with a smile, suppressing the restless dissatisfaction in his heart. When the tram arrived at the station, Shen Mo put aside his thoughts and said goodbye to Shen Chuan. Second uncle, I'm going back to school now. I'll come back after the midterm exams. Chapter 48 Registering with the School Leaders. Shen Mo, let's go fetch water. Today it was Shen Mo's group's turn to clean. Li Dawei asked him to go fetch water so that some would be sprinkled on the floor when sweeping. The two of them carried the buckets out, intending to clean the classroom before evening self-study. Shen Mo, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Then I definitely haven't eaten. It's still early, and the canteen stove is still cold. Li Dawei took an egg out of his pocket and handed it to Shen Mo. I didn't make tea eggs. Those are hard to pack. No, you actually brought it for me. Shen Mo stared at the egg, somewhat stunned. You promised. Are you worried I'll get the short end of the stick? Zhou Jie gave me the compass. You can use it as you like to draw diagrams in math class from now on. Shen Mo took the eggs. Thank you. This is perfect for dinner. Li Dawei was delighted. That's right. Zhou Jie didn't say anything? I'm not convinced. But what can I do? I have a great desk mate, right? Li Dawei said smugly, then became sad. After the midterm exams, the seating will definitely be reassigned, and I probably won't be sitting next to you anymore. Not necessarily, right? I think our current seats are fine. Let's sit in the same seats next time and not change them. Li Dawei isn't a bad person. The key is that he doesn't cause trouble or lead Shen Mo to do anything bad. He just likes to mess around with things on his own during evening self-study time and enjoys himself. With a deskmate like this, would Shen Mo still need to choose? Li Dawei was delighted. I thought you would sit in the front. Leave the front for those who need it. Shen Mo waved his hand and placed the bucket under the tap. The two of them filled the bucket halfway with water and carried it back with small brooms. Li Dawei was taking care of Shen Mo, and he was scratching the dirty end of her head, which made Shen Mo feel a little embarrassed. In the classroom, several female students were preparing to sweep the floor when they saw two people carrying water back. They quickly stepped forward to take some and sprinkle it out to prevent the dust from flying around. After sweeping, they immediately sat down to read. With less than a month until the midterm exams, everyone is starting to get nervous, and it finally feels like the final year of junior high. After dinner, Yuan Li went to the classroom to check on the students, gave them a few instructions, and then went to hold the weekly meeting. On her way to the meeting, Yuan Li ran into Zhao Jijun, the homeroom teacher of class 3. Teacher Yuan, you seem to be in good spirits. That's right. Hey, is that little potato in your class really that good? Little potato is a nickname for the children of educated youth sent to Yunnan. It works really well. The two ran into Zhang Junhai, the head of the teaching department. When Zhang Junhai heard the name Shun Mo, his eyes lit up. Old Yuan, keep a close eye on this precious potato in your class. If he encounters any difficulties in life, don't hide it from him. Don't worry, I care about him. Shin Mo's name was registered with the head of the teaching department. After the first diagnostic test for the 4 classes in the 3rd year of junior high school, Shin Mo seemed to have been through the alchemy furnace of Laozi. Over the summer, he was completely transformed. Zhang Junhai would pay extra attention to these high-achieving students at the school. Shin Mo lives on campus, which is fine, but there are quite a few day students. If any thugs from outside the school try to cause trouble, he will stand up for the students. He has a background in sports and is very muscular. During summer vacation, he would run laps around the school's track, which had almost become a habit for him. A few years ago, he even led several strong male students from the school to confront some thugs from outside the school. Later, there was a crackdown, and these thugs disappeared. But in recent years, it seems that some new ones have emerged. After the meeting a week ago, Zhang Junhai pulled Principal Yao Bang aside for a smoke and chatted about some of the top students in the 3rd year of junior high school. Now I'm just waiting for the midterm exams. If Shun Mo can maintain his current level, our school will have one more student from a key municipal high school this year. Yao Bang was still a little worried. He had wanted to mention Shin Mo as an example at the pre-week meeting, but he held back after thinking about it. What if this kid really got his grades by cheating? Wouldn't he be embarrassed during the midterm exam? In that case, during the midterm exam, ask the proctor to keep a close eye on him and see if he has really figured it out. Before the midterm exams, Yao Bang would pay special attention to Shin Mo. Such students are rare, and they might be able to get into one of the best universities in the country in the future. Shin Mo aspires to attend a top university. When I was in high school in my past life, I often saw senior students who had been admitted to universities come back to repeat their senior year just to try again. Some failed, but many more succeeded. They all improved their scores to some extent, with the most outstanding one getting into the civil engineering program at a privately run university in Fujian. Shin Mo's starting point was higher than these senior students who were repeating the year, and he wanted to test his own abilities. Inside the classroom, the sound of idle chatter never stopped. Shin Mo focused on doing problems to cultivate his thinking patterns, while Li Dawei drew a turtle next to him. The sound suddenly disappeared. Li Dawei quickly covered the paper with the turtle drawing on it, and without looking up, pretended to be looking at the physics problem. However, no teacher came over. Li Dawei quietly looked up and saw that it was a false alarm. He didn't know why everyone had suddenly stopped talking so uniformly, but it was always a good thing that the teacher hadn't come. The autumn insects outside the window started chirping first, and the classroom returned to some quiet. The bell rang for evening self-study, and the students cheered, quickly packing up their things. Those who needed to go home went home, and those who needed to go back to their dormitories went back to their dormitories. Shin Mo, Zhang Yuhua, and Su Chimin stayed behind as usual to continue their studies. He Zhuqing, who was a day student, began to feel pressured. She deliberately stayed 5 minutes late and saw the 3 people studying hard in the classroom. Zhou Jie waited for her for 5 minutes, and while she was getting bored, she suddenly noticed the new clothes on Shun Mo's body. It's inconspicuous, but new. Oh my, Xiang Wu Ning new clothes? She asked with a grin as she approached Shun Mo. Shun Mo looked up. I did well on the exam this time, and my second uncle bought it for me. Zhou Jie was immediately unhappy. She could outperform Shin Mo in the 2nd year of junior high, but not in the 3rd year. She wondered what kind of magic potion Shin Mo had taken. Zhou Jie, Zhu Qing, let's go. Liu from the next class came to find them. The 3 girls were going together, which would be much safer at night. Zhu Qing glanced longingly at the 3 students still studying diligently in the classroom. She wanted to stay a little longer, but then she thought, I'll just go home and read some more books. As soon as I stepped out of the school gate, several boys approached me. Zhou Jie waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. It's not on my way, okay? You guys go do what you're supposed to do. It's not like we're looking for you. Why are you making so many comments? A boy retorted to Zhou Jie, then moved closer to Zhu Qing and pulled an envelope out of his pocket. I've written a short essay. Please offer your feedback. Liu said, that's called pointing out the flaws, correcting the errors. Same idea? No, why are you talking so much? I'm not looking for you. The boy retorted to Liu. Zhou Jie said, Zhu Qing, let's go, ignore him. Zhu Qing's heart suddenly stirred, and she asked, Fang Chong, what score did you get on your final exam in the 2nd year of junior high? Chapter 49 did not go to the first examination hall. Fang Chong was prepared to be rebuked by Zhu Qing, but he didn't expect Zhu Qing to ask him such a question. He stammered, looking rather embarrassed. Zhou Jie added fuel to the fire. Speak up, what can't you say? You can't be lower than me, can you? Fang Chong was indeed inferior to Zhou Jie, and he thought Zhu Qing was using this method to distance herself from him. Let's go, Zhu Qing. It seems he knows what's going on. Zhou Jie clearly thought so too. But Zhu Qing didn't move her feet and still asked, Fang Chong, what were your scores on the final exams in the second year of junior high? Less than 300. Zhou Jie burst out laughing. What is less than 300? I could say I'm less than 400. The male classmate in front of her was both cute and ignorant, yet he knew how to be clever. Hey, Fang Chong, come with me for a second. Zhu Qing had a general idea of what was going on, so she called Fang Chong aside and said to Zhou Jie and Li Yu, don't follow us yet. Fang Chong found it strange. He had never heard of any boy receiving this treatment before. It seemed there was a group of boys not far away, staring at him with unfriendly expressions. He proudly tilted his head back in that direction and followed Zhu Qing a short distance to the side. For this midterm exam, Zhu Qing began, still thinking about how to phrase it. Fang Chong declared shamelessly, I will definitely do well on the exam. I'll be in the top 10 of the class. Zhu Qing almost laughed. You made it into the top 10 in the class. What makes you think that? It's not that. She steadied herself. You might be in the same exam room as Shun Mo. No, you've taken a liking to him? A fragrant lemon from Yunnan. Fang Chong was very unconvinced. Recently, Shin Mo's name had been almost a household name, and every teacher would bring him up as an example to make them study hard. Could it be that Zhu Qing has taken a liking to Shin Mo? It's not impossible. We need to think of a way. Fang Chong was still lost in thought when he heard Zhu Qing say, I don't believe Shin Mo can really surpass me in just one summer vacation. He must have cheated. Fang Chong quickly replied, that's right. I don't believe it either. Not only do I not believe it, but many people in our class don't believe it either. Maybe this guy learned some magic tricks during the summer vacation, and his cheating methods are more subtle. His grades were about the same as yours in the second year of junior high. During the midterm exams, could you keep an eye on him and see if he cheated? No problem. Fang Chong thumped his chest loudly. He would do whatever Zhu Qing asked him to do, even if it meant going through fire and water. All right, let's go. Zhu Qing didn't promise Fang Chong any benefits, but Fang Chong was very excited, even though Zhu Qing didn't take his envelope. Zhou Jie and Li Yu looked at Fang Chong with puzzled expressions, turning back almost every 3 steps. Zhu Qing, you really like him? Oh dear, what do you like about him? Zhou Jie asked anxiously, feeling sorry for her friend. Zhu Qing remained calm. When did I say I was interested in him? I just asked him to do me a favor, that's all. What can he do to help you? Zhou Jie muttered. As soon as the 3 girls left, Fang Chong's companions surrounded them. Several people affectionately punched him. Oh, that's good. That's right. Don't you know who I am? Look at my tone of voice, what do you think? Fang Chong struck a pose, trying to look even more handsome, but he didn't expect that a group of people from not far away would walk over. You? Come here, the leader shouted, pointing at him. What are you doing? Want to fight? Good thing you know. I'm warning you, stay away from Zhu Qing from now on, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. I won't. The newcomer stepped forward, raised his fist, and aimed it at Fang Chong's nose. Fang Chong turned his head to dodge, and the 2 groups of young people immediately started fighting. There were few pedestrians, and although there were a few people around, they were all timid students and wouldn't be a problem. With streetlights providing illumination, it was the perfect time to take action. Occasionally, a few adults would pass by, but they didn't dare to stop these hotheads. It wasn't until the police arrived that the teenagers scattered like birds. Fang Chong clutched his arm. It hurt terribly there. Lu Tang, find out who this guy is. You little brat, you dare hit me? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Leave it to me. Lu Tang immediately agreed. Their pride was more important, and they couldn't just back down like that. There are tricks to taking action. You should choose a time when the opponent is alone, as this will increase your success rate. If they don't submit the first time, try again. Eventually, you'll be able to subdue them. But the other party clearly had the same idea, thinking of waiting for Fang Chong to be alone before making a move. If once didn't work, they would try twice, and after a few more attempts, they would eventually be able to persuade Fang Chong to back down. The brawl at the school gate spread early the next morning. During the morning reading session, Li Dawei excitedly told several classmates about it while reciting his lessons. Amazing, truly amazing. I heard Zhu Qing accepted Fang Chong's love letter. What did you say? Zhu Qing accepted Fang Chong's love letters? How is that possible? You don't believe me? I don't believe you either. Go ask Fang Chong's class later. All the boys there know. The boys in class 2 glanced at Zhu Qing in disbelief. Zhu Qing was memorizing vocabulary words, as if it had nothing to do with her. They were chatting excitedly, their voices clashing with the reading aloud. Zhou Jie turned around and glared at them. Nonsense. Zhu Qing didn't confiscate it at all last night. However, Her denial was only accepted by a few boys in her class, but the news spread widely in Class 4, where Fang Chong was. There was no need for Lu Tang to inquire. News had already arrived early in the morning that the person they fought with last night was Feng Yangfeng from Class 1. His boasting also reached Class 1, and Feng Yangfeng gritted his teeth and decided to fight Fang Chong again that night. Fang Chong was in the limelight today, with a constant stream of people coming to Class 4 to inquire about news. He was beaming with pride and began to fantasize about what would happen after the midterm exams. Once things are done, he Zhu Qing, you'll have to give me something in return, right? But before the midterm exams, Fang Chong was ambushed by several groups of people, and his head was almost broken. The weather is getting colder, and midterms are approaching. During the first evening self-study session, the homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, entered the classroom. I heard the commotion outside. Go check out Class 1. Go out now. See how they study. How much time do you think you have left? The midterm exams are coming up soon. After the midterms, how much time do you have left? After the midterms comes New Year's Day. After New Year's Day comes the Spring Festival. After the Spring Festival, the weather gets warmer. And then, well, the high school entrance exams are coming. Look at yourselves. Yuan Li threw a piece of chalk, which hit Li Dawei right on the head. Look at yourself. All you know is Ohm's law. Li Dawei, go stand in the back. Even sitting next to Shun Mo, you can't be managed properly. Li Dawei felt wronged. He hadn't listened to his homeroom teacher's nagging. But how did the teacher find out? Lu Yulin, who was standing next to him, grinned at him, but then suddenly stopped, afraid that Yuan Ma would also punish him by making him go to the back. Exam admission tickets will be distributed tonight. It's the midterm exam, so please take it seriously. Wang Hao, come and distribute the admission tickets to everyone. Wang Hao reluctantly stepped forward. Being the class monitor was really boring. He was in his final year of junior high and would be graduating soon, and he didn't dare to discipline the disobedient boys in the back row. When they reached Shun Mo, Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you didn't go to the first examination room." Chapter 50: The Quality of the Midterm Exam Experiment. Wang Hao originally wanted to drag Shin Mo down with him, but now he doesn't even dare to mention Shin Mo's name at home. After handing the admission ticket to Shun Mo and placing Li Dawei's admission ticket on the table, Wang Hao sighed inwardly. Shin Mo would only take the exam once in the 7th exam room, and would definitely have to go to the first exam room afterward. Yuan Li continued on the podium. Everyone, put your books away. Boarding students, put them in your dorms. Day students, take them home and bring them back after the exams. During the exams, sit with your back to your desk and sit separately from the first and second year students. You're in your final year now, so stop lying to yourselves. Be true to your level. Chongqing High School has a unique way of conducting exams. Not only are the students seated separately, but the subjects they take are also separated. The first exam is Chinese for 9th graders, math for 8th graders, and English for 7th graders. There's no way to cheat. This is mainly to prevent 7th and 8th graders from cheating, since 9th graders learn a lot and might be tempted to do some work for them. But when taking the main subject exam, no one has that much free time. They are too busy taking care of themselves to care about others. Yuan Li spoke for a long time before finally returning to her office. Li Dawei rushed back to his seat, glanced at Shun Mo's exam admission ticket again, and repeatedly expressed his regret. I wish we could be together. You can't see it anyway. Even though I can't see you, seeing you makes me feel like I can solve some of the problems. Huh. Shun Mo was a little confused. Was this his mascot or a bebe? It's good that we're not in the same exam room this time. Maybe we'll be in the same exam room for the high school entrance exam, right? Shun Mo gave him an unreliable hope. Li Dawei had no expectations. He just wanted to continue being Shun Mo's deskmate and happily spend his final year of junior high. If he didn't get into high school, he planned to join the army. The next day, Shun Mo packed up the books and moved them to the dormitory. Li Dawei didn't want to take the books home, so he and Lu Yulin slept in Shun Mo's bed. Quite a few people came to freeload off the place. The dorm room wasn't big, and the space under the beds was crammed full. It'll be fine by the end of the semester. Everyone took their books home for the final exams. Everyone was excited, preparing for the midterm exams that were coming tomorrow. Shun Mo did not return to the classroom for self-study today. The exam room number was posted on the classroom door, and students were not allowed to enter. A group of people went to the cafeteria for a simple dinner and then gathered together to chat. Shun Mo, can you get first place this time? This was the topic that everyone in the dormitory was most concerned about. Shun Mo chuckled. Getting first place isn't that easy. Do you think that if I get first place in the midterm exam, I'll be guaranteed admission to university? Final exams are probably going to be okay, but midterms won't do. Zhongxing High School does not have any guaranteed admission quotas. These teenagers have only heard of it, but have never seen it. But that doesn't stop them from having a whimsical idea. Does he need to be recommended for admission? Shen Imo felt no need. It would be more satisfying to get in based on his own abilities. He was more interested in knowing his level among junior high school students in Shanghai. There is no shortage of geniuses in any era, and cheaters like him should always remind themselves of this. Outside the school, Fang Chong finally stopped He Zhuqing again. I want to say something to Zhuqing. He was shameless, omitting the surname and addressing her affectionately. Zhou Jia really wanted to make the other person take a piss and look at themselves in the mirror, but she wasn't involved, so she just glared at Fang Chong. He Zhuqing felt disgusted, but still followed him a short distance forward. I found out. Shen Imo and I are in the same exam room. That kid has worked hard for half a semester for nothing and still hasn't made it to the first exam room. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him for you. Okay, I understand. Thank you. That's it. What else do you want? Fang Chong scratched his head, as if there really couldn't be anything to do. If keeping an eye on someone required them to offer themselves in return, then He Zhuqing would be divided into N parts. He was happy that he could use N now. After thanking them, He Zhuqing left with Zhou Jie and Li Yu. Just as they turned the corner, another group fight broke out. Wang Hao and Lu Yulin passed by, and, seeing Fang Chong inside, guessed it was another case of jealousy and rivalry. They had no time to watch the excitement. Their exams were tomorrow. What should we do? It seems like we'll only be able to mention your name from now on. Wang Hao was annoyed. Shen Imo had progressed too quickly. Lu Yulin comforted him, saying, "It's all right. I can still mention your name." The two are evenly matched, and it's hard to say who will do better on the exam. They need each other to step up and support them. Fang Chong was fighting, while the two of them were arguing. The next morning, Fang Chong forced himself to show up. His arm was in a sling, and he looked quite badly injured. But he always told everyone that he was not going to leave the front line with minor injuries, and that everything he did was for the exam. He wasn't good at studying, but he was very good at pursuing girls. Looking at his arm, he had already thought of what to say to He Zhuqing. "I've suffered so much for you. Aren't you moved?" In the 7th examination room, Shen Imo found his seat. He only had a pen in his hand, nothing else. Fang Chong regretted it. He could have skipped the Chinese exam. How could he cheat? He had never heard that Shen Imo could get a perfect score in Chinese. Shen Imo dared not underestimate Chinese language, because he had never gotten a perfect score since the 2nd grade of elementary school, because there was an essay component in the 3rd grade. But Chinese is really special. If you neglect it, your score will drop immediately. The drop may not be big, but it will definitely hurt. After the last test, Shen Imo devoted a lot of time to Chinese. He reduced his time for English, as he was only confident in English. This time, let's see if we can get a few more points than last time. There were 2 proctors, one of whom was always watching Shen Imo. No one in the school wants this student to be a fake. The printed exam paper was pleasing to the eye, and Shen Imo answered the questions more quickly. The first-year junior high school student next to him kept scratching his ears and cheeks, glancing at Shen Imo, but not daring to make a sound, so he continued to scratch his ears and cheeks. Fang Chong also noticed that the proctor's gaze was strange. It seemed like she was staring at Shen Imo the whole time. Goodness, this is serious. He's reckless, but not stupid. Someone like Shen Imo seems to be on everyone's radar at school. You can't mess with him. You can't mess with him. After the Chinese exam in the morning, the 2 proctors were immediately called over by Zhang Junhai, the director of teaching affairs. So, did Shen Imo cheat? No, he only brought 1 pen and was very focused when he was doing the test. Okay, Zhang Junhai felt half relieved. As for Chinese, he could always gain confidence by reading more books. He would look at math later in the afternoon. For the afternoon math class, Shen Imo brought extra stationery, a ruler, a set square, a compass, and a pencil. There were still 2 proctors, who kept a close eye on Shen Imo. Shen Imo was focused on his problem and didn't notice. While the 2 proctors were chatting quietly, they kept an eye on Shen Imo. If Shen Imo really gets first place in the grade this time, Principal Yao and Director Zhang can rest assured. I want to see how many perfect scores Shen Imo can get. Chapter 51 One Reason. As the first day of exams ended, students emerged from their classrooms, their faces displaying a variety of expressions, some smiling, some worried, but most looking relaxed and tired. Chinese and history in the morning, math and geography in the afternoon. Tomorrow morning I have English and chemistry, and in the afternoon I have physics and biology. My schedule is very tight, so I need to rest. Shen Imo went back to his dormitory first, and ran into Zhang Yuhua on the way. How did the exam go? The 2 asked the same question, then smiled at each other. Zhang Yuhua answered the question first. I feel good, but there's not enough time. I can only check a few major questions. How about you? Me? I didn't have enough time either. I didn't even have time to go over the last big question again. Shen Imo had enough time, but he couldn't be too cocky, or he would attract hatred. Moreover, it's best to keep a low profile before the results are announced. If you make a big statement beforehand, and then there's a reversal later, you'll be embarrassed. Shin Mo is cautious by nature, and even if he is confident, he will not show off in advance. Opening champagne at halftime is a big no-no. Are you hungry? Zhang Yuhua rubbed her stomach. She seemed to have used up a lot of energy after taking a math exam. Shin Mo felt it was alright, probably because he could still handle the math problems from the third year of junior high school, and his brain wasn't running at full capacity. Let's eat later. It's not time yet. What are you waiting for? Let's go check out the cafeteria first. Zhang Yuhua pulled Shin Mo over. Let's eat early and go back to the dorm to study. Lu Yulin, Li Dawei, and Wang Hao also came out of the examination room. When they saw Shin Mo and Zhang Yuhua, Li Dawei and Lu Yulin greeted them warmly, while Wang Hao greeted them with a sullen expression. Shin Mo, can you get first place this time? Lu Yulin really hoped that Shin Mo would do well, because he had a good relationship with Shin Mo, and he also wanted to make Wang Hao suffer. He looked at Wang Hao with a grin, which made Wang Hao even more depressed. I'm telling you, what's wrong with your brain? Wang Hao almost couldn't resist hitting him. His expression was conflicted, frustrated, and puzzled. You can change like this in just one summer vacation? Shin Mo said, it's not impossible. How did it change? Teach me. Wang Hao was very interested, as were the others. Even Zhang Yuhua was very curious. Shin Mo thought of that classic short story from later years, where a person sneaked out to go online in the middle of the night, only to find his elderly father huddled under a street lamp in the corner, unwilling to spend money on a hotel. He scrambled back to his dormitory and began studying like crazy. Others guessed that he had encountered a ghost in the middle of the night, but in fact, he had suddenly realized something. I worked as a waiter during summer vacation. Zhou Jia wasn't lying. My second uncle humbled himself and begged everyone he could for my household registration. Now that I have it, if I don't study hard, what kind of person am I? Shin Mo wasn't stupid, but he needed a plausible and convincing reason, and the household registration was that reason. The people around him remained silent. Shin Mo's reason was very compelling. They had read many inspirational articles and were willing to believe that such a thing could happen to them. Wang Hao remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. As expected, I can't learn it. Poor children mature early, but he was too embarrassed to say that Shin Mo was poor. Wait a minute, this kid is wearing new clothes. Is he poor? Wang Hao felt something was off. But Lu Yulin and the others didn't think anything was wrong. Shin Mo was the top student in the grade in the last quiz, so it wasn't unreasonable for him to get a few new clothes. If it were them, their families would definitely be willing to buy it for them too. Lu Yulin was very impressed. Shin Mo, you're amazing. If you keep studying like this, you might not even have to pay for high school. Students with good grades will naturally receive preferential treatment. This is something Lu Yulin could think of. Wang Hao started calculating the cost, thinking that attending the same high school as Shin Mo would likely be quite expensive. Lu Yulin didn't really expect to get into the same high school as Shin Mo. As long as he could get into a good school, he was fine with going anywhere. Hey, do you guys think anyone in our school has swapped exam questions with people from other schools? The exams for the third year of junior high are in order and cannot be changed, but this is not the case for the first and second years of junior high. At least during lunch break, a few students may go outside and get together to switch the major questions. Who cares? We can't change them anyway. What's the point of them changing now? They'll show their true colors in the third year of junior high too. The group parted ways at the fork in the road leading to the cafeteria. Lu Yulin and the others wondered if they should go back and study for a while. With exams coming up in the last few days, they had been spurred on by Shin Mo, and their enthusiasm had waned. Even after leaving the school gate, that spirit remained. However, from a distance, I seemed to see He Zhuqing, Zhou Jia, and Li Yu again. Wang Hao instinctively wanted to go up and say hello, but Lu Yulin gave him a disdainful smile. They're not even paying attention to you. Don't waste your energy, okay? Wang Hao was speechless after being told that, but he still stubbornly retorted, how can you waste your energy? Just as he was about to step forward, he saw Fang Chong appear with a bandage on his hand. He ignored the others and walked straight to He Zhuqing. Go for it. Lu Yulin encouraged Wang Hao. You're up to no good. If you come at me now, you'll get a beating, right? Although Fang Chong is going to give you a handicap, that hand will eventually be used. Wang Hao glanced at it timidly, but didn't step forward. Lu Yulin just smiled and watched the fun with Li Dawei. Fang Chong, feigning a pitiful expression, approached He Zhuqing and greeted her warmly. Zhuqing. I don't have a surname. Call me He Zhuqing. He Zhuqing couldn't stand it anymore. What would happen if she got used to being called that? There were quite a few people watching. Fang Chong must have deliberately chosen a time when there were many people around so that others could see him. Her tone was firm and her attitude was curt, effectively shutting down Fang Chong's enthusiasm. Fang Chong dared not call out again, for fear of scaring her away. There were so many people in the 7th examination room. He Zhuqing might not necessarily need his help. Well, I saw it today. The proctor was practically watching him the whole time. He couldn't cause any trouble. I think he'll still be taking the exam with us from now on. Fang Chong simply didn't believe that anyone could turn things around in the 3rd year of junior high. If such a person existed, they would have appeared in the 2nd year, if not the 1st. I understand, thank you. Fang Chong stopped them, his eyes wide. Is it over? Zhou Jie stood in front, hands on her hips. What do you want? You want something for such a small favor? I want to see just how shameless you are. No, I was beaten up like this and I didn't say a word. Fang Chong felt wronged and started to show his arms to play the victim. Shen Mo made the call. Zhou Jie snapped a sentence down from the sky and casually tossed it to Fang Chong, sending him flying into the distance. Although He Zhuqing and Fang Chong did not mention Shen Mo's name in their conversation, it is not hard to guess. Zhou Jie didn't believe that Shen Mo was the one who did it. She shouldn't use everything to claim credit. Fang Chong was speechless, looking embarrassed. He secretly glared at Zhou Jie, who immediately glared back. He Zhuqing tugged at her sleeve. Let's go. She then said to Fang Chong, but thank you anyway. Fang Chong followed behind. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him tomorrow too. No need. He Zhuqing's voice drifted over, but she didn't turn around. Chapter 52 is settled. Fang Chong was very frustrated. There were quite a few people watching around, and they had a half smile on their faces. Get lost. Fang Chong shouted unhappily, but was stopped by several people. The group began clearing the area. Let's go. Everyone, let's go. We need to talk to Fang Chong for a bit. Wang Hao, still shaken, said, Fang Chong is going to get beaten up. Lu Yulin encouraged him, saying, it's time for you to be the hero and save the damsel in distress. If it were He Zhuqing who got beaten up, I would definitely step in. But Fang Chong, he's not in our class, I can't control him. Let's go. Wang Hao was unwilling to take the lead, especially not to be the one to get taken advantage of. Distracted by this incident, Wang Hao, Lu Yulin, and Li Dawei's initial enthusiasm for learning waned. He Zhuqing and the others walked away and turned a corner, never seeing what happened behind them. Those who came later wouldn't let them see it either. Hey, Zhuqing, did you have Fang Chong keep an eye on Shen Mo? Zhou Jie felt that the person whose name wasn't mentioned could only be Shen Mo. Zhou Jie, do you think someone can get a perfect score on a test? I just want to test my idea. Li Yu also felt it was too unreal. That was a perfect score. But even if you copied, you couldn't get a perfect score, right? That was a perfect score. She was somewhat inclined to believe that Shen Mo had passed the exam, but it still seemed too far-fetched. Didn't Fang Chong just say that Shen Mo didn't cheat during his math exam? Let's wait and see his math score. Zhou Jie would be convinced if Shen Mo could score above 90 in this subject. In the office, the teachers did not take the opportunity to rest. They were busy grading test papers. The exam papers were sealed with names on them, so the teachers didn't know whose papers were being graded. This must be Shen Mo's. A perfect score suddenly appeared among a bunch of inconspicuous scores. Teacher Wang, who was grading the papers, immediately thought of Shen Mo. He had heard that Shen Mo was still in the 7th examination room. Gokun immediately came over, looked at the handwriting, and nodded, saying, that's right, it should be his. Seeing that it was a perfect score, Gokun was even more satisfied. He had talked with Zhang Junhai, the director of teaching, during the day, and the proctors for this midterm exam had paid special attention to Shen Mo. Gokun had a lot of confidence in Shen Mo. After all, he was Shen Mo's teacher and knew his students' level. Of course, it was normal for others not to understand, and he was happy to see Shen Mo prove himself in front of others. He teaches mathematics and has a natural affinity for the 3 subjects of physics and chemistry. Although the physics and chemistry exams haven't been held yet, his confidence has already been boosted. Gokun was in a good mood when his student got a perfect score. He poured himself a cup of hot water, then leisurely returned to his seat to grade the other papers. The teachers of Class 2 were in high spirits. They felt like they had gained a top student for free. This feeling had nothing to do with the bonus. It was purely the joy of encountering an outstanding student. The next morning, Shen Mo entered the examination room again. Fang Chong, with a sling on his arm, watched him from a distance. Yesterday after school, some of the male classmates had a friendly conversation with him, which helped him understand some principles. Now, looking at Shen Mo, he can't help but sigh in his heart. You better take the test higher, okay? I'm not going to take the test with you anymore. If you get this kind of treatment just for talking to He Zhuqing for a few minutes, then if I were to take her around on a bicycle, she probably wouldn't even be able to get into the exam hall today. Some junior high school students are troublemakers who like to fight and cause trouble. They have their own way of doing things, and they might teach anyone they don't like a lesson. They were experts when it came to early romance. but there weren't many pretty girls among them, and even fewer who were willing to be with them, so they would pursue every potential opportunity. So how do we win them over? Let's have a fight. If one fight isn't enough, then let's have a few more. Fang Chong wanted to make a good impression today and show off to He Zhuqing after school, but that idea was nipped in the bud last night. When the chemistry exam papers were handed out, Shen Mo grabbed his pen and quickly began answering the questions. Another day of exams was over, and Shen Mo felt a sense of relief. Even including politics, he was confident that he would be first in his grade, and he was looking forward to the results. He can get at least 95 or above in physics and chemistry, even if he can't get full marks. Shen Mo is more concerned about Chinese, which is the subject he has a hard time controlling. Even if it takes another week, the scores will be released eventually, and once they're out, he'll go back to see his second uncle. Shen Mo, can you get first place? Several people in the dormitory gathered around, and without realizing it, they began to acknowledge Shen Mo's abilities. Shen Mo didn't dare to say he was number one, but simply replied, "It would be good enough if I could be number one in our dorm." Several people teased Shen Mo, saying, "Why are you being so modest in front of us?" Outside the school, Zhou Jie followed He Zhuqing and Li Yu back, looking around as they walked. "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking for Fang Chong. Why didn't he show up today?" Zhou Jie was surprised. He Zhuqing thought for a moment and said, "I guess it's because I thanked him yesterday, so he has no reason to show up today." "No, this is not right." Zhou Jie felt that this was not the case. She looked around again and saw many wandering eyes. Li Yu didn't want to talk about that kind of topic, so she changed the subject to the exam. "Hey, Zhuqing, you'll get first place this time, right? Didn't Fang Chong say yesterday that Shen Mo didn't cheat?" He Zhuqing was unsure. In the last final exam of the second year of junior high school, she was second in her grade and was determined to surpass Wang Gu, the first place in class 1. Unexpectedly, Shen Mo suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She walked forward slowly, carefully recalling every detail of the exam. It seemed she had done everything she could. If she still couldn't beat Shen Mo after all that. No, why should he? Li Yu, who was standing nearby, said, "I ran into some classmates today, and they said that Shen Mo suddenly became a bright student because he had trouble getting his household registration, and his second uncle had to humbly beg someone for help." Zhou Jie didn't understand. It was just a household registration. He Zhuqing didn't understand either. Li Yu didn't quite understand. They had heard that Shanghai household registration was valuable, but they had this household registration since birth. "Let's go. The teacher will be going over the questions tomorrow. I want to calculate how many points I can get on the test." There was no morning reading the next day. Everyone ate breakfast at home and brought their books back to class. Sure enough, all the teachers were going over this midterm exam. "I know the test papers haven't been handed out yet, but it's okay. You all know what's going on. You can lie to the teacher, but don't lie to yourselves." Gu-kun cleared his throat and began to go over the math test paper. Shen Mo checked the answers one by one and found no mistakes. Gu-kun knew his grades, so he paid more attention to another student in the class. Every time he finished explaining a problem, he would glance at the other students. He could get the answers he wanted from their eyes. He Zhuqing's eyes suddenly dimmed, and Gu-kun knew that the little girl had gotten one question wrong. Zhang Yuhua, who was sitting on the side of the third row, twitched her lips. Good, another careless one. Similar scenes play out repeatedly, but most often in Chinese language classes. Chapter 53 is truly the first. After each subject teacher finished explaining the questions, they would ask a few students how many points they could get on the test at the end of get out of class. Although the scores haven't been released yet, almost all the teachers know about Shen Mo's grades. Whenever a teacher in the office says they have a perfect score on a test, someone will come up to check it. Yuan Li was quite frustrated because there was no perfect score reference for Chinese. After Chinese class ended, she went to Shen Mo's row and first gave Li Dawei a tap on the head. "All you do is play all day." Li Dawei looked aggrieved, but dared not resist. Yuan Li put on a smile and asked Shen Mo, "How many points do you estimate you can get?" "It's hard to estimate the score for the essay, but it'll probably be above 85. Shen Mo didn't dare to be too optimistic about his score, afraid of being proven wrong. 85. Yuan Li was not very satisfied with this score. If it were Li Dawei, she would be very satisfied. She silently did the math in her head. 85 it is. Adding the other subjects with standard answers. Not bad. It could be first in the class, and very likely first in the grade group unless someone pulls up the score with Chinese. She nodded and went to the other students. Just as Li Dawei was about to laugh, Yuan Li turned around again and reached out to scare him. Li Dawei shrank back, and Yuan Li withdrew her hand. "You're at the same table as Shen Mo, so you should study hard." "Okay," Li Dawei obediently replied. As soon as Yuan Li left, Lu Yulin came over and said, "Shen Mo, you don't know, do you? Last Sunday, Your second uncle brought his girlfriend home for dinner. Real. Why would I lie to you? It's not like I'm going to grow any more flesh. Lu Yulin calculated the time. If everything goes smoothly, I can still eat wedding candy before the high school entrance exam next year. Shenimo said, I ate my second uncle's wedding candy, so I got 10 extra points on the high school entrance exam. He also wanted to go back, but he wanted to take his grades with him. Lu Yulin grinned at Wang Hao and said, Hey, class monitor, did you tell your dad how you did on the test this time? If I can't beat Shinmo, can I beat you? Wang Hao retorted. He had no doubt about Shinmo's grades and was convinced that he couldn't beat Shinmo. In addition, since Shinmo had a Shanghai Huku household registration, he stopped calling out the name Xiang Wu Ning. It'll be fun if you really don't pass the test. Lu Yulin wouldn't miss any opportunity to tease him. Since the results weren't out yet, they could at least exchange some insults. Li Dawei chuckled. Next time, we'll all sit together for the exam again. Comrade Li Dawei, could you say something auspicious? Something positive and uplifting? No, Li Dawei said, though his argument was flawed. Over in the office, several teachers were busily compiling grades. So, have the top 10 results been announced yet? This was the first thing Yuan Li asked when she got back. She was even more nervous than Shun Mo and He Zhuqing. The homeroom teacher of the class next door, Gu Nanfeng, looked at him with a hint of jealousy and said in a sour tone, Shun Mo from your class is number 1. What's his total score? What's his Chinese score? Yuan Li's first concern was Shun Mo's total score, and then her concern was his Chinese score. That depends on how we decide, Gu Nanfeng said, keeping everyone in suspense. How else can we calculate it? It's always been like this, based on the subjects in the high school entrance exam, hasn't it? Yuan Li started pushing her way into the crowd, and several teachers quickly stopped her. Sister, calm down. Your class has already taken first place. What's the rush? Okay, tell me, how many subjects did he get perfect scores in? Several teachers chuckled. Except for Chinese and politics, he got full marks in everything else. Sister, you're going to have to teach Shin Mo a lesson when you get back. You're his homeroom teacher, and he dared to only get 88 in Chinese. Don't you think that's going too far? You've improved since last time. Yuan Li sat down happily, picked up her cup, took a sip of water, and asked a question that was sure to provoke envy. How many points is Shun Mo ahead of second place? 12 points. Gu Nanfeng said irritably. Oh my, now I know which class the second place student is in. And who's the third place student? Yuan Li thought it must be He Zhuqing from her own class. The girl's grades were quite consistent. In class 4. Nonsense. Isn't she He Zhuqing from our class? Sister, you took first place. Can you leave some room for the other classes? He Zhuqing is 5th. Zhao Jijun, the homeroom teacher of class 3, also joined the conversation. How many points below Shinmo? 18 points. Yuan Li started to feel uncomfortable. 18 points, that's a bit too much. But she quickly changed her mind. Doesn't that mean she's only 6 points behind the second place? I need to talk to He Zhuqing when I get back. We've fallen from 2nd to 5th in our grade last semester, so we can't lose confidence. The dean of students, Zhang Junhai, was not here. After learning that Shun Mo was ranked 1st, he immediately went to find Principal Yao Bang. Principal Yao, the results are in. Shun Mo is in 1st place. What did the proctors say? Yao Bang handed him a cigarette. Zhang Junhai took out a match, lit Yao Bang's cigarette first, then lit his own, and threw the matchstick away. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said comfortably, No cheating. Principal Yao, think about it. Who could cheat and get a perfect score? Especially right under the proctor's nose. What did Lao Yuan say? Her. Zhang Junhai chuckled. She's probably found out by now after class, and she's probably laughing and slamming her fist on the table in her office. Old Zhang, keep an eye on Shun Mo. Don't let any thugs from inside or outside the school harass him. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on them. Zhang Junhai's teeth itched at the thought of those thugs. They had even gotten into a brawl outside of school just a few days ago. But he found out too late, and the thugs had already escaped. This is a promising talent that the city is focusing on, so we must protect him. If any fools dare to step forward, he'll teach them a lesson. In the 1980s, 1990s, and even around the turn of the millennium, many teachers were very protective of their students. Although they might physically punish students, they would not allow others to bully their students. The rankings of the top 10 in the grades spread very quickly, and well-informed students were the first to know the news. Shinmo, you got 1st place in the grade. Sports committee member Guopin rushed in from outside, shouting breathlessly. Zhou Jie stood up. Guopin, where's Zhuqing? Her? She's 2nd in our class, and 5th in the grade, I think. When Zhou Jie turned around, she saw He Zhuqing lying on the table, crying again. Oh dear, why are you crying? Is 5th place really that bad? Please don't give it to me, okay? Don't be such a crybaby. Zhou Jie hurriedly turned around to comfort her, but then heard someone in the front row remind her, "Cousin's here." Wu Gang walked in with a smile and stood on the podium. "Today we're going to go over the midterm exam." "Hey, what happened to He Zhuqing? Who bullied her?" The boys in the back row looked on with amusement. He Zhuqing sat up straight, sobbing. She wiped her eyes, sniffled a couple more times, and tried to calm herself down. Zhou Jie said, "Teacher, it's nothing. She just remembered something that upset her." "The teacher still has a watch," Wu Gang muttered, glancing at He Zhuqing, who seemed unconcerned. Chapter 54 Seating Problem. After the chemistry class ended, Wu Gang ran off in a flash to report to Yuan Li in the office. "Sister, He Zhuqing from our class is crying again." "Oh dear, you little crybaby." Yuan Li had a headache. She could guess why the little girl was crying. "Did you say in class that she got 5th place?" "No," Wu Gang said, feeling wronged. "I didn't even mention the score, not even Shin Mo who got 1st place. No, she was already crying when I went into the classroom to teach. It has nothing to do with me." Okay, I know. Yuan Li was afraid of encountering girls who were prone to crying. "If you were bullied, I could still get justice for you. But if you didn't do as well as others in the exam, what am I supposed to do then? During evening self-study, I need to talk to a few classmates." The rankings are still being tallied, but Yuan Li has already obtained the class's overall scores and is currently compiling them. As students progress to the 3rd year of junior high, there are occasional pleasant surprises. A few students make a comeback, perhaps not as outstanding as Shun Mo, but based on previous experience, these students have gotten the hang of it and have a chance to try for a top high school. There are also a few students who originally had no hope of getting into a good high school, but they now have a chance to go to a vocational school or a regular high school. "Director Zhang, where does Shun Mo rank in the entire district?" Yuan Li asked loudly, making no attempt to hide her pride. "Hey, what's the rush? Shouldn't we wait for the other schools to release their scores? In a few days, have Lao Lu send the results to the Education Bureau, and then everything will be clear." "I was so worried," Yuan Li said happily. She flipped through the grades again and noticed several students whose grades had dropped. She would call these students out again that night. Shin Mo is 18 points behind He Zhuqing, but He Zhuqing is only 11 points behind Zhang Yuhua, who is 5th in the class. For these top students, every point difference is an insurmountable chasm. They may improve in the next exam, and their scores may rise by a few points, but others have also improved, keeping them firmly in the same position. Zhang Yuhua got 98 in math, almost a perfect score. Yuan Li was pleased, but also a little worried. This kid needs to pay more attention to his other subjects. He worked so hard on math and still didn't get a perfect score. He needs to allocate some time to other subjects. As soon as the bell rang for evening self-study, Yuan Li entered the classroom. "Shin Mo, come out." She beckoned, and Shun Mo quickly went out. Yuan Li looked at him with a smile, becoming more and more satisfied. "You probably know the results by now, right? Even if you didn't know, you could probably figure it out. You're the top student in the grade this time, 12 points ahead of 2nd place Tang Wuzi and 18 points ahead of our class's 2nd place He Zhuqing. 18 points sounds like a lot, but Shin Mo only needs to score 2 or 3 points more than He Zhuqing in each subject to widen the score gap." Yuan Li also heard about Shun Mo's explanation to Wang Hao and Lu Yulin, which was a great motivation for her. "Don't be arrogant this time because you're only 1st in our school. We don't know where you'll rank in the district or city yet. You still need to keep working hard." "Okay, teacher, I'll remember that. Go back and let Zhang Yuhua come out." Yuan Li smiled. Shin Mo's grades didn't need any further instructions, even though he didn't get 90 points in Chinese. "Okay." Shun Mo returned to the classroom, and almost everyone looked up at him. He wasn't quite used to being the center of attention yet. "Zhang Yuhua, the teacher wants you to leave." "Hey." Zhang Yuhua quickly stood up and walked out, almost tripping over the stool. Zhou Jie muttered to herself. Zhang Yuhua couldn't possibly be 2nd place. Li Dawei whispered to Shun Mo. 1st place, right? Li Dawei was very happy for Shun Mo. "I knew it was you." But then he started to worry about the seating arrangement. They had been sitting in the same seats for half a semester, and this time they definitely had to arrange them. Unfortunately, Shun Mo got 1st place, so there must be many people who want to sit with him. Even if Shun Mo doesn't move, someone will still occupy his spot. Shin Mo was actually reluctant to part with Li Dawei. Now that he had come in 1st place, shouldn't he be entitled to some special privileges? He didn't want any excessive care. He was happy to continue sitting with Li Dawei because Li Dawei was quiet. Or it would be good to sit with Zhang Yuhua and Su Qiming. These two have a good foundation. If you ask them a question, you only need to give them a little hint and they will understand. He was afraid of sitting with someone who was only half-baked, someone who might have to start from the 1st year of junior high school to explain a single question. Many people wanted to sit with Shun Mo, especially since he consistently scored full marks in math, physics, chemistry, and English. He was practically a walking reference book with standard answers, and people could ask him anything they didn't understand. Many people are starting to have this idea. The female classmate was too shy to sit at the same table as Shun Mo, but she could sit in front of him. Zhang Yuhua returned from outside. He Zhuqing, the teacher wants you to go out. He Zhuqing went out, and Yuan Li told her to stand still. You came in second in the class this time. The reason we made you come out third is because the two students ahead of you improved a lot. I heard you even cried. He Zhuqing's eyes reddened again, and Yuan Li was both amused and exasperated. What are you crying for? Will crying make you the best student? Look at Shun Mo, he knows what he wants, and he studies hard when it's time to study. Have you seen him playing around outside? His roommates say he only goes home once a month. You all know about his parents' divorce. Have you seen him wallowing in self-pity? Have you seen him crying? Studying well is what matters. Don't cry anymore. Crying won't help. There is still more than half a year left in the final year of junior high. If you work hard during this time, you might still have a chance. Yuan Li actually felt that He Zhuqing would no longer have a chance to surpass Shin Mo, because Shin Mo's momentum was too strong. After the household registration was settled, this kid actually remained at a perfect score. She didn't know how long Shin Mo's perfect performance could last, but she knew that the difference between 99 and 100 points was far greater than the difference between 99 and 98 points. Alright, wipe your tears. Let's do it again at the end of the semester. Go back and call Su Qimin out. One by one, the students were called out for talks. Yuan Li's mouth was parched from talking for 3 evening self-study sessions. When Li Dawei came out, Yuan Li told him to study hard with Shun Mo. Li Dawei asked, Teacher, can I still sit next to Shin Mo? Yuan Li was speechless. That depends on whether Shun Mo wants to sit next to you. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Shin Mo and Li Dawei seemed to be unaffected by each other sitting next to each other, but it might be hard to say if it were someone else. If Shun Mo asks to sit at the same table as Li Dawei, she has to agree. Now that you're in your final year of junior high, the important thing is to maintain your focus. Even a seemingly insignificant change can drain a lot of your energy. Li Dawei was very happy. Shin Mo doesn't want to be separated from me either. If you don't believe me, I'll call him out. You don't need to ask, I'll ask myself. Yuan Li reached out and poked Li Dawei's forehead hard. You be serious? Others don't even have a chance to sit with Shin Mo. Chapter 55 Going Back to Improve Our Lives. Before the end of the third evening self-study session, Yuan Li went to the podium. She glanced around the classroom. I've been lenient with some of you by not criticizing you in class after this exam. If you still don't live up to the expectations, don't blame me for not being lenient next time. Also, you should know what you're doing when we arrange the seating on Sunday night, okay? The students below immediately began whispering among themselves. Yuan Li tapped the table. I'm telling you this in advance so you can communicate with your deskmates beforehand. If someone doesn't want to sit with you, don't force it. If anyone tells me they don't want to sit with someone who came later after the seating arrangement, no problem, we'll still move them to the back, just like before. The classroom was quiet for a while, but as soon as Yuan Li left, it immediately erupted into noise. Li Dawei declared first. Shin Mo said he's still sitting with me. Some of the eager boys were discouraged, but there were still some who refused to give up. Why should I? Does Shin Mo want to sit with you? I do want to, Shin Mo replied. He didn't want to spend any more time getting used to his new deskmate. His words dampened the spirits of the other students. Li Dawei said smugly, Don't worry, Shin Mo said he won't take the good seats in the front. We'll sit here. His pimples were bright red and cheerful. Zhou Jie didn't understand, so she turned to He Zhuqing and asked, Do you think Shin Mo is serious? Does he really want to sit with Li Dawei that much? Sitting next to Li Dawei will get me first place in the exam, He Zhuqing replied casually. Zhou Jie was somewhat superstitious. Don't say it, really don't say it. Is it really possible? Zhou Jie was very curious. Let's go, it's about to rain. He Zhuqing tidied up and went outside to wait for Li Yu. The 3 girls went back together. Lu Yulin and Wang Hao left together, along with Li Dawei. The class rankings were out, and Lu Yulin didn't outperform Wang Hao. In fact, after Wang Hao became the class monitor, the responsibility made him study harder, and his ranking improved compared to before. It's over. I'll only be able to mention your name when we get back. Why bring me up? Bring up Shin Mo. He's first in his grade. What am I competing with the top student in my grade for? Then don't mention Shin Mo getting first place in the grade. Just say you didn't beat Shin Mo, right? Li Dawei gave a bad idea, and Lu Yulin immediately cheered. Wang Hao really wanted to kick Lu Yulin. What are you talking about? At least I've improved, but what about you? Are you going to go home and tell your dad first that Shin Mo got first place in the grade? Before you tell him that you've regressed? Do you think you'll get a beating? Lu Yulin was very distressed. The fact that Shun Mo got first place can't be kept a secret either. Li Dawei came up with another idea. Shun Mo has to go home and tell his family about something as important as getting first place, so don't mention it. Yes. Lu Yulin thought this was a really good idea. What if your dad asks? Wang Hao wouldn't let him off the hook. Maybe I should apply to live on campus too. Lu Yulin didn't want to think about it anymore. It was too difficult. After returning home, Lu Kaiyong indeed asked about the results of the midterm exams. Lu Yulin gave a vague reply. It's about the same as before. The homeroom teacher said I can get into a regular high school. Lu Kaiyong was relieved. He didn't expect his son to do too well on the exam. A regular high school was fine. Hey, how did Shun Mo do on the exam? Lu Kaiyong thought of Shun Chuan's nephew. His son had been bragging about how Shun Mo had gotten several perfect scores recently. Could it be true? Lu Yulin was both happy for Shun Mo and conflicted for himself. Shun Mo is first in the grade group. His mother, Guan Xiumei, sighed. At least there's hope for Xiao Shin now. What kind of life did Shin Chuan lead in the past few years? He had to take care of his nephew and save money to get him a local household registration. Now everything's fine. They have a household registration, their nephew is doing well, and that young man Shin Mo seems to have a conscience. Shin Chuan can just wait to enjoy a life of leisure in the future. Lu Yulin couldn't feel jealous of Shun Mo because the gap in their grades was too large. He would only be anxious if Shun Mo were to surpass him by even a little bit like Wang Hao this time. Right now, his jealousy of Wang Hao far exceeded his jealousy of Shin Mo. It's raining. Quick, Lao Lu, close the windows. Lu Kaiyong hurriedly closed the window, but a few raindrops still drifted into the room, bringing a touch of chill. Large raindrops pattered against the window, crisp and powerful, which was very soothing to the senses. Shun Mo lay on his bed in the dormitory, listening to the sound of rain hitting the glass, a smile appearing on his lips. What kind of dishes should he bring when he goes back to visit his second uncle this week? It seems like hairy crabs are in season now. I'll take a few home. Live ones, I'll steam them myself in my dorm. It seems like lamb is in season now, right? I'll ask Sister Zoe to make some extra so my second uncle can have a taste. He's craving it too. The sound of rain outside reassured him. Let it rain, it helps me sleep. Li Dawei doesn't live in the dormitory. Without him around, many people privately approach Shun Mo, wanting to sit at the same table with him, but Shun Mo doesn't agree. As soon as classes ended on Saturday afternoon, Shun Mo shoved his books into his drawer and rushed out of the school with the crowd. While others walked or cycled, he took the tram and headed towards Garden Road. Shin Chuan didn't cook today. He heard the news from Lu Kaiyong that his nephew ranked first in his grade in the midterm exams. He didn't like the term grade level. He preferred the term the whole school. In front of his co-workers, he stood up straight, laughed loudly, and exuded confidence and positivity. Many of the older women realized that Shin Chuan was a really good young man. They secretly lamented that it was a pity they hadn't arranged for such a good young man to marry off their relatives' daughters. With money in his pocket, a girlfriend, and a promising nephew, Shin Chuan couldn't imagine anything more hopeful than his current life. My nephew said he wanted to invite Su Yuefang to dinner, right? Let's take this opportunity to invite a few more members of the Su family so we can take our relationship a step further. If all goes well, we can get our marriage certificate after the new year. Shin Chuan chuckled foolishly, but didn't light the stove. He stood on the balcony, looking towards Garden Road, waiting for his nephew to get off the tram. That kid. Shin Chuan found his nephew quite interesting, and Shun Mo probably wouldn't take Yuefang's bus now. Shin Mo really didn't know how to greet them, but felt it would be impolite not to, so he simply avoided them to avoid embarrassment. As soon as she got off the tram, Xiaomei was pleasantly surprised to find him. Little Shun, we all thought we'd see you today, she called out. Sister Zoe, little Shun is here. Manager Zoe came out and said with a smile, Please come in, sir. Shun Mo laughed. Sister, you're making me feel very awkward. I didn't realize. Come in quickly. I heard the midterm exams are over, and the top student in your school is surnamed Shun. That's right. His name is Shun Mo, the same name as me. Sister, isn't that a coincidence? Shin Mo raised his eyebrows and joked with Manager Zoe. What a coincidence. Manager Zoe's smile grew even brighter. The hairy crabs from Lianhua Lake in Luqing are on the market now, and I reserved some especially for you. Chapter 56, End of Recreation. The news that Shun Mo had gotten first place in the midterm exams spread among the employees of Red Maple Leaf, and everyone from the lobby to the kitchen was very happy. After all, Shun Mo is practically a half employee of Red Maple Leaf, and they feel a sense of belonging to him. They've seen firsthand what kind of person is described as someone who works hard while studying and has excellent grades. These are real people with names and identities, people we can go back and talk about at length. For tonight's braised mutton, Lao Wu added a little more to the amount manager Zhou had suggested. He felt that Xiao Shima only left school once a month, and that he was living too hard, so he needed to make up for it properly. There were also a few hairy crabs, but manager Zhou didn't recommend that Shun Mo steam them at Hongfenji and take them back, as the crabs would taste different when they were cold. She had the kitchen staff select 8 pairs for Shun Mo, each weighing over 5 ounces, tie them with straw rope, and put them in a net bag. Your older sister added a vegetarian dish for you. It'll help cut through the richness of the lamb. Don't eat hairy crab tonight. It needs to be dipped in vinegar, and lamb doesn't go well with vinegar. This is good stuff. Shinemo took it. His second uncle would definitely like such a big crab. Manager Zhou then thought of something else. Last time you came here, didn't we run into Su Xianyang? Shin Mo also remembered. His translator has been found. They might have found him. I saw him on Garden Road a few days ago, and he looked radiant. They didn't renege on their debt this time? This was the first thing that came to Shun Mo's mind. Manager Zhou was also puzzled, but that's exactly what they were saying. Su Xianyang didn't renege on his promise. He successfully negotiated a lower price. During a meeting with a foreigner, Xiongming thought he knew his secrets. Foreign trade really is profitable. But Xiongming didn't know that doing foreign trade couldn't just be discussed in this conference room. You had to go to the foreign trade building to build relationships, go to the factories to grab production capacity, and chase delivery deadlines. Xiongming was only involved in the most respectable part of the process. Su Xianyang oversimplified or even ignored other tasks, leading Xiongming, an outsider, to mistakenly believe that the meeting room was the key area. Su Xianyang managed to save half the cost, and both sides felt they had gotten a good deal. Right now, Su Xianyang is hiding in a small noodle shop eating plain noodles. It's not that he's short of money, it's just that his expenses have been too high lately, and he's feeling a bit heartbroken. Saving a little money on food, though small, makes him feel much more at ease. Do you have enough money for living expenses at school? If not, take more. You won't even be able to spend all the interest. That's enough. Shinemo wouldn't raise his standard of living at school to an excessive level. It would be fine if he could live the same as everyone else. 50 yuan this time. Manager Zhou gave him 50 yuan. Xiaomei brought over the net bag used for storing vegetables. Manager Zhou put a bottle of Songhe grain liquor in it, and after thinking for a moment, added a bottle of Shaoxing wine. Don't worry, I've kept track of everything for you. I won't shortchange you. Manager Zhou stopped Shun Mo when she saw him trying to take one less bottle. Shun Mo carried the heavy net bag, still feeling like he had gotten a good deal, but the score couldn't be calculated so precisely. This was fine, and they might be getting along for many years to come. Sister Zhou, let's go. Come again next month. Manager Zhou, Xiaomei, and Wu Yuan saw Shun Mo to the door. It was lunchtime, so they couldn't accompany Shin Mo to wait for the tram. Shin Mo took the vegetables back to his second uncle's dormitory. After getting off the tram, he habitually looked up and saw his second uncle leaning on the balcony, smiling at him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get on the bus. Your second uncle is starving. Shin Mo grinned, bought a few steamed buns downstairs, and rushed upstairs. Second uncle, mutton. These hairy crabs are delicious. Shin Chuan looked at the crabs in the net bag with delight. I was just thinking of having a bite of these. Sister Zhou brought an extra bottle of rice wine. Here you go. Shun Mo brought a bottle of Baijiu and a bottle of Huangjiu, which Shin Chuan happily accepted. Your second uncle is in for a treat. He may get to taste wines from all over the country in his lifetime. This should have belonged to the eldest brother, but it seems he forgot he had a son, or perhaps his new sister-in-law is preventing him from remembering his son. Yulin told Brother Lu that you got first place in the whole school this time, right? That's right. Second uncle, are you relieved now? I'll be number 1 in the whole school all the way up to the high school entrance exam. Great, Shin Chuan said. If we get first place again in the final exams at the end of the year, we can stand up straight when we go back home for the new year. Shin Mo hesitated for a moment, then said, Second uncle, let's not talk about it. Even if others find out, what can they do? Will they be happy for me? Why shouldn't I be happy for you? That's your own father. When he said the word, own father, Shin Chuan's voice dropped considerably. Apart from him, who seemed like a real uncle, none of the others seemed like family. Fine, if my nephew doesn't want to talk about it, then he doesn't have to. Study hard, get into university, and then study abroad on a government scholarship. Shin Chuan set a goal for his nephew. Shin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Go abroad? Second uncle, is someone selling their house to raise money for going abroad? Shin Chuan feigned anger. What? You don't have the confidence to get a government-funded spot? No, I mean, if someone is selling a house, could you see if you can buy it for your wedding? You and your aunt will be living together in the future, and it's not good to keep squeezing into this kind of dormitory. Hey, you're worrying about me now. Shin Chuan scratched his head, Private housing is rare in Shanghai, probably around 10, with most people relying on their work units for housing. But for ordinary employees like Shin Chuan, it would take many years of waiting to be allocated a larger apartment. Second uncle, I still have 6,000 yuan left over from red maple leaf. Let's not talk about buying something too big. Can't we just buy something smaller? Shin Chuan was a little embarrassed to spend his nephew's money. Let's eat. My birth chart. Let's eat. The first stroke of the birth chart was already drawn, and once the second stroke was completed, he might really have to borrow money from his nephew. He originally wanted to tell his family that Shen Imo could make money, but when he thought about how his nephew would rather keep most of the money in the restaurant for him to use than leave it all with him, he wondered if he was worried that Shen Imo would give the money to other family members. I'm going back to school tomorrow at noon. Second uncle, please take the hairy crabs to Andy. Shen Imo didn't mention asking his second uncle to invite the guests back for a meal, because Lu Yuan said a few days ago that his second uncle had already brought people over for a meal. Let's eat. Shin Chuan grabbed a steamed bun and took a big bite. However, his nephew was right. He should send the hairy crabs to Yuefang tomorrow. There's a lot of mutton tonight. Shin Chuan picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and suddenly realized that there were hardly any vegetables in the lunchbox. If he wanted vegetables, he would have to go to another lunchbox to get them. Sister Zoe is worried that there won't be enough food for the two of us. That's enough. Can mutton be eaten as a meal? Shin Imo slept soundly in his second uncle's dormitory without having breakfast. The two uncles didn't get up until the sun was high in the sky. Shin Imo hurriedly ate a bowl of noodles and rushed to school to give his second uncle some free time. As soon as his nephew left, Shin Chuan immediately grabbed the net and went to find Su Yuefang. He also brought the bottle of rice wine with him, as crabs and rice wine go perfectly together. How many letters are in chapter 57? Come out and line up. Yuan Li stood at the classroom door, nodded her chin towards the door, and the classroom immediately became much more lively. The rankings are out. Let's make this clear. You can sit in the lower ranks, but not in the higher ranks. If you want to sit with someone, you need to discuss it beforehand. If you want to stand with someone ranked lower. Hey, Shinemo, what are you doing? Shinemo said, Teacher, I still want to sit with Li Dawei. Yuan Li thought Li Dawei was just talking and bragging, but she didn't expect Shinemo to actually want to sit with him. As for the impact, Yuan Li felt there would be some, but since Shun Imo got full marks in several subjects, she couldn't pinpoint the exact impact. Several male students looked disappointed. They were all prepared to sit down next to Shun Imo once he went in. Li Dawei chuckled to himself, while Yuan Li glared at him. Shun Imo is your desk mate. You have to be influenced by him. She dared not suggest that Li Dawei ask Shin Imo for help, because if that delayed Shinmo's progress, it would defeat her original purpose. Teacher, I've got it, don't worry, Li Dawei assured him, patting his chest. But no one, including himself, believed him. He Zhuqing, you go in first, the rest of you follow. Some boys should be more mindful of their studies and not try to get close to the girls. Yuan Li wanted to prevent early relationships, but even more so, she wanted to prevent harassment. Zhou Jie stood in the middle of the line, looking back with great curiosity. Shin Imo was quite interesting, not choosing the first one. I heard that Shun Imo is going to pick his original seat again this time. Then you guys go and reserve it for him first? What kind of good seats are those? Shin Imo sat relatively far back, which, although a corner seat, did not pose a problem of looking sideways. Shin Imo, Li Dawei, come in. Li Dawei excitedly followed Shun Imo inside, but Yuan Li, still annoyed, gave him a sharp rap on the head. Shun Imo went inside, and a group of classmates watched him excitedly as he chose his seat. Fortunately, the previous seat hadn't been taken, so he went up and plopped down. Li Dawei followed behind, sitting in his own seat, looking smug. Many students changed their seats, only a minority did not. He Zhuqing didn't change seats. She was used to sitting in that spot, and had done so for all 3 years of junior high. After the students changed seats, the classroom erupted in chaos as everyone scrambled to move their books to their new spots. Meanwhile, Shinmo had already started working on his problems. Halfway through the first semester of junior high, Shinmo spent half a semester getting back to his student self. He liked this state and didn't even want to leave it, because he was surrounded by teenagers who were lively, energetic, and had simple and passionate feelings. Shinmo felt like he had returned to his true youth. Studying is much less stressful than working, it's more structured, and most importantly, it gives you something to look forward to. After several autumn rains, the weather turned cold. Shinmo's name became the most prominent in the junior high classes. Although Zhou Jie still used the name Xiang Wu Ning when talking about him, she was surprised to find that fewer and fewer people agreed with her. Adults have many standards for success, but students only have one standard: grades, especially junior high school students. Could they have developed feelings for that lemon-flavored spice? One evening after self-study, on her way home from school, Zhou Jie raised her question. Zhu Qing didn't reply. She didn't want to think about such things yet. With the high school entrance exam looming ahead, how could she have the energy to think about such trivial matters? But she was interested in this kind of gossip, and she occasionally needed a little spice in her studies. Liu looked around and saw that there were still a few boys loitering not far away, but no girls. It seems like there's someone in our class. How so? Zhou Jie asked excitedly. Take a guess. How am I supposed to guess? Is anyone thinking of writing a letter to Shinemo? I can pass it on. You? Zhu Qing sneered. You just want to take a look, don't you? What's wrong with taking a look? Zhou Jie said with a grin. I want to see how their writing compares to the boys who wrote you letters. A bunch of excuses, Zhu Qing muttered again. How can that be an excuse? Zhou Jie naturally disagreed. I took a look, and Shanghai doesn't seem to be too ugly. Liu was speechless. How did you come to this conclusion? What do you mean by not too ugly? And you have to say he looks like someone? He has a dignified appearance, not particularly handsome, but definitely very handsome. Zhu Qing suddenly wondered if Shinmo's grades would drop if he started dating. Liu, if anyone in your class really wants to deliver a letter, let Zhou Jie help her out. Zhou Jie grinned mischievously. Zhu Qing, you want to see it too, don't you? I won't look, Zhu Qing replied, but Zhou Jie didn't believe her at all. New Year's Day is coming soon. You're going to put on a show, right? Zhou Jie got excited. She loved showing off like this. I'm the host, and I even signed up to sing. Has Shinemo signed up yet? No. It seems he rarely does anything besides reading. Zhou Jie began to notice Shinmo's unusual behavior. Li Dawei said that Shinmo doesn't even read novels. He's really figured it out. Liu naturally thought of the reasons Shinmo had given earlier. Zhu Qing interjected. Zhou Jie, go and persuade Shinmo to sign up for a performance. Liu, let the girls in your class come and watch him perform. The streetlights were dim, barely illuminating the path ahead, but people a little further away couldn't make out faces. Zhou Jie squinted, sensing something was wrong. Me, try to persuade him? If I try to persuade him, Shinmo will definitely not agree. We're incompatible. Zhou Jie used the phrase, incompatible, without the slightest embarrassment. Although she and Shinmo were classmates for 3 years in junior high school, she still called Shinmo Xiang Wu Ning whenever she saw him, and she couldn't change it. No wonder Shinmo wouldn't bother to talk to her. Let Wang Hao go. Zhu Qing was quick-witted. Wang Hao is the class monitor, and he has a pretty good relationship with Liu Yulin, Li Dawei, and Shinmo. You're still the class's youth league secretary. Zhou Jie said something Zhu Qing hadn't expected. Zhu Qing's position as youth league secretary was practically non-existent, and Wang Hao handled all the big and small matters in the class. Liu also said, that's right. Zhu Qing, you're the youth league secretary, you need to step up and take charge of things. You can't let Wang Hao handle everything and steal all the limelight. Zhu Qing suddenly ran out of words. It was true that she was the youth league secretary, but she felt that if she were to manage the students, it was very likely that no one would listen to her. Zhou Jie said, all right, you cry baby. If I put you in charge you'll definitely cry again. She didn't like studying, but she was quite perceptive about other things. She could easily guess Zhu Qing's little schemes. She turned to Liu. Hey, how many letters have you received? Chapter 58 was not written by me. Hey, Shinmo, how about performing a talent show? During the break, Wang Hao and Liu Yulin came over together to persuade him. Zhou Jie makes a lot of sense. Shinmo is the top student in the grade, so he has to perform something, even if it's just a poetry recitation. Liu Yulin thought Shinmo wouldn't answer, so he wanted to reply on Shinmo's behalf. Give it a try? Shinmo didn't say no, so don't make the decision for him. What if he wants to? Wang Hao and Liu Yulin then gave it a try. Shinmo, look at you, your household registration is settled, and you're number 1 in your class. You need to say goodbye to the past. How about performing a show? Liu Yulin found a very good reason for Shinmo. Wang Hao also advised. Exactly, what if other classes ask me? I won't know how to answer. How about this? You can call me Xiang Wu Ning from now on, okay? Li Dawei laughed first. Okay, you Xiang Wu Ning. Shinmo, don't agree to him. Let me tell you, this Xiang Wu Ning can only agree to let you sign up. He won't even wait for you to actually perform. Wang Hao raised his fist, breathed on it, and prepared to hit Li Dawei. Li Dawei immediately yelled, help! The squad leader is hitting someone. He shouted joyfully. Without the slightest fear, Wang Hao, indignant, hit him a few times, which made Li Dawei shout even louder. Serves you right for talking so much. After punching Li Dawei, Wang Hao sidled up to Shinmo and said, hey, give me your support, okay? I've never seen a first-place winner without a performance. Shinmo pondered. Then, shall I sing a song? Okay. Wang Hao immediately agreed, no matter what Shun Mo sang. If there were too many singers, someone else would take over. He called out to the front, Zhou Jie, write this down. Shun Mo will be singing on New Year's Day. Got it. Zhou Jie replied crisply, quickly hunching over the table to write it down. Shun Mo was both amused and exasperated. So fast? You're not even letting me take it back. Oh dear, what's the rush? Singing a song is going to kill you again. Think about what to sing first, something positive and uplifting. If it were last year, when Wang Hao wasn't the class monitor, he would definitely have pulled out a pop song from Hong Kong and Taiwan. So what if it's decadent music? He loves listening to it and is willing to sing along. Then I'll sing. The 3 main rules of discipline and the 8 points for attention. Shun Mo didn't want to be too shocking. Wang Hao was speechless. I said, can you keep up with the trend? You know about the reform and opening up, right? He didn't expect Shun Mo to be groundbreaking, but at least choose a popular song, right? If you can't sing about love and romance, can't you choose other themes? Weren't Luo Daio's childhood or the story of time from a few years ago quite good? Wang Hao even wanted to choose a song for Shun Mo. Then what should I choose? I don't know much. Shun Mo was worried. He knew quite a few things, but not many of them were relevant to the times. Take your time thinking. If you can't figure it out, I'll recommend one to you. Wang Hao said to Shun Mo, then turned and winked at Zhou Jie before returning to his seat to prepare for class. After school in the evening, Zhou Jie walked home with He Zhuqing and Li Yu. Li Yu, do you have some? What is it? Li Yu asked as she handed the envelope to Zhou Jie. Oh my, there really is one. Zhou Jie said in surprise. She held up the envelope and looked at it carefully under the streetlight, but she couldn't see anything. Who is it? He Zhuqing asked curiously, but Li Yu refused to say. The name is inside. Only Shun Mo can see it. Zhou Jie became even more curious. Who is Li Yu? If you keep asking around like this, no one will dare to ask you for help in the future. Li Yu didn't dare let them know. Zhou Jie was very disappointed. She patted the envelope hard in her hand, shone it under the streetlight, and put it away. Don't worry, I'll definitely deliver it to Shun Mo. Is that girl pretty? All the girls in our class are pretty, Li Yu said matter-of-factly. Zhou Jie took the letter back, and the next day she got up very early and left home just after 6 o'clock. Her mother, Luo Juiying, felt both heartache and relief. My dear, why are you going so early? It's good that you're going early. There's still more than a semester left. If you work hard, you can get into a good high school. Her father, Zhou Qiaodong, thought she was going to work hard. Although there wasn't much time left in the first semester, it wasn't too late to start now. Zhou Jie opened her mouth, but didn't dare to tell the truth. She got up early today to have a task, not to actually go for morning reading. She hurried out the door and went to school under the starlight. Don't think you're the first to set off. There are always those who set off earlier. When she arrived at the classroom, she saw that several classmates were already there, and Shun Mo was also reciting his lessons. She had never been this early before and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. It turned out that some of her classmates really could get up that early. Zhang Yuhua glanced at her and continued reciting her lessons. Shun Mo didn't even look at her. Huh, Zhou Jie, why did she go to the back? Huh, what's that in her hand? Huh, how did she get to Shun Mo's table? Zhang Yuhua and Su Chimin pretended not to see it, but the rhythm of their recitation betrayed them. The others simply stopped reading and started looking at Zhou Jie instead. Mine. Shun Mo looked at Zhou Jie with surprise. He knew all too well what was in the envelope. I didn't give it to you. I was just doing my duty to someone who entrusted me with it. Zhou Jie actually started to feel embarrassed, as if she were the one who wrote the contents of the envelope. Shun Mo's first reaction was to return the letter. Thank you, but I can't accept it. Zhou Jie naturally refused to take it back. She couldn't go back on her promise to Li Yu. Take a look first and then decide, she said, refusing to accept the letter. Zhou Jie was eager to see who wrote it. She hesitated for a while, then returned to her seat, took out her English textbook to memorize words, and looked back to see that Shun Mo had not opened the envelope. After the morning reading session ended, everyone went back to eat breakfast. When they returned, Zhou Jie was dragged away by He Zhuqing. What's going on? Someone just told me you've taken a liking to Shun Mo. Zhou Jie covered her face in pain, and it took her a long time to lift her head after lying on the table. Zhuqing, next time you help me. She never thought that she would become the protagonist in the rumors. I won't give it to you. Hey, has Shun Mo seen it? Who wrote it? He Zhuqing didn't want to get involved in this mess, or she might end up as the main character herself. She just wanted to watch the show. No, Shun Mo hasn't opened it yet. Zhou Jie subconsciously glanced back, and He Zhuqing hurriedly said, don't turn around. But Zhou Jie had already turned around, and Shun Mo seemed to be completely still, writing and drawing with his hands, probably working on some subject's questions. Shun Mo was in a dilemma. He knew that this was not written by Zhou Jie. Given Zhou Jie's personality, how could she possibly be interested in him? A sense of vanity rose in his heart, and Shun Mo was somewhat smug. But he wasn't precocious. He was truly mature. After vanity comes emptiness. Few junior high school romances last, and Shun Mo didn't want to hurt the girl he didn't know. Looking ahead, Zhou Jie was probably still waiting for his reply. Oh well, he'd find a time to tell her that he hadn't read or replied to the letter. If the girl wanted the letter back, Shun Mo would return it. Chapter 59, Trying to Flap the Wings. During evening self-study, Shun Mo took out the envelope. It was sealed very well, but Shun Mo did not doubt that there was a skilled classmate who could steal the letter and restore it. People have endless creativity and motivation when they're not doing anything productive. Li Dawei seemed to have discovered something amazing. You received this? It's not a love letter. The envelope wasn't signed. Not even the recipient Shun Mo's name was on it. It was completely blank. Oh, Li Dawei was a little disappointed, and then went back to working on the paper. Shun Mo didn't know what he was busy with, but he was very busy. Do you have any glue? Yes. Li Dawei pulled out glue from the drawer like a magician. Shun Mo cut several small strips from the exercise book, then made a few cuts in the middle of these strips with a knife, turning them into a fragile label. He carefully pasted these strips onto the folded parts of the envelope, and wrote, "Study hard," on the seam. Li Dawei watched Shun Mo do this with great curiosity. Noticing that the teacher wasn't around, he asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" To prevent anyone from peeping. Li Dawei took it, looked at it over and over, and gave Shun Mo a thumbs up. "Brother, you can do it. This letter can be stolen, but it cannot be opened, read, and then returned." Many people wanted to peek at the letter, because several people saw it when Zhou Jie came over in the morning, and by evening self-study time, many more people knew about the letter. Shun Mo didn't give Li Dawei any instructions, but Li Dawei still told Wang Hao and Lu Yulin about it after school. However, his focus wasn't on the letter, but on how Shun Mo handled it. "I saw it. Shun Mo is definitely a master. Anyone who tries to peek inside will be discovered. Where do you get so many absolutes? Can't you have a little more confidence?" Li Dawei shook his head and said, "I'm not confident. I guarantee that no one can do it. If you don't believe me, I'll show you tomorrow." Shun Mo put the letter in the drawer, leaving it out in the open. The classroom was the safest place. He arrived earliest and left latest. During breaks, there were other students around, and he was always first in line. Anyone who tried to take something from his seat would be met with great attention. On the other side, Liu asked anxiously, "How is it? Has Shun Mo seen it?" "No," Zhou Jie said dejectedly. "Liu, no matter who wrote that letter, tell her she owes me a huge favor. I risked my reputation to deliver the letter to her." He Zhuqing laughed from the side. "Liu, you don't know. Everyone in the class is saying that Zhou Jie used to call someone Xiang Wu Ning, and now she has her eye on someone else." Liu paused for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Her voice was quite loud, attracting the attention of the students around her. "You two must really hate each other. How did you manage to get linked together?" "Ha ha ha, that's hilarious." He Zhuqing asked curiously, "Do you think Shun Mo will read this?" "I will definitely watch it," Zhou Jie retorted. "If you received it, wouldn't you watch it?" He Zhuqing looked at her strangely. "Why do you want to see? I've lost quite a few." Shun Mo didn't lose it too, did he? "I heard he's really serious about it now." Liu was a little worried. Boys and girls are different. Boys are thick-skinned and are already prepared to be ridiculed when they hand over the love letter, but girls have a sense of expectation in it. "I'll ask him when we rehearse the show in a couple of days." Zhou Jie thought Shun Mo would probably watch it, just like when she received a new gift from her parents. She would definitely take a look if she hadn't received one before, but if it was stationary, she might not be very interested. That night, neither Zhang Yuhua nor Su Qimin asked Shun Mo about the letter. Others had their own affairs, and they didn't want to pry. "I heard you signed up for singing. Which song are you going to sing? What would you like to hear? You can request a song. You can do all of that." Zhang Yuhua asked incredulously. "I didn't say I know it all, but I can learn it." "You're just learning and putting it to use right away," Su Qimin laughed. "Shun Mo, you can do it." The next evening during self-study, Zhou Jie and Wang Hao called out the students who had signed up for the program. While Wang Hao was asking the others, Zhou Jie quietly asked Shun Mo, "Have you seen it?" "No," Shun Mo said in a low voice. "Please return the letter for me. It's better for everyone that way." "It's fine to return it. You can take a look first." Zhou Jie was still thinking about He Zhuqing. He Zhuqing was too full of ideas, but she didn't know how much self-control Shun Mo had. She wanted to see for herself. "Then could you ask that girl if she's decided what she'll do after graduating from junior high?" Zhou Jie asked in surprise. "You really didn't see it? It's better for everyone if we don't look at it." "You can do it, Shun Mo." "Oh, by the way, I'll be working as a waiter on Huayuan Road during winter break. Remember to come and support me. You're kidding me. Hey, stop talking, Shinemo. Have you decided which song to sing? Shinemo said dejectedly. I suggested the 3 main rules of discipline and the 8 points for attention, but you disagreed. Hey Shinemo, haven't you thought about singing a Hong Kong or Taiwan song? You've heard of Lo Taiyu, right? You've heard of Jonathan Lee, right? Wang Hao felt he had been good enough to shun Mo, giving him so many hints. If he still couldn't remember any songs, then he would be letting down his brain, which was ranked first in the grade. Then I'll sing the earth. Zhou Jie burst out laughing from the side. Hey, Xiang Wuning, where did you get that old-fashioned song from? Beyond songs. Shinemo was about to say something, but quickly shut up. Timeline, the deadly timeline. Wang Hao asked in confusion. Who is it? I've never heard of them. I suggest you choose Luo Daiyou or Li Zongxing. Their songs are both good. Beyond is not famous yet. Even self-proclaimed fashionable people like Wang Hao and Zhou Jie have never heard of them. Shinemo felt a surge of curiosity. What would happen if he sang the earth beforehand? How big of a storm can a butterfly's wings stir up? But it's only the Mandarin version. As Wang Hao said, he's really not good at it, but even if he were, it wouldn't be useful, because the students might not be able to understand it. Okay, the earth. Wang Hao, do you have a guitar? Your standards are pretty high. Wang Hao turned to Zhou Jie and said, you have this at home, right? Bring it here. Zhou Jie glared at Wang Hao, her eyes mostly white with little black. Fine, I'll take it. You've been eyeing our guitar for a while now, haven't you? No way. Don't wrong an innocent person. Wang Hao retorted stubbornly. Of course he wouldn't admit it. But both of them shared the same thought. They were both very curious about how much knowledge Shun Mo actually possessed. Guitar? Could Shin Mo really play that? Chapter 60 The Earth. Life in the 3rd year of junior high school is relatively dull and boring. Apart from a few people who can endure it, everyone else is looking forward to some spice. The New Year's Day party is like a spice. Even though it hasn't arrived yet, everyone still has something to look forward to, and this hope sustains them through their final year of junior high. Many students keep track of the days to make it less unbearable for them. Some students use their least favorite subjects as a countdown timer, while others use holidays and Sundays as a break. Li Dawei belongs to the latter group. He likes weekends, especially the extra New Year's Day holiday, and is full of anticipation for the upcoming winter vacation. Although the winter vacation hasn't arrived yet, he's already thinking about tutoring, but no one pays attention to him. After evening self-study, Wang Hao and Lu Yulin don't engage in conversation with him. Let's finish the New Year's Day party first, then we'll talk about other things. I've ordered peanuts and melon seeds, and some candy too. You two come with me to get some later. Li Dawei happily replied. Sure. I'll grab a handful more, thank you. Lu Yulin was more concerned about something else. Hey, have you read Shinmo's letter yet? No, Li Dawei said mysteriously. Several people wanted to come and peek, but they couldn't find an opportunity. I came back a little earlier at noon and saw Zhao Linshuan sitting in our seat studying. When I came over, he was terrified and kept telling me not to tell Shinmo. Shinmo must have noticed. How could he not know if his things had been touched? But the envelope is hard for others to open. Shinmo is so meticulous, it's easy to open but hard to put back together. I'll keep an eye out during the New Year's Eve party. Wang Hao also wanted to look out the window to see which girl it was. Wait, how did Zhou Jie lead me astray? In the office, many teachers were also preparing for the New Year's Day party. Every year, they would be invited to the classroom to watch the performances and then invited to perform on stage. Several teachers with children were relatively calm. They would have their kids sing a song on stage to cover for them. But teachers like Wu Gang and Dai Guanzhuan had to perform themselves. On the afternoon of December 30th, Wang Hao began trying to recruit people. He went to the office and pleaded with them relentlessly, and even ambushed them on their way to the cafeteria in the afternoon. Zhou Jie wore a brown wool coat, brown leather shoes, a headband, and carried a guitar on her back. She walked into the school triumphantly, enjoying the attention of those around her. Tonight she's the host, so she needs to dress up nicely. Normally she's supposed to be low-key, but tonight she can let herself go. Shinmo, the guitar is here. It's your turn now. Be careful not to break it. Don't worry, I'm always careful. Shinmo took it. It was a very good guitar. He could tell from the workmanship and materials. In short, it was excellent. Touching the guitar, Shinmo felt as if he had returned to the 21st century. The Earth, Zhou Jie muttered. The song's title was too corny, and she couldn't think of anything that could be outstanding. A few people nearby were whispering, could it really be Zhou Jie who wrote the letter to Shinmo? Although the voice was soft, Zhou Jie heard it. She put her hands on her hips and glared at him, saying, what nonsense are you talking about? The gossipers immediately fell silent. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candy. Come on, let's share. It was very cold, and the other class officers were sweating profusely from their busy work. They also had several other class officers distribute the snacks they had bought. There was a pile of snacks on each table, and the eager and greedy students had already started eating. The seats in the classroom were pulled apart, the light tubes were wrapped with colored paper, and there was a simple microphone in the classroom. Several students ran up to flick the red cloth wrapped around it. Hello, hello, hello. Li Dawei didn't have a performance, but he was going to audition. He had a piece of candy in his mouth, so his speech was a little unclear. It's my turn. It's my turn. Another boy stepped forward, grabbed the microphone, and flicked it twice, producing a dull sound. He was satisfied and leaned closer to the microphone. Hello, hello, hello. Shin Imo held his guitar and watched them play. Every time they called out, hey, 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 Shin Imo would mentally add, is Choya here? Is Choya here? He smiled, and Li Dawei asked curiously, what are you laughing at? I'd like to try playing it too. Why didn't you go earlier? Now Zhou Jie and Wang Hao won't let you play. If you keep flicking it, the red cloth covering the microphone will be torn to shreds. As night fell, many classes began their parties, with little time difference between each other. Zhou Jie, holding the microphone, acted as the host. Another new year has arrived. Let's gather in the classroom of Class 2, Grade 9. She was beaming, thoroughly enjoying the feeling. She would occasionally glance outside, trying to see who was peering through the window. The homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, sat in the middle, with several empty seats around her, which were reserved for other subject teachers. Several class officers stood consciously against the corner of the wall, acting as support staff. Now let's begin our party. Please welcome Su Ran to perform a poetry recitation, the Dawn's announcement. The students applauded enthusiastically. Su Ran blushed slightly, stood up from her seat, and went to the center of the classroom. She was dressed in ordinary blue cloth clothes. After standing firm, she cleared her throat and began to recite. Arise, poet, for my prayer, and tell them that what they have been waiting for is about to come. Li Dawei wasn't interested in this kind of poetry. He was like a hamster, constantly munching on sunflower seeds. But he also respected Su Ran. While he ate, his eyes were always on her, never wandering off. Shin Imo, I've decided what I want to do. Shin Imo was still preparing to go on stage when he suddenly heard these words, which surprised him. What you up to? I want to go to a technical school and become a skilled worker. You can do it. Shin Imo encouraged him, covering the guitar strings with his hand and plucking them once, producing a short, muffled sound. When Su Ran finished her recitation, the students gave her the warmest applause. Shin Imo, what number are you? Yuan Li paid special attention to the top student in the class. Since the midterm exam, the class had held several quizzes, and Shin Mo's position was unshakable. In the middle, Li Gang answered for Shin Imo. Zhou Jie thought his song title was too old-fashioned, so she wouldn't let him go first or last. Yuan Li couldn't help but laugh. These students were really interesting. But Li Gang didn't let her off the hook. Teacher, could you give us a performance? Wait, no rush. Wang Hao, go to the office and invite a few teachers over. Zhou Jie, come here. When the teachers arrive, let Shin Imo perform first, and after Shin Mo's performance, the teachers will perform. Understand? I understand. Wang Hao led a group of boys and girls out the door and rushed excitedly to the office, where they quickly invited several teachers to come. Come, sit here. Yuan Li greeted them warmly. Look how enthusiastic our students are. They've prepared peanuts, melon seeds, and candy for us. She nodded to Zhou Jie, who reluctantly rearranged Shin Mo's performance order. She was still waiting to see the window. Please welcome our class's most talented student, Shin Imo, to sing and play the earth. She positioned the microphone in the middle, stepped back to the doorway, and looked at the people in the hallway. Every classroom was bustling, while the corridors were deserted. Class leaders from several neighboring classes were peeking around, ready to rush into Class 2 and snatch the teacher away at any moment. Come on, Shin Imo, let the performance begin. Several class leaders came over to watch the commotion with smiles. Shin Imo hung the guitar on his body and tried out a few notes. The students in the class cooperated and quieted down a lot. With a slight movement of the finger, a series of musical notes were produced. For so many years I've longed for those days. They always felt ancient and mysterious. I can no longer recall so many glorious chapters of history. Wang Hao was surprised. Was this a new song? But it sounded like a pop song, and he had never heard of it before. Looking back, a group of simple-minded teenagers walked away easily. Upon hearing this, several teachers were deeply moved. Shin Imo was just that simple boy. The path under his feet had transformed from a narrow, winding trail last year into a golden avenue. He would go further and further. Chapter 61 Yoko. Shin Mo's singing voice is clear and uplifting, possessing an inspiring power. He sang and played the guitar, completely absorbed in the music. He gazed ahead as if the future he saw was not his homeroom teacher, but a bright and promising one. The students in the audience opened their mouths slightly. This was a song they had never heard before. The melody was great, they could keep up with it, and many of them were willing to sing along. They tapped their feet rhythmically, their bodies vibrating with Shun Mo's singing, as if the passion was about to be reflected in themselves. Many people believe that Shun Mo is singing about himself, the boy who easily walked away. After he finished singing, he was greeted with even more enthusiastic applause. Shun Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Practice makes perfect, and he had almost forgotten how to play the guitar. He made several mistakes in the middle, but fortunately, not many people could understand his singing, so he didn't embarrass himself too much today. Zhou Jie and Wang Hao, standing at the door, looked at each other with puzzled expressions. They asked one of them, "Have you heard this song before?" Upon hearing the other person's question, the two of them answered together, "No." Zhou Jie said disdainfully, "You stinky lemon." Wang Hao was speechless. "I told Shinemo to call me that, but I didn't say you could. You're so fancy, okay? You're such a sly country bumpkin." In the local dialect, Zhangban Yangzu is used to describe someone as foolish, and it's not a compliment. Zhou Jie glared at Wang Hao, then remembered that she was wearing leather shoes today, so she kicked Wang Hao with her foot and immediately ran to the center of the classroom to take the microphone. With a broad smile, she completely forgot about Wang Hao. "Let's give Shun Mo the warmest applause." Li Dawei almost clapped his hands raw. After Shun Mo returned to his seat, he excitedly said, "Whose song is this? I've never heard it before." "My song. Keep it up." Li Dawei didn't believe it at all. "I learned it when I was a waiter in a restaurant." Li Dawei still didn't believe it, and not only did he not believe it, but no one else was willing to believe it. No one after that could surpass Shun Mo, until several teachers were egged on to perform. The teachers who were with the children immediately pushed out their children to take their place, and several children performed songs or told stories very seriously. Wu Gang and Dai Guangjuan had no choice but to take the stage themselves, each singing a song. Zhou Jia was standing at the door when she suddenly saw Li Yu and several other girls coming over. "Are you here to see Shin Mo sing?" Zhou Jia immediately went up to them, curiously looking at the girls. Li Yu gently nudged her. "What are you looking at? Come and invite a few teachers to sit in our class." Shin Mo is so popular that his show has been moved up. Zhou Jia stared at the girls, trying to figure out what was going on, but to her surprise, all of them showed disappointment at the same time, including Li Yu. "How was your singing?" Although Shun Mo had obtained a Shanghai Hoku household registration, and his parents were native Shanghainese, she still believed that Shun Mo was from Yunnan. Shun Mo wanted to use a guitar to show off, fine, but she didn't expect Shun Mo to be able to play the guitar like this. Looking into the classroom, it seemed that neither Li Dawei nor Lu Yulin expected that Shun Mo's two best friends would be grinning from ear to ear. "Teacher, the class next door is here to snatch someone away." Yuan Li stood up. Let's go too. It's not fair to favor one over the other." Wang Hao didn't forget to remind Yuan Li. "Teacher, remember to come back after you finish singing." "Okay, I remember." Yuan Li and several teachers left the classroom, still talking about Shun Mo's song. "Have you heard this song before? Who sang it?" Among these teachers, Wu Gang and Dai Guangjuan are the most fashionable. They are young and have a much greater interest in new things than the other older teachers, but even they haven't heard of them. "How strange," Yuan Li muttered as she went to another class. Dai Guangjuan is indeed at the forefront of the times. She is still immersed in that song. "Sister, ask Shin Mo tomorrow whose song it is. Your student is very bright. I think even without studying, he might be able to stay in Shanghai." The policy is loosening, and as a senior teacher, Yuan Li can feel the easing of the policy. The city is opening up more ways for these children of educated youth to settle down. However, there is still a problem. These children of educated youth need to live up to expectations. For example, if Shun Mo didn't have a Shanghai household registration, he could only attend a regular high school in Shanghai, but he wouldn't be able to take the college entrance examination. However, if he were recognized by the school as an outstanding student, he could take the college entrance examination. For example, if Shun Mo sings well and wins second prize or higher in a city-level competition, he can also obtain residency. Taking a step further, some technical schools will open up special quotas, and if these children of educated youth can pass the exams, they can also register their household registration. But if Shun Mo doesn't live up to expectations and ends up like he did in the second year of junior high, then he'll be stuck in Shanghai. Shun Mo is still very capable. Yuan Li suddenly felt very gratified. If someone is destined for success, then they are destined for success. There's no stopping them. The atmosphere seemed to cool down a bit after the teacher left, but the people around Shun Mo were still going crazy. Shin-mo, you're so clever. Quick, quick, write the lyrics for me. Li Dawei shook Shin-mo vigorously, wanting the lyrics. The other boys also wanted to perform, but Zhou Jie stopped them. Quiet down. There are other students who want to perform, okay? Li Dawei quieted down a bit, but was still excited. You must write the lyrics for me. Later. I borrowed Zhou Jie's guitar. I have to give her face. After Zhou Jie invited the next student to begin their performance, she retreated to the doorway. Wang Hao chuckled and said, "Oh, isn't this Ebishi Yoko?" He nearly got hit on the foot again, but Wang Hao nimbly dodged. He pretended nothing had happened. It's too cold at the door. Being a class monitor is really tiring. I can't even go back to my seat and have to stand outside in the cold wind. Luckily, I heard Shinmo's song tonight. It's not corny at all. He hummed softly until the end of the party, feeling that this year's party was the most rewarding experience. Several boarding students voluntarily stayed behind to clean the classroom, so that day students could go home earlier. Hey Yoko, can I borrow your guitar for a few days? Wang Hao had barely opened his mouth when Zhou Jie rejected him. Don't even think about it. He Zhuqing and Li Yu were puzzled. Yangzi? Was that you? Wang Hao quickly interjected. Now Zhou Jie is called Ebi Yoko. He Zhuqing laughed so hard, she almost bent over. Yoko by the river. Tell me, isn't that chic? Wang Hao wasn't embarrassed at all. She calls me Xiang Wu Ning, so I call her Jiang Bian Yangzi. Get lost. Zhou Jie thought to herself, this is bad. She was always the one giving nicknames to others. She never thought she would have one herself. She definitely couldn't call Jiang Bian Yangzi, but she could definitely call Yangzi, especially with Lu Yulin and Li Dawei next to her. Those two were indeed grinning slyly. If you dare to make a sound. Don't worry, Yoko, we definitely won't call them. The two of them grinned mischievously and quickly ran away. Zhou Jie made a move to hit him, but it was too late. She changed the subject. Hey, Li Yu, you brought several girls with you today. Who are they? Didn't I tell you? There isn't one. Li Yu refused to betray her female classmates. He Zhuqing chuckled and said, Yangzi, you're curious about this? Chapter 62 brings you an essay. Zhou Jie was very annoyed. She was going to have to live with this nickname. She also had a guitar on her back, which she originally intended to show off, but unexpectedly, the limelight went to Shin-mo, and she ended up with a nickname. Shin-mo. He must be reading a book right now, right? Zhou Jie suddenly didn't want to continue Zhuqing's conversation. She said to Li Yu in a sullen voice, Shin-mo hasn't read that letter. He keeps it in his drawer. Don't worry, he sealed it very well. It's the kind of letter that can't be resealed once opened. I'll return it to you so that someone else doesn't open it. Don't you want to know who wrote it? He Zhuqing wanted to know. Zhou Jie also wanted to know, but she didn't like He Zhuqing calling her Yangzi, so she stubbornly said, Shin-mo doesn't want to know. So why should I? Li Yu, let me tell you, those boys in our class are capable of anything. What if they take the letter and don't return it one day? That would be hilarious. After hesitating for a long time, Li Yu said, then give it back to me. Zhou Jie returned home feeling dejected. After entering the house, she took off her guitar and said listlessly, Dad, look, it's all right now. What's wrong? You seemed quite happy when you went out this afternoon. Zhou Chaodong sensed that something was off about his daughter's mood. I'm tired. Zhou Jie went back to her room, lay on the bed for a while, took out her English textbook, flipped through it for a bit, and then felt sleepy. In the classroom, Shin-mo untied the colored paper strips wrapped around the fluorescent light. Su Qimin called out, Hey, Shin-mo, let it hang for one more day. Shin-mo replied, This is bad for your eyes. Su Qimin said regretfully, It was all right for one day. Never mind, let's take it off. The other students sweeping the floor shouted, Shin-mo, remember to write the lyrics for us. Don't worry. Shin-mo agreed. The classmates swept the floor quickly. After he finished taking the colored paper strips from the fluorescent lights, Su Qimin had already finished wiping his desk and sat down to read and do his homework. Shin-mo didn't even wipe the table himself. Several boarding students wiped it for him and sat down next to him with smiles, waiting for the lyrics. David will scold me when he comes back tomorrow. It's all right. Just write another copy, and he'll see it when he comes to morning reading tomorrow, several male students said considerately. Shin-mo was speechless. I'll write one down, and you can each copy it. Keep this one for Dawei tomorrow. Sure, several boys agreed in unison, while several female classmates nearby were also eager to try, clearly waiting to copy as well. They gathered around quietly yet excitedly. Shin-mo wrote down the lyrics, which were immediately snatched away by someone. Shin-mo looked closely and saw it was Zhang Jie. The people behind him were chasing after him, shouting, Hey, let's copy it together. Several female classmates complained, Why are you eating alone? No way. You copy it onto the blackboard. Several male students immediately responded, That's right, you copy it onto the blackboard. Don't delay Shin Mo from reading. Zhang Jie felt wronged. I worked so hard. No, you copy it onto the blackboard. After copying, you still have to erase it. Let's wipe it. Zhang Jie felt wronged. Being blocked on the blackboard and forced to copy song lyrics with chalk. Students from other classes who hadn't left heard the commotion from class 2 and came over to see what was going on. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid the teacher will come? What time is it now? The group then realized that there was a party today, but it ended at the same time as the first and second year students, so they still had one class period left. Quick, tell me the song Shun Mo sang today. The group watched Zhang Jie, preventing him from stopping, and then called in students from other classes to share their stories with great enthusiasm. Don't tell me. Really don't tell me. I've never heard of it. The lyrics were brand new, and the students in class 2 kept copying them. After the girls finished copying, they started humming. Looking back, a group of simple-looking boys walk away easily. They also really liked this phrase, as if it possessed vibrant energy, boundless strength, and allowed them to achieve everything they dreamed of with every gesture. Shin Mo hadn't expected them to interpret the song this way, but what did it matter? But what he didn't expect was that when Yuan Li came to class the next day, she mentioned the song Shun Mo sang the night before. Don't think I don't know? After the party yesterday, some students in our class copied the lyrics, and even students from other classes copied them. It's nothing, the teacher likes it too. Hey, Li Daowei, come up here and write the lyrics on the blackboard. What are you standing there for? Come on up. Do you think I'm going to eat you? Li Daowei had Shin Mo's handwritten original lyrics. He wanted to say he didn't have them, but he couldn't refute it. Yuan Ma must have evidence. He went to the blackboard, and Yuan Li handed him a piece of chalk. Go ahead and write. It's not like I'm asking you to write Ohm's law. The students below burst into laughter. Li Daowei's Ohm's law was famous throughout the entire 9th grade. Li Daowei painstakingly wrote down the lyrics, and Yuan Li sighed. Your handwriting. You need to practice it properly. Let's go back. Today is the 31st. There's no evening self-study session, and tomorrow is a holiday. But I want to tell you, what grade are we in? We're in the 3rd year of junior high, okay? These lyrics are positive and uplifting, and I require you to write an essay of at least 600 words. A chorus of sighs erupted from below the podium. Yuan Li tapped the table. What's all the shouting about? Weren't you having a great time last night? Li Daowei lowered his head, his deep voice filled with pain. Shin Mo, you've ruined me. Shin Mo said helplessly. I didn't want to either. Yuan Li suddenly smiled. Don't say that the teacher doesn't take care of you. This class is for you to write compositions. With the holidays approaching, Yuan Li didn't want to keep everyone too tense. With only 600 words and a set topic, Shin Mo wrote it with ease. Tomorrow is a holiday, and Shin Mo wants to go back to see his second uncle. He'll leave this afternoon and go to Garden Road to pick up a couple of groceries to take back. After the last class of the afternoon, almost everyone stretched. After stretching, Shin Mo didn't even want to go back to his dorm. Instead, he went straight out of the school gate. Zhou Jia walked over to him and held out her hand. Give me that letter. I'll return it to you. Oh, what a kind person, thank you. Shin Mo took the letter out of the drawer. He felt that if the letter stayed in the drawer for the new year, it might be lost when he came back. He Zhuqing came over too, and she nudged Zhou Jia, saying, Hey, what are you doing? Let's go, let's go. Li Daowei laughed loudly from the side. Shin Mo, no, you should say thank you Yangzi. Zhou Jia glared at Li Daowei, thinking of how he Zhuqing called her Yangzi last night. She put the letter away and said to Shin Mo, don't worry. Then she said to He Zhuqing, you go first, I have something to do. He Zhuqing didn't know what Zhou Jia wanted and was skeptical, but after meeting up with Li Yu outside, she realized that Zhou Jia's letter was supposed to be given to Li Yu. But she didn't know that Zhou Jia simply didn't want to leave with her. Chapter 63 Early Enrollment. Old Yuan, hey, what's the rush? Zhang Junhai, the head of the teaching department, called out from behind and hurriedly came over. What's the rush? Go home and cook for your child. Director Zhang, no offense, but how many years have I been a junior high school homeroom teacher? How many years has it been since my child has eaten lunch or dinner cooked by me? I need to go back and show off my skills to my child during the holiday. Let your husband Yin do it. You can't be idle tonight. Director Zhang, it's the holidays. You still care about my child's mealtime? We can talk about it next year. Next year? Zhang Junhai didn't react for a moment. He slapped his head and said, Old Yuan, you've been led astray by those students. Next year, it's just the day after tomorrow. He can't find anyone tomorrow. It's New Year's Day. Forget it, forget it. Take your husband and your kids to my house for a meal. How can that be the same? Yuan Li took a few steps back and looked Zhang Junhai up and down. Director Zhang, you're being so solicitous for no reason. Is there something you need? Does Principal Yao know about this? Look at you. I haven't even said anything yet, Zhang Junhai said with a smile. Your sister-in-law's cooking is pretty good. You should all go and try it. No, let's talk about the matter first. Zhang Junhai chuckled. You still remember the last midterm exam, right? Which key high school? Yuan Li asked bluntly. Unless it's in the city, if it's in the district, don't even think about getting close to Shanghai. Hey Lao Yuan, look at you, still so impatient. Come on, let's go to my house for a meal. We can chat while we eat. It's the number 2 middle school in the district. The vice principal there is my classmate. He comes every year to recruit students. Number 2 high school. Yuan Li was disappointed. Director Zhang, how am I supposed to tell Shanghai? Even if we don't talk about Shanghai, even the students ranked a few places below him are probably hoping to get into the city's top high schools. Number 2 high school. It's really just a safety school. Let's talk first. Come on. Do you think number 2 middle school would take Shanghai for free? They'll reduce or waive his tuition fees. Yuan Li said irritably. Is this about reducing or waiving tuition fees? Come on, let's talk first. Yuan Li hadn't expected that the number 2 middle school in the district would come to pave the way. She felt that it should have been Yongxing number 1 middle school, as that would have met the expectations of her, Shanghai, and the other classmates. I'd like to see what your classmate has to say. Yuan Li decided to go and listen to the offer. If the conditions offered by number 2 middle school were good, she would let Shanghai give it a try. As dusk fell, Zhang Junhai's house was bustling with activity, with a small table filled with people. Shanghai also returned to Shun Chuan's dormitory. As usual, he carried 2 hearty dishes, a braised pork hock and a beef stew with potatoes, and went back excitedly. Final exams are coming up soon, right? It'll be soon. Shanghai felt no pressure, but rather a hint of anticipation. Second uncle, I'm sure I'll get first place in the final exams this time too. Should I go work on Garden Road during winter break? I'll definitely go. When I went to buy groceries there today, Sister Zoe asked me about it. I need to go to tutoring during winter break, so I'll go and help out a little. Shanghai quickly tapped his chopsticks into his lunchbox, still thinking about Shin Chuan. Second uncle, some people will be going abroad next summer. They might be preparing to sell their houses to raise money now. Do you see if there are any suitable ones? It's okay if I don't have enough money. I can earn some more during winter break. No rush, Shin Chuan replied vaguely. He didn't really want to spend his nephew's money. His nephew earned money much faster than he had imagined, but that was his nephew's skill. He felt guilty about spending his nephew's money. He wanted to say that his work unit would allocate a house, but houses in Shanghai are not so easy to allocate. Second uncle, keep an eye out for it, and if you find any, buy them quickly. When I go to university, I can come back and tutor my younger siblings. Seemingly noticing Shun Chuan's unease, Shanghai poured him a glass of wine. Second uncle, just tell me, is the wine your nephew brought back for you any good? Good. Second uncle, your nephew will be even more successful in the future, and he will bring you even better wine. Shin Chuan still couldn't grasp the point. Wine is wine, and a house is a house. They're not the same thing. If you don't want to look at the house, I've asked Sister Zoe to keep an eye out for it. She's the manager of the restaurant and has a lot of connections. Someone will definitely make a move. Shanghai made up his mind. Second uncle, I'd like to come back for a meal after you get married. It's always good to have a bigger place. Shin Chuan didn't sleep well that night. He was thinking about his nephew's words. In the summer, his nephew suddenly grew up and spoke and acted like an adult. He treats his nephew well, and the neighbors can understand that. But can Yuefang understand? If the house were bought by his nephew, Yuefang would understand, or anyone would understand. He rolled over, feeling very troubled. He didn't know how to bring it up with his nephew, let alone how to explain it to his older brother. Without money, the eldest brother wouldn't think of this son. Once he finds out that Xiao Mo can make money, what will the eldest brother and his new sister-in-law think? Shin Chuan almost laughed again. It seemed his nephew had no intention of letting his older brother and the others know that he could make money. Shanghai had no such intention. He didn't even want to tell the rest of his family about his results. Many people around him knew that he was number 1, but he believed that his family members didn't know. Apart from his second uncle, everyone else was deliberately ignoring him. My second uncle is right. The final exams will be after New Year's Day, and then it will be winter break. Last year, he would have had to stay in his second uncle's dormitory and wait to go back with his second uncle for the Chinese New Year. But this year is different for him. He will go to Garden Road, where he can have a small single room. Although it is a temporary residence, he is very free. He did have a winter break, but that doesn't mean everyone gets as much as him. Even though he was in his final year of junior high and had to attend extra classes, his winter break was still longer than his second uncle's. When the sun was high in the sky, Shun Imo got up. After having a hot pot meal with his second uncle, Shun Imo put on his blue coat, feeling warm and cozy all over. He was satisfied and ready to go back to school. Although it was the New Year's Day holiday, it was only one day. Shin Mo felt good as long as he could get a good night's sleep. If he went back to school early today, he could go to bed early tonight and wouldn't have to rush to school early tomorrow morning. Second uncle, remember to check the house. If you don't, I'll really ask Sister Zoe and the others to keep an eye out for it. Okay, I understand. Focus on your studies and don't think about me. Your goal is to get into a top high school next year. After sleeping through the night, Shin Chuan felt more and more that his nephew was able to make his own decisions. If he doesn't keep an eye on this house, his nephew will definitely ask that lady on Garden Road to help him keep an eye on it. Shin Mo returned to school and saw that several classmates were already studying in his class. It seemed that there were also students in the other classes, and there were quite a few self-disciplined students. Back in his seat, Shin Mo quietly began to review his studies. At some point, Yuan Li appeared at the classroom door. Looking at the diligent students inside, she nodded with satisfaction. Shin Mo, come out for a moment. Chapter 60 for the Gardener. The other students only glanced up briefly before burying themselves back in their studies. Shin Mo went outside. The afternoon sun was warm, and Yuan Li's smile was also warm. She sized up the student and felt that he had an unusual maturity about him. I heard you did odd jobs on Garden Road during your summer vacation. Yuan Li asked, looking at Shun Mo's blue cotton coat. It was no secret that Shun Mo was working as a waiter during the summer vacation. The news had already spread through Zhou Jie's mouth. The rumor spread like wildfire among a few nosy students, especially after Shin Mo became the top student in the grade. It wasn't until Shun Mo himself admitted it and said that he would continue to work as a waiter during the winter break that the person who spread the rumor realized that he had been silly. Yes, I'll go again during winter break. His clothes were ordinary, and his shoes were ordinary military green rubber shoes. Shin Mo didn't want to show off his wealth. He had already surpassed everyone else in academics, and if he dressed better than everyone else, he would be envied. What are your thoughts on the high school entrance exam? Have you decided which high school you want to apply to? I want to apply to Yongxing No. 1 Middle School, Shun Mo replied without hesitation. Yuan Li nodded to herself. Yongxing No. 1 Middle School should be the dream school for many students. Xinjia District No. 2 Middle School is also good, but its ranking among the key high schools in the district is slightly lower. In the fashionable terms of later times, it is the gatekeeper of key high schools. How are your family's circumstances? Yongxing No. 1 Middle School has good teaching quality, but the living expenses are also very high. Yuan Li asked Shun Mo's former homeroom teacher in the first and second years of junior high school to learn about his previous situation. After his parents divorced, Shun Mo lived with his second uncle, and they always struggled to make ends meet. In addition, this year, or rather last summer, his household registration was settled, and he probably owed a lot of money. My family is doing all right, we can afford it. Yuan Li sighed. You can't have your cake and eat it too. The vice principal in charge of admissions at the second middle school in the district has noticed your midterm exam results. If you're willing to go to the second middle school in the district, your tuition and fees will be waived for 3 years. 3 years of tuition and fees is not a small expense for an ordinary family. If Shin Mo hadn't laid the groundwork with the previous few thousand yuan, he would have had a hard time coping. Shin Mo was very grateful to Yuan Li. After all, it was an opportunity. That's right, Shin Mo was willing to use the word opportunity to describe it. Even if he went to No. 2 high school, he could still get into a good university, but Yuan Li didn't know his situation. Thank you, teacher. I want to try my best to get into Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. Yuan Li tilted her head and looked at her student. Yes, that's what young students are like. They have ideals, drive, and a never-give-up attitude. Once they set their sights on a goal, they charge forward. So you'll have to go to Garden Road to do odd jobs during winter break. Yes, teacher. Even if Yongxing No. 1 Middle School doesn't reduce my tuition and fees, I'm still going. Shin Mo's idea was straightforward. Yongxing No. 1 Middle School is a key municipal school, and he wanted to get the best educational resources and compete with the geniuses of his generation. Yuan Li smiled, the afternoon sun shining obliquely on her face. I told the vice principal of No. 2 Middle School that you might not be willing to go, but you didn't disappoint me. Shun Mo pursed his lips and smiled. Teacher, that's Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. Yes, Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. The little money you earn doing odd jobs on Huayuan Road won't be enough. Next year's high school entrance exam. Study hard and take it seriously. If you really get into Yongxing No. 1 Middle School, and you don't have enough for tuition and fees, your teacher will lend you some. Shin Mo's eyes widened. Teacher, this isn't appropriate. He didn't expect Yuan Li to say this to him. You are my student, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you are the most promising one. If even you have to bow down for that little bit of tuition and fees, how can I stand on the podium? How can I face future students? Yuan Li's smile remained unchanged. That's it. Study hard and go back. Shinmo's heart was touched. How long had it been since he had seen or heard of a teacher like this? Right. This is the 1980s, not the utilitarian 2025. What was the teacher called again? A gardener. Shinmo encountered such a gardener. He bowed deeply to Yuan Li, then straightened up, the sunlight shining on him as well. Teacher, thank you. I'll do odd jobs to earn money during the winter break. It won't interfere with my studies. No need to thank me. After all, you call me Aunt Yuan, don't you? Yuan Li said with a smile. Go back to your studies, and if you have any difficulties in life, you can come to me. So the teachers knew everything. Shinmo bowed to Yuan Li again. Teacher, I'm going back now. Is Yuan Li opportunistic? If it were 2025, Shinmo would think Yuan Li was opportunistic, that she was investing in a future, but now, Shinmo wants to look at this from the perspective of other students, and Yuan Li is just a very pure homeroom teacher. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that Shinmo is successful. If Shinmo continues to be lazy in his studies, Yuan Li's concern for him will only be limited to keeping him from going astray. She will have to divide her energy among other classmates, perhaps Zhang Yuhua, Su Chimin, or perhaps the crybaby He Zhuqing, but that would be fine too. Yuan Li returned to her office, and soon after, Zhang Junhai, the head of the teaching department, appeared. Hey Lao Yuan, have you talked to Shinmo yet? We've talked to him. The young man is very ambitious. He refuses to go to number 2 middle school and insists on getting into Yongxing number 1 middle school through his own ability. Zhang Junhai shook his head and chuckled. My classmate. How could a student like that possibly go? Didn't Shinmo consider the financial situation? He can continue working as a waiter at the restaurant on Garden Road during winter break. How much he earns depends on his ability. If he really gets into Yongxing number 1 middle school next year and doesn't have enough tuition and fees, his homeroom teacher, will cover some of it. Yuan Li made her promise and kept her word. Zhang Junhai took out a cigarette from his pocket, smelled it under his nose, and after a while said, Hey, such a good prospect, she really should go to number 1 middle school. How about this? After the high school entrance exam next year, I'll also contribute some money. It's not right for a woman like you to bear the burden. Director Zhang, what do you mean? Women hold up half the sky, okay? Alright. Old Yuan, I give up. You'll still be the homeroom teacher for the 3rd year of junior high next year. Hey Lao Zhang, my kids have almost forgotten what my cooking tastes like. Have you no conscience at all? Zhang Junhai laughed and said, You were just calling me Director Zhang, and now you're calling me Old Zhang? Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going out for a smoke. Zhang Junhai would be very disappointed if Yuan Li didn't become the class teacher of the graduating class. He knew about Shinmo's situation. He also had classmates at Yongxing number 1 middle school. After the final exams, he took the report card to the school to talk to them and try to get Shinmo to reduce some of his fees. He walked past class 3-2 and looked through the window. Several students were studying attentively, and the classroom was very quiet. Final exams are coming soon. Shinmo, you'd better do your best. Chapter 65 Transcendence. As soon as the New Year's Day holiday was over, the pace of study suddenly became intense. During class, all the teachers would say that time was tight, and then assign a lot of homework for everyone to practice. Shinmo doesn't complain about being tired or overworked. This is nothing compared to what middle school students and later generations have. His life is fulfilling but not stressful. After Yuan Li talked to him last time, Shinmo felt even more that he would be letting his teacher down if he didn't study hard for the final exam. Physics, chemistry, and English are not stressful, but Chinese is the key subject. He needs some motivation, as Chinese has always lagged significantly behind the other subjects. While others were frantically working on physics and chemistry during evening self-study, Shinmo was doing reading comprehension exercises. He needed to adapt to the way of thinking in this era, find out the intentions of the test setters, and write the answers they wanted. Before graduation, he had no other way to express himself except to improve his Chinese score. After all, you call me Aunt Yuan, don't you? This sentence kept echoing in Shinmo's mind, and he couldn't help but smile whenever he thought of it. Doing Chinese again. Li Daoi's rhythm was being disrupted by Shinmo. Shinmo had been doing too much Chinese lately, making him stand out from the other students around him. But it seems reasonable that Shinmo could not get full marks in only Chinese and politics has a relatively small weight in the score, so it is not as obvious as getting extra points in Chinese. Li Dawei even thought that Shinmo would get a high score on the final exam this year. He wasn't sure how high, but it would definitely be much higher than the second place. As time went by, Li Dawei felt that time was passing too quickly, so quickly that it made him panic. How could it be that half of the 3rd year of junior high school was already over in the blink of an eye? It was another evening study session, and Yuan Shou came over. The evening self-study session in Class 2 of Grade 9 was much quieter than when school started. Although these students were still teenagers, they had begun to look ahead to the high school entrance examinations 6 months later, knowing that they didn't have much time left for themselves. Final exams are coming up soon, so I won't say much. If you do well, some high schools might come and offer you admission early, or even tuition and fee waivers. If you don't do well, you can try again for the high school entrance exam. Wang Hao, distribute the admission tickets to everyone. The admission ticket was very simple. It was printed by the school itself and only had the student's name and seat number on it. Wang Hao held the bills in his hand and handed them out one by one. Exam room number 1. Li Dawei peeked over to look at Shun Mo's admission ticket. Sure enough, it was exam room number 1, and number 1 at that. Li Dawei was very envious, so he went to the 6th examination room and sat with Shun Mo. He was a little influenced by Shun Mo and saw that Shun Mo was studying seriously. Sometimes he felt embarrassed to play around, so he read some books and made some progress. He Zhu Qing, who was sitting in front, turned around and looked at Zhou Jia. Yangzi, which exam room? Exam room 5. Zhou Jia was very annoyed. She turned around and glared at Wang Hao, who was still busy handing out admission tickets, and ignored her. Zhou Jia was disappointed. She couldn't escape this nickname. She was also very sad because even He Zhu Qing was calling her that. Her nickname was inseparable from He Zhu Qing. She was still very curious about Shun Mo's letter and asked Li Yu several times, but she could never get an answer. She was very frustrated, but Li Yu thought highly of Shun Mo and considered him a gentleman. After evening self-study ended, Zhou Jia did not walk with He Zhu Qing, and she also did not walk with Li Yu. Halfway there, they ran into Wang Hao and his group. Hey, Yoko, why are you all alone? Hearing this nickname made Zhou Jia angry. She gritted her teeth, the muscles in her cheeks twitching. It's all your fault. What does this have to do with me? Wang Hao felt wronged, and he didn't associate it with the nickname. Zhou Jia glared at him, took a few steps forward to create distance, and refused to walk with Wang Hao. Li Dawei and Lu Yulin were a little worried. Hey, Wang Hao, won't it be dangerous for her to walk alone? Just follow behind for a while. Wang Hao and the others followed Zhou Jia at a short distance to ensure her safety. Li Dawei had more to say. Why didn't Zhou Jia leave with He Zhu Qing and the others? Who knows? Lu Yulin wasn't so gossipy. The girls might get better sometime, and then they might not get better again. I'm taking my books home tomorrow to prepare for the exam. Sigh, Shun Mo has been focusing on Chinese lately, and I think he might surpass He Zhu Qing in Chinese. Wang Hao was overjoyed. Really? Wouldn't that cry its eyes out if it touched a crybaby? No, your idea is really, unique. Lu Yulin never expected Wang Hao to have this idea, but he was also very curious about how Shun Mo would do on the exam this time. For the final exams, day students will no longer leave their books in the dormitory. They will take them back to school and bring them back at the start of the next semester. In the morning, Shun Mo ate a bowl of vegetarian noodles at the cafeteria before entering the first examination room. There are many familiar names here. These are all top students in the school. Shun Mo also became one of these names, and even more famous. The name Shun Mo was the one that the first and second year junior high school students heard the most. This name was almost becoming a legend of Zhongxing Middle School. The first subject was Chinese, and Shun Mo had been putting a lot of effort into it since New Year's Day. He was doing it for himself, and also for Yuan Li. Having such a good teacher makes learning feel very warm inside. Shun Mo is almost omnipotent, but Chinese is everyone's acknowledged weakness, although few can outperform him in exams. This time, however, Shun Mo was very confident, and he performed very well from the first question to the final essay. After the exam, he even began to regret that this exam wasn't the high school entrance exam. The exam papers were collected and sealed, but everyone knew that the first one was Shun Mo's. The Chinese language test papers were graded by Feng Hong, a teacher in the second year of junior high school. The two Chinese language teachers in the third year of junior high school refused to grade them anymore, fearing that they would not be able to treat everyone equally. Feng Hong worked quickly and soon finished grading the first paper. Sister, Shun Mo is not bad. 94 points. Yuan Li was particularly satisfied with Shun Mo's score this time. She originally thought that Shun Mo could score around 90 points, which would be very good. 94 points far exceeded her expectations. Hurry, go down, Yuan Li urged. Feng Hong laughed and said, what's the rush? She continued grading the second paper. Sister, Shun Mo did very well on the test. You can't expect him to get a perfect score in Chinese as well. Can you let me see a few more papers? 94 points. I wouldn't dare say it's first place, but it's at least in the top 10 or even the top 5, right? You should talk to Shun Mo and ask him to leave some room for other students. They can't keep getting first place in every subject, can they? He left the politics to himself, didn't he? Feng Hong shook her head and chuckled. Hard to say? Look at his Chinese score, he got 94. How do you know he didn't put in the effort for politics? Oh my, she really managed to get everything? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Yuan Li wanted to see He Zhuqing's test paper, so she leaned on the back of Feng Hong's chair and looked at it with great interest. After several exam papers, it was He Zhuqing's turn. The familiar font provides a reassuring answer. Feng Hong quickly graded the papers, while Yuan Li remained silent, silently calculating He Zhuqing's score in her mind. Meanwhile, Feng Hong glanced at the front of the test and wrote the score on the test paper in red pen. 93 points. Chapter 66 Preparing for Winter Break. Sister, what's with that expression? Yuan Li's expression was strange, and Feng Hong couldn't understand it. Ugh, this crybaby. I wonder how long she'll keep crying. Yuan Li straightened up. With a difference of 1 point, Shen Mo had surpassed He Zhuqing in Chinese language. Having taught class 3-2 for a semester, Shen Mo's biggest impression on Yuan Li was his steadiness. This time, his Chinese score surpassed He Zhuqing's. He Zhuqing may have a chance to surpass Shen Mo again, but she will lose her advantage in Chinese, and the gap between her and Shen Mo will widen even further. At the end of the semester, students are nervous, teachers are nervous, and the pace is very fast. After the afternoon exams ended, Shen Mo and Zhang Yuhua were eating in the cafeteria when Su Feng from the next class came over with his food. Shen Mo, you're amazing. You got 94 in Chinese, 1 point higher than He Zhuqing, and the same as Tang Wuzi in our class. I heard that no one has surpassed either of you yet. Zhang Yuhua immediately lost her appetite. Su Feng, can we wait until all the exams are over before we talk about this? He didn't like knowing his scores in advance. He didn't want to know his own scores, or anyone else's. He just wanted to finish the exam quietly and find out his total score and ranking all at once. So after the exam, he never asked others for answers. He didn't want to make himself anxious, nor did he want to cause others pain. Su Feng said with a grin, "Don't worry, I don't know your score." Actually, he did know, but he was afraid Zhang Yuhua would be unhappy. In fact, Zhang Yuhua did quite well on the test, but she just didn't want to know her score first. Even so, Zhang Yuhua was not happy, because Su Feng revealed another very important piece of information. No one's Chinese language score was higher than Shen Mo's, which meant that he had also failed Shen Mo's test. He ate his brown rice listlessly, then picked up a piece of green vegetable with his chopsticks. Su Feng didn't feel crushed by Shen Mo at all. Hey, this time, can you pull ahead of the second place by even more points? Su Qimin asked. Hey, isn't Tang Wuzi from your class a crybaby? Of course not. They have a very strong mental fortitude. I reckon Shen Mo will be number 1 again this time. Su Feng shook his head and picked up Zhang Yuhua's small green vegetables with his chopsticks. None of the people eating in the cafeteria objected. They all thought it was perfectly reasonable, and all they needed to wait for was a result. Hey, you're working as a waitress on Garden Road. You'll have time to finish your winter break homework, right? Zhang Yuhua remembered this. I'll make it. I'm not busy all the time. Besides, there's no one to eat on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, so I have plenty of time. Several people wanted to treat Shen Mo to a meal once he made some money, but when they thought about Shen Mo's situation, they were too embarrassed to ask. Shen Mo was quite embarrassed. If you go to eat on Garden Road, remember to come to Red Maple Leaf Restaurant. I'll serve you and guarantee the quantity of food. Several boys looked longingly at the sight, then sighed and said, forget it. Garden Road is too expensive. After the exam on the second day, there will be 2 days for the teachers to grade the scores and calculate the rankings, and the dormitory will no longer need to be occupied. Although everyone still needs to come back to check their grades, they all know that winter break has arrived. Shen Mo, carrying the book, walked with Lu Yulin and the others. Wang Hao no longer dares to mention going home to take Shen Mo down with him. He's wondering what to do after the high school entrance exam next year. He probably won't have a good winter break. His dad will likely lock him at home to read books, and he won't be able to go out easily. Wang Hao was filled with anxiety as he followed everyone back. Shen Mo returned to his second uncle's dormitory. The dormitory was quiet, and his second uncle would not be back until later. He lit the stove, put a kettle of water on it, and let it boil slowly. Then he went to Garden Road to scout ahead. Winter break is coming soon. Although there will be makeup classes after the new year, and the start of school will be earlier than for the first and second year of junior high school, Shen Mo feels that he will not only be a waiter these days. He will also take on some translation work. Sister Xiaomei, aren't you cold? Shen Mo saw Xiaomei greeting guests at the door as soon as he got off the tram. Her thicker winter clothes made her look less thin than in the summer. It's all right. Xiaomei's nose was red, but she smiled happily when she saw Shen Mo. Are your final exams over? I finished my exams today and am waiting for the results, but the holiday hasn't started yet. I'll take a break for a couple of days. Come inside quickly, it's cold outside. Xiaomei shooed Shen Mo inside and shouted, Sister Zhou, Shen Mo is here. He finished his final exams. Manager Zhou was overjoyed. This was exactly the moment she had been waiting for. Sister Zhou, the exams are over, but we haven't started our holiday yet. It's all right. I feel much more at ease now that you're on winter break. Ming Yang came over a couple of days ago too. He's on vacation. Right now, I'm the one standing the straightest on Garden Road. For the past 6 months, people have been looking for translators on Garden Road, but not many have been able to find one successfully. You have something to do? Shin Imo asked with surprise. He had been holding back for a semester. His money was only going out and not coming in, and he also needed to buy a house for his second uncle, so he needed to earn more money. And then there's Yuan Li. He can't really ask his homeroom teacher to pay for his high school tuition next year. Since the reform and opening up, more and more foreigners are willing to come to China to experience the Spring Festival atmosphere. They don't take holidays. Many people in China also don't take holidays, preparing to take advantage of the Spring Festival to do more business with foreigners. Shin Mo's mind worked quickly, but the Foreign Trade Building and the Foreign Languages Bureau will be closed for the holiday, right? The Foreign Trade Building is closed for the holiday, but some work can be done in advance, and we can just go through the procedures when we return to work. As for the Foreign Languages Bureau, there might actually be some people willing to take on some freelance work. Xiao Shun, if there are any experts willing to come to our Garden Road, can you keep an eye out for them for me? Don't worry, Sister Zhou, there won't be any problem, Shun Imo readily agreed. You'll probably get first place this time, right? Manager Zhou changed the subject to something more pleasant. Shun Imo pretended to be worried. It's probably because the person with the same name as me is going to get first place. Manager Zhou chuckled. All right, I know you're something else. Take a good rest before the official holiday starts, and come back after the holiday begins. Sister Shun, I'd like to move my things over tomorrow, and then come over directly after I leave school the day after tomorrow. No problem, Manager Zhou readily agreed. Then you can stay in that small single room you stayed in during the summer vacation. Thank you, Sister Zhou. Shin Imo brought back 2 main dishes and a bottle of good wine. As dusk fell, his second uncle should be back. Seeing the hot water on the stove and the books in the dormitory, he probably wouldn't cook anymore. Shin Chuan didn't cook. He knew what his nephew's things were like as soon as he saw them. He sat by the stove, warming himself by the fire, waiting for his nephew to bring back the food. Feeling rather idle, Shin Chuan picked up Shin Mo's book and flipped through it. You can tell from the outside that my nephew is working hard. The pages of his books are noticeably darker than when he was in the first or second year of junior high school, which is due to the fact that they have been turned over too many times. The handwriting on the textbooks, notes, and even the test papers he brought back was much neater thanks to Shun Mo's scrawled handwriting before, which made it difficult for Shun Chuan to distinguish the difference between neat handwriting and regular handwriting. Footsteps sounded at the door, followed by Shun Mo's voice. Second uncle, I'm back. Shin Imo carried 2 aluminum lunchboxes in his hands. After entering the dormitory, he took down the kettle and put the lunchboxes on it. Heat it up, and it'll taste better. The cold wind howled outside the window. The light bulb in the room emitted a yellow glow, and the uncle and nephew ate chopsticks, making a lively and warm scene. Chapter 67. The house is taking shape. The teachers at the school didn't enjoy the same luxuries as Shun Imo and his nephew. They were still busy grading papers. The first exam paper in the first exam room receives the most attention, and this is true from the first year of junior high to the third year. Shinmo's score was used for comparison, and several 7th and 8th grade homeroom teachers kept muttering, how can the 9th graders' score be higher than the 1st graders? Shin Imo scored full marks in math, physics, chemistry, and English as usual, leaving his homeroom teachers speechless. He also did well in politics, which had always been his weak point, but this weakness was only relative to Chinese. Compared to other students, he was still among the top. Zhang Junhai stayed in the office, ignoring the protests of several female teachers, including Yuan Li, and smoked one cigarette after another, claiming it was too cold outside. Hurry up and calculate, at least get Shun Mo's total score. The holidays are coming soon, and I need to have something to show for my efforts when I go to number 1 high school to persuade them. Hey Lao Yuan, stop glaring at me. Just give me the score, and I'll leave right away. It's out, see for yourself. Yuan Li finally managed to get the score for her last subject, politics, and several teachers immediately surrounded her. Zhang Junhai didn't forget to light another cigarette, earning him the contempt of the crowd. I heard Shinimo did very well on his Chinese exam this time. Just tell me how many points he's missing from a perfect score. 10 points difference. Zhang Junhai immediately threw away his cigarette and squeezed into the crowd. 10 points short. Chinese and math are both scored out of 100. The total score is 490, and Shun Imo got 480. Director Zhang, isn't this a respectable score? Yuan Li asked confidently, hands on her hips. That's impressive. Zhang Junhai stepped forward, wrote down Shin Mo's scores for each subject, and smiled with satisfaction. I don't know how many points Shin Mo will get in next year's high school entrance exam, but as long as he can continue to be number one in our school, I'll have to have a big celebration. Director Zhang, our class's teacher, heard that. So what if I heard it? Drinking alone is no fun, Zhang Junhai said magnanimously, taking out another cigarette from his pocket, intending to light it. Yuan Li started to shoo him away. Old Zhang, you can go outside to smoke now. Hey, I haven't even treated you to a meal yet, and you're already calling me old Zhang? Zhang Junhai laughed as he walked out, a note with Shin Mo's grades written on it tucked into his shirt pocket. Winter break was coming soon, and he was going to strut around Yongxing No. 1 middle school to show off to his old classmate. Yuan Li felt even better after getting rid of Zhang Junhai, that old chain smoker. The other homeroom teachers started paying attention to the rankings below, not wanting Yuan Li to be too smug. However, Shin Mo's grades were too outstanding. The top student in class 1 changed from Tang Wuzi to Wang Ge. After half a semester, he regained his own first place, but only as the top student in the class. However, the difference between him and Shen Mo reached 14 points. Looking at Wang Ji's report card, Gunan Feng, the homeroom teacher of class 1, looked conflicted. He is not first in any subject, but he is first in the overall score. My student is quite interesting. As the results for the other classes came out one after another, Yuan Li, holding her water cup, remained calm and composed, her smile serene throughout. It wasn't until after 8 p.m. that these teachers went back to rest. After eating, Shen Mo and his nephew Shin Chuan washed their aluminum lunchbox and chopsticks, and then soaked their feet in hot water, feeling warm all over. The small radio was turned on, and Teresa Tang's Alone on the West Tower came on. Silently, I ascend the western tower alone, the moon like a crescent. The lights were turned off, and the uncle and nephew lay in their warm bed, listening to Teresa Tang's songs and the sound of the wind outside the window. Life is truly wonderful, especially since they didn't know what the next song would be, and they were filled with anticipation. Second uncle, have you looked at any houses? Are there any suitable ones? I went to Garden Road today, and Sister Zoe told me that I'll have things to do during the winter break, so don't worry. After this winter break, Shin Mo will definitely become a millionaire. In 1985, New Year's Day is over. In 1986, how many millionaires will there be? Shin Chuan was still a little embarrassed. I'm keeping an eye on it. Second uncle, could I ask Sister Zoe to keep an eye out for him too? Shin Mo always felt that his second uncle was embarrassed to spend his money. What was there to be embarrassed about? In the darkness, Shin Chuan seemed to have turned over. There's a family nearby who seemed to be moving abroad. It's a 2-bedroom apartment, a little smaller than my old house, but I think it's enough. How can it not be enough? A 2-bedroom apartment can be modified. If we eliminate the living room and leave a little space for a table to eat, we can have 3 bedrooms. How much? Shin Mo immediately perked up. A house in the alley costs 8,000. When he said 8,000, Shin Chuan's voice dropped a lot. It was a number he couldn't believe. The reason is that most housing is publicly owned, and there are too few houses in private hands. Moreover, the buying and selling process is complicated and cumbersome. These people ask for exorbitant prices and expect others to lower them. Shin Mo said generously, 8,000 it is. Earning money and not spending it is the same as not earning it. When the end of the year comes, I'll ask Sister Zoe to get a pig's head and some mutton, and you can. Can I call her aunt now? Send it to your aunt's side. Shin Chuan pinched himself, feeling like he was living in a dream. My nephew's really done well. More than I expected. I can even buy him a house. Don't rush. They're going abroad next year, and not many people can afford to pay 8,000 yuan right away. It's not something they can just sell on a whim. Let's wait until the weather gets warmer, then they'll lower the price. Shin Mo asked anxiously, what if we don't negotiate the price? If you don't lower the price, I'll wait a bit longer. Yuefeng said that it's not a problem to make do with a dormitory, right? Look around us. A lot of people live in small rooms, and they're doing fine. It's a bit too small after all. Shin Mo was afraid that things might get complicated if he waited too long. What's so small about it? Don't worry, there's plenty of room for you at home. Shin Mo thought to himself, let's stick with that 2-bedroom apartment. It's expensive, but I can wait. I have to buy it before next summer vacation. Otherwise, how will he squeeze in when he comes back? Second uncle, you must tell my aunt that you can solve the housing problem. I know. Shin Chuan, slightly tipsy, continued to laugh in the darkness. Suddenly he remembered something. During the New Year. I'll wait for you to have a holiday, so we can go back to the old house for New Year's Eve. I'll go back to Garden Road on New Year's Day. I'm hoping to make some money there during a holiday. Your dad. Shin Chuan was worried for his older brother. His nephew was so good. Why did he have to find another one? My dad. Shin Mo snorted. He probably never expected anything from me. Everyone has their own sense of right and wrong. If it weren't for his second uncle, Shinimo wouldn't even know where to put his hands during the new year. His whole family would deliberately ignore him, and his stepmother Chun-Yi would even secretly glare at him and give him a hard time. After this happened several times, and after being caught a few times, Chun-Yi began to openly dislike Shinimo. It was too much trouble to hide it, so it was better to follow her heart. This year's Lunar New Year will likely be a similar spectacle. Chapter 68 Winter Break isn't easy. When I woke up, my second uncle, Shin Chuan, had already gone to work. These were the two most relaxing days for Shun Mo. School wasn't in session, and there was no one else at home. He was free and could sleep as long as he wanted and do whatever he wanted. He packed his things this morning, ate a bowl of noodles for lunch, and took some things to Garden Road. He'll bring his bedding over tomorrow. He'll be sleeping here tonight. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no customers in the afternoon, Shin Mo moved into a small private room. Zhao Mingyang happened to be there too, and helped Shin Mo out. Xiao Shun, if we go to school again tomorrow, it will really be a holiday, right? Yes. Manager Zhou smiled and said, Mingyang said his vacation is longer than yours. If anyone needs a translator, he'll let you come first, and he'll come over after you go back to school. Zhao Mingyang was still a little embarrassed. Xiao Shun was very generous during the summer vacation, but he doesn't have much time during the winter vacation, so we're prioritizing him. Hey, can you wait until the Lantern Festival to go back to school? Shun Mo shook his head. I'm going back to school on the 8th day of the new year. You go first. You definitely go first. I have more time than you, and it's after everyone else has finished their holidays. Zhao Mingyang put his things away and looked around the small single room. Not bad, not bad. Quite suitable for studying. I heard from Sister Zhou that you got first place in the whole school in the last midterm exam. How did you do on the final exam this time? Pretty much, unless you encounter a genius. Shin Mo is not unintelligent, hardworking, and with the huge bug of soul transmigration, only a genius with extraordinary talent can contend with him, and even then, they might not be able to win. There were no geniuses at Zhongxing Middle School. He would only have the chance to meet one at Yongxing No. 1 Middle School, which would be the real test for him. After putting the things away, Manager Zhou instructed Old Wu in the kitchen to prepare 2 good dishes for Shun Mo to take away later. While the kitchen was preparing the food, Manager Zhou gave Shun Mo some instructions. Xiao Shen, even though your winter break hasn't started yet, your older sister has already arranged something for you. You have a half-day job starting at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow, and you'll be busy for 3 days straight. A client will be coming for dinner tomorrow night, and based on past experience, I've asked them to bring their documents over beforehand so you can prepare. Okay, Sister Zhou. Shin Mo could no longer act like a student. He was now a person trying to make a living. Shin Mo thought that if he could earn a little more money, would he have a chance to get his second uncle a slightly bigger house before next summer vacation? A house is also a kind of investment. As long as uncle has this house, even if he doesn't give uncle any money afterward, the demolition compensation alone will make uncle laugh in his dreams. Shin Mo hasn't thought about getting himself a place yet. There's no rush. He'll buy a big one all at once in the future, and it would be even better if he could get a house through demolition compensation. Shinmo took the groceries home, and Shinchuan returned home right after get off work. It's so nice to have you at home. You can have delicious food to satisfy your cravings. It'll only be a day or two. I'm going to Garden Road tomorrow night. You can get first place this time too, right? Shinchuan's expectations for his nephew increased. He didn't want to hear about second place, not even second place in the grade. We'll find out tomorrow. No, you'll be leaving when you come back tomorrow, so there won't be time to ask. With Lu Yulin around, you'll find out by the day after tomorrow at the latest. By the way, second uncle, remember to keep an eye on the house. I haven't fully started my vacation yet. Sister Zoe has already found me some work. I have to go there first thing the day after tomorrow, for 3 consecutive days. Shinchuan suddenly felt sorry for his nephew. Although he earned a lot, among the acquaintances around him, who else was out working at such a young age? His nephew was also the top student in the whole school, and he should only have studying as his primary task. Second uncle, I'd like to treat a few teachers to a meal after the high school entrance exam. Of course we have to invite him. Shinchuan felt it was necessary. After all, his nephew had gotten first place in the whole school under their guidance, and Shinchuan would feel uneasy if he didn't treat them to a meal. Shinemo said, then let's go to Red Maple Leaf. It's okay if it's a bit more expensive. Okay, whatever you say. Shinemo wanted to use this meal to tell Yuan Li and the others that he was not having any financial difficulties. Yuan Li wouldn't believe him just by saying it. Treating them to a meal would both express his gratitude and demonstrate his financial situation. Shinchuan drank a few more glasses of baijiu and ate his meal. Comfortably, he put away the rest of the liquor. Leave your report card to me before you go to Garden Road tomorrow. I want to have it with my drinks tomorrow night. Shin Mo chuckled. His second uncle still didn't want to wait. I know. The next morning, Lu Yulin waited for Shun Mo at the intersection to walk together. Are you going to Garden Road this afternoon? Yes. Lu Yulin breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, very good. What's wrong with you? You'll definitely be number one again this time. Since you're not with your second uncle, my dad won't be able to see you, so I'll feel a little better. Lu Kaiyong wouldn't beat his son, who was in the third year of junior high school, again, but Lu Yulin had grown up and knew how shameful he was. Even if his parents didn't beat him, they would still scold him. At the end of the semester, he accepted the fact that Shun Mo could rank first in the school, but he couldn't quite understand it. I wish you could give me a few points from your score. Lu Yulin muttered to himself, a few fantasies forming in his mind. Shinmo's score must be very high. He can't use it all. Even if he shares some with himself, he can still rank first. When they arrived at the classroom, everyone chattered away as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Suddenly someone shouted, I just saw my older cousin print a lot of test papers. The classroom suddenly became much quieter, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. They're not going to hand out test papers during winter break, are they? The students sitting in the front row looked out, and when they turned around, they saw expectant eyes. He gave a wry smile. Not only my eldest cousin, my second uncle also has exam papers. Several teachers came over with test papers. These were the winter break homework they had prepared for the students. Gokun went to another class first, while Wu Gang went to class 2. All right, I'm not your homeroom teacher, so I'll keep quiet. There's no homework during winter break. But let's do a few practice tests so that winter break doesn't kill our enthusiasm for learning. Zhou Jie asked, Teacher, how many? Not just one. If it's just one copy, does the teacher really need to come all the way back? Your homeroom teacher can just distribute them for you. Wu Gang said with a smile. Come on, pass them on. English teacher Dai Guangjuan walked to the door, looked inside, and said, He Zhuqing, go to the office and get me the test paper. Your desk mate, come with you. The classroom immediately erupted in groans. Wu Gang banged on the desk. What are you yelling about? Your teacher Dai works so hard printing these papers, he almost lost to someone else. Li Dawei muttered under his breath. Why don't you guys just put in more effort? How can you let your cousin win? Despite his inner grumbling, he also knew that if Dai Guangjuan hadn't won the competition, there would likely have been even more math and physics exam papers to take. Sure enough, before He Zhuqing returned, Gokun came over and asked a few boys to carry the exam papers. Before the homeroom teacher Yuan Li arrived, all the subject teachers had handed out test papers. Shin Mo calculated that there would be 3 papers in 2 days. Chapter 69 Returning to the Adult World. The final exams are over, and the rankings are out. Shin Mo is still number 1 in our grade, with a total score of 480 out of 490. You might say it's normal for Shun Mo to be number 1, but I want to say that even the number 1 can improve. This time, Shun Mo scored 94 in Chinese, tying for first place in the grade. 94 points? He Zhuqing's head was buzzing. She scored 1 point less than Shun Mo. Her Chinese score was actually lower than Shin Mo's. Yuan Li was looking at her while she was speaking, and she hadn't even criticized her yet, so why were her eyes red again? Alright, here are 3 test papers for Chinese. Is that easy enough? Don't be idle during winter break. Read fewer novels and more textbooks. The articles in the textbooks are very readable. During winter break, don't play with fireworks or firecrackers, and don't go to the river. The ice in Jiangnan isn't as thick as in the north, so it's not safe. Yuan Li repeatedly reminded everyone before finally saying the words they most wanted to hear. Alright, go back now. The classroom immediately stirred. He Zhuqing, come here. Yuan Li was really helpless with this little girl and had to comfort her. Zhou Jie pouted and left with the exam paper. Behind them were several boys chatting excitedly. Wang Hao, remember to report Shin Mo's grades when you get back, and see what your dad says. Am I stupid? I'll definitely choose you. I'll just tell you didn't beat me. Isn't that enough? Even at home, there's no peace and quiet. I have to do test papers every day. Shin Mo, can you finish them all? Shin Mo carefully held his test paper, afraid that the ink would be rubbed off and the words on it would become illegible. I'm sure I can finish it. Li Dawei said happily. Great. I knew you could finish. I just checked, and the Chinese test still has 3 essays to write. Never mind the essays. I can borrow the other papers for reference later. Oh my, he said it's for reference. Wang Hao exclaimed. I didn't refer to anyone else's. I referred to Shin Mo's. Li Dawei said confidently, without the slightest embarrassment. Lu Yulin next to him was very tempted. Shin Mo. When are you coming back? I'd like to take a look too. Oh, you're referring to this too. Wang Hao started to hesitate. He really wanted to say that he was referring to it as well, but since he had just looked down on someone, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He could only bite the bullet and looked down on Lu Yuan. The group walked forward happily. Winter vacation had arrived, but they couldn't let loose. In the corridor outside the classroom, Yuan Li was still comforting He Zhuqing. As soon as He Zhuqing came out of the classroom, tears started falling. Stop crying. People who don't know the situation will think you've made some mistake. Yuan Li was quite patient, but she couldn't stand He Zhuqing's constant crying. What are you crying about? You're still in the top 5 of the grade this time, ranking 4th, which is an improvement from last time. He Zhuqing couldn't stop crying, which made Yuan Li both angry and amused. What about the high school entrance exam? Who can you cry to after the scores come out? Okay, wipe your tears and cheer up. You're second in the grade group at the end of the second year of junior high. Let's not talk about Shinmo. There's still someone you have to surpass. Yes, I've got it. He Zhuqing cried for a while. Then her emotions stabilized considerably. Yuan Li breathed a sigh of relief. Go back. Winter break is precious. Take good care of your energy, because next semester will be even more intense. If it were Zhang Yuhua, Su Qimin, or even Wang Gedong and Wu Zi from the next class, she would have encouraged Shinmo. But He Zhuqing couldn't do that. The young girl's psychological resilience was limited, and if Shinmo was mentioned again, she might cry again. After seeing He Zhuqing off, Yuan Li immediately went back to find Zhang Junhai. Director Zhang, when are you going to Yongxing No. 1 High School? With Shinmo's grades, it's not an exaggeration to say he's in the top 10 in the city, right? Even if he's not in the top 10 in the city, it's not an exaggeration to say he'll be in the top 10 among the students Yongxing No. 1 High School admits next year, is it? Zhang Junhai chuckled. Great, my director is back. He'll be over tonight, no worries. I called them this morning, and they want to have a good chat with me. Lao Yuan, are you coming? Let's go together. They want to treat us to dinner. No high school would turn away good students. It's just a matter of reducing tuition and fees, right? That's a small matter. They can make up the difference by taking in 1 or 2 students through connections. I'm a woman, I don't drink, so I won't go. But Director Zhang, I'm leaving this matter to you, so you must try your best to get as much help as possible. Yuan Li was afraid that Zhang Junhai would forget the important matter after drinking too much. Zhang Junhai patted his shirt pocket, which contained Shinmo's scores. Don't worry, Shinmo's results are right here. Now they're begging us. Yongxing No. 1 Middle School's advantage is its proximity, which gives Zhang Junhai more options when looking at the whole city. But what the two of them didn't know was that Shinmo had a lot of money in his pocket. Their combined wealth didn't even amount to what Shinmo had. Shinmo was thinking about what kind of story to make up so that he could tell Yuan Li about it after school started, so that she wouldn't worry about his situation. Back in his second uncle's dormitory, he wrote down his grades and placed them on the small table, weighed them down with a teacup, and then took his bedding and went to Red Maple Leaf. After making the bed and changing his clothes, Shinmo entered the adult world in the shortest amount of time. Xiao Shun, the guest will be arriving soon, in the Ximei private room. Okay, Sister Zhou. Downstairs, Xiao Mei led a group of guests into the Ximei private room. Comrades, please have a seat. Xiao Shun, bring the tea. Shinmo brought in tea, and Manager Zhou followed behind, taking the teapot and pouring tea for the guests. Gentlemen, Xiao Shin will be there to translate for you tomorrow. He's already done many translations this summer. He's the first person on Garden Road with this kind of ability. Oh, I've heard that. You're still a junior high school student, right? A middle-aged man said with a smile. No one else spoke up, clearly indicating that he was the one in charge. Before Shinmo could reply, Manager Zhou added with a smile. That's right. The final exams just ended, and Shinmo came in first in the whole school with a perfect score in English. Wow, a young hero indeed. And a perfect score in English? The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. First in the whole school? That's quite impressive. In this era where education levels are generally low, a junior high school graduate can accomplish many things, and being the top student in junior high, middle-aged people should treat Shinmo as an equal adult. Yes. Shinmo didn't try to be modest. At this point, being modest might mean the other person would have to find someone else. Manager Zhou immediately added, Gentlemen, Xiao Shin's winter break is short. If you come to me an hour early, Xiao Shun can serve you. If you come an hour late, Xiao Shin will have to serve other people, summer customers. The expression on her face spoke of the guests' good fortune in the private room, making them feel it was all worthwhile. Good. The middle-aged man knew that Manager Zhou's words were exaggerated, but since Shinmo had been able to serve him for a whole summer without any problems, he was willing to believe him. I'm wondering what topics you'll be discussing tomorrow? I'd like to have some materials to prepare beforehand. The middle-aged man took out a few thin sheets of paper from his bag and handed them to Shinmo. Young man, I'm counting on you for tomorrow. Chapter 70 The Conditions Obtained by Director Zhang. After the guests left in the evening, Shinmo went back to prepare. Manager Zhou did not arrange for him to continue serving other guests, but gave him ample time to prepare. Xiaomei, take some fried rice to Xiaoshen later. He might be working quite late today. Okay. Xiaomei replied crisply, and continued working. In the small single room, with a small desk lamp, Shin Mo was hunched over the small table beside the bed, flipping through a dictionary in preparation for tomorrow. The cold wind howled outside the window, causing it to shake occasionally, but the wailing sound never stopped. Shin Mo really enjoys moments like this. If he could have a cup of coffee and a book he likes to read, it would be perfect. There was a book in front of me, but it wasn't a novel, nor an essay, but an English-Chinese dictionary. The wonderful fantasy can only be enjoyed halfway. The feeling of being warm and cozy inside while the cold wind howls outside is also a great pleasure. And of course, there's the bowl of fried rice with eggs that's brought in shortly afterward. In Uncle Air's dormitory in the Shikumen, the scene was almost the same, except that Shin Chuan had an extra stove on it, with tofu and pickled mustard greens stewing in an enamel mug, songs playing on the radio, and him happily sipping his wine. This is what was left over from before. When I came back today, although my nephew's bedding was gone, there was a report card on the table. He ranked first in his grade, and also got full marks in 4 other subjects. When he's alone, Shun Chuan is reluctant to eat meat. A bowl of tofu will satisfy him. Everyone says drinking alone is boring, but Shun Chuan doesn't think so. He just doesn't know how to face Lu Kaiyang and the others tomorrow. He didn't know how many points Lu Yuan scored, but he was sure it was far less than his nephew's. If the two weren't in the same grade, Shin Chuan would have a good time showing off tomorrow. I'll go have dinner with Yuefang again tomorrow night to talk about sending New Year's gifts. My nephew said he'd get me some pig's head and mutton, right? That's good stuff. While eating and drinking, Shin Chuan began to dream about what would happen after the high school entrance exam next year. He was sure his nephew would be able to get into Yongxing No. 1 high school next year. Several men were sitting in the home of Luo Yuanheng, the vice principal of Yongxing No. 1 middle school. Although it was past 8 o'clock, the group of men were still very engaged in conversation. The news brought by Zhang Junhai made these men start looking forward to next year on the very first day of their holiday. Well, Lao Luo, look at this score for yourself. Zhang Junhai smoked a cigarette, his face flushed from drinking. His eyes were glazed with drunkenness, but even in that glaze, there was still a smug gleam. His grades are really good. No one at No. 1 high school dislikes or doesn't want a student like that. This isn't just good, it's amazing. 4 out of 6 subjects are perfect scores. Let me tell you, if Shin Mo gets into Yongxing No. 1 high school, he'll definitely get into Aurora University. I said Aurora University, did you hear me? Zhang Junhai's smugness radiated from his eyes and permeated the entire dining table. I heard that. It's not like no one from our school has ever passed the exam. Luo Yuanheng poured Zhang Junhai another glass of wine, showing no sign of losing face, but rather a hint of solicitation. Zhang Junhai smiled as his old classmate poured him a drink. Then let's talk about the tuition and fees reduction. Lao Luo, Lao Wu from No. 2 middle school, came by the other day. I'm not afraid to tell you. He said all tuition and fees would be waived. And Lao Luo, I want to remind you, no one from No. 2 middle school has ever been admitted to Aurora University. You guys think about Shin Mo's influence and No. 2 middle school's determination. Shin Mo would definitely want to go to Yongxing No. 1 middle school. No one present would doubt that. But circumstances are beyond human control. If Shun Mo really can't afford the tuition and fees at Yongxing No. 1 middle school, he will probably go to No. 2 middle school. With such a precious child, all the resources at No. 2 middle school will be tilted towards Shun Mo. This is also a sincerity that No. 1 middle school cannot offer. The only sincerity No. 1 middle school can offer is to reduce or waive tuition and fees. Of course, Zhang Junhai didn't tell his old classmate that he and Yuan Li were willing to help Shun Mo pay for it. They still needed to try to get it done first. Luo Yuanheng lit a cigarette and squinted as he smoked it. Tomorrow, I will communicate with the other leaders of the school. However, this matter cannot be done only for Shun Mo. Here's what I'm thinking. Next year, the top 10 students admitted to Yongxing No. 1 middle school will have all their tuition and fees waived. Old Zhang, if Shun Mo from your school really has this ability, then let him do it. He raised his cup and touched it to Zhang Junhai's. Zhang Junhai did not back down at all. He raised his cup and said to everyone, on behalf of Shun Mo, I thank all the leaders. As expected of someone who can become a vice principal, their thinking is more comprehensive than his, leaving enough room for the school and Shin Mo to save face. Once this policy of reducing or waiving tuition and fees is announced, it will attract many graduates to apply, and it will also leave no room for criticism. Zhang Junhai downed the wine in his glass in one gulp and laughed heartily. Don't laugh. For the sake of being classmates, let all the top students from your school apply to our school this year. No problem. Zhang Junhai agreed to a condition that was not difficult at all. He had drunk a lot of alcohol and smoked a lot that night, and went home in a daze, sleeping soundly until dawn. When he woke up, he saw Yuan Li sitting at home chatting with his wife. His hair was disheveled, and he smelled a strong odor of smoke on his body. Old Yuan came over early this morning to ask how your negotiation with them went yesterday. Zhang Junhai yawned and said, I made a living by drinking and smoking almost 2 packs of cigarettes. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Director Zhang, let's get down to business. They agreed, but Shin Mo himself also needs to prove himself. If he's in the top 10 next year, his tuition and fees will be waived. Whether he can advance to the 2nd or 3rd year of high school depends on his own abilities. Yuan Li was relieved. What's so difficult about that, Director Zhang? I have to thank you on behalf of Shan Mo from our class. I'll head back now. Seeing the steamed buns and soy milk on the table, Zhang Junhai said, have breakfast before you leave. His wife pinched him, and Zhang Junhai thought she was being too stingy. It was just breakfast. Why would she pinch him like that? Yuan Li smiled, refused to stay, and turned left as she went out. After sending Yuan Li away, Zhang Junhai began to complain about his wife. How can you be so stingy? Me stingy? That was bought by old Yuan, and you're acting all polite about taking his things. Zhang Junhai paused for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh again. All right. I didn't feel wrong by that hit from you. Let's eat. I sniffed myself. The smell of cigarettes was really strong. I don't know how my wife managed to stand it last night. I need to take a shower and change my clothes later. Otherwise, I won't be able to go out and face anyone. Oh, you're quite self-aware? Do you know why old Yuan left? It's because he couldn't stand the smell of smoke on you. His wife always found various reasons to stop him from smoking. Zhang Junhai was speechless. Chapter 71 New Year's Gift. For 3 days in a row, Shin Mo did translation work in the mornings. Before he finished his work, Manager Zhou gave him 2 more jobs, which were scheduled until the 29th of the Lunar New Year. Even Zhao Mingyang was called out. The 2 translators from Red Maple Leaf were extremely busy, with translation tasks always occurring on the same day. In the afternoon, Shin Mo returned with sponge cakes and candies, looking exhausted. Mingyang is back too, and he brought canned food for everyone. Let me try it. Shin Mo missed the taste of the canned sugar water from his childhood. Both Shin Mo and Shun Mo missed it. Zhao Mingyang sat to the side with a smile, drinking hot water, and took a milk candy from the bag Shin Mo had brought, eating it slowly. Manager Zhou opened the can, and the group shared it. It seemed that canned food tasted better when shared. While eating canned food and holding a sponge cake, Wu Yuan didn't forget to put some candy in his pocket. Our restaurant is still the best. I heard that Fan Guoqiang from the Yangtze River Hotel also brings things. The waiters at Huayuan Hotel have never seen a single piece of candy from Xiongming. Manager Zhou retorted, just eat your food. Stop gossiping about others. If Xiongming doesn't want to bring anyone, then he doesn't want to. He's capable of hogging the food. Shin Mo, Zhao Mingyang, and Fan Guoqiang are willing to bring people because they have a sense of humanity. Shin Mo counted the days. Sister Zhou, can you make me a pig's head? What else would you like? How about I get you some ham? You've made a lot of money this year. You can have a good new year. Then I'll have another ham, and 2 bottles of Wulianya. Resources were limited, and Shun Mo could only think of so many things. However, red maple leaves were plentiful, so Shun Mo simply added the liquor as well, hoping to give his second uncle face with his aunt. Mingyang, do you want some? I'll get you some too. Zhao Mingyang thought for a moment and said, let me go back and discuss it with them, and see what they need at home. Okay, just tell your sister what you need, and she'll get it for you. As the Lunar New Year approaches, the streets of Shanghai are bustling with activity. Many parents take advantage of Sundays to bring their children out for a stroll, to enjoy some snacks, buy some toys, and perhaps a new outfit. Adults have their own tasks. In addition to the small benefits provided by their workplaces, they also have to prepare New Year's gifts. Whether they are good or not is another matter, but it is always a token of their appreciation. Shen Zhang prepared 2 roosters, 2 fish, and some pastries for his father-in-law's family, intending to take them over before the Lunar New Year. Xiao Shenjing also changed into a new outfit. She didn't have to go to school and was happily waiting for the new year. Before setting off, Chun Yi remembered Shin Mo. Oh, what about your eldest son? With his second uncle around, what are you worried about? What am I worried about? I'm worried you'll lose some money. If you dare give Shin Chuan or Shun Mo any money this Chinese New Year, you can forget about having a peaceful life. Shin Jiang was at a loss with his wife, but he was also very angry. Heaven and earth bear witness. I haven't even thought about giving you money yet. I haven't even become the bad guy, but you've already said the ugly things. I wanted to say this up front, so you wouldn't accuse me of picking a fight with you later. Shin Yi's face was full of sarcasm. Shin Mo wasn't her son, and she didn't want to get involved. If the woman in front of you is really that carefree, how many years has it been? She hasn't cared about her son at all? Is she even a mother? Xinjiang found his wife's words harsh, yet they also made a lot of sense. He didn't think he was a bad father in any way. At least his son was being raised by the Shin family. It was Hime who really hadn't shown her face for years. Alright, why are you talking about her during the new year? Come on, let's go to your house to deliver the holiday gifts. The two of them rode their bicycles to Chunyi's parents' home. Little Xinjing was wrapped up tightly and sat in the seat in front of her mother. Xinjiang was bringing New Year's goods. Hey, don't say I'm biased. How's your brother's relationship going? If he gets married next year, how will the house be crowded for Chinese New Year? If you ask me, let Shinimo spend Chinese New Year at his mother's house next year. Xinjiang always felt that there was a D after his mother in Chunyi's mouth, but she swallowed the sound very well and swallowed it, but the taste was still there. However, what my wife said actually makes some sense. It's not unreasonable for our son to spend the new year at his maternal grandparents' house. But this can only happen to Shinimo. If it were Chun-Yi taking Xinjing back to her parents' home for the new year, he would absolutely refuse. When they arrived at Chun-Yi's parents' home, the elderly couple were overjoyed to see their granddaughter return and happily went up to hug her. Your older brother has been talking about you for a long time. It's good that you're back. Chun-Yi's older brother kicked his son and said, "Go play with your sister." He was very happy to see the New Year's gifts his sister and brother-in-law brought back. In the afternoon, Shinimo also took some time to go back. He borrowed Manager Zhou's bicycle and excitedly rode back with a pig's head, ham, and wine. Despite being wrapped in several layers of newspaper, everyone could still tell what was inside, but no one expected that the liquor inside was Wulianya. Fearing being robbed along the way, Shun Imo only took the main road. When he arrived at his second uncle's dormitory, he locked the car and happily carried his things upstairs. A few neighbors downstairs saw this and asked curiously, "Xiao Mo, where are you from?" "The restaurant arranged it for me. I'll ask for a lower salary and use this to offset it. The Lunar New Year is coming soon, so I'll have my second uncle deliver a New Year's gift." "You're really filial to your second uncle." Several neighbors were envious. Who wouldn't want a nephew like that? Shin Chuan returned in the afternoon and had just locked his car when he heard the neighbors say that Shun Mo had returned. "I also brought you a big pig's head. That kid actually managed to get it." Before the people downstairs could even discuss Shinmo's salary, Shin Chuan rushed upstairs. "What a pity. I wonder if Xiao Shun will return the pig's head." "Xiao Mo." Shin Chuan pushed open the door and saw his nephew sunbathing. "Second uncle, quickly close the door. It's very cold." "You really gave me a pig's head?" "There's also a ham. Look, Sister Zhou specifically asked me to pick it from the kitchen, saying I could choose whichever one I liked. I don't know how to choose, so I just picked a big one." Shinimo couldn't tell whether it was good or bad, but picking a big one meant he could at least eat a few more bites. "Oh my, this is really good." Shin Chuan circled around the pig's head and the ham, looking at them over and over again. "Second uncle, could you buy some more pastries or something and send them to my aunt?" "I don't need you to explain. It doesn't matter if I lose my appetite." "No, with you here, I won't lose my appetite. This is the first year I'm going to deliver New Year's gifts to Yuefeng's family, so I have to be careful. I told the neighbors downstairs that I paid it off with my salary, so please don't let it slip." Shin Chuan pulled up a small stool, sat down against the wall, closed his eyes, and said comfortably, "It'll be exposed sooner or later, ha. It's okay if it's a little late. I was waiting for you to come back. I have to go now." "Aren't you going back without eating?" "It's not lunchtime yet, so I need to hurry back and earn more money, or I'll be exposed tonight." Shin Imo laughed. "I'll do a few more practice tests when I get back. I can't just show the teacher a blank paper when school starts after the new year." Shin Chuan said regretfully, "This is too rushed. I'm waiting for your wedding, uncle. I'll go hungry for 2 days and eat as much as I can." Chapter 72, Going to the Su family. Shin Chuan left the pig's head outside. The weather was cold, and it would drop below freezing at night, so the pig's head wouldn't spoil. He'll buy some other things after get off work tomorrow and bring them over with him. It was a pity that his nephew didn't stay for dinner, which Shin Chuan regretted. Shin Chuan cooked some noodles in an enamel mug, listened to music coming from a small radio, and chuckled to himself as he looked at the pig's head across from him. Yuefeng must be waiting for him to come to her door, right? Shin Chuan felt he would have a lot to talk about when he came to deliver the New Year's gifts, but the gifts were quite presentable, as his nephew had almost prepared everything for him, and all he had to do was figure out how to move them over. The next day at noon, Shin Chuan made a special trip from the factory to see Su Yuefeng. The two of them got their food and ate together in a corner, while several acquaintances nearby watched the two young people and laughed. When it comes to matters between men and women, everyone is happy to see them get together. They will keep talking about it and urging the couple to get married, and it won't end until they eat wedding candy. The driver ate his meal quickly and was already smoking a cigarette. He looked at the two people in the corner with a smile, his eyes filled with the smile of an uncle. Xiaoshen, are you about to send New Year's gifts? How's the preparation going? Xinchuan was still a little embarrassed. Brother, it's ready. We'll send it over tonight. The driver said with great interest. Oh, tonight? Yufeng's family should make some good preparations. It's the new son-in-law's first visit, so they should take it seriously. Su Yufeng blushed slightly, a hint of shyness in her eyes. Normally, when selling tickets on the train, she appeared shrewd and capable. Brother, you're smoking. The driver laughed loudly. It was rare for Su Yufeng to be unable to utter more than a few words. The two are having a great relationship, and there shouldn't be any problem getting their marriage certificate next year. The driver is very optimistic, as if the wedding candy is already laid out in front of him. I'm going to your house tonight. My nephew is working on Huayuan Road during winter break, and he asked a restaurant to get him a big pig's head. I'll bring it over tonight. There's a lot of stuff, so can you help me carry it? Xinchuan smiled at the driver and whispered to Su Yufeng. Okay, I'll go by bicycle this afternoon. Su Yufeng blushed a little after the driver said that, and her voice became much lower. But the driver wouldn't let her off the hook. Yufeng, go back and tell your family to prepare some good dishes. Oh, brother, I know, Su Yufeng replied, her voice filled with the helplessness typical of a young girl. A group of people laughed and were very happy. In the afternoon, Su Yufeng went home to give some instructions, and then rode her bicycle to find Xinchuan. When the neighbors downstairs saw her, they all smiled and went up to chat with her. There's also a ham? Su Yufeng couldn't believe it. This was a good thing. My nephew got these. He's not just good at studying, he's good at managing things too. Xinchuan put the pig's head and ham on the back of the bicycle, and then put the wine and pastries on Su Yufeng's back seat, tying them securely with a rope. He tested them and said, they won't fall off. Let's go. Wait a minute. Su Yufeng noticed that Xinchuan's left collar didn't seem to be turned up, so she reached out and straightened it for him. Let's go. Xinchuan then smiled. The two rode their bicycles together, and the winter wind didn't seem so cold anymore. Your nephew is that amazing? He managed to get this. Su Yufeng was very curious. She only knew that Xinchuan's nephew had excellent grades and was ranked first again in the final exams this time. My nephew is incredibly capable, you'll see later. He's even learned to keep people in suspense now. Su Yufeng was in a very good mood. She knew that Shun Mo lived with Xinchuan. This little boy was very sensible, so sensible that it made her heart ache. For his second uncle's wedding, this nephew volunteered to work on Garden Road instead of living in his second uncle's dormitory. Next year, when he goes to high school, Shun Mo will definitely volunteer to live on campus. He's number one in the whole school. Su Yufeng thinks this nephew is really good. He's sensible and has a bright future. Even if he comes over during winter and summer vacations to squeeze in with them, she'd be willing. There are always relatives staying at home for a few days every year. As for Xinchuan's older brother, she looked down on him. Once she married a new wife, she could forget about her old son. The two of them didn't mention the unpleasant incident and happily rode their bicycles to the Su family's house. The Su family started preparing a feast for Xinchuan in the afternoon. When Xinchuan and Su Yufeng arrived, they were warmly received by the Su family, and everything was going in a good direction. Xinchuan felt that next year he could consider letting the elders of both families meet first and put the wedding on the agenda. After returning home that night, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Although he had drunk some alcohol, his mind was even more excited. Next year, come quickly. As the days go by, the atmosphere of the Chinese New Year is getting stronger and stronger. Although he stayed in the hotel, Shen Mo could still sense the atmosphere. Many waiters started chatting about their family habits, looking forward to going home for the Chinese New Year. The furthest people travel are from Suzhou and Shanghai, or even a little further south to Siming, which can be reached by car in half a day. After all, no one goes out to eat on New Year's Eve. Manager Zhou started having the accountant calculate everyone's wages. The end of the year is quite busy, and there will be some bonuses. Come back earlier next year. Those bosses will be discussing business before the new year. There's money to be made. The staff from the lobby and kitchen went to find the accountant, and Manager Zhou asked Shun Mo, "It's almost the end of the year. Do you want to withdraw some money to go home for the new year?" I'll hold off for now. I still have some in my pocket, enough to last until school starts. I'll withdraw some more before school starts to pay for tuition and accommodation. By the way, Sister Zhou, could you please keep the money for me? I don't know when I might need it after the new year. You need a lot of money? Manager Zhou asked curiously. What happened at home? After the new year, some people might go abroad to sell their houses, and I want to buy one for my family. Oh my, this young man is something else. He's already thinking about this. Manager Zhou didn't expect Shen Mo to be thinking about the house, but it didn't seem like anything was wrong. Housing is very tight in Shanghai, and many families can only squeeze into a small house. My second uncle is getting married after the new year, so he needs a decent place to get married, right? Shen Mo's words further confirmed Manager Zhou's thoughts. She said, that's right, that's right. Your second uncle is very good to you. As for the house, it's fine for your second uncle to use it first. Don't worry, your older sister is preparing it for you. I can't say that it will be available anytime, but if you tell me a week in advance, your older sister can definitely raise 10,000 yuan for you. Even she hadn't expected that this house wasn't just for Shin Chuan's use, but was actually intended for him. Before New Year's Eve, Shin Mo did 6 translation jobs, which helped him raise his savings in red maple leaf back to 9,000 yuan. Before returning to school, Manager Zhou felt that Shin Mo wouldn't really be idle. He was sure that Shin Mo's money at red maple leaf would exceed 5 figures. The new year is coming soon. What would you like to bring back? Your older sister will prepare it for you. Shen Mo shook his head. The family has prepared everything, so there's no need to bring anything else. I'll come to Sister Zhou whenever Uncle needs it. He didn't plan to take anything back with him, and even if he did, no one would appreciate his kindness. Chapter 73, Handwritten. On the 29th of the 12th lunar month, there were few customers. Shenmo did not go back, but stayed at Red Maple Leaf to work as a waiter. He carried plates and served dishes, working enthusiastically. Xiaoshen, you're wasting your talent. You can go back earlier. Going back home would just be pointless, and our place is too small, so it's better to help out here. Right, Sister Zhou? The old house is indeed not very big. Next year, my second uncle will get married, and there will be no place for Shen Mo to stay during the Chinese New Year. But Shen Mo isn't worried. He doesn't want to go back for the New Year next year. After a busy night, Shen Mo returned to his room and completed 2 of the test papers his teacher had given him during the winter break. After finishing his work, he seemed even more motivated to study. Just like decades later, some students who don't want to study will be sent by their parents to work on construction sites, deliver food, or work in factories to experience the hardships of labor before they return to school. Some people find working enjoyable and have little motivation to study when they return home. However, others cannot endure the physical hardship and have no choice but to study harder when they return home. Shin Mo belongs to the latter category. He can't endure physical hardship, so he can only use the hardship of labor to motivate his studies. But we can only stay one more night. Manager Zhou and the other locals all have to go home for the Chinese New Year tomorrow morning. Shin Mo was too embarrassed to sleep in, so he got up early the next morning and took his test paper with him. He would have several days of free time, which would be a good opportunity to catch up on his homework. Sister Zhou, when will you open for business after the New Year? Shin Mo started thinking about coming back to live there. You can come when you're in your 3rd year of junior high. Maybe there will be some work available. Junior high is good. It gives my second uncle more time to date. Shin Mo went to his second uncle's dormitory first, bringing nothing but his winter break exam papers. Upon arriving here, the first person they saw was Lu Yulin. The boy was panting and stamping his feet, hiding in a sheltered spot, and seeing Shen Mo was like seeing his own older brother. You've finally shown up. I've missed you so much. If you miss me, come visit me on Garden Road. Forget it. It's so expensive over there, I wouldn't dare go. Lu Yulin rubbed his hands together. Hey, how many of your winter break tests did you do? Can I borrow them to take a look? Shin Mo immediately thought of Wang Hao's exaggerated voice during the holidays. Oh my, he said it's for reference. No problem. Some answers may not be correct, so please pay attention. How could yours be wrong? Uncle Gus said your math test can be used as the standard answer key. Gokun did say that. What pleased Gokun the most was that Shin Mo's answer format was very standardized and easy to read. Shin Mo took out the completed test paper from his bag and gave it to Lu Yulin. I'm afraid Dao copied it all, so I deliberately got a few questions wrong. It was impossible to prevent Lu Yulin from copying, but he had to find a way to make him copy less. You're really good. Lu Yulin grabbed the test paper, glanced at it, and thought it was quite well done. You're not trying to fool me, are you? You'll see when you take a look. There are obvious mistakes. Actually, there weren't. Shin Mo was deliberately lying to him. Lu Yulin was skeptical. He had originally planned to copy it, but now he was hesitant. Shin Mo patted his arm and laughed. Take a look at the answers, and do the easier ones yourself. I really don't want to do this. Lu Yulin muttered to himself, but then he saw his parents come out and realized he was in trouble. Sure enough, Lu Kaiyang immediately put on a smiling face when he saw Shen Mo. Xiao Mo, you're back. He walked up to the 2 boys, resisting the urge to slap his son. Play with them more often in the future. I think you should live at school next year too. Guan Shuamei agreed. I think it's a good idea. Before school starts, let's work it out and teach this kid a lesson. She reached out and pinched her son's ear, leaving Lu Yulin looking annoyed. After twisting her son's ear, Guan Shuamei immediately put on a smiling face for Shun Imo. I envy your second uncle so much. After the high school entrance exam next year, little Shun will be able to have a great summer vacation. I'm afraid it's more than that. Xiao Shun is getting married next year, so he can be smug for even longer. The couple urged their youngest daughter to hurry up, as they needed to go home for the new year, but once they were a distance away, they asked, where will Xiao Imo live next year when Xiao Shun gets married? Aren't we going to resolve this by the Chinese New Year? Are we going to let Xiao Imo sleep on the streets? This is really worrying. Sigh. Yulin, you can't say this to Xiaoma when you get back to school. Tell him to study hard, or he'll miss the high school entrance exam. Lu Yulin was very optimistic. Shun Imo will definitely get into a top high school in the high school entrance exam. Why would we still have to worry then? His thinking was simple. Once Shun Imo got into Yongxing No. 1 high school, all the problems would be solved. Shun Imo was promising, and his parents would fight over their son. Shun Imo went upstairs and met up with his second uncle. Have you eaten? The uncle and nephew asked together, then laughed and said, yes, we have. Let's go back too. After laughing, Shun Chuan began to worry. Second uncle knows you don't want to go back, but there's no way around it. You have to go back for the new year. Second uncle, tomorrow is the first day of the Lunar New Year. I want to go back to your dormitory to study and do my homework. Okay. I went back to Hongfenji to make a living in my third year of junior high school. Shin Chuan felt sorry for his nephew. You're still so young. Don't work yourself so hard. You've already earned a lot of money, more than you could spend in 10 years. It's not good to just lie around all the time. It's reassuring to have something to do. The uncle and nephew didn't bring much with them. They got on their bicycles and went back to their old house. The journey wasn't long, but Shun Mo's mood dropped quickly along the way. Although Shin Chuan was riding his bike, he seemed to know what his nephew was thinking. What are you worried about? We'll still sleep in the same bed tonight, so don't overthink it. When we arrived at the old house, it seemed quite lively. Before we even went inside, we could hear Wang shopping and Shun Baihan playing with their little granddaughter. Little girl, do you want this? Come here, give Grandpa a kiss. Oh, you're so sweet. Shin Chuan opened the door, the scene froze, and the smiles on the faces of the people inside were also frozen. We're back. Come on. Come on. We have something good to show you. Wang shopping said with a stern face. What good stuff could you possibly have? It's not mine, it's Xiao Mo's. You don't know, do you? Xiao Mo got first place in the whole school in both the midterm and final exams. Shin Chuan took out Shin Mo's handwritten grades from his pocket and handed them to Wang shopping. Mom, look. Big brother, come and see too. First in the whole school. Xinjiang found it hard to believe. When we were in southern Yunnan, my son never ranked first in any exam, and he never even ranked in the top 10 of his class. Shun Yi was even more skeptical. How could getting first place be so easy? The couple looked into Wang shopping's hand and were surprised to find that it was handwritten. Shun Yi couldn't help but laugh. Old Shun, your son has really made something of himself. He even got 4 perfect scores. Amazing, truly amazing. No wonder he's your son. Xinjiang's face turned bright red. The handwritten list his second brother really wasn't ashamed to hand it out like that. Chapter 74 One should know how to be tactful. Shin Chuan was baffled. So what if it's handwritten? Whose grades aren't copied down? Do you think the Education Bureau and schools can really just print them out and distribute them? Shun Yi suppressed a laugh, struggling to hold it in. Xiao Mo, you've really made something of yourself. You got full marks in 4 subjects, out of a total of 490. You scored 480, not bad, much better than your dad. Shun Imo laughed too. No one believes my second uncle when he tells the truth. He added fuel to the fire. Auntie, I work on Garden Road and have earned more than 10,000 yuan. I'm going to buy a house for my second uncle next year. Shin Yi paused for a moment. This time, she didn't laugh. Instead, she said to Xinjiang with concern, why don't you take your son to see a doctor? Although he's not my son, it's still not a good idea to do this. Although she didn't laugh, Xinjiang could hear the gloating in her tone. He had wanted to beat up Shin Imo, but when he heard Shin Imo say that he had earned more than 10,000 yuan, he didn't dare to. Chun Yi might have been right. He suddenly saw that Chun Yi had quietly gone to his daughter's side and subtly separated her from her son. Xiao Imo, did you not do well on the exam? It's okay if you didn't do well, your household registration has been settled, right? You don't need to go back to Yunnan. Holding little Xinjing, Chun Yi said sarcastically, Old Jiang, you're still young. Don't bring up the topic of succession. It's New Year's Eve today, don't upset the whole family. Xinjiang dared not mention it. Shun Imo suddenly smiled and said, yes, I didn't do well on the exam this time. I lied to my second uncle. Xinjiang raised his hand to strike, but Xin Chuan stopped him, saying, Big brother. Shen Yi's smile returned. Old Jiang, what did I just say? It's New Year's Eve today. Don't make the whole family unhappy. The kids are all grown up. Can you still hit them? Shen Jiang glared at Shen Mo. After the high school entrance exam next year, you'd better find an apprenticeship and stop working for your second uncle. If it weren't for New Year's Eve, you wouldn't be able to escape this. Wang Xiaoping and Shun Baihan looked at Shun Mo with cold eyes. In their eyes, Shen Mo was a liar. Shin Chuan was very anxious, holding the results in his hand. Hey, why don't you guys believe me? Shin Mo stopped him. Second uncle, is fine. I'll go back to your place tomorrow to do my test papers. That's not how it is. Shin Chuan was in pain. His nephew had made something of himself, but no one believed it. This was not the scene he had imagined. It should have been a happy family praising their nephew. Second uncle, there's no need to explain. This is really good. Tonight is New Year's Eve. Although Shin Mo's grades distracted her, Chun Yi was clearly in a good mood. She didn't want Shin Mo to be successful. She only hoped that her daughter, Shin Jing, would be successful and live a good life in the future, leaving her older brother Shin Mo far behind. The New Year's Eve dinner was good, but Shin Chuan found it tasteless. He glanced at his nephew, who seemed to have a good appetite. Xiao Chuan, did you go to Yuefang's place before the New Year? What did she say? They seem quite satisfied with me. After a while, I think it's time for both sets of elders to meet and chat. Good, good. Shin Baihan was very happy. There was finally good news at home. This couldn't be fake. Wang Xiaoping finally noticed something was different. Xiao Chuan, your watch? Under the table, Shun Mo stepped on his second uncle. Shin Chuan knew his nephew didn't want his family to know, so he said, I bought it with my own money. I can't do without this. I need something to protect myself when I'm looking for a partner. Shin Jiang was very interested. Let me see. He took Shin Chuan's hand, looked at it carefully, and nodded, saying, not bad, very good. A genuine Shanghai watch isn't very expensive, but it's still the ceiling for an average worker. Shun Mo remained silent, only focusing on eating. Shin Yi, standing beside him, was coaxing little Shin Jing to eat. Come on, have a piece of fish. May you have fish every year. Xiao Shinjing doesn't like to eat fish. She insists on eating roasted gluten. Shun Yi reluctantly put the fish down and said, May you have fish every year? It's really an extra fish. Little Shinjing didn't understand and still insisted on eating roasted gluten. Shin Mo understood that Shin Yi thought he was in the way. After finishing his New Year's Eve dinner, Shin Mo said, I still have exam papers to do, so I'm going back to my room first. He and his second uncle, Shin Chuan, had always shared the place. Tonight should be his last night in the old house to celebrate the new year. Even if there is no house or red maple leaves to stay in next year, he will still go back to his second uncle's dormitory to sleep. This tiny room was so small that it could only fit a small bed. The uncle and nephew couldn't even sleep at the same end of the bed, but they squeezed into this small bed for many years. Xiao Mo, don't be discouraged. Your dad will realize how capable you are sooner or later. Second uncle, it's all right, this is really good. Next year, have grandma get a bigger bed, and you have to bring aunt back with you. You're still worried about me? Shin Chuan asked with concern. What are you going to do? Me? I'll definitely buy you a house next year, and I'll sleep in your house. Next year is high school, and I'll be studying hard. Everyone else is staying up all night for the new year, so I can study quietly, which is great. Outside, Shun Yi was coaxing her daughter, but little Shin Jing couldn't stay awake any longer. Her eyelids were drooping, and she was half asleep. Shun Yi handed her over to Shin Jiang. I'm going to check on Xiao Mo. Why are you going to see him? Hold Jingjing tight. Shun Yi's words left no room for argument, and she turned to knock on the door. Shin Chuan opened the door and saw her. Sister-in-law, were you looking for me? I need to talk to Xiao Mo and Xiao Chuan. You can go out and sit for a while. Second uncle, please go outside and sit down. I'll chat with Annie for a while. Shun Yi smiled and saw Shin Chuan out. She sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Shun Mo. The boy even had a test paper in front of him, pretending to be serious. Xiao Mo, you're a big kid now. You'll graduate from junior high next year. After junior high, you can do a lot of things. Your second uncle has been taking care of you for so many years, and he's finally found someone to date. If all goes well, they'll get married next year. So tell me, how are we going to squeeze into our house next year? Auntie, I really admire one of your remarks. What did you say? On New Year's Eve, we can't let the whole family be unhappy. Shun Mo spoke without a tremor, his voice steady and calm, as if he weren't the main character. So, what you said at the dinner table about having an extra piece of fish made a lot of sense. One should be sensible, right? Next year, I'll go back to my second uncle's dorm to sleep after dinner. What do you think? Chun Yi was surprised. Xiao Mo, you seem to have really grown up. I haven't finished speaking. Shin Mo smiled and said, Auntie, one should be sensible. I might not come back after I find a job. What do you say then? Xiao Mo, Auntie misspoke. You've not just grown up, you've really grown up. You're right, one should know how to behave. From now on, go your own way, and Auntie will definitely not bother you. You need to keep an eye on my dad. What if he secretly slips me money? Shin Imo reminded him. Shinny laughed and said, Did he give you any money? Xiao Mo, you should know your place and not be presumptuous. That's right, Andy, I was overthinking it. Tomorrow morning, after I've finished wishing everyone a happy new year, I'll go back to my second uncle's dormitory first. Chapter 75, let's get this straight. The others were outside, pretending to coax Xiao Xinjing to sleep, but their ears were perked up, listening to the sounds inside. Thankfully, there was no commotion or fighting, which put their minds at ease a little. Shun Yi came out of the room with a smile on her face. What did you say to Xiao Mo? Xinjiang was very nervous. He had been ignoring his son, but he didn't want the family to start arguing. Shun Yi glanced at her daughter, Xiao Xinjing, whose eyelashes were fluttering, looking like she wanted to sleep, but also wanted to stay up with everyone. Mommy! She made a small sound and twisted her body. Xinjiang quickly and carefully coaxed her. Sweetie, go to sleep, go to sleep. She's grown up and become more sensible. Let's put Nan Nan in the bed inside. The couple carefully placed their daughter on the bed and left the room. Only then did Xinjiang dare to raise his voice slightly. What did you just say? What can I say? I told Xiao Mo to study hard. What else can I say? He's grown up after all. He said that after paying New Year's visits early tomorrow morning, he'll go back to Xiao Chuan's dormitory to study. The soundproofing wasn't very good. Shinimo could hear it from inside the room. He simply walked out of the room. He had originally planned to say these things the next morning, but it seemed that Shun Yi had no intention of keeping them overnight. That was fine too. Seeing him come out, everyone's hearts were in their throats again, but Shun Yi was the calmest. Auntie is right. I'll go back to my second uncle's dormitory to study first thing tomorrow morning. Shun Yi spread his hands, looking both natural and somewhat helpless. See, I wasn't talking nonsense. Auntie, you can't just say half of what you mean, right? Since everyone's here, you might as well say it all. Xiao Mo, you should have a conscience. Did I ever force you? No. Shin Imo looked at everyone calmly, but his father, Xinjiang, had a bad feeling. My second uncle is getting married next year. There's only so much space in the house. How are we going to manage? Shin Imo asked a very practical question, one that even Xin Chuan couldn't answer satisfactorily. Xinjiang couldn't give it to him. He kept dodging, but finally, the time came when he could no longer avoid it. So after dinner on New Year's Eve next year, I'll go back to my second uncle's place. Shun Yi said with a smile. Xiao Mo, your second uncle is so good to you. You must not be unfilial to him in the future. That's natural. My second uncle doesn't need me to be filial. It's just that you and my dad will have to rely on Jingjing to be filial. Xinjiang was about to speak when Shun Yi glared at him. Of course. Shin Imo wasn't her son, so he couldn't be expected to be filial to her. She didn't even dare to hope for such a thing, and simply let it go, letting go of Xinjiang's share as well. Husband and wife are one, and they should be treated equally. For example, if Xinjiang and his ex-wife He Mei said they didn't want Shin Imo, then neither of them could accept Shun Mo's filial piety gift. No one asked Shin Imo how he planned to live in the future. Shun Chuan knew his nephew's abilities and was at ease with him, but the others were simply avoiding the question. Wang Xiaoping and Shun Baihan didn't expect their eldest grandson to be filial. They had two sons, so it wasn't their grandchildren's place to do this. Xin Chuan was in great pain. He wanted to see his family together in harmony, but this was something he had dreamed of for many years, yet it remained just a dream. Xinjiang felt a sudden emptiness in his heart. His son was gone, but a sense of relief washed over him as the trouble was over. Shun Yi didn't even mention asking Shun Imo to visit her sister more often. She didn't want to have too much contact with Shin Imo. Alright, your second uncle has already registered your household registration. When you find someone and get married in the future, you'll need to transfer your household registration. Shun Yi reminded you. Shun Imo replied. You can't move if you don't have a partner? Auntie, you underestimate me. Shun Yi laughed and said, Yes, it's Auntie's fault. In the entire room, only Shun Imo and Shun Yi were truly relaxed, both believing that the biggest trouble had been resolved. Alright, let Xiao Imo go back to her studies. Wang Xiaoping stepped in to smooth things over. She also felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Only Xin Chuan knew that his nephew had just told everyone the most truthful thing, but no one wanted to believe it, and his nephew must be disappointed and disheartened. Shin Baihan took out a cigarette, thought for a moment, didn't smoke it, and put it back. Go back to your rooms, go to bed early tonight. We have to get up early tomorrow. Shun Imo went back first, and Xin Chuan followed him into the small room. Xiao Imo, second uncle, The restaurant on Garden Road might be open on New Year's Eve in a few years. If that happens, I won't come back for the new year. But I will definitely visit you and Aunt. He could hold on for another 3 years at most, and after he got into university, Shin Mo would be able to transfer his household registration. Once he transferred his household registration, he would have nothing to miss. Shin Chuan sighed, unsure of what to do. Second uncle, I'm planning to buy a house next year. Sister Zhou did some calculations for me, and I'll have a few jobs after the new year. I'll be able to become a 10,000 yuan household, a household with 10,000 yuan in income. You can look at houses without worry. It's okay if you spend all your money. I can earn more during the summer vacation. This isn't about money. Second uncle, actually, it's all about money. Once your house is finished, I guess. Never mind, just say you ran away to give gifts. Shin Mo still wanted to finish high school peacefully. Shin Chuan sat silently, while Shin Mo's hands never stopped. He quickly finished a test paper and then showed it to Shin Chuan. Second uncle, what do you think? Shin Chuan smiled bitterly. Your second uncle can't understand it anymore. Go to sleep, don't overwork yourself. He felt that this family was about to fall apart. In the next room, Chun Yi and Shun Jiang didn't have that idea. They felt that this house finally felt like a home. Old Shun, today I can finally think more highly of your son. This is no exaggeration, I truly think more highly of him. Shun Jiang snorted coldly. You're teasing him like this, and he's just a big kid. How can he take it? But I haven't seen you, as the father, do anything either. Seeing that Shin Jiang was about to get angry, Shin Yi quickly changed the subject, not wanting to ruin the good situation. But you can't be blamed for that either. Your ex-husband was even worse. Why should you be the only one raising his son? Mentioning he may only made Shin Jiang angrier. She hasn't come to see Xiao and Mo even once in all these years. Shin Jiang's anger subsided considerably. Compared to Hime, he seemed to be a much better father. Go to sleep. Xiao Mo is going back to Xiao Chuan's place first thing tomorrow morning. You have to give him a smile. Shin Jiang hesitated for a moment. I'll give him some money. You dare. Chun Yi gritted her teeth and hissed. Xiao Mo just asked me what I'd think if you gave him money. Like I said, if Xiao Mo needs money, let him ask his own mother. New Year's money, Shin Jiang argued. Chun Yi scoffed. Oh, you remember now? I didn't see you give me any in the past few years. Chapter 76. More students are boarding at school. As night fell, sporadic fireworks and firecrackers made it difficult for people to sleep soundly. Shun Mo and Shin Chuan each slept at one end of the bed, complaining about each other's smelly feet. After sleeping through the night, Shin Mo got up and wished everyone a happy new year. Xiao Xinjing also got up. She had slept well and was in good spirits. She curiously looked at this somewhat unfamiliar person. She didn't know why this person would appear at her grandparents' house. Shin Mo's name had never been heard from her before. Chun Yi never allowed Shun Jiang to mention it at home, and she was even less willing to let her daughter know. There was no New Year's money. Shun Jiang didn't give any, nor did his grandparents. Shin Chuan didn't give any either, because he didn't need to. After breakfast, Shin Mo grabbed his school bag and said to everyone, I'm going back to my second uncle's to study. I won't be coming back for lunch. There was still some rice, flour, and fermented bean curd in his second uncle's dormitory, enough for him to last until the third year of junior high. Once the third year started, he would go back to Garden Road. Drive carefully and be safe. At this moment, his family showed him a lot of concern. Don't worry, I'm not a child anymore. Shun Mo slung his school bag over his shoulder and went out the door. Once the door was closed, the world inside immediately changed. Shin Baihan and Wang Shopping immediately took out their New Year's money and handed it to Xiao Xinjing. Come, this is from your grandparents. Xiao Chuan, you're the second uncle, where's your New Year's money? Even Xiao Mo doesn't have any. How old is Xiao Mo? How old is Nan Nan? You should know that clearly, okay? Helpless, Shin Chuan took out a 2 yuan bill and put it in Xiao Xinjing's hand. This is from your second uncle. Keep it safe and don't give it to your parents. Chen Yi quickly took it from her daughter's hands. What does she know? I'll keep it for her first. Xiao Xinjing looked completely bewildered, seeing that something had appeared in her hand and something else had disappeared. However, the piece of paper seemed quite pretty. Seeing her bewildered expression, everyone laughed happily. Shen Mo returned to his second uncle's dormitory, which was very quiet and deserted. He first lit the stove, then put the kettle on it, and the room temperature rose. I lay down on the bed for a while, thought for a moment, and then turned on the small radio to make some noise in the room. After lying there for a few minutes, I got up again and went out onto the balcony to get some fresh air. He rubbed his face vigorously. Okay, I can't just sit around doing nothing anymore. I took out the exam paper and did another one. Around noon, Shinmo cooked a bowl of noodles in an enamel mug, ate some fermented bean curd, and made do with lunch before continuing with his homework. For 2 consecutive days, he lived such a simple life. Before going to Garden Road, he wanted to finish the test papers that the teacher had given him, and he stayed up late both nights. For him, the test was not difficult. It was like completing an ordinary task. On the morning of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Shin Mo appeared before Manager Zhou, looking relaxed. "Oh my, Xiaoshen, you're here so early?" Manager Zhou and a few others were cleaning up, preparing to open for business at any time. Shin Mo rolled up his sleeves and joined the crowd. "Sister Zhou, can we buy vegetables at the market?" "What's that saying again? Don't think you're the first to set off. There are always those who set off earlier." "Where are we?" "We're in Shanghai, a place where you can find banknotes on the street." "Where do those banknotes come from? People have to go out to find them, right?" "Really? Really?" Manager Zhou said with a smile. "Old Wu will show off his skills for everyone to try at noon today, and we'll have guests tonight." Shinemo thought to himself, "I wonder if I'll be able to get any business." Manager Zhou seemed to know what he was thinking. "Xiaoshen, did you hear that? We have guests tonight, in the Ximei private room." "Huh? Don't they get holidays?" "You're a self-employed individual, and you still want a holiday? Don't you care about your money? You went back to school on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, right? You had evening self-study on the 6th day. Am I remembering correctly?" "Yes. That's perfect. I'll be going out for 3 consecutive days, from the 4th to the 6th of the Lunar New Year. I'll contact Ming Yang after that." "Thank you, Sister Zhou." "Oh, no need to thank me. We've made a good profit too." At noon, Lao Wu prepared a working lunch for everyone. It was the first meal of the new year, and there was more meat than usual. Everyone gathered together and ate with great enthusiasm. Shin Mo had been eating noodles and fermented bean curd for several days in a row. Finally, he got to eat a proper meal, which greatly satisfied his taste buds. He even ate half a bowl more rice than usual. "Xiaoshen, have you finished your winter break homework?" "It's done. I haven't dared to rest these past few days." "Impressive." Several waiters were very impressed. After all, this was someone who could make a lot of money. Back then, they were never so self-disciplined, and they wouldn't even remember until the last day. Some even crammed for it during evening self-study the night before school started. There weren't many customers that evening. The Xinmei private room was occupied by a few middle-aged business owners who came to eat. After they left, Shinmo immediately began preparing for tomorrow's work. For 3 consecutive days, Shinmo was out running around, and he successfully increased his savings in red maple leaf to over 10,000 yuan. When he returned at noon on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Manager Zhou smiled and explained the accounts to him. "Over 10,300. How much did you take this time?" 50. 50 yuan was enough for Shun Mo to live comfortably at school. "Going back to school for evening self-study tonight is a bit early. Your sister asked Lao Wu to cook 2 dishes for you. Take them home later." Manager Zhou gave Shun Mo 50 yuan and told him to keep it safe. Shin Mo took 2 dishes and a bottle of wine back home. His second uncle also had to go to work, so the two of them had dinner together, and then Shin Mo went back to school. The old buildings and old desks and chairs exuded a unique school atmosphere, a smell that was quite captivating, and Shun Mo especially liked it. Perhaps it was because school life was relatively pure, without the complexities and disturbances of the outside world. "Shin Mo, are you still living at school this year?" Li Dawei sat down next to Shun Mo and started copying the test paper. He had done the easy questions during the winter break and was waiting for the difficult ones tonight. "Where to live?" "Wait a minute, you're missing several sheets of paper." "They're with Lu Yulin." "Okay, I'll leave it for him first, and we'll switch after this evening self-study session." Lu Yulin was thinking of coming over to change it as soon as possible, but Wang Hao stopped him. "Let me take a look." "Oh my." Wang Hao immediately covered his mouth. "What are you shouting about?" Lu Yulin laughed and said, "What were you saying to Li Dawei and me before the holiday? Now you're showing your true colors, aren't you? We'll see how it goes in the high school entrance exam." Wang Hao was stubborn, but Lu Yulin just smiled and said, "I'll be living at school this semester too." After discussing it for the winter break, Lu Yulin's parents decided to let him live at school, saving him the time of walking so he could learn as much as possible. Wang Hao's grip loosened considerably. "Huh? You live on campus too?" He had heard last semester that several boarding students would study until the classroom lights went out, and he began to worry. After the first evening self-study session, he received another shocking piece of news. He Zhuqing would also be living on campus. The homeroom teacher hasn't come to collect the statistics yet, but there are already several more boarding students. Now everyone is starting to truly feel the pressure of getting into a good school. Chapter 77, Section 4, Evening Self-Study. On the first evening of self-study, Yuan Li went into the classroom and found it to be relatively quiet, which pleased her. But she didn't expect that some students hadn't finished their assignments and were now frantically trying to catch up. Once on the podium, she cleared her throat. Seeing everyone so focused, "I shouldn't interrupt. But it's the first day, so I need to explain some things. In a few days, when school officially starts, tuition and fees will all be due. Also, students who want to live on campus this semester, go register with Wang Hao first. Wang Hao, give me the list tomorrow. Okay, Shen Mo, come out here for a moment. Shen Mo hurriedly got up from his seat and went to the corridor outside. There were whispers in the classroom as everyone guessed what the homeroom teacher wanted to talk to Shen Mo about. Teacher. Shen Mo behaved very obediently in front of Yuan Li, wanting to give this teacher the utmost respect. Yuan Li grew increasingly fond of her student. During the winter break, Director Zhang went to the leaders of Yongxing No. 1 Middle School and obtained a very good policy. This year, the top 10 students admitted to Yongxing No. 1 Middle School in the high school entrance examination will have their tuition and fees waived. For the following 2 years of high school, depending on these students' own abilities, if their grades do not decline and they maintain their position in the top 10 of their grade, their tuition and fees will continue to be waived. Shen Mo, you can't let your guard down. Shen Mo wanted to tell Yuan Li that he didn't need it, but when he saw Yuan Li's eyes, he saw encouragement, expectation, and great affirmation in them. Teacher, I will not let you down. He bowed to Yuan Li again. Your teacher believes in you. Yuan Li smiled. How was your winter vacation? I went to work on Huayuan Road and earned some money, enough to live on, so you don't need to worry, teacher. I'm sure I can get into the top 10 at Yongxing No. 1 Middle School this year. Go back to your studies. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to tell your teacher. Thank you, teacher, but I don't need it for now. Yuan Li watched Shen Mo leave, her smile never fading. The young man had his pride, which she admired, and this pride could support Shen Mo to go far. The first evening self-study session had just ended when nearly 10 more students came to Wang Hao to register for dormitory accommodation than last semester. Wang Hao panicked, but luckily he was supposed to submit the list to the homeroom teacher tomorrow. He was wondering whether he should stay in the dormitory with the students. Putting everything else aside, studying with this group of people at least makes him feel more at ease. Wang Hao has no doubt that there are people among them who share his thoughts. Let's stay together. Dawei, are you coming over? When school ended in the evening, Lu Yulin got excited and kept trying to persuade Wang Hao to live at school with him, and also encouraged Li Dawei to join him. Li Dawei refused. He sat with Shen Mo simply because he didn't want to be too conspicuous. Moreover, he discovered that sitting next to Shen Mo had a great advantage. Several teachers hadn't called on him to answer questions for a long time. He kept a low profile, didn't cause trouble, and didn't try to stand out, enjoying his last days of high school. I'll forget about it. When I get home tonight, I can wash my face and feet. That'll be nice. You can get hot water at school too. There's hot water at the boiler, but it's not as comfortable as at home. Wang Hao didn't give an answer. He went home and discussed it with his family. When he returned the next day to submit the list, he added his own name to it. Yuan Li looked at the list and nodded, saying, Not bad. They all know to be nervous now. Oh, you're living at school too? That's good. You're the class monitor, so keep an eye on these boys living at school and make sure they don't cause trouble in the dorms. Make sure they go to bed early every day. Wang Hao never expected to end up in such a job. He had been fantasizing that his poor grades would lead to his homeroom teacher removing him from the class monitor position, but now it seems he'll be stuck in this role until graduation. Many students in other classes also requested to live on campus. They wanted to make the most of their last semester, hoping that every extra effort would bring them greater rewards. They were willing to take a gamble, as even if they couldn't get into a regular high school, they could still go to a district-level key high school, or even a city-level key high school. The empty dormitories were cleaned up and the students were accommodated there. The atmosphere was tense during the last semester of junior high school. Every day, these boarding students would study until after 9 p.m. when the lights went out, and then go back to their dormitories to wash up with flashlights. Now Yuan Li doesn't need to keep a close eye on things during evening self-study anymore. Every time she looks in from outside the window, she sees Yuan Li studying diligently. Li Dawei dared not play around anymore. He had to get his junior high school diploma eventually, and he had to pass the graduation exam in May. Shen Mo has the ability to learn and maintains a strong lead. Wang Gu and Tang Wuzi from class 1 no longer expect to be the top student in the grade. Their goal is to narrow the gap with Shen Mo to within 10 points. The idea of fourth period evening self-study was first proposed by someone, but it quickly spread among the boarding students and then reached the ears of the homeroom teachers of the 4 graduating classes. Yuan Li was especially proud. She had come to check during the 4th evening self-study session. Top students from several classes would come to class 2 to study, and occasionally someone would come to ask Shen Mo a question. Shen Mo answered all of them without hesitation. Wang Hao and Lu Yulin didn't quite understand and asked Shen Mo privately, "Why are you helping them? There are only a few months left until the high school entrance exam. What if they surpass you?" Shen Mo laughed and said, "No, after teaching them, I also reinforced my own knowledge. Besides, my opponents are not just them, but all the junior high students in Shanghai." He Zhuqing, who was sitting in the front row, heard this, and it seemed that the teachers had said something similar, but she noticed a strange phenomenon. Shin Imo never seemed to ask any other classmates for questions, not even the teachers. Since she started living at school, she had experienced firsthand how difficult these boys were to study. When the bell rang for the end of the third evening self-study session, many days students happily got up to go home, while Shun Imo, Zhang Yuhua, and Su Qimin simply went to the toilet or simply sat in their seats reading. What frustrated her even more was that after the seating arrangement was changed at the start of the new semester, Zhou Jie was seated much further away from her. When Wang Hao was compiling the list of students living on campus, she specifically went to ask Zhou Jie about it. "You don't live on campus?" "I don't live on campus," Zhou Jie thought to herself. "Since you live on campus, then I won't." She wasn't too worried. She didn't even understand why Wang Hao wanted to live on campus. What could he possibly do in a semester? Wouldn't he end up having to use connections like she did? He Zhuqing was unaware that calling Zhou Jie Yangzi had upset her. She tried to persuade her for a long time, but Zhou Jie refused to agree. When the seating arrangement was changed, Zhou Jie chose to sit in front of Zhang Yuhua. Now, during the fourth period of evening self-study, Shin Imo is surrounded by a group of top students from other classes. The homeroom teachers from the other classes also came to take a look, and they hardly had any temper when facing Yuanli. "Sister, you can't be this lucky next time you graduate. Oh my, be more generous," Yuanli said with a smile, looking at the diligent students inside. "Don't you think our school will do very well in the exams this year?" Chapter 78 Examination. As the weather warms up and the grass grows and birds fly, the midterm exams of the second semester are over in the blink of an eye. Shin Imo remained firmly in first place in the grade group, while Wang Gu once again came in second, with the gap between him and Shun Imo still exceeding 10 points. This made the other top students very discouraged. They had worked very hard and were on their way to Wang Ji's level when Shun Mo suddenly appeared and put them at a different level. The teachers in the office had high hopes for Shun Imo. He was a student who was slightly more inclined towards science and would definitely be able to get into Aurora University in the future. There are many key universities in the country, but in the hearts of Shanghai people, Aurora University has always been ranked first. The admission scores in other provinces in recent years also prove their point of view, with Aurora University's admission scores often ranking first. Yuan Li was chatting happily with several teachers when the bell rang. She quickly got up, feeling both guilty and smug, and said, "I was chatting so much that I forgot. I have to go to the classroom. Let's go. This is a music class." Since the second semester started, all music, art, and physical education classes have remained on paper, making way for academic classes. The teachers of the other subjects are vying for these free times every day. May is almost here, and there's a lot to do for the graduating class, including preparing for the high school entrance exam, filling out college applications, and physical examinations. Yuan Li doesn't often have the chance to chat like she does today. Once inside the classroom, Yuan Li first scanned the class to quiet them down, then began to criticize them. "What time is it? It's May, okay? Still playing." Li Dawei felt wronged. He lowered his head and whispered to Shun Mo, "Heaven and earth bear witness. I've started studying hard recently." "No, it's only April. There are still several days until May." "The homeroom teacher is looking for chalk scraps," Shin Mo whispered to him, and Li Dawei immediately sat up straight. "Let me see. Several classmates in our class applied to vocational schools and technical colleges, but haven't been accepted yet. It's not too late to change your mind and apply to high school. Similarly, those who want to change their applications to vocational schools and technical colleges can do so. Also, the physical examination standards for vocational schools and technical colleges are stricter. You have to rely on yourself for the physical examination, don't cheat. The graduation exam is in May, so take it seriously. Without a graduation certificate, you can't even join the army." Yuan Li kept talking, afraid that the students below the podium would be distracted and not hear her, so she kept giving a stern look at the few students in the back row who she was particularly interested in. There are only 2 months left. Even if it gets really tiring, these 2 months are the only 2 months left. Everyone must persevere. The weather is getting warmer, so please sleep soundly at night and don't catch a cold. After saying that, Yuan Li tapped her notebook on the podium. "Okay, let's read." Li Dawei breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "It feels like there are only a few days left." Before he could finish speaking, math teacher Gokun walked in carrying the test papers. "Let's do some of the questions from last year's graduation exam, so you can get a feel for it." In the office, physics teacher Feng Xiaofeng was feeling frustrated. "I was just a step too late. When I looked up, teacher Go was gone. Why don't you go to evening self-study instead?" Evening self-study. That's something I was supposed to go to anyway. Feng Xiaofeng felt cheated. A group of teachers in the office were laughing. Chemistry teacher Wu Gang said, "Teacher Feng, I need to use the second evening self-study session. I'm telling you in advance so you don't miss it. I promised you, but other teachers took it from me, so I couldn't do anything about it. Then I'll call you uncle too, okay?" The people in the office laughed even harder. In mid-May, the graduation exams were held. These exams could be taken at one's own school, but they were much more standardized than major exams like midterms and finals, and first and second-year junior high students were given a holiday. Before the exam, Yuan Li repeatedly reminded everyone of the important points. Don't underestimate the importance of this exam just because it's a high school graduation exam. Some students in previous years didn't take it seriously and failed miserably. We can't let that happen to our class. Wang Hao, distribute the admission tickets. I'll say it again, no cheating. What's the consequence of being caught cheating on this kind of exam? You can't take the high school entrance exam. Before the exam, check your drawers carefully. If you find any papers or books, report them to the invigilator immediately. Wang Hao held the admission tickets in his hand and handed them out one by one. No way, you can be in the first exam room for this kind of test. Wang Hao handed the admission ticket to Shen Imo, speechless. Shen Imo glanced around and confirmed that it was indeed the first examination room. However, this time the people around him were not Wang Gu, Tang Wuzi, and the others. There might be some unfamiliar faces. After the high school graduation exams, we'll take graduation photos. After a pause, Yuan Li continued. Students who didn't pass the exams can also take photos. There's no need to explain the reasons anymore. These students are about to graduate, and those who could understand the reasoning have already studied diligently. I'll say it again, no cheating. If you don't do well on the exam, come here for the graduation photo, so everyone can have a keepsake. If you get caught cheating, get out of the class immediately. I don't have students like that. Wang Hao asked with some concern. Teacher, what if someone loses their exam admission ticket? Very good. The class monitor has raised an excellent question. What do you do if you lose your exam admission ticket? Yuan Li looked at the students in the class and said slowly, "Let me tell you, there is no way. If you lose this, you will not be able to graduate, and you will lose your qualification for the high school entrance examination. No one should have any wishful thinking that the school can replace it. There is no such thing. Let me be frank with you. I am waiting to see who comes to me crying and wailing. I am not afraid to tell you that there are a few students like this every year, and I hope that none of them are from our class this year. Actually, there are still ways. The homeroom teacher and school leaders will step in urgently to coordinate and allow the students to continue the exam, but this can only be done for the high school entrance exam. It's absolutely not an option for the middle school entrance exam." Shin Imo thought of the college entrance examination in his future life, where every year there were students who lost their admission tickets or were late for the exam. Wasn't this also a kind of selection? He carefully put away his admission ticket. He couldn't become the protagonist of a legend. If he lost his admission ticket, it would definitely be the most significant event in the history of Chengxing Middle School. After several days of exams, Shin Imo directly felt how easy the questions were. In order to help these students graduate, the teachers who set the questions racked their brains to lower the bar. Before going to bed at night, the people in the dormitory would talk about how they did on the exam. Lu Yulin was very excited. He had never done so well on a test before. I wish I could do this well on the high school entrance exam. The results haven't come out yet, but everyone feels they did very well. It's May already, and summer is just around the corner. Summer is almost here. How about I ask my parents to come visit your house? Shin Chuan was cooking pork ribs and rice cakes in his small dormitory, and the aroma wafted far away on the wind. Sui Wefang sat beside the small stove. Although there were no outsiders around, she was still very shy when the topic came up. Go ahead. Chapter 79, Preparing for the Proposal 1. As summer approaches, people who want to travel abroad are starting to get anxious. Money needs to be prepared in advance. Dragging things out indefinitely is not a solution. Only a minority of people can afford to spend several $1,000s to buy a house, and these few are all very patient, waiting for others to get impatient. Money can be kept in your pocket, and a house can be left there, but once summer is over and studying abroad doesn't happen, the loss is yours alone. The house is still the same house, but its significance is greatly diminished. After the exams, Shen Imo returned to his second uncle's dormitory, still carrying the vegetables he had brought from Hongfenji. Second uncle, how's the house? Shin Chuan chuckled and said, the seller doesn't want to lower the price yet, so I have to hold firm and not rush it. He took the dishes but didn't open the wine. Second uncle, won't you have a drink? I'm not drinking anymore. It's too hot. Okay, I'll bring you beer next time. Shin Chuan quickly waved his hand and said, that's not how it is. Your second uncle isn't that poor. How did your exams go? It's fine, no problem. Has anyone lost their exam admission ticket? Yes. Shin Mo was very confused. The homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, had repeatedly emphasized that someone was still missing, and Han Feng from the class had actually lost his. Does that mean I won't be able to take the exam? The exam is over. The homeroom teacher and school leaders rushed in to coordinate. Right now, the person is being scolded in the office. That's right. Shin Chuan smiled and quickly reminded his nephew. Make sure you keep your admission ticket safe during the high school entrance exam. Don't lose it. Second uncle, you don't need to remind me. When are you going to Aunt's house to talk about the wedding? It'll be here soon. It'll be here soon. I'll be back next week. I'll prepare 2 bottles of good wine and 2 cartons of good cigarettes for you. As for other things like pastries and tea, just add whatever you think is appropriate. Make sure you find a place to stay quickly, so I don't come back home with nowhere to live. It's okay if it's a little more expensive. Shin Chuan was under a lot of pressure, and Sui Wefeng also brought up the issue of housing. However, Sui Wefeng did not expect him to buy a house, and only said that she would ask his work unit to allocate him a slightly larger one. Don't get distracted, focus on your exam. I'll take care of the house. I talked to Sister Zhou today and asked her to help prepare the money. With summer vacation not far away, this money may be spent at any time. Shin Chuan felt conflicted. He was still a little embarrassed to spend his nephew's money. Second uncle, don't tell the family that you spent my money. Annie will know. You two will be a couple from now on. Shin Mo pondered whether he should give the money to Su Yuefeng later. After all, they were a couple, and giving the money to his aunt would be far more effective than giving it to his second uncle. Shin Chuan also felt that he should tell Yuefeng, since his nephew would definitely give him money again, and he couldn't keep this from Yuefeng. The matter between the uncle and nephew is entering its final stage. Shinmo's biggest task is to stay healthy and avoid getting sick, while Shin Chuan needs to go to Su Yuefeng's house to go through the formalities. After finishing his meal, Shin Mo returned to school, while Shin Chuan went back to his old house and asked his parents to arrange a meeting with Su Yuefeng's family to discuss marriage. Xiao Mo has arranged for me to get 2 bottles of good wine and 2 cartons of good cigarettes from the restaurant. I should be able to pick them up next Sunday. How much money do you want? Wang Xiaoping asked first, leaving Shin Chuan speechless and helpless. No money needed. Xiao Mo will be working there during the summer vacation, so it's on credit. Besides cigarettes and alcohol, we also need to buy some pastries and tea to take with us. Wang Xiaoping stopped mentioning cigarettes and alcohol, as her eldest grandson had managed to take care of the bulk of the expenses, but she figured that her eldest grandson was probably worried about having nowhere to go in the future, so he was trying to curry favor with his second uncle in advance. Hey, let me tell you something. Wang Xiaoping suddenly became mysterious, which surprised Shin Chuan. Was his mother going to secretly slip him something? What did you say? Shin Chuan was filled with anticipation. Could it be a silver coin? Maybe his family really had such a rare item. Xiao Mo will be graduating from junior high soon, and you're getting married, so you should let him go to your place less often in the future. Oh my, Xiao Mo is very promising, Mom. Why don't you believe it? Shin Chuan didn't expect that this was the topic of conversation. How could he possibly push his nephew away? Listen to Mom, she's right. Wang Xiaoping simply didn't believe that Shin Mo could get such good grades. Only her simple-minded son would reply. Okay, I'll have him come find you later. Shin Chuan said dismissively, but that shut Wang Xiaoping up. Wang Xiaoping didn't want to upset her current daughter-in-law after her eldest son got divorced, so she didn't dare to respond to her second son's words. He'll have his own dorm room. Why are you worrying about this? All right, pick a day, your dad and I will go over. Oh, and don't forget to tell your boss to get you a slightly bigger apartment. It's not that easy. I'm lucky to even get a single room. There are plenty of people with more seniority than me. Go ahead and give it a try. How will you know if you don't try? Shin Chuan thought to himself. No wonder Xiao Mo didn't want me to tell you guys about buying a house. If he found out, he wouldn't be able to get into a stable high school. Okay, I know. By the way, Mom, Xiao Mo's exam is over. So he can graduate now? Tell him to hurry up and go out to be an apprentice and stop thinking about slacking off. Shin Baihan said. He and Wang Xiaoping had never thought that Shin Mo could go to high school. Shin Chuan was even more frustrated. He said defiantly, I know. He said that after graduation, he will go to Garden Road to work as an apprentice chef. They provide food and lodging there. Isn't that great? Shin Baihan said happily. You set a date, and your mother and I will come over once it's set. Shin Chuan went back, sighing all the way as he rode his bike. We need to hurry up with the housing issue. We can't let Xiao Mo end up having nowhere to go in the future. As summer approaches, people in Shanghai who plan to travel abroad are becoming noticeably more restless. They don't care about the middle school or college entrance exams. Those are irrelevant to them. Even studying a language abroad is better than staying in China. What can you do after learning a language? There's always a way. Even if he's just washing dishes, he can still make a living. But now is the time to test patience. as many people are waiting to lower the price. No way. Do you think I'm going abroad and you'll have to sell the house at a low price? Will I starve without the money from selling the house? Can I sell it later? A psychological game begins, with buyers and sellers across Shanghai betting that the other cannot afford to wait. Shin Chuan asked around several times, revealing his anxiety, but his attempts to get a better price were met with resistance. This frustrated him, as things shouldn't have turned out this way. He was very frustrated and couldn't fall asleep at night, tossing and turning in his dormitory. He attributed the problem to the hot weather, which made it hard to sleep. He felt too hot to cover himself with a blanket, but too cold to leave it on. If Xiao Mo were here, would he be able to find a solution? Shin Chuan suddenly thought of his nephew, and subconsciously began to treat his nephew as an adult. Chapter 80 Preparing for the Marriage Proposal 2. A week later, Shin Mo left the school again. On Saturday night, Zhang Yuhua didn't see Shin Mo in the dormitory and asked in surprise, "This kid has gone back for 2 weeks in a row? You bet. You run so fast when get out of class ends. I'll sit with you tonight." Now it's the final sprint, and Shin Mo's return home for 2 consecutive weeks surprised everyone. Many people were still a little unaccustomed to him studying alone tonight. Shin Mo first went to Garden Road and ordered 2 good dishes. "Xiao Shun, how's the house you're looking at for your second uncle? Your sister has the money ready. I'm still looking at it. I feel like the price will be harder to negotiate as we get closer to the end. Tell your second uncle to hold on. The difference between the inflow and outflow might be 2,000 yuan. What can't you do with 2,000 yuan? You need a wedding banquet, right? Hey, how about you hold the banquet here?" Shin Mo quickly waved his hand and said, "Sister, no. My second uncle can just have it cooked at the company cafeteria." He wouldn't dare flaunt his wealth in the red maple leaves. He had made some money, but it wasn't for showing off. He needed to use his money wisely. The key was that no one would believe him if he flaunted it. They would just laugh at his second uncle for putting on a show. Manager Zhou then smiled and said, "Little Shun, you must hold your wedding banquet here with me in the future." "That's for sure. Sister, if you want to make this a century-old business, my child will have his wedding banquet here in the future." Manager Zhou loved hearing this, and even the waiters loved hearing it. Manager Zhou looked at the waiters and laughed. "What are you looking at? Focus on your work, and you can hold your wedding banquet at our restaurant in the future." Xiaomei packed the 2 dishes Shun Mo had ordered into a net bag and whispered to Xiaowan, "It would be great if we could really hold the banquet here. If we can't, maybe the child can." Xiaowan still dared to dream. Shanghai is so big, you can make money doing anything. She didn't believe that they couldn't even afford a wedding banquet. Manager Zhou handed the net bag to Shun Mo, and also gave Shun Mo 2 bottles of Wulianya liquor and 2 peony tea bags. "When your second uncle gets married, remember to send us some wedding candy, so we can share in the joy." "That's for sure." Shin Mo put the things away. "If my acceptance letter arrives first, I'll treat everyone to a meal. We can put this at our restaurant." Wu Yuan's eyes lit up. "Shin Mo, you can get into a top high school, right? Let's talk about it after the exam." Before the results came out, Shin Mo decided not to show off. After all, heaven is watching what people do, and resolutely avoided opening champagne halfway through the exam. Shin Mo waved to everyone, climbed onto the tram, and returned to his second uncle's place. With cigarettes and alcohol available, Shin Chuan only needed to prepare a few other things. Have the high school entrance exam results come out yet? It's not important. The high school entrance exam is the real challenge. The high school entrance exam is to be taken at Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. I heard that's true. Second uncle, don't worry about me. I'll come back and have dinner with you after the exam. Remember to keep an eye on the house." I know. After the meal, Shin Chuan was surprised to find that his nephew was leaving. "Why are you leaving? Go back after breakfast tomorrow." "Second uncle, the high school entrance exam is coming up soon, and there are so many people studying in the classrooms right now. I dare not go back. Look at Lu Yulin, he hasn't come back yet." Shin Chuan scratched his head. "It seems he hasn't come back. Don't overwork yourself. Make sure you get enough sleep. I know that if I sleep in late tomorrow, I can sleep in at least once a week. I really can't skip this late sleep. Shin Mo won't be able to stand it." The students in the classroom were pleasantly surprised to find that Shin Mo had returned. He Zhuqing hadn't looked up at first, but when she heard the different noise, she realized that Shin Mo was back. Lu Yulin didn't stand on ceremony and excitedly sat down next to Shin Mo. "Do you have a question to ask?" "No, I'll just sit next to you for a while, don't worry." Lu Yulin spoke for everyone, and there were students from several other classes nearby. Shin Mo's reputation has spread far and wide. He will patiently answer any questions that come to him, but only during the 4th period of evening self-study. Having taken care of the bulk of the cigarettes and alcohol expenses for his second uncle, Shin Mo could focus on his studies and wait for the high school entrance exam. After lights out at night, the students finally had time to relax. Many of them even took advantage of the moonlight to do laundry. The dormitory teachers weren't particularly strict on Saturday nights, turning a blind eye as long as the students didn't fight. The students were happily washing clothes and chatting about the upcoming high school entrance exam. I plan to apply to Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. My teacher said my score might not be high enough, but I want to give it a try. Su Chimin was not willing to go to the No. 2 middle school in the district, and he wanted to try his luck. Lu Yulin sighed. You should try harder. I hope I can get into a regular high school. He didn't dare to think about vocational school. He wanted to get into high school first. Wang Hao, where did you register? Wang Hao said matter-of-factly. I'm going to Yongxing No. 1 middle school, just like you. His score was definitely not high enough, but no one doubted that he would appear at Yongxing No. 1 middle school. Is Yangzi going to No. 1 middle school too? Zhou Jie's nickname was officially used, and since the person in question was not present, the boys were calling her that enthusiastically. She'll definitely go. Wang Hao clicked his tongue. She'll probably be in the same class as me. Zhou Jie's grades weren't great either. Once they got to Yongxing No. 1 middle school, the two of them would probably have to stick together and explain things to their families during the midterms and finals. Lu Yulin chuckled. If I go to a regular high school, there will probably be a lot of people who will suffer the consequences. Hey, you might as well come with me. No way. When I get to No. 1 high school, I'll try my best to be in the same class as Shen Mo. Wang Hao suddenly remembered Li Dawei. Hey Shen Mo, if we really end up in the same class, how about we be deskmates? Well, we'd have to be able to get into a class first. It's definitely possible, Wang Hao said confidently. Lu Yulin sighed. Alas, being good at math, physics, and chemistry is not as good as having a good father. Right, Shen Mo? Shen Mo replied. I don't have a normal father, so I can only put more effort into math, physics, and chemistry. Lu Yulin slapped his own mouth. My bad, my bad. Hurry up and wash, then go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, whoever wants to get up early can get up early, just don't wake me. Zhang Yuhua agreed with Shen Mo's words. Even if Wang Hao and Zhou Jie could get into top high schools and universities through their sarcasm, he couldn't guarantee that he could do it better than Shen Mo and Lu Yulin. On Sunday, the boys all got up very late, as if they had been too hard on themselves and desperately needed to rest. Many of them felt much more at ease when they saw Shen Mo still lying in bed asleep. Shen Chuan didn't sleep in. He went out and got the pastries and tea ready, and then went to see Su Yuefang. He was panting heavily, sweat beading on his forehead, but his face was flushed. What's the matter? Everything's ready. How about I come to your house next Sunday? The voice wasn't too loud or too soft, but several people around heard it. The driver quickly exhaled the smoke from his lungs and exclaimed with delight. Oh my, really? Great. Xiaoshun, I believe in you. Keep it up. Chapter 81 Marriage Agreement Finalized. One evening, Shen Chuan returned to his old house. He found a cardboard box, put the cigarettes, alcohol, pastries, and tea inside, and carefully tied it to the back of the bicycle. Several aunties downstairs watched him for a while, guessing that he was about to go to the woman's house. Was that Wuliangya liquor just now? Looks like it. Xiaoshun's luck has improved. No, it seems like their family's luck has improved a lot. Look at Xiao Mo, he's number 1 in the whole school. Even Yu Lin has been affected and has to go to boarding school to study. Don't even mention it. It's safe to say that Xiao Mo will definitely get into Yongxing No. 1 middle school this year. Shen Chuan pushed his cart past and greeted them. Auntie, you're leaving now. Let's go, several women said to him with a smile. Shen Chuan carefully stepped his leg over the crossbar in front of him and excitedly rode home. The wind in early spring is warm and gentle, and it feels very comfortable on the skin. Upon arriving at the old house, Shen Chuan carried the suitcase upstairs and began knocking on the door. Mom, open the door. Why are you back so late? Have you eaten? Not yet. I can just cook some porridge or noodles or something. Shen Chuan pulled up his collar and fanned himself. He was a little sweaty from riding his bike. Wang Xiaoping opened the box, saw what was inside, and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, you've prepared quite a lot. I told Yuefang yesterday that I'll be going over this Sunday. Dad, why don't you get a haircut and shave your beard? I know, and you're lecturing your old man like that. Shen Baihan said with a smile. With his second son getting married, he had accomplished more than half of his life's work. When their second son has a child in the future, he and his wife can help take care of the child for a few years. Wang Xiaoping started cooking noodles. Go over on Sunday. If you've reached an agreement, hurry up and get your marriage certificate. Have you decided on the wedding arrangements? Where will you hold it? I haven't decided yet. I'm thinking of setting it up in the factory canteen. It's spacious, there are many workers, and it's convenient to come and go. That's possible. Shen Baihan also started thinking about the wedding arrangements. He had some relatives and friends to invite. Wang Xiaoping cracked an egg for her son, trying her best to keep it intact. She said with a smile, I'll get a new dress made later for my wedding. Do you know any tailors? I'll go to the store to buy it. Oh my, what are you buying? The ones in the store are expensive and not good enough. Let's go find a tailor to make them. We'll go over on Sunday and discuss this with Xiao Su's family. Money can be spent, but money should not be wasted. This has always been Wang's shopping standard. As they were talking, the noodles were cooked. Shin Chuan brought them over and slurped them down in one go. Don't forget, I'll be coming over on Sunday morning. Sunday morning is too rushed. You should come back on Saturday night, and we can go together early Sunday morning. Shin Chuan was still thinking about his nephew. Xiao Mo probably wouldn't be leaving school again this week, right? Okay. He put the box in his little room and instructed, Mom, please keep a close eye on it for me. Don't let Nan open the pastries. He trusts cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, but he doesn't trust pastries. Children don't understand much, but they have a very keen sense of smell and can tell that something is delicious even through the packaging. Oh, don't worry. I'll buy it for her again if she wants it. Now, the elderly couple's biggest task is to tidy themselves up so they can go to the Su family's house on Sundays. When Shin Chuan returned on Saturday night, he suddenly noticed that all the old neighbors around him were smiling at him. Everyone knew that his family was going to his girlfriend's house the next day to discuss marriage. Shin Baihan had his hair cut and his beard shaved. Wang Xiaoping had also permed her hair and was carefully tidying it up in front of the mirror. Although the two were still dressed normally, their mental state was clearly different. What are you looking at? I won't embarrass you tomorrow. Wang Xiaoping said to her second son, Eat quickly and get some rest after you finish eating. You need to be in good spirits. Your eldest brother and sister-in-law will be coming over tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, the Su family was also making preparations. Dad, we need to go out and buy groceries earlier tomorrow and buy fresh ones. I know. Su Yuefang's father, Su Zhonglai, also got a haircut and shaved, preparing to pick out clothes for tomorrow's reception. Finally, you're married off. Your father and I feel much more at ease. I'm going to eat at home from now on, and I'll complain if the food isn't fresh. Su Yuefang's older brother, Su Yueliang, laughed and said, Dad, then forget it. Don't let her get married. Su Zhonglai glared at him. Nonsense. Keep an eye on Junjun tomorrow. Don't be rude in front of the guests. Both families were actively preparing. Early Sunday morning, cigarettes and tea were prepared on the Su family's table, and snacks were even prepared for their grandson, mainly to keep him from causing trouble. The kitchen was already stocked with fresh fish, shrimp, and meat, ready for lunchtime guests. Just after 9 o'clock, the Shun family arrived. A lively group of people quickly filled the Su family's house, and their laughter carried far. Shin Chuan was dressed in clean clothes, and his leather shoes were shiny. The Su family could tell at a glance that his shoes were expensive, and their daughter wouldn't suffer after marrying him. In addition, the two young people had been dating for almost a year and were both willing, so both sets of parents followed the principle of freedom of marriage. Shin Chuan and Su Yuefang's marriage was put on the agenda, and both sets of parents asked them to choose an auspicious day to get their marriage certificate. Inside the house, Junjun and Shin Jing, two children, were holding snacks and seemed even happier than the adults. At this moment, no one mentioned Shin Mo, let alone Shin Zhang's previous divorce. Su Yuefang was confident that Shin Mo's grades were so good that there was no need to mention them. She only needed to mention them during this year's middle school entrance exam or the future college entrance exam to show off to her friends, like the driver. Summer is almost here, and Shin Mo should be taking the high school entrance exam soon, right? I need to discuss this with Shin Chuan in a few days. We can't forget to send Shin Mo wedding candy after we get our marriage certificate. The wedding can be postponed. We can't let this nephew be distracted. Su Yuefang still remembers the first time she saw Shin Mo and his nephew. She even praised Shin Mo for being filial. Shin Mo was reading in the classroom. He was concerned about his second uncle's situation, but not worried. During evening self-study, the homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, came in. As expected, everyone in our class passed the exam this time. Don't get too excited. It's to be expected. It would be surprising if anyone didn't pass. We'll have our physical exams next week, and after the results come out, we can apply for universities. Think carefully about which school you want to go to. With the high school entrance exam approaching, Yuan Li has a pretty good idea of which schools her students can get into. Now let's see if there will be any surprises and who can exceed expectations. Chapter 82, Taking Photos. The day before the physical examination, everyone in the dormitory started washing their feet, apparently because they were going to take off their shoes to measure their height the next day. Students with holes in their socks are hurrying to mend them. Normally, no one laughs at them in the dorm. Everyone's in the same boat. But how many people are in a dorm? Tomorrow, the entire grade will be standing together, especially the girls. Nobody wants to lose face like that. Class teacher Yuan Li was too embarrassed to enter the boys' dormitory, So Dean of Students Zhang Junhai checked each dormitory one by one. Go to bed early, don't be late. You have class after your physical exam tomorrow, so make sure you're well rested. Watching these teenagers busily mending socks to cover up their ugliness, Zhang Junhai couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the students in previous years had been like this too. It seems like everyone is struggling financially. The socks he's wearing now have a few holes in the front, but they're hidden inside his shoes so you can't see them. He'll have to mend them when he gets home tonight, because he doesn't want to embarrass himself if he ever has to take his shoes off. Wang Hao didn't need his socks mended. They had no holes. He looked at everyone else with a natural sense of superiority. After all, even Shun Mo, who came in first place, was mending his socks. There are needles and thread in the boys' dormitory, but there is only one set. Everyone takes turns using them, and each person is only allowed to replace one pair. We'll talk about other things after tomorrow. Everyone was busy working on it until lights out, and they were still very excited. Many people put the mended socks by their beds, treating them like treasures. The next morning, these precious items were put on their feet, ensuring they didn't embarrass themselves during their medical checkups. Even into the afternoon, the boys were still very excited, as if they had accomplished something great. On Sunday evening, Lu Yulin returned home and excitedly went to Shun Mo's side as soon as he entered the classroom. What's wrong? Why are you so happy? Anyone who didn't know better would think you got early admission to a top high school. Li Dawei teased Lu Yulin without any pressure. What? I'm here to see Shan Mo. Oh, I ran into your second uncle today, and he asked me to pass on a message to you. What message? Shan Mo guessed that it was about the marriage, but the phrase "the Imperial Army asked me to pass on a message to you" kept popping into his mind and wouldn't go back. Your second uncle said he's getting his marriage certificate soon and told you not to worry. The wedding will be after your high school entrance exam, so you'll be able to make it. Lu Yulin said regretfully. It's a pity I'll have to wait a while to get the wedding candy. What's there to regret? It's fine to eat it later, right? At least we know we can't eat it now, so we don't have to worry about it, right? No, I'm thinking about it. Lu Yulin's thoughts were different from Shin Mo's. Li Dawei interjected. I'm thinking about it too. If I can still get a couple of yuan before graduation, how will I get one after graduation? After graduation, we might only see each other once in a long while, or we might never see each other again. All right, let's focus on our studies. Shin Mo ended the casual conversation. With the high school entrance exam approaching, teachers are on duty almost every evening during self-study sessions to keep everyone in this intense and efficient state. Now that all 99 bows have been performed, this final tremor cannot be missed. Wednesday afternoon, the campus was bustling with activity once again. Yuan Li stood at the classroom door, glaring at the students in the class. You get distracted by the slightest disturbance outside. Look at Class 1. Before she could finish speaking, a huge commotion came from Class 1 next door, and a group of students rushed out, without giving Yuan Li any context for her words. All right, it's graduation photo day, everyone come out. Yuan Li was annoyed. The class next door came out too early. What if they had come out even 5 minutes later? Graduation photos. I miss them so much. Before returning to the 1980s, Shen Mo often saw people posting graduation photos online. Every time he saw such photos, he would subconsciously search for them. At first, he didn't know what he was looking for. After a few times, he realized that he was looking for himself and his former classmates, even though the time, place, and school in the photo didn't match his memory. Where did all my old graduation certificates go? Shen Mo tried desperately to remember, but could only recall that they were kept in the old house in his hometown. But he had no recollection of exactly where they were. And his former classmates, their faces are already blurred. Even if he went back to the past, and these classmates stood in front of him, he wouldn't be able to call them by name. This photo must be kept safe, and all the classmates' names should be written down. Come on, girls in front, boys in back. Oh dear, stand on the stools. Do you think you're giants? Girls in the first row, squat down, yes. Yuan Li directed the students to line up. The sun was shining brightly, and it was getting a little hot on their skin. Shen Mo straightened his collar and stood on the stool. Sure enough, there was a slight breeze at this height. The other boys were still vying for the middle spot. They spoke softly, but their attitude was resolute. Shen Mo doesn't need to fight for the center position. His youthful obsessions are no longer important at this moment. He just needs to appear in this photo. He Zhuqing squatted in the middle of the front row, which was her assigned spot. Zhou Jie was a few seats away from her and did not move closer to the middle. As the class monitor, Wang Hao could only show his magnanimity and stand on the other side. Shen Mo glanced towards the center and saw that Lu Yulin had taken a spot slightly in the middle and was carefully adjusting his shirt. What he wore underneath didn't matter, even if his socks had holes and his shoes were taken off. Yuan Li was not too satisfied with Shen Mo's position. She wanted Shen Mo to stand in the middle. But the photographer didn't know what she was thinking. He muttered, "Okay, that's it. Everyone, please help me hold on for 1 minute. Just 1 minute." Yuan Li then sat down and stopped interfering with the students' queuing. The photographer crawled into the camera cloth, shouting, "Okay, that's it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more shot. Yes, don't move. Okay." The sunlight was a bit dazzling, so Shinemo tried to open his eyes as wide as possible, not wanting to leave any regrets in his junior high school graduation photo. After the photos were taken, everyone got off the benches, feeling a sense of relief mixed with a touch of melancholy at parting. "Hey, let's take some individual photos after the high school entrance exam," Wang Hao said, sneaking over to a few familiar boys. "Okay," everyone agreed. Yuan Li wouldn't let her students relax like that. She started urging everyone back to the classroom. All right, you can focus on studying now and wait for the high school entrance exam. Go back to the classroom." As Yuan Li passed by Shanghai, she glared at him and said, "Idiot, can't you stand in the middle?" "Teacher, the one next to me is also quite good, and I even got more photos taken than others." "It's okay. After the high school entrance exam, your name will be in the middle." "No, it'll be on the side." "How can the first place be in the middle?" "All right, go back to studying." "Hey, don't eat anything random lately. Just eat at the cafeteria. The taste may be a little off, but at least it won't upset your stomach." "Okay, teacher." Chapter 83, Preparing for the Middle School Entrance Examination. Old Yuan, Old Gu, all of you junior high school homeroom teachers, come over here. It's time for a meeting. Zhang Junhai didn't come in at the office door, but just peeked inside and called the graduating class homeroom teachers out. Yuan Li and several other homeroom teachers, including Gu Nanfeng, went out to the academic affairs office. "We need to divide the students among ourselves. There are about 30 students applying to Yongxing No. 1 Middle School this year, and we need a teacher to accompany them to the exam." Before Zhang Junhai could finish speaking, Yuan Li interrupted, "Director Zhang, I'll go to Yongxing No. 1 Middle School to accompany them to the exam this year." Zhang Junhai chuckled. "Old Yuan, what's the rush? There's also the No. 2 Middle School in the district. That's the bulk of our school, and there are a few vocational schools too." Yuan Li ignored the conversation and focused solely on Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. Gu Nanfeng offered, "Then I'll go to the 2nd District Middle School." Although many students apply to the No. 2 Middle School in the district, the school is very close by, so the pressure on the teachers accompanying the students to the exam is relatively small. Zhang Junhai glanced at the group and said, "Old Yuan and I will go to No. 1 Middle School, and the rest of you will lead the team to send the students who are taking the entrance exam for teachers' colleges." The other teachers knew that Yuan Li wanted to see Shin Emo enter the examination room and witness her student enter the top 10 of Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. Since they did not have a student as strong as Shun Emo this time, they took the initiative to give up and let Yuan Li have the opportunity. Principal Yao added, "When you go to escort the students to the exam, be sure to keep them in check. Don't let them stay up late. After the exam, make sure they go back to their dormitories to rest. Students taking the exam at No. 2 Middle School, go home to rest as soon as you finish. Don't wander around the streets. Pay attention to food hygiene. Try not to shower or wash your hair for the next few days to avoid catching a cold." In Class 3-2, several students applied to Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. Besides Shun Emo, He Zhuqing, Zhang Yuhua, Su Qimin, and others also applied, including Wang Hao and Zhou Jia. Whether they could get in or not was another matter, but they wanted to give it a try. Even if their scores weren't high enough in the end, they could go back to District No. 2 Middle School or other high schools. As long as their scores were good enough, these schools would be willing to accept them. The classroom was no longer quiet. With the high school entrance exam approaching, the hearts of these boys and girls were filled with restlessness. Shin Emo put pressure on himself. He was determined to get into the top 10 at Yongxing Middle School. "I have seen too many cases of people making up for their lack of talent through hard work, and I have also seen too many people squandering their talents. I have experienced the most rigorous education. In some provinces, where the only requirement is to answer how many planets there are in the solar system, I was required to answer the names, composition, and rotation and revolution periods of these planets, and to calculate the gravitational forces between celestial bodies. I am capable of competing with the geniuses of this era." Moreover, Zhang Junhai had secured a tuition and fee waiver for him if he ranked in the top 10 of his grade. In order not to disappoint his teachers, he had to work hard. "The teacher is here," a student sitting by the back door shouted, and the classroom immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the door, waiting for Yuan Li to appear. "Oh my, everyone's eyes are so wide open, it's scary." Yuan Li came in with a smile and stood on the podium. "The high school entrance exam is coming soon. Are you nervous?" Okay, what's there to be nervous about? You can't be nervous at this time. You have to relax and treat it like you're studying normally. Wang Hao, come and hand out the admission tickets. You can't lose them again this time. If anyone loses theirs and you can't find a teacher, I'll have to go and do some favors. I'm going to Yongxing No. 1 Middle School to escort them to the exam. Several students in the class who had applied to Yongxing No. 1 Middle School immediately laughed. With their homeroom teacher with them, they seemed to have found their backbone. The other students asked, "Teacher, who will take us to No. 2 Middle School?" Mr. Gu, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, will take you there. He told you beforehand not to cause trouble outside, and to go home and rest after the exam to prepare for the exam the next day. Yuan Li repeatedly explained the things to pay attention to, talking until her throat was parched. Alright, enough chit-chat. Those of you applying to No. 2 Middle School, you can go home today. The rest of you, pack your bedding. We're going to No. 1 Middle School for the exam tomorrow night. Since we still have time today, take some things back with you. Be back at school before noon tomorrow. Okay, school dismissed. With a wave of her hand, Yuan Li sent her students flying out of the classroom, scattering them everywhere. Shen Mo carried the books on the table back to his dormitory, tidied up his clothes, and together with Lu Yulin, carried them back to his second uncle's dormitory. Shen Mo, can you get into the top 10 in Yongxing? I can't be sure. I'll do my best. If I could get into the top 10 of No. 2 Middle School. Never mind, the top 20. Never mind, the top 200. The top 200 would be great. Lu Yulin didn't dare to be too greedy. Even the top 200 was a luxury. Just being admitted would be good enough. Maybe he can actually get into the top 200? Shen Mo encouraged Lu Yulin. Lu Yulin looked constipated. You really think I'm like you? You think getting into the top 100 universities is as easy as eating and drinking? We all have one nose and two eyes. Be more confident. The two of them moved back along the street, struggling but happy. Hang in there, and you'll be free once you finish the exam. Remember to ask me for help when your second uncle gets married. Okay, you can keep an eye on the sugar and melon seeds for me. Lu Yulin then laughed. Back in the dormitory, Shen Mo carried his things upstairs without going to Garden Road to get vegetables. With the big exam approaching, it was better to stay put. As Shen Chuan rode his bicycle home after get off work in the evening, he saw movement on the balcony of his dormitory from afar. Lu Yulin downstairs was fanning himself with a palm leaf fan and grinning foolishly. Are you about to take an exam? I'll take it. Shen Mo is upstairs. Shen Chuan went upstairs in a few steps. Wait here, your second uncle will get you something good to eat. No, the teacher said I should eat a light diet these days. I can cook some rice and have some fermented bean curd and pickled mustard greens for dinner. I'll boil 2 eggs for you. Okay. Eating 2 eggs wouldn't hurt. Shen Mo was delighted and wanted to help her second uncle, but was pushed aside. Where did you report it? Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. We need to gather at school tomorrow at noon to take an exam at No. 1 Middle School. The teacher said that if you get into the top 10 at No. 1 Middle School, your tuition and fees will be waived. Everyone in the neighborhood knows how difficult it is to get into No. 1 high school. If he really gets into the top 10, Shen Chuan really wanted to make a wish, to say what he was willing to do, but he didn't know what to wish for he had a lot of confidence in his nephew. Then do well on the exam. When you come back, your second uncle will treat you to something delicious. Second uncle, when are you and Auntie having your wedding? July 27th, the 21st day of the 6th lunar month, Sunday. The Shun and Su families had been choosing for a long time and finally found such a suitable day. By then, Shen Mo's admission notice would probably be arriving, and they could happily enjoy the banquet. By the way, second uncle, how's the house going? Did you buy it? Shen Chuan stammered. Not yet. But then he raised his voice a little higher. Xiao Mo, this is what I'm thinking, we'll buy it after the wedding. Your aunt is quick-witted, let her bargain. Also, I want her to know that this money is yours. Chapter 84 Worried Aunt Yuan. Hearing his second uncle's words, Shen Mo was somewhat surprised. He looked at his second uncle with new respect, as his second uncle had actually thought of this. Alright, Shen Mo thought for a moment. But, second uncle, but if the seller lowers the price, we should buy it quickly. It's not that I have to let my aunt see it. We'll be getting our marriage certificate soon, and then we'll be family. She'll definitely see it. Shen Chuan was determined to let Yuefeng know what her nephew was capable of. When his nephew comes back to stay during the holidays, he won't have to say anything. Yuefeng will take care of everything for Xiaoma. Before his nephew came back, Shen Chuan had a mischievous thought about his fiancée. He wondered if she would cooperate with him to keep his nephew's earnings a secret from the rest of the family. He thought so. Shen Mo then said, Second uncle, after I finish my middle school exam, I want to eat. He scratched his head, feeling very worried, not knowing what to eat. How about your second uncle takes you to eat June yellow crabs? Okay, this is it. Shen Mo couldn't think of anything else to eat, so June yellow chicken was fine. Shen Mo didn't shower or wash his hair tonight. Just like his homeroom teacher said, when faced with such a big exam, caution is the most important thing. At most, he should wash his face and feet. It doesn't matter if he smells a little. Nobody knows anyone else. I'll take half a day off tomorrow to take you to school. Oh, uncle, no need. I'm not going to number 2 middle school to take the exam. I'm going to Yongxing number 1 middle school. Can you really take me there? After we finish eating, I'll go out and buy a pen and pencil and get my stationery ready. Shin Chuan patted his head. Right. We need to prepare an extra set of stationery. The same applies to Lu Yulin's family. All the test takers are preparing an extra set of stationery in case of any unexpected events. The next morning, Shin Mo and Lu Yulin went together to buy new pens and pencils, and then returned to school excitedly. The classroom was already quite deserted, with only a few people inside. The homeroom teacher said that the graduation certificate and graduation photo will be issued together. Zhang Yuhua arrived very early and was carefully sharpening his pencil. Shen Mo said, "Why don't you get to Yongxing number 1 middle school and then cut it? I'm just killing time anyway." Zhang Yuhua sharpened the pencil and then carefully polished it. This was his way of relieving stress. Tang Wuzi from the next class walked in. "Oh, everyone's here." Zhou Jia was worried about having no one to talk to. She had even been chatting with Su Qimin. She didn't want to talk to Wang Hao or He Zhuqing. Come quick. Why didn't you go to your class? Are there only a few people here?" Tang Wuzi replied. "Isn't it Yuan Ma who's taking us to the exam this time? We might as well just meet at your class, so Yuan Ma won't have to look for us everywhere." Wang Gu and the others also came in, carrying their bedding. "Hey, you didn't bring a pillow?" "I brought books with me. I feel at ease sleeping with books under my pillow." A group of people were laughing. They had brought their textbooks with them. They might read them, or they might not, but having them with them made them feel much more at ease. No one was arrogant enough to say they knew everything. Shen Mo brought all the textbooks for the exams with him, planning to flip through them before bed. Around noon, Yuan Li appeared. She went to the other classes and called all the students to class 2. She first checked the list to make sure everyone was present. All right, everyone's been quite cooperative and arrived before noon. The kitchen is cooking today, so go and eat something. We'll take the bus to Yongxing number 1 middle school at 1:30. It's hot, so boys and girls aren't allowed to drink cold water directly. Go ahead, and after you finish eating, go back to your classrooms in class 2 to rest. Don't leave the school. As departure approached, Yuan Li kept a close eye on her students, even refusing to hand out their admission tickets, fearing that someone might lose them. She didn't go home for lunch, but ate in the cafeteria with the students. Before setting off, she had everyone check their stationery again. Check if anything is missing. Are any of the compasses, pencils, rulers, or set squares needed for the math exam missing? Are any lost? Zhang Junhai lit a cigarette, threw the butt away, and crushed it with his foot. Old Yuan, let's go. Okay, let's go. Yuan Li tapped the heads again to confirm that everyone was accounted for before leading them onto the vehicle. The car window was open, and the wind blew in. The group of students chatted excitedly. Zhou Jie even wanted to take a stroll around the vicinity of number 1 middle school, but no one responded except for Wang Hao. Yuan Li forbade them to go out and wander around. If you're really bored, just study in the dormitory. Maybe what you study will be on the test the next day. Although graduation was approaching, Zhou Jie didn't dare to be unrestrained in front of Yuan Li, so she had no choice but to agree. Upon arriving at number 1 middle school, they were warmly received by Luo Yuanheng, the school's vice principal. Old Zhang, thank you for your hard work. This must be Teacher Yuan, right? Thank you for your hard work. The students' dormitories are all arranged. I'll find someone to take them there. Yuan Li was worried. Director Zhang, I'll go and take a look. You go over to the girls' side. I'll keep an eye on the boys' side. Zhang Junhai said as he took out a cigarette and handed one to Luo Yuanheng. Old Luo, did you see that? Shin Mo from class 2, our school's top student, a master who can get full marks in 4 subjects, has been brought to your school. Luo Yuanheng glanced in the direction he was referring to and saw a thin young man with short downy hair on his upper lip, who wasn't wearing glasses and was carrying his luggage. Good, very energetic. Hey, I'm not asking you to praise him. I want to tell you that you can't forget about the tuition and fee reduction we talked about before. Don't worry, he'll be my student from now on, so I'll naturally take care of him. Even before the high school entrance exam, Luo Yuanheng trusted his old classmates' words completely. I'll take the students to their dormitories first. Hey, come to my house for dinner tonight, and bring teacher Yuan along too. Don't worry, she won't come. She needs to watch over the students. Zhang Junhai was very confident. Yuan Li was just a worrier, and asking her to leave her students at this time would be worse than taking her life. Sure enough, not far away, Yuan Li was still instructing the students. The admission tickets are with me. I won't be handing them out anymore. There are only a few of us, just over 30. Before the exam, do you see this? It's right here, where we first entered the school. I'll be waiting for you all here. Everyone come to me to get your admission tickets. After the exam, gather here again and put your admission tickets with me. This is the high school entrance exam, the first major turning point in the lives of these students. Yuan Li is especially concerned, afraid that any student might be careless. Zhang Junhai called out, "Hey, Lao Yuan, come to Principal Luo's house for dinner tonight." "Go ahead. I'm a woman. I don't drink, so I won't spoil your fun." Yuan Li refused as expected. Principal Yao was convinced. That's really true. "Principal Yao, you go ahead with your work. I'll come over tonight." "Okay, I'll go back and prepare. If anything happens, just let me know and I'll find someone to handle it." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Junhai led the students into the boys' dormitory. Many students applied to number 1 middle school. These were all top students from other junior high schools, but not all of them would be admitted. "Shin Mo, are you feeling pressured?" Zhang Junhai asked Shin Mo a question, not wanting Shin Mo to be overwhelmed by the pressure. Pressure is the driving force. Yongxing number 1 high school can be said to be the epitome of key high schools in Shanghai. Shin Mo was secretly excited. He wanted to use the geniuses of this era to measure his worth. Chapter 85 Confidence. Upon entering the dormitory, the boys hurriedly made up their beds. Bunk beds didn't matter anymore, since they would only be sleeping there for 3 days anyway. Wang Hao insisted on sleeping next to Shen Mo, claiming that he could get 2 more points on the test by sleeping next to Shen Mo. After making the beds, there was still plenty of time, so Zhang Junhai repeatedly told them not to go out unnecessarily and to stay in the dormitory as much as possible. If you don't want to do practice questions, memorize some vocabulary and classical poems. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Junhai remembered something else. During these few days of exams, no one is allowed to compare answers after leaving the exam room. If you want to compare answers, you can do so after leaving the gates of number 1 high school. Zhang Yuhua immediately responded, "Don't worry, teacher." He deeply abhorred this kind of behavior of checking answers. How could checking answers change anything? Zhang Junhai left the dormitory and went to Luo Yuanhing's place for dinner. Before the exam, people were still able to chat freely. Wang Hao, in particular, felt no pressure and was only thinking about what to do after he came in. "Hey, Shin Mo, which class do you think you'll be in after school starts?" The exam hasn't even started yet. Shin Mo was speechless. Wang Hao was very confident and had a big heart. "Hey, we're in the same class, okay?" Wang Gu asked in surprise. "No. Does your family own the school? You can just say which class you want to go to." "Of course not. But I think Shin Mo can do very well on the exam, and with me on his side, the homeroom teacher shouldn't refuse." Wang Hao wasn't embarrassed at all. Everyone knew that his family was well off, and if he tried to keep a low profile at this time, the boys would just say he was pretending. "Then let's be in the same class." Shin Mo thought it was a good idea. It would be nice to have someone you know to talk to in a new environment. Zhang Yuhua suddenly asked, "Hey Wang Hao, do you want to be the class monitor?" "Don't mention this." "Me, the class monitor? People would have to respect me first." Wang Hao made up his mind not to take on this task again. In his mind, being the class monitor was too shameful. Everyone laughed. Zhang Junhai outside was also smiling. This time they brought 30 students. How many of them could stay at number 1 high school? Some people might only enter number 1 high school once in their lives. For dinner, everyone went to the cafeteria of number 1 high school. With the big exam approaching, everyone's appetite seemed to be so-so. Shen Mo ate a bowl of noodles and went back to rest early. Everyone remained quiet, waiting for the exam to begin the next day. Shen Mo lay on the bed, trying to relax, and soon fell asleep. Suddenly, he heard a noise. Wang Hao was shaking his bed. "Shin Mo, wake up!" Shin Mo jumped up. There was a commotion outside the dormitory, and many people started washing up. The people in the dormitory quickly got dressed, washed up, and went to the meeting point. Yuan Li carefully counted the number of people and then led everyone to have breakfast. Keep your diet light. Remember, avoid eating fried dough sticks if you can. Now is not the time to gamble on whether he will get diarrhea. Shin Mo ate 2 vegetable buns and drank a bowl of porridge and felt about right. After dinner, Yuan Li handed out the admission tickets to everyone. When you get to the exam room, answer the questions carefully. Don't be nervous. Skip the questions you can't remember and do the rest. Don't waste time getting stuck on the details. Yuan Li finally breathed a sigh of relief after sending the students into the examination hall. Looking at Zhang Junhai beside her, she asked irritably, "Old Zhang, are you sober now?" Zhang Junhai argued illogically, "That was my job too." Old Yao was being very hospitable. "If you didn't go, how could I not go?" Yuan Li chuckled and said, "Since you've secured the conditions for Shen Mo, I won't argue with you about winning or losing this time." Upon entering the examination room, Shin Mo's brain immediately entered high-speed operation mode. This is the most crucial subject. He must ensure he leaves no regrets. He read the questions carefully to understand the examiner's intentions. After the exam, he was hungry. Touching his belly, he felt he had done a pretty good job. Upon arriving at the meeting point, Yuan Li immediately said, "What did Director Zhang tell you?" No one is allowed to discuss the answers. Not even the essays. Everyone must hand in their admission tickets immediately. At lunchtime, Shin Imo finished 2 bowls of rice. Yuan Li watched Shin Imo eat so much and nodded to herself, thinking to herself that this kid was taking the Chinese exam seriously. With the Chinese language hurdle over, now it's time for Shin Imo to take control. Shin Imo reached his peak performance in math, physics, chemistry, and English. Every time he came out of the exam room, he was equally hungry. After finishing the last political exam, Yuan Li finally felt relieved. "All right, go ahead and check your answers. Oh, and come to school tomorrow to pick up your diploma and graduation photo." Wang Hao asked cheekily. "Teacher, is there any summer homework?" "No. Please assign some homework, otherwise I won't feel at ease during my summer vacation." Zhou Jie shouted. "Go back and copy your Chinese textbook 10 times. Everyone relaxed, and Zhang Junhai laughed. "All right, stop gossiping. Pack your things, let's go back." Look, the students from other schools have already left. On campus, some students who came to take the exam were excited while others were dejected, but everyone had to pack up and leave. Shin Imo calculated the time and realized he could go back and have dinner with his second uncle. He would rest tonight and go to Garden Road to make money tomorrow. On the way back, Yuan Li asked the question everyone wanted to ask. "Shin Imo, can you get 4 perfect scores?" Shin Imo touched his stomach, not daring to make any promises too confidently. "I can get 495s or above." He should be able to get full marks, but it's better not to make any promises too soon. Tang Wuzi said, No, math is 120 points. Don't get confused. Just tell me if it's above 95. Tang Wuzi's eyes widened. "If that's the case, I really can't find any fault in your phrasing." She pushed her glasses up her nose and carefully recalled her performance on the test. "I think I could get a perfect score on one of them." "What do you mean by to be a?" Yuan Li smiled, then turned to Wang Gu. "And you?" Wang Gu smiled and said, "Teacher, you know me. I can't possibly get a perfect score." He didn't seem discouraged. Everyone knew his abilities. He might not get first place in a single subject, but his final ranking would definitely be high. Zhang Junhai said, "When you get to high school, you must continue to strive for full marks. Remember, as long as you can get a full mark in one subject, you'll have more opportunities to go to university. Wang Gu, you can't be so carefree from now on. You need to be more attentive." The car stopped at the school gate, and no one went inside. They said goodbye to several teachers at the gate. Shin Imo looked at Yuan Li and Zhang Junhai and said very seriously, "Teacher Yuan, Teacher Zhang, I will come back to see you in the future." Yuan Li looked at Shun Mo's expression and suddenly laughed. She said to Zhang Junhai, "Director Zhang, you see? My student is very cautious. What do you think he meant by that?" Zhang Junhai also laughed. This shows they have a lot of confidence. Chapter 86 still has 4 perfect scores. Zhang Junhai and Yuan Li were hoping that Shun Imo could get good grades. Based on their previous estimates, they believed that Shun Imo could be among the top 5 in Yongxing No. 1 middle school. After all, there were also geniuses in other junior high schools. Because of his Chinese and politics scores, Shinmo's total score might not be very advantageous. But if he does get 4 perfect scores, Yongxing No. 1 middle school's resources will still be tilted towards him. Even if Shun Imo underperforms, a perfect score in just one subject would be enough to make Yongxing No. 1 middle school take him seriously. "Shin Imo, remember to come to school to pick up your admission notice," Yuan Li told him. "Okay, teacher, I'll head back now." Because of her parents, Shinmo didn't want the admission notice to be sent elsewhere. Her second uncle might still be at work, and there was a high chance he would miss it, so it was safer to send it to the school. Yuan Li was willing to accept the exam on Shunmo's behalf. She wanted to see how well Shinmo could do. Zhang Junhai was more optimistic, believing that his old classmate Luo Yuanheng would personally deliver the admission notice. It wasn't just the two of them. Almost all the teachers and staff at the school were waiting for the results of the high school entrance exam. Others preferred to focus on big data, such as how many people got into the top high school, how many got into the district's second best high school, and how many got into a vocational school. This was what they talked about with their relatives and friends over meals. Back at his second uncle's dormitory, Shinmo's stomach was already rumbling. Shinchuan had already finished get off work. Hearing the commotion outside, he hurried out. Seeing that it was his nephew, he went up to take the bedding and asked, "How did the exam go?" "It's sure." In front of his second uncle, Shun Imo stopped pretending. "Is there any food? I'm starving." He smelled a different kind of delicious aroma. "Yes, I specially bought June yellow crabs. Uncle's cooking skills are pretty good, right?" Go wash your hands quickly. The small pot was filled with crab fritters, and Shin Chuan also added edamame, making it very appetizing. Shun Mo washed his hands, and Shin Chuan served him a bowl of rice. Looking at you. You haven't eaten for days. You eat first, and I'll serve you another bowl. Shin Chuan served himself another bowl of rice, and when he turned around, he saw that Shun Mo's bowl of rice was already half empty. Second uncle, I'll go to Garden Road to work tomorrow morning. No need to go so early. You should rest, you'll wear yourself out. Shin Chuan felt sorry for his nephew. Even he couldn't handle working like this non-stop. There's no need to study there, just serving dishes and cleaning at lunch and dinner. It's actually very easy. If you can go out and take on jobs, you can rest for half a day. It's not tiring. While buying a house for his second uncle, Shinmo also wanted to get himself a small place so he could go out and do some work as soon as possible. Once his household registration was transferred, he could also buy a house. Choose a slightly out-of-the-way location, one that's easy to demolish. Some alleyways have been preserved all along, but you shouldn't buy in those areas. Shin Mo ate more than half of the small pot of June yellows. Shin Chuan just watched his nephew eat with a smile. How long had it been since he had seen him wolf down his food like this? After finishing his meal, Shin Mo patted his belly contentedly. Second uncle, boil some hot water so I can wash up later. He sniffed himself and noticed he smelled a bit. He needed to be fresher when he went to Garden Road tomorrow. Yulin came back first this afternoon. He seemed quite happy, so he should be able to pass the exam. If he fails the exam, he'll be eaten up, meaning he'll get a beating. Shin Chuan laughed too. Yulin hadn't been beaten up in a long time. He opened the window wider to let more wind in. Once the water was boiled, Shin Mo washed himself from head to toe, comfortably dried his hair in the breeze, took a nap, and then headed straight for Garden Road. Sister Xiaomei. Hey, Xiaoshin, you're back? Finish the exams. The exam is over. Shin Mo greeted everyone excitedly. Several people surrounded him to ask how the exam went, but Shin Mo only said that he passed, and did not say what place he got. Wu Yuan said happily, wait until your acceptance letter comes in. Let's have a meal by ourselves. Let old Wu stay out of get off work a little later, and we'll set up a few tables in the lobby, Shin Mo said generously. Manager Zhou smiled and said, okay, we need to tell Ming Yang in advance, and ask him to come and have a meal too. Sister, let me change into my waitress uniform first. Go. Shin Mo's summer vacation started first, and the legendary #1 translator of Garden Road was back on duty. Summer vacation is the time for amateur translators to work. Shin Mo finished his high school entrance exam first, and was the first to start earning money. He was counting down the days until the admission notices were issued, preparing to return to the school to pick them up. The middle school entrance exam marking was in full swing when, in the office, a math teacher suddenly exclaimed, wow, I got a perfect score here. A perfect score brought a brief moment of joy to the busy teachers in the office. They took a short break under the pretext of visiting the school before getting back to work. The same situation occurred in the physics group, where a perfect score made several teachers happy for a long time. The chemistry and English groups next door also produced perfect scores, but they didn't expect that these perfect scores came from the same person. A few days later, when the scores were tallied, everyone suddenly realized that a genius had emerged in this year's high school entrance exam. Principal Luo, the results are out. Your old classmate wasn't exaggerating. Shinmo from their school is indeed amazing. Gao Yonglin, the head of the first-year high school grade, was the first to learn of the latest situation. How impressive is that? You made it into the top 10. Luo Yuanheng asked with great surprise. Not only in the top 10, but also 4 perfect scores. He's the third best student in our school, even though his Chinese and politics scores are not at the same level. The difference between first, second, and third place is only 1 point. Gao Yonglin was very satisfied with these 4 perfect scores. You might not be able to see it in the first year of high school, but when you choose your major in the second year, his advantage will be very obvious. Who can beat him in math, physics, and chemistry? Great, great. This tuition reduction is well worth it. Luo Yuanheng excitedly took out cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to Gao Yonglin, and then to several teachers next to him. Just based on these grades, even if the school didn't offer a reduction, he would have paid the tuition and fees himself. He couldn't let Shin Mo end up at the second middle school of the district. A young teacher, quick-witted and agile, pulled out matches from his pocket and lit them for everyone. The group excitedly puffed on cigarettes. Give me Shun Mo's admission notice, and I'll personally deliver it to old Zhang in Yongxing. He ate 2 meals of my old wine, so I'm determined to make it up to him this time. Luo Yuanheng found a good reason. Gao Yonglin laughed and said, why don't you just take Yongxing's admission notice with you? Hey, it's not impossible. What's Shin Mo's total score? Luo Yuanheng remembered this important matter. His total score was 530, and our school's admission cutoff score was 467. He scored 510. Good, good, Luo Yuanheng said repeatedly. He prepared to go back and pack up so he could go to Yongxing Junior High School to have some good wine with Zhang Junhai. With such good grades, how could Zhang Junhai not bring out some good wine? Chapter 87. The admission notice has arrived. At Zhongxing Junior High School, several ninth-grade homeroom teachers stayed at the school. After the high school entrance examination, they had a lot of free time, but they were anxious inside. The shade under the plane trees along the main road is excellent, and the breeze carries away some of the heat. However, the incessant chirping of cicadas overhead serves as a reminder that it is summer and that sweating is to be expected. Half a month after the middle school entrance exam, the first and second year students were on holiday. These teachers laid out mats under the trees and no longer cared about their usual image. Several male teachers even started playing cards, slamming their cards down with a loud thud. The female teachers were surrounded by several little children, chatting about everyday things, which brought them a different kind of joy. The admission results should be out by now, right? Gu Nanfeng would say this almost every day. It's almost certain that Shun Mo will be the top student in the entire school this time. He's eyeing the second place, wanting to see how big the gap will be between the second place and Shun Mo. Zhang Junhai tossed out a pair of QS in his hand. It's about time. The teachers appeared relaxed, but their eyes were constantly glancing at the main entrance out of the corner of their eyes. Someone's coming. Feng Xiaofeng, with his sharp eyes, immediately dropped the cards in his hand. He had a bad hand, so he decided to fold. Wu Gang, who was watching the commotion from the sidelines, saw Feng Xiaofeng throw down his cards and laughed loudly. Hey, uncle, why did you stop playing? Yuan Li glanced back at Feng Xiaofeng and said, Your uncle isn't doing well with this hand, is he? After seeing the students off, the teachers started calling out each other's nicknames. With no one else around, it was a way of remembering them. The leaders of several schools were actually a little envious, but they figured the students wouldn't dare to give them nicknames. Old Yuan, if your students were to give me a nickname, what do you think it would be? Zhang Junhai couldn't help but ask Yuan Li this question. Yuan Li stared at the person entering through the gate and replied perfunctorily, Then you can only be Grandpa Zhang. Zhang Junhai was quite happy. Grandpa? Hello, Grandpa. He put down the playing cards in his hand and recognized the person who came. It was Luo Yuanheng, his old classmate from Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. So, how many did our school admit? 21 people. That's quite a lot, isn't it? Zhang Junhai was quite happy. Not bad at all. Let's go to the office first. Old Yuan, old Gu, let's go. He took care of the homeroom teachers, while Principal Yao Bang didn't need to be looked after and stayed at the front talking to Luo Yuanheng. Upon arriving at the office, Zhang Junhai immediately poured water for Luo Yuanheng. No doubt about it. We're having a big meal at my place today. What's the highest score in our school? 510, Shinmo's, ranked third among the students we admitted. Yuan Li was somewhat dissatisfied. This brat lost quite a few points in Chinese and politics. Luo Yuanheng laughed and said, As expected of Shun Mo's homeroom teacher, he knows everything about him. 4 perfect scores, really 4 perfect scores. In Luo Yuanheng's view, these 4 perfect scores were far more surprising than the others. Yao Bang is more concerned with rankings. What scores did the first and second place get? The first and second place winners are both from our school's junior high division. One is 512 and the other is 511. How about it? Lao Yao, are you satisfied? How many subjects did they get perfect scores on? Yuan Li's focus was also different. One got a perfect score in math, and the other got a perfect score in math and chemistry. Only Shun Mo got a perfect score in all 3 subjects. Luo Yuanheng touched the teacup, which was still a little hot. That's the downside of summer. You have to wait if you want a drink of water. Master math, physics, and chemistry, and you'll be able to go anywhere in the world without fear. Gu Nanfeng said flatteringly, then asked, Principal Luo, let me see our school's academic performance. I brought it. Luo Yuanheng opened the bag, inside which, in addition to the admission notice, there was a printed grade sheet, which was the student ranking of Zhongxing Middle School. Gu Nanfeng accurately spotted the second place, which was Wang Gu, with 491 points. Shin Mo pulled ahead by a huge gap of 19 points. The total score increased, but the gap also widened. Gu Nanfeng felt that if Shun Mo hadn't scored 120 points in Chinese and mathematics, he might have become the first place. In the subsequent rankings, the gap was no longer so large, mostly around 2 or 3 points. Principal Luo, the tuition and fees for the top 10 students are completely waived, right? Yuan Li remembered the conditions that Zhang Junhai had secured for her. Teacher Yuan, don't worry, this student will definitely be exempted from the exam. If the school doesn't grant it, I'll pay for it myself. Looking at the students' report cards, Yao Bang said to Zhang Junhai, "Later, invite Principal Luo to your home. I'll bring 2 bottles of good wine with me. There are still some students who didn't get into Yongxing No. 1 middle school, but they can't be without a school to attend. Yao Bang will go to the No. 2 middle school in the district tomorrow to help these students get admitted to No. 2 middle school." Amidst the commotion, Yuan Li reminded them, "Principal Yao, the grades need to be posted on red paper." Yes, posted on the main entrance. Otherwise, these students won't know their acceptance letters have arrived. Zhang Junhai volunteered. "My calligraphy is pretty good, I'll write it." Shinmo's name was placed first, and his total score of 510 was quite impressive. Zhang Junhai regretted that he couldn't write down Shinmo's perfect score in all 4 subjects. But Yuan Li was very satisfied. As for the high score of 510, let the onlookers calculate it themselves. In the afternoon, a red paper was posted at the school gate, with the words "Good News" on it particularly eye-catching. Passers-by just smiled, thinking that Zhongxing Middle School might have done well in the exams this year. Only those with children taking the high school entrance exams at home would take a second look. Wang Ge was the first to pick up his admission notice. He hadn't expected to be among the top students, and he was just happy to be accepted. He didn't even want to know Shinmo's score. He only looked at Tang Wuzi's score. Fortunately, he won this time. The second and third students appeared one after another, and He Zhuqing also appeared. Still 5th in the grade, Yuan Li said with a smile. "But it's okay, you can work harder in high school. Don't cry this time, or the teacher really can't help you." He Zhuqing didn't cry this time. She had achieved what she wanted, but she was still a little unhappy. Last year, when she first entered the 3rd year of junior high school, she dreamed of getting into Yongxing No. 1 middle school with the highest score in the entire school. People and cars were coming and going outside the school as news of the high school entrance exam results spread. Many students came to check if they had received their admission notices, but No. 2 middle school was a little later. The leaders of No. 2 middle school were also waiting for the results from Yongxing No. 1 middle school. Some students, although they failed the exam, would still be the darlings of No. 2 middle school, and they would try to win them over. For the past few days, Yuan Li has been sitting in her office waiting for Shun Mo to appear. Has this kid forgotten about being accepted while serving dishes? "Hey, Xiao Shun, the high school entrance exam results are out." Manager Zhou called out to Shun Mo loudly. "Sister, how did you know?" Shin Mo was quite surprised, as Manager Zhou didn't seem to go out much. "A guest just booked a table to celebrate their child's birthday tonight. Go back to the school and check if the report card has arrived." Chapter 88. Preparing to treat people to dinner. Shun Mo immediately prepared to leave, but Xiao Mei called out, "Hey, Shun, are you really going out like this? Change your clothes. We still need to come back to make a living." Manager Zhou said, "Go back and talk to your family first, then come back tomorrow." Shun Mo scratched his head. "That's true. I'll change my clothes. I might have to come back later. How about we make a couple of dishes? I'll have Lao Wu cook them for you. Ask your second uncle what kind of wine he wants to drink, and I'll prepare that too." "Thank you, Sister Zhou. I'll go change my clothes first." Shun Mo quickly returned to his small private room, changed into his usual clothes, waved to everyone, and jumped onto the tram. Unfortunately, the ticket seller wasn't Su Yuefeng. Shin Mo suddenly longed to meet his future aunt, whom he hadn't yet married into the family. Upon arrival, Shin Mo first saw the large red paper at the school gate, with the words "Good News" prominently displayed at the top. He ran over in a few steps, wanting to check his information. Zhongxing Junior High School achieved excellent results in this year's high school entrance examination, with a total of 21 students admitted to Yongxing No. 1 High School, a key high school in the city. Shin Mo skimmed through the text, not looking at it carefully, and went straight to find his own name. The first one, as expected, is still the first one. 510 points? It seems a bit unfair to my Chinese and politics teachers. "Hey, Shin Mo." Several classmates nearby saw Shun Mo and excitedly greeted him. "Stop looking. Aunt Yuan has been waiting for you for a long time." "They're here." Shun Mo went to the office, and several teachers smiled when they saw him come in. "Sister, your prized student has arrived." "What? Shin Mo, how did you do on your Chinese test? Tell me the truth." Shin Mo was a little embarrassed. "I might not have performed very well." Yuan Li's tense face relaxed instantly, and she couldn't help but smile. "There's still room for improvement. After entering high school, you must pay more attention to Chinese. The top student at Yongxing No. 1 High School only scored 2 points higher than you." Feng Xiaofeng interjected. "Once the arts and sciences are separated, he might not be your match. The 2-point difference might be made up for with a little effort in the essay, perhaps by simply quoting an ancient poem." Shin Mo wasn't disappointed at not getting first place. On the contrary, he was very happy. 2 points represents the gap between him and the extraordinary talent of this era, but it is not insurmountable. Just as Feng Xiaofeng said, once the arts and sciences are separated, his advantages will be apparent, and it's hard to say whether he might even be 1 or 2 points ahead. Yuan Li took out the admission notice and handed it to Shen Mo. Shen Mo wiped his hands on his pants and took it with both hands. Thanks to you, the admission notices for our school this year were all delivered by the vice principal of number 1 high school. In the past, they were delivered by the post office. The notification was simple, a craft paper envelope with fixed contents, except for the name, which was handwritten. Shen Mo, congratulations on your admission to our school. Please bring this notice and report to the school at 9 a.m. on August 31st, 1986 to complete the enrollment procedures. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. Our school should thank you. For perfect scores, and several junior high schools around here know about it. It's because the teacher taught well. Yuan Li laughed and said, you're the one who's really good at it. The master leads you through the door, but the practice is up to you. We're increasingly finding this saying true. Was it tiring walking on Garden Road? I'm not tired at all. Everyone takes good care of me because I'm young. That's good. Recently, some people should be coming to your restaurant to celebrate getting into Yongxing number 1 middle school or number 2 middle school in the district. You can serve them the food. Yuan Li found it more and more interesting. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to eat it. Shen Mo thought to himself, there really is a table of them tonight. As long as it's not a classmate from high school, that's fine. He thought of meeting Zhou Jia at the Red Maple Leaf Park last year. Would he run into her again this year? Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. He shouldn't be too cocky. What if she was the number 1? Low probability does not mean it will not happen. Shen Mo has always believed in this statement. Yuan Li smiled and said, you know what? It's actually possible. Keep the notice safe. Director Zhang has spoken with the school leaders there, and your name is on the list. There are no tuition or fees. Study hard from now on. Although I won't be teaching you anymore, you can still talk to me if you have any difficulties. Thank you, teacher. All right, go back now. Don't let your teachers down during your 3 years of high school. I'll use you as an example in the future. Shen Mo smiled too. It's really good to have a role model in front of you. Now, he has become that role model. Maybe the teachers in the office will tell their children about what kind of student they taught when they get home. Shen Mo walked to the office door, turned around, and bowed to the teachers. Yuan Li laughed and said, what are you doing? Aren't you going to come back to see us anymore? Her nose suddenly felt a little sore. Several teachers were laughing. Hey, you'll have to come back later. I will definitely come back. Shen Mo smiled at everyone and turned to leave. Yuan Li touched her chest. It feels empty. Gu Nanfeng joked. Then I'll go and take back Shen Mo's admission notice and make him repeat a year. You dare. Holding his acceptance letter, Shen Mo was overjoyed. He wanted to go back to see his second uncle first. Looking at the sun, it seemed there was still some time. So he decided to go back to Garden Road and get a couple of dishes. What kind of wine did his second uncle drink? After thinking for a while, he decided to get him a bottle of Jiananshan. He got into the car and excitedly drove back to Garden Road. Inside the restaurant, there were equally expectant eyes. Xiaoshun, how are you? Yongxing number 1 middle school. Manager Zhou asked playfully. Does sister know that it's Yongxing number 1 middle school? What rank did you get? 3rd place. Manager Zhou said with some regret. If he hadn't come to Red Maple Leaf for work, he might have gotten 1st place. She was good at finding objective reasons for Shen Mo. Sister, if you think about it this way, I'm still the number 1 student at Zhongxing Junior High School, right? Manager Zhou smiled and said, Okay. What would you like to eat today? It's too hot. How about I make you a poached chicken and some braised pork belly with clover? Sure. Bring me a bottle of Jiananshan liquor. Wu Yuan asked, Xiaoshen, are you coming back tonight? What are you coming back for tonight? Xiaoshen isn't coming back tonight. Manager Zhou knew he was thinking about that meal, but Shen Mo was going to have a get-together with his family tonight. Shen Mo smiled and said, Brother Wu, come back tomorrow. Sister, please cook 2 tables of dishes for me. I'll treat everyone after we see the guests off tomorrow night. Cheers immediately erupted in the restaurant. Everyone had come out to work and make a living, but they had never properly eaten a meal prepared by a restaurant chef. Great. We have plenty of time. I'll have Ming Yang come along. Old Wu from the kitchen ran out to look at Shen Mo's admission notice, and only returned it to Shen Mo after looking at it for a long time. I've seen the acceptance letters from top high schools now. If my little coffin, my son, doesn't live up to expectations in a couple of years, the large ladle in his hand trembled twice, then it won't be about making a living anymore. Chapter 89, Using Connections. Shen Mo happily returned home with the food and wine. It's so hot, but the wind is so refreshing. Back in the 1980s, with his second goal achieved, Shen Mo was overjoyed. He longed to run through the fields, from east to west, from south to north, until he was exhausted, and then lie down in a haystack after the harvest, closing his eyes to enjoy the sunshine, the wind, the bird song, and the cicadas. Shin Mo tried closing his eyes to let these fantasies appear. Then he opened his eyes again and realized this wasn't right. In the future, he wants to find himself a place where he can peacefully enjoy all of this. The tram moved forward, taking Shin Mo back to his second uncle's dormitory. Shin Mo went upstairs, opened the window, and let the breeze in. He found the noise downstairs quite enjoyable. After 5 o'clock, the number of pedestrians on the street increased, and a large number of bicycles appeared, their bells ringing. Shin Chuan chatted with his co-workers and rode forward happily. Xiao Shun, the high school entrance exam results have been released. How's your nephew doing? He's still working on Garden Road, and probably doesn't know the news. I'll ask him later and have him come to the school. Shin Chuan had a lot of confidence in his nephew, but he also wanted to know the result as soon as possible. Hey Lao Lu, how's Yuan doing? Lu Kaiyang laughed and said, just cross the line. He didn't expect his son to do too well in the exams. It would be good enough if he could go to high school. Before, he could compete with Shun Mo, but now he can't, and he doesn't want to compete anymore. It's better for the two boys to separate. When they got downstairs, Lu Kaiyang looked up and said, Xiao Shun, your nephew might be back. Shin Chuan looked and saw that the window was open. He should be back. Brother Lu, let's have some drinks together another day. Lu Kaiyang thought it was a good idea. After going upstairs, Shin Chuan saw 2 delicious dishes and a bottle of Jiananshan liquor on the small table. Although he hadn't asked any questions yet, he felt reassured. Oh my, Jiananshan, that's incredible. How could you bear to part with it? Let me see the admission notice. Shun Mo handed the admission notice to Shin Chuan. Second uncle, you're first in the whole school, and third in Yongxing No. 1 middle school, just 2 points behind the first place. Great. Absolutely fantastic. Your second uncle needs to keep his back straight. He'll have to put in a lot more effort at the workshop tomorrow. Shin Chuan was delighted, happy to see the admission notice, and even happier to hear his nephew's ranking. Hey, does that mean he can get into a good university? How about Aurora University? Since you've brought it up, uncle, it doesn't seem right for me not to take the exam, Shun Mo chuckled. I think you want to take the exam too, right? Shin Chuan chuckled. He carefully put away the admission notice, looking at his cramped dormitory, feeling uneasy about leaving it anywhere. By the way, second uncle, those who are among the top 10 in Yongxing No. 1 middle school this time will have their tuition and fees waived. Really, this made Shin Chuan even happier. Why would I lie to you? Shin Chuan opened the small wardrobe, put the admission notice inside, and felt much more at ease. Turning around, he also put away the bottle of Jiananshan liquor and hid it in the wardrobe. Second uncle, what are you doing? Just drink it, there will be more later. This wine is too good. It's too much for me to drink it all by myself. Shun Mo said, don't even think about going back to drink with my dad. Also, don't tell him about me getting into Yongxing No. 1 high school yet. Shin Chuan froze. He really did have this plan. In his mind, he still longed for a harmonious family. Second uncle, have you and auntie registered your marriage yet? We'll go get it in the next couple of days, or we'll have to hold a wedding banquet soon. Don't skimp on the banquet. Your nephew will be busy this summer and will earn a good amount. Shin Chuan waved his hand and said, spare your second uncle. I'm still nervous about spending your money to buy a house. Don't worry about the banquet. Your second uncle still has some savings. Second uncle, after you and auntie get your marriage certificate, I want to come back for some wedding candy. We'll distribute the wedding candies before the banquet. You'll definitely get yours. Shin Chuan decided to tell Su Yuefang as soon as possible after his nephew was accepted into a top high school. His nephew wouldn't let him tell his older brother, but could he really stop him from telling Yuefang? His nephew also wanted Yuefang to know. Are you going back to Garden Road tonight? I'm not going back. I'll sleep here tonight. Okay, I'll boil some water, and we'll take a bath tonight. Shin Chuan loved this summer. All his ideas came true. Shin Mo slept soundly at his second uncle's place, and returned to Red Maple Leaf around noon the next day. He immediately changed into his waiter's clothes, and began to get busy. When Zhao Mingyang arrived in the afternoon, he was still somewhat incredulous upon seeing Shun Mo. Top 3 students from Yongxing No. 1 middle school. Not the top 3, but the third place. Prince Mingyang, your description of the top 3 makes it sound like I'm in second place. Zhao Mingyang laughed. It's just a point or 2 difference. What's the difference? I'll help out this afternoon. It's not right to eat dinner for free. Xiaomei said, last night we had a table of guests. Their child got into Yongxing No. 1 middle school, and they were overjoyed. What rank did you get? Did you do as well as Xiaoshun? Definitely not. I was listening intently the whole time I was serving the food. They didn't mention any rankings. If we really made it into the top 10, we would definitely have told them. Xiaomei remembered that when Shunmo came here to work last summer, it seemed that a female classmate came to celebrate her birthday. Xiaoshun, how did your female classmate do on the exam this year? Is she able to get into Yongxing No. 1 high school? She didn't do well on the exam, but she can still get into the No. 1 high school. That's amazing. Xiaomei thought Zhou Jie's grades were very good, and Shinmo's words about not being good were only relative to him. As admission notices are being sent out, many parents of children who didn't get into Yongxing No. 1 middle school are working hard. Some are trying to find connections at the No. 2 middle school in the district to get their children into a school. Others are determined to get into Yongxing No. 1 middle school, even though their children weren't far off by much, and they think that having connections will always give them hope. Zhou Jie is far inferior. Like Wang Hao, she needs to rely on powerful connections. Despite their usual bickering and arguing, the two of them are surprisingly united at this time, frequently checking in on each other's well-being. Almost done, almost done. My dad's been running around these past few days. How's it going on your end? Mostly the same. My dad hasn't come back yet today. Hey, it's really settled. Let's have a meal at Shinmo's restaurant. Wang Hao suggested, but Zhou Jie thought it was terrible. What are you doing over there? You'll only be laughed at by him. Hey, let me tell you, I'm going to be desk mates with Shun Mo when I get into No. 1 high school. What do you say? What can I say? You want to be desk mates with Shun Mo? That comes at a different price. The top 10 students at Yongxing No. 1 middle school, they're desk mates. Zhou Jie felt that it was not her and Wang Hao's turn. If they wanted to be desk mates with Shun Mo, their parents would have to pay a much higher price. My dad really got it sorted out. I'm going to see Shinmo. Even if he doesn't set up a table over there, I'm going to say hello. Shinmo's second uncle is getting married, so he plans to go and get some wedding candy. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Chapter 90. Su Yuefeng was shocked. The food's here. Wu Yuan shouted, carrying a plate of cold dishes to the table. Hey, can you all help me out? Xiaomei and the others smiled, reached out, and took the dishes down, placing them on the table. Manager Zhou sat there, his face full of smiles. After running a restaurant business for so long, it's great to be a guest in my own restaurant for once. The waiters, kitchen staff, and other personnel filled 3 tables. Even Zhao Mingyang came. Everyone's smiles were almost identical. Save a spot for me and master. Xiao Yu poked her head out briefly, then disappeared back into the kitchen to keep busy. Sister, bring a few bottles of good wine. There are no more customers tonight, so everyone can relax a bit, get some rest, and sober up first thing tomorrow morning. Just bring a few bottles of Shaoxing wine. Manager Zhou saved Shinmo money and made up an excuse. Shaoxing wine won't give you a headache, and we have to work tomorrow. The older folks weren't picky, so they drank yellow wine. Xiao Mei and Xiao Wan, who didn't drink alcohol, substituted beverages. The dishes kept coming out, and after Old Wu finished making the last dish, steamed sea bass, he wiped his face with a towel and sat down with a smile. Manager Zhou raised his glass. Everyone's here, and the food's all ready. Let's raise a glass together and congratulate Xiaoxin on being admitted to Yongxing No. 1 middle school. Congratulations. A group of people held their glasses and clinked them together in the middle of the table. Shinmo, holding a cup of beverage, repeatedly said, "Thank you. Thank you." Wu Yuan sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and began to greet everyone, mumbling, "Xiaoshun, treat everyone to another meal after you get into university." No problem. Shinmo agreed. This was Wu Yuan's expectation and blessing for him. Perhaps in Wu Yuan's eyes, this was just another meal. The other restaurants on Garden Road saw off their last guests, and their waiters looked curiously at the lights illuminating the red maple leaves. Business is so good. It's so late, and there are still customers. You don't know, do you? I heard from Xiaomei that Shunmo from their shop is treating everyone tonight. Another waiter ate sunflower seeds, looking at the red maple leaf lights with some envy. Why? Shinmo got into Yongxing No. 1 high school. That's possible, but it's not cheap in red maple leaf, is it? Of course it's not cheap. But who is Shinmo? How much money has he made? Why would he be stingy with such a small amount of money? Besides, Shinmo is the top student at Zhongxing Junior High School. Xiaomei didn't mention that she got 3rd place at Yongxing No. 1 middle school. She thought it sounded better that she got 1st place at Zhongxing Junior High School. Shinmo, why isn't he at our restaurant? The meal at Red Maple Leaf Restaurant made the surrounding waiters extremely envious, because many of them, who had worked at the restaurant for so long, could only eat staff meals. But life goes on, and the next morning, the employees of Red Maple Leaf could only reminisce and wait for the next time. Shin Chuan was equally busy. He took a leave of absence and registered his marriage with Su Yuefeng. After getting their marriage certificate, the two of them went straight to buy wedding candy. Hey, is Xiaomo still working on Garden Road? That's right. He'll come back when school starts and then register at Yongxing No. 1 middle school. Shin Chuan said with emotion. My nephew is just too sensible. He seems to be even more insightful than his uncle. Su Yuefang smiled. What's wrong with a sensible nephew? You only feel at ease when you have an immature one, right? Xiao Mo is coming back at the end of August. It's not easy for 3 people to squeeze in. You can go to my dorm at the end of August 1st, so Xiao Mo will have a place. After getting their marriage certificate, Shin Chuan became much bolder and even dared to hold Su Yuefang's hand in the street. If all goes well. Come on, let's go see my nephew. I haven't bought the candy yet. Su Yuefang was still a little shy when she saw the stares from those around her. She tried to pull her hand away, but couldn't. Shin Chuan said with a hint of smugness. That's right. Let's buy candy first. Buy the better kind. Can't we live together anymore? Su Yuefang immediately switched into the role of a wife. Okay, you'll find out why I wanted to buy something better in a bit. Shin Chuan kept her in suspense. Su Yuefang scoffed, thinking that Shin Chuan didn't want his nephew to lose face at the restaurant. So she figured, fine, he'd buy it. After buying some milk candy, Shin Chuan took Su Yuefang on the tram and went to the Red Maple Leaf Park. After boarding, the tram driver and conductor both smiled at the two of them. Oh my, the bride has arrived. Brother, sister, have some candy. Shin Chuan took out a handful of candy from the bag and put it in the ticket seller's hand. He then whispered to Su Yuefang. How about that? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Su Yuefang blushed and gently stepped on Shin Chuan's foot. She still felt sorry for him. Since he had given milk candy here, all his colleagues back home would want milk candy, and there couldn't be any difference. The driver asked, Xiao Su, where are you going? Go to Garden Road to find Shin Chuan's nephew. Very good. Taking advantage of the parking space, he peeled a milk candy and put it in his mouth. It was very sweet. When they arrived at Garden Road, the driver and conductor reminded them of their stop almost simultaneously. After watching the two of them get off the bus, they looked at each other and said, what a nice couple. Xiao Shen, your second uncle is here. He brought someone with him, who should be your aunt. Xiao Mei, with her sharp eyes, recognized Shin Chuan at a glance. Shin Imo looked outside and saw that it was indeed his second uncle. He hurriedly came out to greet him. You've gotten your marriage certificate. Bring your aunt over. We'll bring you some wedding candy. Shin Mo's heart stirred, remembering what his second uncle had said before. He took the wedding candies, put a few in his pocket, and handed the rest to Xiao Mei. Sister Xiao Mei, please help me distribute them. Congratulations, second uncle. Xiao Mei had a sweet tongue and immediately put herself in the role of a junior. Second uncle, aunt, come in quickly. Shin Imo led the two in and called out to Manager Zhou. Sister, my second uncle is here. Manager Zhou immediately understood Shin Mo's subtext. She had been preparing that money for a long time, waiting for Shin Imo to use it. She greeted him with a beaming smile. You're here? Oh, you're getting married? Congratulations. Shin Chuan laughed and said, we just got our marriage certificate, and we haven't had the wedding banquet yet. I told Xiao Shun that I wanted him to handle things with me, but he didn't dare to agree. I wouldn't dare either, Shin Chuan said with a smile. Shin Imo said, Sister, my second uncle just happened to be here. I'll have him take the money with him. Of course, keeping this money with me makes my sister worry all the time. Su Yuefang secretly pinched Shin Chuan and whispered, So you're after the money your nephew earns. Shin Chuan held back. I'll scare you right away. Yuefang is a good person, not greedy, and she was the same before and after getting the marriage certificate. Second uncle, aunt, let's go to the counter. Manager Zhou shooed the other waiters away. Oh, what's so interesting? Xiaomei has some wedding candy over there. It's milk candy. Go and share it. If you don't go now, it'll be gone. Xiaomei, don't finish it all. Leave some for the kitchen. She went to the counter and took out the notebook. Xiao Shun asked for 9,000 yuan this time. I'm really worried about leaving it here. You count it, and if it's correct, I'll cross it off. Su Yuefang's mind was racing. How much? 9,000 yuan. Is the Shun family that rich? Chapter 91, The Wedding is approaching. Su Yuefang's hands trembled slightly. She had never seen so much money before. She counted it with Shin Chuan several times, but they couldn't get the count right no matter what. Shin Chuan pretended to be mature, having seen 3,000 yuan before, and thus had some immunity. Even with 3 people, it took Shin Imo several attempts to count them all. Second uncle, put it away carefully. Shin Imo wrapped it in newspaper, found a wine bag, and put it in his second uncle's bag. After thinking for a moment, he put 2 aluminum lunchboxes on top to cover it up. Shin Chuan handed the bag to Su Yuefang, who hugged it nervously. Auntie, don't hug me so tightly. Su Yuefang dared not let go. You make it sound so easy. She hugged her even tighter. Shin Imo instructed, get on the tram as soon as you leave. Su Yuefang nodded quickly, boarded the tram, and even wanted to sit in the last row, as she didn't want her colleagues to know. Shin Mo escorted her and her second uncle to the platform, and the three of them waited for the train together. Sui Wefang nervously looked around, afraid that someone would come out to rob her. Sui Wefang had never been so flustered. Her mind was a mess. She just instinctively and tightly held onto the bag of wine. She couldn't hear what Shin Mo and Shin Chuan were saying. Shin Chuan took her into the car, and then took her out of the car. She only became somewhat sober after arriving at Shin Chuan's residence. Unfortunately, Shin Chuan's place was very small. She looked for many places, but she felt uneasy no matter where she put the money. It was as if everyone in the world knew that they had money and was thinking of stealing it from her. Shin Chuan started a fire to cook, boiling a small pot of noodles, while Sui Wefang was still looking around the room for a place to sit. There's 3,000 yuan in the house. If you can find it, you can take care of it all. What? There's another 3,000 yuan. Sui Wefang was completely stunned. This little room was practically a gold mine. Sit down, dinner's almost ready. Shin Chuan cracked 2 eggs into a small pot, carefully cooked them, and served them out. Sui Wefang was still looking around the room for a place to sit. Sit down, let's eat first. Shin Chuan pressed her down onto a small stool, and Sui Wefang finally quieted down a bit. These banknotes. Sui Wefang seemed to hear something about buying something, but her mind was too confused at the time, and she couldn't remember. Shin Chuan said, to buy a house. We're married now. It's not good for us to keep squeezing into the dorm, right? Xiaomo gave us the money he earned so we could buy a slightly bigger house. He specifically said that the money should be yours, and the remaining money after bargaining should also be yours, because he's worried I won't be able to manage it properly. Shin Chuan's idea was simple and direct. Don't let the family have so many more problems. He didn't care about the money. That was fine. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could also be handled in this way. Sui Wefang asked incredulously, you want me to manage this? Wait, how come so much money is in someone else's restaurant? Xiaomo earned it. Shin Chuan instructed. Xiaomo said not to let his dad know. Oh, Sui Wefang replied, then suddenly became nervous again. What did Xiaomo do to earn so much money? It wasn't anything illegal, was it? In her mind, nothing could earn so much money. Xiaomo got first place in the whole school in this high school entrance exam, and third place in Yongxing No. 1 middle school. Shin Chuan started to show off his nephew. Of course, Shin Mo is also Sui Wefang's nephew now. Xiaomo got full marks in 4 subjects, one of which is English. He earned it by doing translation work for others during the winter and summer vacations. Oh, I see. Sui Wefang felt relieved, but then became nervous again. Can we not tell my brother? This is over 10,000 yuan. Shin Chuan, unusually assertive, said, Big brother doesn't even know how many points Xiaomo scored on the test. If this money is given to Big brother, where will Xiaomo go for winter and summer vacations? She won't even have a place to stay. Sui Wefang picked up a few noodles and put them in her mouth. What was my brother thinking? Such a good son. Good question. My older brother is very good to my niece, and I suspect it's because of my ex-sister-in-law, but my ex-sister-in-law wasn't good to Xiaomo either. Is it because of your older brother? I can't think of anything else besides this. Let's eat. Sui Wefang picked out a few more noodles and suddenly said, I'm not hungry. She seemed to be too excited, so excited that she had no appetite. That won't do you, you eat the egg. Shin Chuan scooped the egg from his bowl and gave it to Sui Wefang. I'll eat the noodles. Is that all right? Oh my, over 10,000 yuan. Sui Wefang rested her chin on her hand, staring at the bowl. How is Xiaomo so amazing? Let's eat. Shin Chuan finished his noodles, then ate Sui Wefang's noodles as well, leaving his wife 2 poached eggs. Sui Wefang put her chopsticks on the egg, a troubled look on her face. I still can't eat it. You eat one first. She peeled an egg for Shin Chuan, and after taking only 1 bite of the remaining egg, she said, I really can't eat anymore. You eat the rest. Shin Chuan refused. No, you have to eat this egg. We're going to haggle over the price in a couple of days. If you don't eat your fill, you won't have any strength. If you don't have any strength, you won't be able to negotiate the price down, and you'll lose out big time, okay? Sui Wefang finished the egg in small bites, drank some noodle soup, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the mission is complete. Hey, when we have the banquet, my older brother will definitely come, right? What do you say? Let's see what he asks. Xiaomo is here too. No matter what Xiaomo says, we should just agree with him. Sui Wefang sighed. It's good that Xiaomo has you as his second uncle, and it's also good that you have Xiaomo as your nephew. She tried to cheer herself up. When I first saw Xiaomo, I knew he was a filial child. The first time I met Shin Mo, he seemed to be on Garden Road. All right, my dear wife. You have such a discerning eye. Tomorrow I'm going to give Chef who at the cafeteria 500 yuan to prepare for the banquet. After getting the marriage certificate, the next step is naturally to prepare the wedding banquet. Chef whose cooking skills are quite good, and he is usually in charge of cooking for weddings in the factory. Besides the banquet, Xinchuan also had to prepare an outfit for him and Sui Wefang to wear at their wedding, take wedding photos, and find time to bargain. All these things were crammed together, making it seem like there was no time to rest, but that's not right. Working is rest time, and you don't have to think about anything else besides work. With the wedding date fast approaching, both the Shun and Su families are making preparations. However, Xinchuan and Sui Wefang seemed very capable and worry-free. They didn't have to worry about many things, and even if they wanted to help, they couldn't. So they could only choose clothes so as not to embarrass themselves on the wedding day. Xinjiang was thinking about his son. The high school entrance exam was over, and he couldn't let his son go to his second brother's place anymore. He needed to find him something to do. His second brother was getting married. Chapter 92 My Brother in Red Pants, Wang Hao. Xinchuan has been taking leave intermittently these past few days, and the workshop leaders have granted his request. There were still wedding candies Xinchuan had given them on the table. Had this guy married a goddess? It was rare to see him give her milk candies. They heard that Xinchuan didn't differentiate between different classes, and that the wedding candies given to his co-workers in the workshop were also of this type. Xinchuan and Sui Wefang were in tense negotiations with the seller. With August approaching and the departure date fast approaching, the seller could no longer delay. Look how nice my house is. I'm not necessarily selling it this summer. If you want a bargain, I can give you a discount of a few dozen yuan, just as a small fee. Anything more is out of the question. The woman opposite me had permed hair and looked very capable. Sui Wefang shook off her shyness. We don't necessarily have to buy it this summer. We can wait a few years. We haven't had our wedding banquet yet, and we haven't had our baby yet. What's the rush? Xinchuan and the middle-aged man opposite him remained silent, letting their wives do as they pleased. Sui Wefang and the woman opposite her exchanged words, but as they talked, Sui Wefang became more and more confident. Yes, what's the rush? She had planned it all out before getting the marriage certificate. When Shinimo was on vacation, she and Xinchuan would go back to their own dormitory for a few days. What's the big deal? I just don't feel at ease having too much cash on me. After several rounds of negotiations, the other party finally couldn't take it anymore, and Xinchuan and Sui Wefang spent 7,500 yuan to buy an 80 square meter house from them. Back home that evening, Sui Wefang sighed as she cooked noodles. On average, it costs nearly 100 yuan per square meter. We might as well just rob someone. She was still dissatisfied with her performance. Xinchuan was quite satisfied. The location is not bad. It's between our two workplaces and closer to yours. That's the only good thing. Otherwise I wouldn't have agreed so readily. Sui Wefang was relieved. Now that Xiaomo comes back, at least he'll have a place to stay. Hey, how are you going to explain this to your older brother? I told him I was giving a gift to the leader and asked him to help me find a place to stay at another company for the time being. That's one explanation. Xinchuan felt a sense of relief. Finally, I have my own place. Isn't it because you have a good nephew? I'm good to my nephew too. The house transfer is still in progress, and we're just waiting for the process to be completed, but it won't be finalized before the wedding, which is a bit of a shame. Have you sent out all the invitations? My family has all received their fortune. Yours has too, right? It's been sent out too. The couple was just waiting for their wedding day to arrive. Before the wedding, they had high hopes for it. But these days they were so busy that all they wanted to do was finish the banquet as soon as possible and start their own little life. On the wedding day, Shinimo got up early, changed into clean clothes, combed his hair in front of the mirror, and took some change to buy red maple leaves. Sister, I won't be back until quite late today. It's okay, it can be any later. In order to attend her second uncle's wedding, Shinmo canceled her translation work this morning and handed it over to Zhao Mingyang. Zhao Mingyang decided to bring some snacks for everyone tomorrow so that Shinmo could have some. Shinmo emerged from the red maple leaves and saw a long-lost figure. Hey, Wang Hao. Hey. Wang Hao was overjoyed to see Shinmo as soon as he got out of the car. He ran over and looked Shinmo up and down. Are you going out? Yes, my second uncle is getting married today, and I'm going to the banquet. Luckily I came early, otherwise it would have been a wasted trip. You look radiant. Something good must be happening to you? Yes. My dad pulled some strings for me, and I can get into Yongxing No. 1 middle school. Hey, if we're in the same class, how about we be desk mates? Shinmo's heart skipped a beat. Okay. It would be even better if we could be desk mates for 3 years. In some ways, Wang Hao, now in high school, might be like Li Dawei in his 3rd year of junior high, not even knowing where to ask for directions. Then it's settled. Wang Hao said happily. I'll go back and tell my dad. He'll definitely be happy. Shinimo thought to himself, your dad will definitely ask about your grades at the end of the semester. This isn't like when we were in the 2nd year of junior high. Watch your backside. Wedding candy. Do you have wedding candy? Shin Mo had a few milk candies in his pocket, so he took them out and gave them to Wang Hao. Wang Hao happily took them and waited for the bus with Shin Mo. I'm going to Nanjing in a few days. I'll bring you photos when school starts. Let's go visit the Ming Shaoling Mausoleum. I heard it's a historical site. I definitely have to go. Do you know where Dawei went? Shin Mo missed his deskmate. You'll find out if you ask Yuan later. I heard he's going to be a watchmaking apprentice. He really became an apprentice. That's good. At least he has a livelihood. The tram arrived, and Shin Mo boarded first, leaning out the window to say, "See you at the start of the semester. See you when school starts." Today is Sunday, and the canteen of the textile factory is bustling with activity as Shun Chuan and Su Yuefang's wedding banquet is being held here. Lu Yulin was closer, so he and his parents arrived first. But he didn't want to go inside to eat sunflower seeds, candy, or chat. He waited for Shun Mo at the gate. The platform was not far away, and Lu Yulin would crane his neck to watch every train that arrived. "Shin Mo, over here." Lu Yulin shouted excitedly when he saw Shun Mo. "Luckily you have a conscience, and didn't make me wait here for too long. Why are you here so early?" "My dad woke me up and said to come over and see if there was anything I could help with, even just setting up the tables and chairs." "Has my second uncle arrived yet?" "Don't even mention your second uncle. Your whole family is here." "The whole family? That means the stepmother is here too. Let's go inside and grab some sunflower seeds." Lu Yulin said enviously. "Getting into Yongxing No. 1 middle school will make you stand tall. Don't interrupt later." Shin Mo guessed that his father might ask about the high school entrance exam. He didn't believe that Shun Jiang would go to the gate of Zhongxing Junior High School to see the good news. Lu Yulin felt that Shin Chuan was having a great celebration today, and Shin Mo's father shouldn't be disciplining his son on this occasion. "You're overthinking it. Let's go." The two of them went in together, attracting the attention of several people. Lu Kaiyang's smile remained unchanged as he said to Shun Jiang, "Your son really did well, getting into Yongxing No. 1 middle school. My Yulin can't compare to him at all. He's far behind." Shin Jiang found it strange that his son could get into Yongxing No. 1 middle school. Shin Mo's prediction was correct. Shin Jiang had passed by the gate of Zhongxing Junior High School several times, but he had never looked at the big red congratulatory notice at the gate. Shin Yi also found it strange that Shin Mo was able to get into such a good high school. Little Shin Jing walked happily on the ground, with a piece of candy in her left hand, a piece of candy in her right hand, and a piece of candy in her mouth. "Xiao Mo, come here." Shin Jiang wanted to ask him something. As Shin Mo approached, Shin Jiang asked, "Did you really get into Yongxing No. 1 high school?" Seeing the doubt in his father's eyes, Shin Mo said, "It's possible." "What does can go mean?" Shin Mo replied, "I have a classmate named Wang Hao. He has excellent grades, and his family is rich. We're not much different in terms of academic ability. He got into university this time and insisted on taking me with him. So his dad pulled some strings and got me included." Just as Lu Kaiyang was about to say that Shin Mo got 4 perfect scores, Lu Yulin gently pinched him. "Dad, it's their family matter. Let's not talk too much about it. You shouldn't have brought it up just now." Chapter 93. My second uncle got married. Lu Kaiyang finally remembered that Shun Jiang was divorced, and standing next to him was none other than his second wife, Chen Yi. "I was just thinking of finding something to talk about regarding the Shun family's glory, but Chen Yi might not want to talk about it." Upon hearing Shin Mo's words, Lu Kaiyang's mouth gaped open even wider. He knew Wang Hao. He and his son were equally bad, and the two often used each other as scapegoats. Chen Yi stood up with a smile and gave Shin Jiang a hard shove. "Old Shin, today is Xiao Chuan's big day. I won't allow it if you and Xiao Mo have a falling out. Besides, it's Xiao Mo's ability to have such friends. Why are you worrying about it?" Su Yuefang, dressed in red, listened to her elder brother and sister-in-law's conversation and felt that something was very wrong. Not just a little wrong, but very wrong. "Shin Chuan is going to drink a lot today, so I didn't have time to ask him. I'll ask him tomorrow when he's sober. Xiao Mo, go out and see how many guests have arrived." Su Yuefang quickly sent Shin Mo away. Feeling bored, Shin Mo reached out and picked up Su Yuefang's little nephew, Junjun. "Come on, big brother will take you out to play." Shin Yi didn't think it was a bad thing that Shin Mo didn't bring his daughter. She never thought of asking Shin Mo to take care of Xiao Xinjing. Little Junjun, clutching a candy, looked around happily. He couldn't stay in Shin Mo's arms any longer, so he struggled to get down and ran to the ground to rummage through some strange things. "You really dare to tell your dad that Wang Hao's lousy grades are worse than mine this year? Just tell me whether they went to No. 1 middle school or not." Lu Yulin sneered. "I know. I laugh at him every time I see him. He really has the nerve to hang around you guys." Inside the cafeteria, Shun Yi forbade Shin Jiang from causing any further trouble, and even more so, forbade him from continuing the topic. "Old Shin, if you're really free, Go out and chat with the guests and have a smoke. You're allowed to smoke as much as you want a day. Shen Yi finally noticed that today's cigarettes seemed quite good. They were peony brand. Xiao Chuan, you young people are really willing to spend money on your wedding. The scene just now made Shen Chuan unhappy. He still had some hope that his older brother could get angry, but his sister-in-law wouldn't allow him to get angry, which made him even more disappointed. Oh, these were all provided by Yu Fang's family. Sui Weiliang looked completely bewildered. He hadn't helped with that. It was clearly his sister and brother-in-law who had taken care of it themselves. He was about to speak when he saw his sister glaring at him, so he shut up. It was the young couple's life to live, and he, as their brother-in-law, should say less. Besides, today is a joyous occasion, and there can be no discordant voices. He still needs to learn this from Chun Yi, but it seems that saving face is his own, which is good. It was all Yu Fang's doing. My little sister has always been able to make her own decisions since she was a child, Sui Weiliang said with a smile. Chun Yi didn't say anything more. After chatting with everyone for a while with a smile, he called Xinjiang aside. Is today your day to show off? I never see you, your father, caring about this, but now you're acting all high and mighty. Let me tell you, I'm not jealous that Xiao Mo has the ability to go to high school. But as for living expenses, I see that the second son and his wife are doing quite well. If you dare to worry about that, I'll make you pay, and I'll let you show off your power every day. Going to high school will only increase expenses. Chun Yi has already become the bad guy, so it depends on whether Shen Mo can live up to his potential. If he can stand on his own 2 feet, Chun Yi won't be jealous. But if he can't and alienates his second son and his wife, she won't sympathize with him either. She thinks the latter is more likely. When some acquaintances in the cafeteria saw the couple in the corner, many thought that Chun Yi was a capable person who could distinguish between what was important and what was not, and who managed to keep the situation to a minimum on such an important day. No, I still need to talk to him later. His second uncle got married, so he can't keep going to his second uncle's place all the time. Chun Yi reached out and pinched him. If you dare let Xiao Mo come here, I'll never forgive you. Xinjiang became much more obedient, and Chun Yi continued. Don't think so much. Go take Nan Nan. The couple had talked a lot before, but Chun Yi never showed any sign of agreeing. After graduating from junior high school, you can become an apprentice and support yourself without any problem. The two returned to the crowd, and Xinjiang listened to his wife and focused on entertaining the guests. Shen Baihan and Wang Xiaoping were chatting with their in-laws, and the 4 elders were very satisfied with the scene today. At noon, the guests gathered, and Shen Chuan and Sui Weifang completed the ceremony under the guidance of the MC, winning congratulations from everyone present. Shen Mo sat at the host's table. The Su family members interacted with him normally, but the Shun family members hardly spoke to him. The food and wine were good, and Shun Mo didn't have any special tasks, so he just made sure he ate his fill. After the guests left at noon, Shen Chuan still had a few close co-workers waiting to make a ruckus in the bridal chamber. Shen Mo didn't wait any longer. He went over to say goodbye to Shen Chuan and prepared to return to Red Maple Leaf. Second uncle, second aunt, I'm going back to Garden Road first. There's a lot going on there, and the manager wants me to go back and help out as soon as possible. Shen Yi glanced at Shen Chuan, looking quite smug. When children grow up, they're grown up. There's no need to teach them many things anymore. They'll naturally understand them. The others had similar thoughts, but they saw Sui Weifang pack a small bag of candy and hand it to Shen Mo. Don't work too hard on Garden Road. When you're resting, come back and visit me and your second uncle more often. Yes. Shen Mo answered loudly, causing Wang Xiaoping to frown slightly. Was her eldest grandson too honest or too naive? He was just being polite, and she actually took it seriously? After the guests leave, I need to give Xiao Chuan a few words of advice. But what they didn't know was that Sui Weifang wasn't just being polite. She was thinking about how to cover up the lie to her family after moving. A few co-workers made a token fuss in the bridal chamber, then left with a few packs of cigarettes and some candy. Shen Chuan and Sui Weifang were finally able to calm down. I'm so tired. Sui Weifang felt like her bones were about to fall apart, but she was quite surprised that Shen Chuan hadn't drunk too much today. Shen Chuan said with a hint of pride, Xiao Mo will bring me wine. I've mastered that. You mustn't develop the bad habit of drinking, Wang Xiaoping cautioned. What's so good about alcohol? You'll feel terrible after drinking it, and your wife will suffer too. She pulled Sui Weifang aside and whispered, silly girl. You're married now, you should live your own lives. Don't let Xiao Mo come over anymore. Sui Weifang suddenly realized, that's right. Xiao Mo can go to mom's place later. Wang Xiaoping was suddenly blocked. She didn't dare let Shen Mo go over, afraid that her eldest daughter-in-law would be angry. In fact, she didn't want Shen Mo to go over either. After hesitating for a while, Wang Xiaoping finally said, she will be working on Huayuan Road during her winter and summer vacations. She has a place to stay. You two should just live your own lives. Chapter 94 Sleeping in the New House for One Night. When parents divorce, some children are practically left to fend for themselves. Sui Wefang suddenly felt sorry for her nephew. At his age, even if he went out to become an apprentice, his parents would probably have some concerns, right? How would his relationship with his master be? Would he be bullied? Aside from Xin Chuan, it seemed that no one else cared about these things. But it's okay, there's another one for her later. Now Sui Wefang understands why her nephew wouldn't let her tell the truth to her second uncle at home. If it were her, she wouldn't have said it either. The eldest brother, Sui Weiyang, was a little dissatisfied with the furnishings in the small dormitory. The radio is a bit small. Sui Wefang replied, "Why would you need something so big? I think it's fine." Sui Weiyang had nothing to say. His sister had already accepted it. So what objection could he possibly have? Shen Baihan and Wang Xiaoping's hearts had just jumped into their throats. But after hearing Sui Wefang's words, they breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, Yuefang is right. What would we need such a big radio for? But don't worry, his father and I have already prepared the money for the radio. Wang Xiaoping took out a wad of cash from her bag and handed it to Sui Wefang. If you want to exchange it for a bigger one, then go ahead and get one. If you don't want to exchange it, then keep the money. Sui Weiyang estimated that the stack of banknotes was about 500. That's good enough. He hadn't thought about housing. Everyone's about the same. How much bigger could it get? In the afternoon, the Shun and Su families gathered together for another meal. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very pleasant because Wang Xiaoping had given Sui Wefang 500 yuan. Xin Chuan tried several times to show his older brother the admission notice in the closet, but he never found an opportunity to be alone with him. After everyone had left, Xin Chuan took out his admission notice and looked at it himself. Sui Wefang leaned closer. You dug it out again? How many times have you looked at it? It's not a matter of how many times. Is it because your sister-in-law doesn't want to take care of Xiao Mo? Xin Chuan suddenly smiled bitterly. What does it have to do with sister-in-law Guan? Before my brother married her, Xiao Mo didn't want to get involved anymore. Sui Wefang gently took his hand. Won't we be together from now on? She wasn't after the 10,000 yuan Shen Mo gave them. Before she even knew about the money, she had already planned how to arrange things when Shen Mo came back. On Garden Road, Shen Mo sneezed. It was almost August, and autumn was just around the corner. Recently, many people have been coming to eat at Red Maple Leaf Restaurant. Shen Mo hasn't been back since attending his second uncle's wedding, and he's practically settled down there. Xiaomei and her friends found a way to have fun. When they saw people around Shen Mo's age eating at the restaurant, they would go up and eavesdrop for a while, pretending to be caught. Tonight, it's another table full of people. Xiaomei pretended to listen for a long time, but her parents found out. Young lady, my child got into Yongxing No. 1 middle school. Does your restaurant offer any discounts? Xiaomei listened for a long time, and all she heard were words like, just right, and perfectly fitting. So she knew what was going on. No, but we also have a young man who just finished his middle school entrance exam helping out at our restaurant. What school did he apply to? The group of adults guessed in their minds, probably some ordinary high school. Yongxing No. 1 middle school, Xiaomei replied crisply. The woman said, oh dear, young lady, you can't lie to people like that. Really? The top student from Zhongxing Junior High School this year is ranked third in Yongxing No. 1 middle school, with perfect scores in 4 subjects. Xiaomei's eyes widened, looking like she had never seen anything like it before, but in her heart she was already rolling around with laughter. Is his name Shen Mo? The boy who came to eat thought of this name. It was very well known among junior high school students, mainly because of those 4 perfect scores. Oh, you knew about this place? How about we have him come and serve you tonight? No. The boy hurriedly refused. The male parent said, little girl, let Shen Mo come. I want to see what kind of person can get 4 perfect scores. Okay, Xiaomei replied crisply, turned around, and went out to call Shen Mo over. Sister Xiaomei, you're playing pranks again. No way. Xiaomei naturally refused to admit. Go quickly. Shen Mo went to the private room and saw that most of the dishes had been served, so he had no choice but to refill the water pitcher on the table, since he didn't want to have come all this way for nothing. Young man, you must be Shen Mo? Yes. 4 perfect scores. Yes. The male parent suddenly said very generously. Okay. You can drink, right? You can have a drink with your uncle, right? Sure. Shen Mo picked up his glass and clinked it with the parents. The man laughed and said, great. My son's name is Wang Yu. If you can be in the same class, I'll have to ask him to ask you for help. No, we should learn from each other. Shen Mo quickly came out, and the atmosphere inside didn't worsen because of his appearance. On the contrary, it got a little better. Xiaoyu, you have to study hard now that you're in Yongxing No. 1 middle school. You can't do worse than the students from number 2 middle school in the district, right? Shin Imo overheard this sentence when he was at the door. He thought the parents' logic was correct, but the actual situation might not be like that. The students admitted to the second middle school of the district did not all have scores as high as those admitted to Yongxing number 1 middle school, but 3 years later, they could still graduate from here to university. The number of students may not be large, but it was far less than the number of students who failed to get into Yongxing number 1 middle school. If Wang Yu can't keep up with the pace at Yongxing number 1 middle school, he will fall behind very quickly. 3 years later, he will lose to the students who didn't score as high as him in the previous high school entrance exam. In August, Shin Imo took on 16 orders at Red Maple Leaf, and his money there increased again. With the start of the new school term approaching, he began packing his things, preparing to leave. Sister, I'll come again during winter break. Come on, you must come. Your little private room is reserved for you. Shin Imo has put all his money in Red Maple Leaf, so Manager Zhou has more funds at his disposal. It's not unreasonable for him to reserve a private room for Shin Imo. Xiao Wan called out from the gate. Xiao Shun, your second uncle and aunt are here. Second uncle, aunt, what brings you here? My admission notice is still with you. I still need to go back. Shin Chuan laughed and said, we timed our arrival perfectly. Come on, let's go buy you some clothes for when school starts. Let's go. Let's take all the clothes off the wall. Shin Imo recalled a famous scene from a web novel in later generations. Sui Wefong was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. What? You took all the clothes off the wall. Let's go to the mall to buy some. Shin Imo thought that his tuition and fees were still waived, but the clothes in the mall wouldn't be very comfortable to wear. I'll just buy some nearby. The school will be issuing uniforms soon. I'll buy the better clothes when I go to college. Shin Imo didn't want Yuan Li and Zhang Junhai to be criticized by the school leaders. He might feel good wearing new clothes, but what if Zhang Junhai wanted to plead for other students later? Alright, don't be too hard on yourself when you eat at school, Shin Chuan advised. I know, second uncle. Shin Imo remembered the house. By the way, has the house been bought? Shin Chuan and Sui Wefong exchanged a smile. It's all done. The walls are painted, the furniture is still being set up, and your little bed has been moved into. You'll sleep in the new house tonight, and your aunt and I will take you to register tomorrow. Chapter 95 First Year of High School Registration. The new house is over 80 square meters and has been converted into a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Shin Chuan and Sui Wefong were meticulous in their daily lives, combining the living room and dining room into one space to maximize functionality. Shin Imo only bought a sweater and didn't buy anything else. Sui Wefong wanted to buy him something else, but Shin Imo didn't agree, as he was focused on seeing the new house. How are you doing? You'll be sleeping in this room from now on. The room faces south and gets plenty of sunlight. Shin Imo looked at what seemed to be a single room on the north side and said, Second uncle, aunt, could you please move me to a room on the north side? How many days a year can I sleep here? I don't need a room facing south. Sui Wefong said, that won't do. Even if it's just for 1 day, I want this room. We won't save the master bedroom for you. You're second uncle, and I need more space than you do. You absolutely must say that you begged the leaders to give it to you. Sui Wefong smiled and said, okay, we'll go back in a few days and talk to your grandparents. Your grandma gave me 500 yuan on our wedding day, so we can settle things there. Shin Chuan secretly cursed himself for being tongue-tied. He couldn't have come up with such a reason. Sui Wefong didn't let Shin Imo go out to cook tonight. She cooked a few side dishes herself. Your aunt's cooking skills can't compare to a professional chef's, but you should try it. Before, when I was with your second uncle, we would either cook porridge or noodles. When I was with my second uncle, it was the same. It was either porridge or noodles, but there was fermented bean curd and pickled mustard greens. Try it, try it. Shin Imo saw the bottle of Jiananshan in the cabinet. His second uncle hadn't been willing to drink it yet. Sui Wefong set out the chopsticks, followed Shin Mo's gaze to the bottle of wine, and said to Shin Chuan, pick a day for you to drink it. This bottle of wine is on the register with your dad, your brother, and my dad and my brother. After you drink it, I'll say it was given to the leader. We still need to host them at the new house. Why don't we just buy a few more decent bottles of wine later? Sui Wefong didn't dare to leave these people with any illusions. If Shin Imo brought Shin Chuan good wine again later, she would hide it, but she had to tidy up the furniture first. The 3 of them ate dinner together. Although only one dish, celery stir-fried with pork, was a meat dish, it tasted quite like something a professional chef would make. Shin Chuan asked, can you tell it tastes like the cafeteria food? Your aunt learned it from the chefs there. Shin Imo just smiled, picked up a piece of shredded meat with his chopsticks, and ate several mouthfuls of rice. The staff meals at Red Maple Leaf were good, but they always lacked the warmth and comfort of home cooking. After finishing his meal and taking a shower, Shen Mo went back to his small room to lie down and opened the window a little. The night was quiet, with autumn insects chirping. There were also some mosquitoes who pretended to be autumn insects and chirped along, taking the opportunity to bite Shen Mo several times. When I woke up, Su Yuefang was already cooking noodles outside. Get up, go wash up, and after breakfast your second uncle and I will take you to register. Su Yuefang said happily. Yongxing No. 1 Middle School, she had never been there before. She cracked a few eggs into the pan, and they tasted delicious. Then she added a spoonful of sesame oil, filling the entire house with its aroma. Come and eat. There were 2 eggs in Shen Mo's bowl, and Su Yuefang and Shen Chuan each had 1. Eat quickly. What you eat is yours to keep. Shen Mo picked up the noodles, blew on them, and tasted them. They were indeed very fragrant. After finishing her meal, Su Yuefang tidied up the table and said, "Let's go. Let's take Xiao Mo to school first, and then we can wash the pots and dishes when we get back." She soaked the pots and dishes in water first, so it would save her some trouble when she washed them later. Yongxing No. 1 Middle School is quite far away and requires a transfer. But once they got on the bus, it seemed like everyone was someone Su Yuefang knew. The ticket sellers looked the 3 of them up and down, but didn't take any money. They just smiled. "Hey, Yuefang, where are you going?" "It's the first day of school. I'm taking my nephew to Yongxing No. 1 Middle School to register." Su Yuefang emphasized Yongxing No. 1 Middle School, which earned her a lot of envy, including from the passengers on the bus. "This is incredible. Your nephew will definitely get into a good university in the future." Su Yuefang's colleagues were all very supportive. After changing buses several times, they arrived at the gate of No. 1 Middle School. Shen Chuan excitedly grabbed Shen Mo's bag and walked inside. Many parents brought their children to register, as it was their first time coming and they had to pay a fee. After checking the class assignment information, Shen Mo, who ranked 3rd, was assigned to Class 3 of the first year of high school. This year's Yongxing No. 1 Middle School still had 4 classes, not as many as the later expansion to include. While we were still looking at the class assignment information, Wang Hao suddenly appeared. "Shen Mo, come on, this way, this way." He arrived a little earlier and was excited to see any of his former classmates, no matter who they were. "Is anyone in our class?" "Zhou Jia, are you satisfied?" Wang Gu and Zhang Yuhua are also in Class 3, and He Zhuqing is in Class 1. Upon seeing Shen Chuan, Wang Hao greeted him politely. "Hello, uncle. Where's your dad?" "Over there, talking to the grade leader." The grade leader's surname is Huang, and he's very strict. "How about compared to Aunt Yuan?" "I don't know yet." "Come on, the homeroom teacher is calling." Wang Hao scratched the back of his head, tried hard to recall, and said excitedly, "His name is Lu Qingfei. He asks us ZTE students if you're here." Shen Chuan also laughed. There are preferential treatments for good academic performance. Wang Hao led them over to a table. "Shen Mo, you're here." Lu Qingfei, in his 30s, wore black-rimmed glasses and was thin, but in good spirits. He was very happy to see the top student in his class arrive. "According to the school's policy, your tuition and fees are waived, including accommodation." "Hey, who are these 2? He adjusted his glasses and saw Shen Chuan and Su Yuefang. "My second uncle and aunt brought me here to register." "Oh," Lu Qingfei thought to himself. The rumors were indeed true. Shen Mo's parents did not show up. He shook hands with Shen Chuan and said, "You can rest assured that the child is with our No. 1 Middle School." He was satisfied with Shen Mo. He was extremely dissatisfied with Wang Hao and Zhou Jia. But there's no other way. If we don't accept Wang Hao and Zhou Jia, how can we waive all the tuition and fees for students like Shen Mo? Shen Chuan quickly said, "From now on, I'm entrusting the child to you. If there's anything he does wrong, criticize him if necessary, and punish him if necessary." Lu Qingfei smiled. "We've looked into Shen Mo's situation. He's an excellent student with no history of causing trouble. What we need to do is work together to get Shen Mo into university." Wang Hao stood to the side with a smile, listening to everyone chat. When his father, Wang Jianhai, saw the commotion, he quickly said goodbye to Director Huang and came over here first. His son said he wanted to sit at the same table as Shen Mo, and he was more than willing. Take advantage of this opportunity to quickly talk to the homeroom teacher, lest teacher Lu change her mind. "Hey, you guys are Shen Mo's uncle and aunt," Wang Hao introduced. "Dad, this is Shen Mo, we're really close." Wang Jianhai had heard that Mingming's grades were similar to his son's before, but he suddenly had a breakthrough. All right. From now on you two must help each other at school." He gave his son a light tap on the foot. "If you have any good food in the future, remember to bring some back for Shen Mo. Don't eat it all by yourself." Chapter 96 invites everyone to gather at the new house. Lu Qingfei didn't expect Wang Hao to take care of Shen Mo. He would be grateful to Wang Hao and his family as long as Wang Hao didn't cause trouble for Shen Mo. But Wang Hao's family is indeed very powerful. They managed to get him into the top high school with a score of just over 300. You have to admire them. Shen Mo? Another voice rang out, and Shen Mo looked at it and found the face somewhat familiar. Hey, you don't remember me? I'm Wang Yu. Wang Yu's father, standing to the side, smiled and nodded at him, saying, we meet again. He seemed to remember something and hurriedly walked up to Lu Qingfei, asking, Teacher, it's the beginning of the semester. Could Wang Yu and Shen Mo be deskmates for now? Lu Qingfei looked troubled. Shen Mo's deskmate has already been decided. It's his former classmate. I see. Wang Yu's father said regretfully. He glanced at Wang Hao and his son beside him. The two men's clothes were obviously out of place with the people around them. It must be them. Not far away, Zhou Jia and her group had finished registering and were chatting under the shade of a tree. Being good at studying means getting preferential treatment, Zhou Jia muttered, not hiding it even with adults around. She never thought her parents would compare her to Shen Mo. Zhou Chaodong was very envious of Shen Mo. Dad doesn't expect you to surpass Shen Mo. How about this? Dad sets an achievable goal for you. Surpass Wang Hao this semester. Is that okay? That works. What's the reward if we achieve the goal? You little rascal, you're in your first year of high school. What kind of reward do you still want? How about Dad takes you out for Western food? Zhang Yuhua, Wang Gu, and a few others just listened. Western food seemed so far away. They wondered if they would ever have the chance to experience it in the future. Their parents' smiles were tinged with a hint of unnatural embarrassment. Compared to wealthy families, only their successful child could salvage some of their dignity. You must study hard at school. Don't you still have Shen Mo? Talk to him if you don't understand anything. After Shen Mo finished registering, he came over and greeted a few of his former classmates. Zhou Chaodong asked, I heard from Zhou Jia that you can play the guitar? I know a little bit. I learned it on Garden Road. Actually, I was just playing randomly that day, and no one could tell. You'll be classmates from now on, so please help Zhou Jia out, okay? Learn from each other. Learn from each other. Shen Chuan and Sui Wefang stood out from the crowd of parents. They didn't need to say or do anything, and they didn't even need to care about their clothes. Their nephew's grade spoke for them. Lu Qingfei called out, parents can go back now. I'll take them to their dormitories later. But the parents were unwilling to leave and all went to the dormitory to take a look. The accommodations were actually quite similar, but the parents were always dissatisfied. Second uncle, aunt, you should go back now. Shen Mo still chose the upper bunk. I'll make up the bed. I need to go to the classroom to get my books later. Other students also started to shoo people away. Shin Chuan smiled and said, okay, your aunt and I will leave right away. You must study hard at school. Your aunt and I don't need to tell you anything else. They weren't worried about safety. Their nephew was among the top 3 students at Yongxing No. 1 Middle School and was a key person to be protected. Wang Hao's father, Wang Jinhai, was very interested in the young couple, Shin Chuan and Sui Wefang. Despite being just ordinary workers, they appeared very composed and not at all shy when facing him and another father, Wang Yu. Little did Wang Jinhai know that Shen Mo had earned over 20,000 yuan, Shin Chuan and Sui Wefang had handled over 10,000 yuan, and had recently spent over 7,000 yuan. Having spent so much money would greatly boost their confidence. Everyone said goodbye at the school gate, and Shin Chuan and Sui Wefang got into the car and headed back. Next, we'll invite our family to our new home for a get-together, Sui Wefang said with a smile. You're not good with words, so speak less. I understand. This is a hurdle we need to overcome, and the sooner the better. Go directly to my parents' place and invite them over for dinner next week. And you should invite your parents too. My parents aren't in a hurry. Let's get past your parents and older brother first. Sui Wefang wasn't worried about her family. How much trouble could her family cause her? The key was her husband's family. She couldn't let her in-laws know that Shen Mo was rich, so while the new house still felt a bit bare, she had to pretend to be poor. Sui Wefang was increasingly satisfied with the large house, which was over 80 square meters. Since there was no such thing as shared area now, the house felt a bit spacious. The two went back to their parents' old house first. Wang Xiaoping was very happy to see her second son and daughter-in-law. How come you have time to come back? All right, today is Sunday. Mom, we've come to invite you and Dad over for dinner next Sunday. Huh. Wang Xiaoping didn't quite catch up with her daughter-in-law's train of thought. Are you inviting your father and me over for dinner? She looked Sui Wefang up and down, then suddenly asked with surprise, Are you pregnant? Sui Wefang's face flushed red. Elders always think about their grandsons. She reached out and gently pinched Shin Chuan, who then said, Mom, I asked my boss to get me a bigger house. I wanted to invite the family over for a meal so that you and my older brother would know where our new home is. Wang Xiaoping asked in confusion, How big is the house? Over 80 square meters. Su Yuefeng's words startled Wang Xiaoping. Xiao Chuan, why did your boss agree to give it to you? Xin Chuan chuckled sheepishly and replied as Su Yuefeng had instructed, I gave the leader something. Where did you get the money? Wang Xiaoping suddenly remembered that she had given Su Yuefeng 500 yuan. Could it be that she used that money? Is it to make room for Xiao Mo? Wang Xiaoping seized on the key point and sighed. It's only because you are my second uncle, and it's fortunate that Yuefeng doesn't look down on us. There are no outsiders here, so I'll ask you, do you think your eldest brother will appreciate your kindness? She felt bad about spending that money. Why can't you two use it for something else? This money is being spent, and there's no guarantee of any benefit. Su Yuefeng felt that her older brother would never appreciate their kindness, especially in the future, after Xiao Mo no longer needed to hide the money she had earned. She even thought that her sister-in-law, Shin Yi, would say that they had kidnapped Xiao Mo and were no longer close to her family. Xin Chuan said, Mom, are you really going to leave Xiao Mo with nowhere to go during his vacation? He didn't think too much about it. He just wanted his nephew to have somewhere to go during his vacation, even if it was just for a day. That's fine. High school is only 3 years anyway, and he'll be living on campus for a while. After high school, he'll have to find something to do, and then he'll have his own dorm room. You two better not be silly. Su Yuefeng thought to herself, by the time Xiao Mo graduates from high school, you will probably all be preparing rooms for him. Chapter 97. Keep an eye on your parents' wallets. The classrooms for the first year of high school are on the 3rd floor. Shinmo's class, Class 3, is located near the stairwell, just one class away from the office. However, if the teachers don't go back to the office first, they can appear at the classroom door at any time. The classroom was noisy. The homeroom teacher, Lu Qingfei, led a few boys to bring over books and distributed them to everyone. When registering, he asked about the situation of some students in the class. Several of them had served as class officers. He then chose a tall boy named Lu Changjun as class monitor and will re-elect class officers after half a semester. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Today is registration day. No classes, but we have a big cleaning this afternoon. Our class's tasks are already clear. The class monitor will take you there to complete them. Tonight, evening self-study will start first. We are in the first year of high school. Looking at the students in the class, Lu Qingfei chuckled twice. 3 self-study sessions in the evening. You're all familiar with that, right? Starting today, you'll be in study mode. First, preview the material, and I'll write your evening schedule on the blackboard. In the afternoon, they began high-intensity labor, cleaning, and weeding. After dinner, Shinemo sat in the classroom, leaning on his desk, enjoying this campus life. After a summer of hard work, he cherished this simple campus life even more, where he didn't have to think about anything and could just focus on studying. Wang Hao also leaned on the table, tilted his head, and said to him, I found out about the 2 people ahead of you. The first one is named Lu Qing. He gestured with his hand. I heard he's almost 1.7 meters tall. The second one is named Feng Song. A fat guy who's over 1.7 meters tall and wears glasses. Damn, Shinemo thought he might have encountered some experts. The names and appearances of these 2 people were just like those of legendary masters. But in other classes, his name and image were included among the ranks of these experts. The third one is named Shanghai. He has an ordinary appearance. I heard that his parents were sent down youth in Yunnan and are divorced. He has to work as a waiter to earn a living. Ching, Song, Mo. Our class is really interesting. In just one night, the top-ranked students in the first year of high school became famous, and were even given all sorts of legendary stories. Their various life experiences were considered important factors in becoming top students. Class teacher Lu Qingfei came in and tapped on the desk. Classes start tomorrow, so you can forget about junior high. The pressure at number 1 high school will be immense, and the pace of learning will be incredibly fast. If you can keep up, you'll be a college student. If you can't, you'll just be a high school graduate. Our number 1 high school diploma isn't any more prestigious than those from other high schools. There will be a monthly exam in a month to assess your initial learning progress, and to serve as a wake-up call for some of you. Shin Imo felt a surge of anticipation. He needed to work harder to see if he could surpass the 2 geniuses ahead of him. Perhaps only a reborn person could rival a genius. Lu Qingfei wrote the weekly class schedule for the semester on the blackboard, and chalk dust fell from the blackboard. Music, art, and physical education are all normal classes. In the first and second years of high school, these classes are a time for you to relax and unwind. But if you are really interested, you can also develop in these areas. Shun Imo copied the class schedule and placed it on the desk. The high school desks were relatively clean, and there were no early characters carved with a knife on them, probably because previous students didn't have the energy to do so. And so, Shinmo's life at Yongxing No. 1 Middle School began. If given a second chance, Shinmo would take his studies very seriously. High school was of utmost importance, and he couldn't afford to be careless or have any preconceived notions like, I think it should be this way. That's the good thing about math, physics, and chemistry. They can correct everyone's subjective thinking. If you're unwilling, then you're done, and you can never go back to your original path. At first, Wang Hao couldn't keep up with the pace and was busy during evening self-study, referring to Shun Mo's homework. It seems like Sunday is coming. I want to go back and have a good meal. I can't take it anymore. Wang Hao muttered to himself. These days are even harder to endure than the third year of junior high. You'd better keep up, or you'll be starving when we get back. Shinmo kept working on math problems. Wang Hao sighed and continued referring to the reference. After enduring a week, Wang Hao rushed home. Shinmo, wait for me. I'll bring you something delicious. Zhou Jia ran very fast. Although it was only for a week, she missed home. When she left the classroom, she looked back and saw that many of her classmates hadn't moved and were still studying at their desks. These guys are really annoying, Zhou Jia said, and Wang Hao immediately echoed her sentiment. Go back. Go back. I've been starving for a week. Other classes also have students with connections like them. As long as they don't cause trouble in the class, the teachers don't have strict requirements for them. But after returning home, Wang Hao was called over by his father, Wang Jinhai. You sat next to Shinmo, right? Yes. Dad doesn't have high expectations for you. Let's improve our ranking by 1 place in the midterm, okay? Now that his son is sitting next to Shinmo, Wang Jinhai hopes that he will be positively influenced by him. Wang Hao really wanted to say that Li Dawei hadn't thought of this before, but Li Dawei wasn't at number 1 middle school, and he was afraid of being treated to a meal. Okay, he didn't dare to refuse. If he didn't, not only would his dad beat him, but he might not be able to sit next to Shinmo next semester. Although his grades weren't good, he didn't want to sit with other students who had poor grades. Go back to school early on Sunday. Wang Jinhai didn't want his son to waste his time like this. There are 3 years of high school, and if he tries hard, there is still hope. After breakfast on Sunday, Wang Hao was sent back to school. I didn't even get lunch. Wang Hao was very frustrated. Hurry up and prepare the vegetables. It's almost noon. Sui Wefang worked quickly, instructing Shun Chuan to help her. First, check outside. Have Mom, Dad, and my older brother arrived yet? Shun Chuan peeked out the window. They're not here yet. There's plenty of time. Come quickly and help. Shun Chuan helped pick the vegetables and wash the ribs, while Sui Wefang cleaned the fish. Just as I was getting busy, the doorbell rang. They're here. Sui Wefang responded and went to open the door. Shen Baihan, Wang Xiaoping, Shun Jiang, Chen Yi, and Xiao Xinjing had all arrived. Chen Yi looked around the house and was even a little envious. It's very big. It was a coincidence that we met. We don't know how long we can stay, and we'll have to figure out what to do next. Sui Wefang wiped her hands on her apron again and invited everyone in. Shen Jiang felt that the house was indeed too big, and the feeling of being sparsely furnished was very strong. He and his wife exchanged a glance and read the message they wanted in each other's eyes. They had to make sure their parents kept a close eye on their wallets and didn't give their second son and his wife any more money. Such a big house, no matter what connections they use to get it, at least they don't have one. It's going too far for parents to have to subsidize a house like this. Chapter 98: The Showdown Between Sisters-in-Law. A group of people were walking around the house when Wang Xiaoping spotted the small bed where Shin Mo had slept before. The second son wasn't just saying it. He really did leave a place for his eldest grandson to stay. Seeing the small bed where they had slept and the junior high school textbooks placed next to it, the group tacitly avoided mentioning Shin Mo. Chun Yi wouldn't bring it up. If she did, it would be seen as an excuse to give her parents a subsidy for Shin Chuan. As for her home, it's spacious enough, but there's not enough furniture to fill the large space. She wouldn't bring up that topic on her own initiative. Very good, very good. Chun Yi only said these 2 words, and while Shin Chuan and Sui Wefang were busy in the kitchen, she told Xinjiang not to mention Shin Mo. Once the table of dishes was ready, Chun Yi laughed and said, "What a big house. I wonder when your older brother and I will be able to get one." These words were meant to shut Wang Xiaoping up. She could help her second son's family buy furniture, but her eldest son still lived in a small house. She should think it over carefully. Sui Wefang was very clever. She immediately understood the meaning behind her sister-in-law's words. Fine, if they don't want to give it, they don't have to. They weren't expecting it anyway. She and Shin Chuan were already living a comfortable life. Even if Shun Mo stopped giving them money, they would still live better than most people. But she didn't want her sister-in-law to get away with it so easily. If she didn't try, Shin Chuan might not get anything in return. The house is a bit big, but there's still 1 room left for Xiao Mo. None of you are going to mention it. Fine, I'll bring it up. Anyway, I'm the daughter-in-law, so I have fewer concerns. Sister-in-law, I know you're not Xiao Mo's biological mother, but it's okay. A stepmother is still a mother. This title isn't given lightly. Shen Chuan secretly pinched her under the table, but Sui Wefang remained unmoved and even applauded Shen Chuan's action, saying that she couldn't have taught him so well even if she had taught him beforehand. Chun Yi steadied herself and adopted a persuasive tone. Yuefang, you don't necessarily have to keep Xiao Mo. His father said that Xiao Mo is grown up, and he can still achieve great things after graduating from junior high school. Want me to back down? No way. It's your own choice. No one is forcing you. Didn't Xiao Mo say at the wedding? They have a brother who can handle everything. Why are you all worrying? Sui Wefang patted Shen Chuan's hand, making a slightly exaggerated movement so that everyone could see Shen Chuan's action clearly. How can that be? Xiao Mo is very filial to his second uncle. The cigarettes and alcohol that Shen Chuan brought to my house before were all earned by him from the restaurant. Xiao Mo said that when he earns money in the future, he will also give it to us as a gift. Sui Wefang said with a serious face, which made Chun Yi almost laugh. A little kid's promise? Just take it with a grain of salt. They're married with families. How could they believe such a thing? Yuefang, Xiaochuan, be careful. In 3 years, your room might not be available, Chun Yi warned. Shen Chuan retorted, if there's no space available, then there's no space available. Let Xiao Mo live here. Wang Xiaoping and Shun Baihan dared not speak. When their 2 daughters-in-law were arguing, they consciously shut up. Fortunately, little Xinjing was there, and they were able to change the subject by taking care of their granddaughter. How about we try this? Let's see what Annie's cooking is like. Sui Wefang said, I'll feed him. I've been feeding Junjun at home for a long time. No need, no need. Xiao Mo has already troubled you enough. Jing, I'll do it myself. Chun Yi felt that she had done enough and given the second son and his wife enough reminders. What happened after that was none of her business. However, she needs to keep an eye on her parents and make sure they don't spend any more money on furniture for her second son and his wife. Little Xinjing was unaware that the adults had already clashed several times at the dinner table. She was only focused on her own little mouth, happily munching away. After lunch, Xiao Xinjing was still savoring the memory. Sui Wefang even prepared a box of cookies for her to take home. After smilingly saying goodbye to Shen Chuan and Sui Wefang, Chen Yi boarded the bus and immediately changed her expression. Even Xiao Xinjing couldn't cheer her up. Old Shen, think about what you'll do with your precious son 3 years from now. After graduating from high school, where can't you find a job? Xinjiang wasn't too worried. There are so many people in Shanghai who didn't go through the same thing. His second brother also graduated from high school, and working in a textile factory was pretty good. Old Shun, let me tell you, Jingjing will be starting elementary school in 3 years, and the expenses will be huge then. We're also looking to move to a bigger house for our second child. You should think about it. You're the accountant at your company, after all. Oh, I know. Shen Chuan and Sui Wefang saw the person off to the car, and then turned back. You're just stupid. Sui Wefang blurted out. Shen Chuan argued. That's my nephew, okay? Am I looking down on Xiao Mo? I'm saying you're so naive that you can't even see what your family is trying to say. It's better for me to suffer a little now and let my older brother and sister-in-law scold me behind my back than to pester Xiao Mo in the future. Sui Wefang thought to herself, you're so honest. Even if Xiao Mo gave you a mountain of gold, you wouldn't be able to protect her. Let's tidy up the house recently. Didn't you say that Xiao Mo would come back once a month? At number 1 middle school, Wang Hao brought some biscuits for Shin Mo. I really don't have anything convenient to bring. I can't exactly bring you rice balls, can I? This is good enough. Shin Mo looked at the biscuits. They seemed to be compressed biscuits. It didn't matter. They always tasted different. Why don't you go back to your second uncle's place and at least eat something different from what's served in the cafeteria? Didn't you have your compressed biscuits? Shen Mo only ate a little bit. There was no water in the classroom. Wang Hao was speechless. Seeing Shen Mo working so hard, he had no choice but to patiently start studying as well. With the addition of history and geography, the element of chance has increased considerably. These 2 subjects are not Shen Mo's forte, and he has no intention of developing in the humanities. Since you'll be choosing your major in the 2nd year of high school, it's better to focus on solidifying your science foundation. It's okay to score lower in the 1st year. It doesn't really matter. Many people share Shen Mo's thoughts. Since it's impossible to take all the subjects in the college entrance examination, it's better to save your energy, focus more, and not worry about short-term gains or losses. But some people don't think that way. Since they have to take the exam, they should study hard. Many people haven't decided whether to study humanities or science in their 2nd year of high school. They didn't pay enough attention to humanities before and want to work hard in their 1st year of high school. The first monthly exam arrived with great anticipation. Shen Mo answered the questions diligently, including those in the humanities subjects he hadn't studied very seriously. I felt so relieved after the exam. How is it? Wang Hao still couldn't put pressure on himself. He found he just couldn't get nervous. Shun Mo chuckled and said, "This time, I probably won't get first place in the class." Huh? Does that mean you might not even be able to keep your place in the top 3 of your grade? Wang Hao couldn't believe Shin Mo's words. Chapter 99 may be reformed. Wang Hao guessed correctly. Shin Mo's history, geography, and politics scores were only average, placing him at a mid-level in the class, or even slightly above average. There were no official rankings for the monthly exams, but Shin Mo's name was so famous that the teachers would still compare them privately. Class teacher Lu Qingfei looked at the report card in his hand with a constipated expression. "Oh, Mr. Lu, I heard that Shun Mo from your class didn't do very well on the exam this time." Chen Xingfeng, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, came to the opposite side of him with a half-smile on his face. "It really wasn't very good. The humanities subjects were so bad that I wanted to quit ZTE. Did you do that badly on the test?" Chen Xingfeng suddenly became interested. At the beginning of the semester, he had talked about Shun Mo to his classmates. He thought that Shun Mo's potential was even stronger than Lu Qing's in the class, which made the girl very resentful. In this monthly exam, Lu Qing put in a lot of effort, and her scores in every subject were excellent. She got full marks in physics and chemistry, and was only a little short in English. Feng Tsang from Class 2 is like an enhanced version of Wang Ge. He didn't get a perfect score this time, but he has almost no rivals in Class 2. He didn't do particularly well in the humanities subjects, but he was still in the top 5 in the class in each subject. Lin Jidao, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, also came over, waiting for Lu Qingfei's reply. "Yeah, I did the math. He can't even make the top 10 in the class." Lu Qingfei shook his head and sighed. "Luckily, he still has 4 perfect scores to keep him going. Otherwise, I would have made him pack his things and go back to Zhongxing Junior High School immediately." Now it was Chen Xingfeng's turn to be constipated. For perfect scores, he knew without a doubt which 4 subjects it was. Lin Jidao secretly wished he hadn't spoken up. Otherwise, he would have lost to both Lu Qing from Class 1 and Shun Mo from Class 3. Grade 10 scores can be used as a reference, but their reliability may be greatly reduced in Grade 11. Shin Mo essentially removed the inflated figures early on, showing everyone his most authentic self. The teachers in Class 3 were smug. They had been waiting to see Chen Xingfeng and Lin Jidao's expressions for a long time. "Oh, Mr. Lu, how did you do on the Chinese exam? Did you improve compared to the high school entrance exam?" Math teacher Wang Ji asked enthusiastically. "Almost. There's still room for improvement." Lu Qingfei closed the report card. "I reckon he'll have time to study Chinese after he moves up to the 2nd year of high school. He'll be facing math, physics, and chemistry every day, so he needs to use Chinese to balance things out, right? He teaches physics and has a natural affinity for students who excel in math, physics, and chemistry." Several teachers laughed together. That's right. With 4 perfect scores, no teacher dared to say that Shun Mo was unbalanced in his subjects. Even if he was unbalanced, it was in science subjects. But after the 2nd year of high school, how much more unbalanced could he be? "Hey, have you heard? English teacher Li Wanwan changed the subject." "What did you hear?" several teachers asked curiously. "The college entrance examination in Shanghai is going to be reformed." "How should it be changed?" All the teachers were interested, as this would affect their subsequent teaching methods. "I don't know the specifics yet, but I've heard it will definitely be changed. A pilot program will be implemented next year, and it will be changed by the year after at the latest." What's the difference between this and not saying anything at all? Monthly exam results are not officially released. Students who do well will have their own methods for calculating them. After each subject teacher handed out the papers, they would automatically generate a rough ranking in their minds. But once Shin Mo's 4 perfect scores came out, many people gave up on ranking them. How could they even compare them now? Even though Shin Mo's grades in history, geography, and politics were only average, no one wanted to compare themselves to him anymore. They would have their own opinions because they felt that Shun Mo hadn't taken these subjects seriously. Why? Because they themselves didn't take it very seriously. On the first Sunday after the monthly exam, Shin Mo went back excitedly, and as usual, he went to Red Maple Leaf to bring back some dishes. Since it was a meal for 3 people, Shun Mo specially ordered 4 dishes. Manager Zhou ordered 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes for him. "It's autumn, time to fatten up for winter. Braised pork and a lamb dish, okay? For vegetables, a green vegetable dish and a potato shredded dish. Is that all right?" "Yes, absolutely." Seeing Manager Zhou habitually reach for the wine, Shin Mo quickly stopped him. "I won't bring the wine." "What's wrong?" "Drinking alcohol is bad for having children." Manager Zhou was quite surprised. "Everyone says alcohol can enhance the mood." "Okay, fine. If you don't want to bring it, you don't have to. I'll get it for you when your younger brother or sister is born." "How did you do on the exam this time?" "It's all right, but still watchable." Manager Zhou smiled and said, Yours is definitely pretty good. Why do you say that? Everyone knows about red maple leaves. You, Shinemo, always underestimate things? If you dare to say it's not bad, then it's very good, extremely good. What if I say it's very good? Sister is waiting for you to say these 3 words. After old Wu finished cooking in the kitchen, Shinemo happily went back with his net bag. In the past few days, Shin Chuan has been busy at home, which Sui Wefang finds amusing. Why are you so diligent lately? Anyone who didn't know better would think you've started elementary school and been scolded by your teacher. Xiaomo has her monthly exam. She'll be back for dinner after the exam. Sui Wefang recalled their last meeting. I don't think he said anything. It's always the same, no need to say anything. I'm going to buy groceries now. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? No need to buy anything. Xiaomo will bring back groceries. He's been working at Red Maple Leaf for so long. He'll go there first and get the groceries. We can use the time saved to clean up. Isn't that just as good? Shin Chuan even mopped the floor, while Sui Wefang calculated the time. How long it would take to get from the school to the Red Maple Leaf, and how long it would take to get here from the Red Maple Leaf. Shin Mo appeared around 6:30. Oh my, Wefang, you've got quite the influence. Before, 2 dishes were enough for me and Xiaoma, but with you, it's become 4 dishes. Second uncle, I didn't bring you any wine. My teacher said it's okay to drink, but only after my younger brother and sister are born. Sui Wefang blushed, and Shin Chuan asked casually, are your teachers so nosy? How did you do on the test this time? Still 4 perfect scores. Oh my, this is wonderful. Shinemo looked around the house and said, Second uncle, let's add some furniture. If we don't have the money, I'll go to Red Maple Leaf to get some. Sui Wefang quickly said, no need. Xiaomo, as for the banknotes, I'll find them elsewhere. You don't need to worry. The showdown between the sisters-in-law has only just begun. With Shun Mo as her trump card, Sui Wefang feels at ease and quite amused. Before Shun Mo reveals his true colors, she wants to let Shin Jiang and Chun Yi know where the bottom line is. I should be able to get pregnant by the end of the year, right? Sui Wefang wanted to see how her parents would treat their pregnant daughter-in-law. Shin Chuan rinsed the chopsticks again and set them out. Let's eat. Your second uncle wishes you would take the college entrance exam next year and get 4 more perfect scores. Chapter 100. You're acting at me. After spending the night at his second uncle's place, Shin Mo had breakfast and then returned to school. He worked like a 996 workaholic, desperately trying to solidify his foundation, because the better he did in the college entrance exam, the better the school he would attend. The better the school, the better the job, and the better the job, the less he would have to work so hard. When he arrived at the school, Shinemo saw a girl at the stairwell. She was about 1.7 meters tall and quite slender. There are 4 classes in the first year of high school, and everyone knows the top students in each class. Based on previous impressions, this must be Lu Qing. In this monthly exam, the 2 competed against each other remotely. Lu Qing seemed to have won by a large margin, but she knew in her heart that she might not be able to beat Shin Mo in the exam when they were in the second year of high school. She had visited Feng Song in class 2. He was a chubby guy with black-rimmed glasses who liked to huddle in the corner of the last row of the classroom, joking around with a few people. Who would have thought that this guy was a top student in a crowd? Upon seeing Shun Mo, she felt that this opponent was very spirited and more suitable as an opponent than someone like Feng Song, who pretended to be weak but was actually strong. Are you planning to choose science? Without introducing herself, and without needing to introduce herself, Lu Qing believed that Shun Mo knew who she was, just as she knew who Shin Mo was. Yes, I planned to choose science from the beginning. Even if I was more than 100 points ahead of you in the first year of high school, I would still choose science. It's quite good. Lu Qing suddenly didn't know what to say, but her instinctive politeness led her to utter these 2 words. Then, shall we meet again in our second year of high school? Will we be able to be in the same class in the second year of high school? We weren't in the same class in the first year of high school. See you in the second year of high school then. Lu Qing smiled and greeted Shin Mo, then turned and walked towards his class. Shin Mo entered class 3 and saw Zhou Jie sitting in her seat, chatting away with Wang Hao. Hey, let me tell you, He Zhuqing did terribly on the exam this time. She cried in her seat and used up several handkerchiefs to wipe her tears. Isn't anyone going to comfort her? She's not number 1, let alone in the top 10, so who's going to coax her? Ever since He Zhuqing started calling her Yangzi like Wang Hao, she's been very dissatisfied with He Zhuqing. Even though they're in the same high school, she doesn't want to be with He Zhuqing. Zhou Jie made up her mind that when it came time to choose her major in the second year of high school, if He Zhuqing chose humanities, she would choose science, and vice versa, it wouldn't make much difference to her. Seeing Shan Mo come in, Zhou Jie got up a little embarrassed and sat down next to him, but she didn't forget to say to Wang Hao, hey, go and coax her. It's a good opportunity. Wang Hao was speechless. You're complaining that I've been sitting with Shen Mo for too long, aren't you? He Zhuqing lay on her seat and cried for a long time. At first, a few classmates tried to comfort her, but later they got impatient and told her to cry. There were still at least 2.5 years until the college entrance examination. She had plenty of time to cry. Surrounded by top students from junior high, the high school curriculum naturally added to the pressure. After crying a few times, He Zhuqing finally realized what was happening, but she would still cry. Everyone tried their best to study at their own pace, making slight adjustments to keep up. However, as the course progressed and the workload increased, some people began to be unable to withstand the pressure, and after the midterm exams, some people fell behind. From being a top student to being at the bottom of the class, this kind of fall is not something everyone can bear. On the contrary, at the 2nd District Middle School, those who were always just a step behind have become the top students in their classes, which has given them more and more confidence and created a virtuous cycle. Looking at his grades and comparing them with Shen Mo's, Wang Hao found the history and geography scores where the difference was smallest and said smugly, "All right, I can explain this to myself when I get home." "Hey, I remember your dad wanted you to surpass Zhou, right? Don't be so quick-witted, but this time I might actually surpass Yoko." "Hey, what do you mean by possible? You have your algorithm, I have mine. We'll have to choose our majors in the 2nd year of high school, okay?" Shen Mo ranked 17th in the class this time, but no one dared to underestimate him. His 4 perfect scores stood proudly, leaving the first place Gu Qianjin feeling no sense of accomplishment. In the office, Lu Qingfei breathed a sigh of relief after removing the humanities subjects. Shen Mo was indeed still number 1. The school has its own algorithm, and I have mine. Of course, I still have to encourage Gu Qianjin. As for Shen Mo, Lu Qingfei felt that Shen Mo was clear-headed and that it was best not to bother him. He got up from his seat to explain to Director Huang and Vice Principal Luo that Shen Mo's 17th place ranking was fictitious and that he had not actually regressed. "Hey, Mr. Lu, where are you going? Go check your class's grades." Shen Qingfeng, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, stopped him. Shen Mo got 4 perfect scores. Lu Qingfei's 4 perfect scores almost cornered Shen Qingfeng. Shen Qingfeng was helpless and extremely envious. This was exactly what he wanted to know. "Hey, Miss Chun, how's Lu Qing from your class doing this time?" So, 8th in the class. "Oh my, it's sliding down that fast." 2 perfect scores. Shen Qingfeng was a little depressed because he didn't expect Shen Mo to get 4 perfect scores. "Let's go find Director Huang and explain things. By the way, Shen Mo is 17th in the whole class." Lu Qingfei understood immediately. Lu Qing must have also chosen her subjects in advance. The two of them, grinning, approached Director Huang of the grade level. Director Huang looked at them and said, "Oh, the 2 of you are here? Come. I heard that you 2 have corrupted the previous class's top student." "I got 4 perfect scores, Director Huang. I didn't lead anyone astray. To be honest, I don't know what's wrong with my 2 perfect scores." Director Huang had only seen the rankings before, but now that he heard about the perfect score, he understood pretty much everything. Did these students choose their subjects in advance? It's not just those 2. Many students are showing signs of specializing in one subject over the other. It's starting to become clear whether they're better suited to humanities or sciences, Lu Qingfei replied. He had studied the report cards for a long time and discovered many students with such ideas. "Okay, that's fine. As homeroom teachers, you need to do a good job of guiding them. You need to talk to these students who are unbalanced in their subjects, help them relax, and not be anxious in the first year of high school. They have a long way to go. Lu Qing and Shen Mo don't need any guidance. After all, they still have perfect scores to rely on." When they occasionally bumped into each other in the cafeteria, they would just exchange a smile, without any pressure on them. However, Lu Qing admired Shen Mo very much, as he actually dared to let himself slip to 17th place in the class. Feng Song brought over a lunchbox, pushed up his glasses, and said to the 2 of them with great dissatisfaction, "I'm still too honest." He ranked first in the overall score this time, but he didn't get a single perfect score. Shen Mo and Lu Qing both laughed at him, saying, "Then let's wait until the final exams." Chapter 101 The Snowman. After New Year's Day comes the 12th lunar month, when the weather turns cold and there are occasional light snowfalls. The campus of number 1 high school is especially quiet, and everyone prefers to squeeze into the warm, crowded classrooms. There was even a stove at the back of the classroom with a small pot on it, which the homeroom teacher, Lu Qingfei, brought from home. Vinegar was simmering in a pot, giving the whole classroom a sour smell supposedly. This can prevent colds. Shen Mo, wearing a blue cotton coat, huddled in his seat, his eyes fixed on the math problem, his mind working out the steps. The classroom was quiet, with occasional whispers, but the voices were very soft. Wang Hao couldn't take it anymore. It was like hell on earth for him. Go ahead and study. Even if you want to switch to humanities, you still need to study math. He heard Shinmo's whisper in his ear, but Shinmo did not turn to look at him. Shinmo, do you think I can get into university? Wang Hao began to doubt his future. What kind of future could he achieve by studying with this group of top students? Shinmo thought for a moment and gave his answer. Either study hard or have fun. Don't be a jack of all trades, or you'll regret it. Wang Hao was very distressed. He was already thinking about what things would be like 2.5 years from now. After the college entrance examination, Shinmo would probably go to university happily, but what about him? No matter how capable his father was, he couldn't get him into university. Glancing at him, Shinmo said, if you put in a little more effort, you might even perform exceptionally well in the college entrance examination. What if you don't perform exceptionally well? Then let's send you to an open university. At least it will give your dad something respectable when he's arranging things for you. Wang Hao looked conflicted. I'll ask Zhou Jia what she thinks later. Why are you asking her? What if you both get into the same company, and there's only one opening? Just focus on doing your best. Wang Hao laboriously pulled out his history textbook. He couldn't study math, physics, and chemistry anymore in his second year of high school. Those subjects weren't very helpful for him. He'd better study humanities. At least he could write a few words. The front door of the classroom was opened, and the homeroom teacher, Lu Qingfei, appeared. There's still one semester left. You can think about whether to study humanities or sciences. The weather forecast says there will be heavy snow in the next couple of days, so please be careful on the roads. Also, be careful of your Chinese teacher, Ms. Wu. If the snow gets really heavy, you might have to write an essay. The students burst into knowing laughter, but Lu Qingfei suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned around and saw his Chinese teacher, Wu Tianlin, smiling at him. Ms. Lu, please continue. I'll go check on class 4. Also, I want to tell everyone that the composition your homeroom teacher, Ms. Lu, mentioned is a must-write. Don't write it in advance. It hasn't snowed yet. The smiles in the classroom disappeared and moved to Wu Tianlin's face. Lu Qingfei really wanted to slap his mouth, but as the homeroom teacher, he was just thinking that he couldn't embarrass himself in front of his students when his hand was already on his mouth. He quickly covered it up and pretended to yawn. The sky outside was overcast with snowflakes falling. This was probably the biggest snowfall in Shanghai in recent years. When I woke up, the entire campus was covered in white snow, and it showed no signs of stopping. He breathed out a breath, and immediately there was a noticeable white mist. Good grief, this essay assignment is definitely in order. Wang Hao blew on his hands, looking at the snow-covered ground, feeling both happy and frustrated. Sigh, just a few days less, just a few days less. Why couldn't it have snowed during the holiday? The students who cleaned today seemed to have a lot more strength. Sweeping snow and sweeping dust on the ground are completely different experiences. Hey, Shinmo, let's go get hot pot after the exam. It's on me. Wang Hao quickened his pace. This weather was ridiculously cold. He seemed to recall his teachers saying something like, it's not cold when it snows, but it's cold when the snow melts. He probably wouldn't have thought of this if the snow had melted. Oh, Mr. Wang, how are you? Shinmo teased him. It's not even the new year yet, and you've already received your lucky money? Small change, small change. How much can you eat even if you eat as much as you want? Wang Hao said absent-mindedly, sweeping the broom and sending jade fragments flying. Hey, let me tell you something interesting. What's new? Shinmo was already planning to build a snowman. He couldn't make it too big, or the teacher would find out and criticize him for not doing his job properly. Last week I went home and encountered something completely new that you would never have imagined. Is the weather forecast saying this snow will last for 2 weeks? No, Wang Hao said. Our country also issues stocks. Huh, stocks? Shinmo immediately thought of the legendary old 8 stocks and asked with great interest, what kind of stocks are they? Electric vacuum. $100 per share. Goodness, $100. We might as well rob someone. That's enough for so many hot pot meals. Shinmo put the idea of building a snowman out of his mind. Electric vacuum? The famous electric vacuum often appears in history and TV dramas. Then, let's go for hot pot after the finals, my treat. Shinmo chuckled, which made Wang Hao feel very uneasy. You treat? If you treat, will we even get any meat? I'll treat you. You can treat me after you get into university. That works, Shinmo pondered for a moment and said. If there is any news about this electro-vacuum later, remember to keep an eye out for it. Oh my, I thought it was something big. If you were to tell me something like how much you got on your final exams and you treat me to dinner, I wouldn't even listen. But if you're talking about something new, don't worry, I'll definitely bring it to you. Wang Hao chuckled and said that he had never thought about buying stocks, nor had he ever thought that his family would invest in stocks, let alone that Shinmo already had plans to invest in stocks. A snowman appeared in the territory of Class 1 not far away. Lu Qing and several classmates built a large one together, and even students from Class 2 came to join in the fun and help. Shin Mo and Wang Hao were itching to join in, and several students from Class 4 who were sweeping the road saw the commotion and excitedly came over to check it out. Many hands make light work. Together, everyone built the snowman. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Director Huang from the grade level appeared. He looked at the snowman and seemed quite satisfied. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until it was finished before coming over. You guys come to the office. Director Huang didn't stand on ceremony with the students and dragged them directly to the office. He also asked several teachers to tell the homeroom teachers of the 4 classes to come and take the students away. The homeroom teachers never expected this. They thought Director Huang had some task to assign, so they rushed over to Director Huang's office, only to find their students lined up in a row. Because Lu Qing and Shun Mo were among them, the others weren't too worried. In their eyes, Lu Qing and Shun Mo were tall and could withstand any pressure. All right, all your homeroom teachers are here. Now, tell me who started it. Lu Qing raised his right hand. Reporting to the teacher, it's me. Oh, so the others were all accomplices? Wang Hao quietly reached out and nudged Shin Mo, who then raised his hand. Teacher, I'm a primary accomplice. Chapter 102 Feng Song's Hidden Talents. The original first and third place students in the grade took the initiative to assume responsibility, and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These 2 students' grades slipped during the midterm exams, but they still had a few perfect scores in their main subjects to hold them back. Anyone with eyes could see that they were aiming for a career in science. Some people are not number 1 on the list, but they are actually number 1, and they are number 1 in their hearts. Sure enough, Lu Qing and Shun Mo stepped forward and took the lead, leaving Director Huang speechless. He had originally intended to teach these 2 students a lesson so they wouldn't be led astray. Lu Qingfei gently patted Shin Mo's head. I asked you to come out and clean, and you even got to build a snowman. I think you're having too easy a time studying. Make a promise. How many perfect scores are you going to get on the final exam this time? Chen Qingfeng, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, was holding it in so hard he was about to burst. Even at a time like this, you still couldn't resist showing off Shun Mo from your class. The homeroom teacher offered a way out, and Shun Mo readily accepted it. Teacher, you know, I can only get 4 perfect scores. Lu Qingfei raised his right hand. 4? Director Huang said, all right, don't force the students to do things they can't do. 4 is enough. Lu Qing, what do you say? Me? I'll get at least 2. But my overall ranking will definitely be higher than Shin Mo's. Director Huang looked at the others. And you? Shun Mo touched Wang Hao with his hand, and Wang Hao immediately declared, Teacher, I will definitely score higher than my midterm exam score. It's unbelievable to ask him to state what rank he'll achieve. It would be good enough if he could surpass himself. The others took the opportunity to express their opinions, some saying they wanted to get a certain score in a specific subject, and others saying they wanted to be among the top students in the class. It was just a snowman, and Director Huang didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, he asked several homeroom teachers to take the person back. Looking down from the office window, I see that snowman is quite well made, with a nose and eyes. For perfect scores, Director Huang was very curious. He was already in the first year of high school. Could he still get 4 perfect scores? If Shen Mo could really maintain 4 perfect scores until his senior year, then we could consider recommending him to a top university. A group of students followed their homeroom teachers back to their classrooms. Several teachers earnestly advised, you're in high school now, and final exams are just around the corner. You can't keep playing around like this. The group listened obediently. They realized that getting a good deal and then acting innocent was a sign that they hadn't learned their lesson, and they weren't that stupid. But when the students in the classroom heard that they had built a snowman outside, their faces were filled with envy that seemed to spill out of the classroom, as if they wanted to get right up to the snowman. Heavy snow is a rare sight in Shanghai, and snow this heavy this year is even more unusual. Never mind, I'm going to build one after breakfast. After finishing his morning reading, Shen Mo left the classroom with his lunchbox. He even made a point of passing by the snowman. There were quite a few students watching the spectacle, but they could only stop and linger for a while. Upon entering the cafeteria, I saw Lu Qing. She stood upright, her eyes held high, holding her lunchbox as if she were holding a glass of champagne. You act like you've done something amazing, Shen Mo joked. Feng Song jumped out from the side. I heard that you guys didn't include me when you built the snowman. You never include me. He was very upset. It didn't matter if he was criticized by the teacher. He could give a similar guarantee. I'll definitely do it next time. Shen Mo gave an unreliable promise. Lu Qing smiled and said, I really will next time. She looked at the cafeteria door and seemed to see a monument that had been built up early in the morning, or rather, a snowman. Shinemo, you really have to bring Feng Song next time. I wanted to buy osmanthus flowers and share wine, but it will never be like the carefree days of my youth. Feng Song, holding his lunchbox, said, I'll definitely do it next time. Shinemo smiled and said, next time will be the second year of high school. Second year of high school. Can we be in the same class? Lu Qing said with a matter-of-fact expression, I heard there will be fast and slow classes. Don't tell me the two of you won't be able to get in. But then she looked at Shinemo with a puzzled expression. Where do you get all these feelings? Shinemo laughed and said, all my sentiments and quotations are to cover up my insecurity about not being able to pass your Chinese exams. The snowman was like an interlude, quickly forgotten amidst the final exam preparations. Before the Lunar New Year, the final exams arrived as scheduled, and almost every time a subject was finished, it would be graded immediately. With all subjects to be tested within 2 days, time was tight and the task was heavy. Every noon, Shinemo felt hungry and urgently needed to eat a lot of food. After the last exam, evening self-study will still continue. Tomorrow is a holiday, but the results will be released tomorrow. To avoid wasting time, we'll let the students stay an extra day. At that moment, the office was still busy tallying scores. The homeroom teacher, Lu Qingfei, only came to the classroom once before rushing back. As soon as I entered the office, I heard the teachers inside laughing. These students are all starting to choose their subjects in advance. What's the matter? Looking at the grades, Feng Song from class 2 still didn't get a perfect score this time, but he scored above 98 in math, physics, and chemistry. Lu Qingfei laughed smugly. Oh, that's great. Don't be so harsh on the students. Who can guarantee a perfect score, right? Shinemo got 4 perfect scores, but he was too proud to say it and let others say it. Shin Qingfeng, the homeroom teacher of class 1, was also quite proud. Teacher Lu is right. Students need to be left with some room for improvement. I think that's what Feng Song was thinking. It doesn't concern him with getting into college, so Feng Song doesn't need to make things so difficult for himself. And Shinemo, who always gets 4 perfect scores, isn't that exhausting? And Lu Qing, who insists on competing with Shinemo, isn't that exhausting too? I'm not incapable of getting a perfect score. I know my limits. We'll see each other during the college entrance exam. But Feng Song was actually panicking inside. Shinemo always got 4 perfect scores, and he knew he couldn't do that every time. The scores for the last subject, geography, were released, and the process of adding them up to the total scores of students in each class began immediately. Shinemo improved to 15th in the class with 4 perfect scores. Lu Qing's grades were very stable, maintaining a top 10 position in the class with 2 perfect scores in math and chemistry. Feng Song did not get a perfect score, and his grades dropped significantly, falling to 8th in the class. However, if you take a look at the science scores of these 3 students, they are all ranked first in their class, and the difference between them is not significant. Lu Qingfei looked at the report card in his hand, his brows furrowed tightly. Shinemo has started to pay more attention to biology, but he still can't compare to Lu Qing and Feng Song in Chinese. After checking the time, Lu Qingfei thought to himself, never mind, I'll notify these kids tomorrow. However, some students were clearly impatient, and several class monitors or subject representatives came to the office under various pretexts. Teacher, tomorrow is a holiday, right? The students asked me to confirm. Teacher, has the class schedule for next semester been arranged yet? Let me copy it down. Teacher, my classmates asked me to ask if there's any homework for winter break. Lu Qingfei couldn't take it anymore. Hey, I have the winter break homework. I'll give it to you tomorrow. What's the rush? A group of students went in and out, having already found out the news in advance. The homeroom teachers did not stop them, as sometimes it is necessary to prepare some psychologically vulnerable students in advance. Chapter 103 Lu Qing, who doesn't do his homework. Students have their own algorithm. Those ranked higher are calculated based on their total score, while those ranked lower are calculated based on their scores in arts and sciences separately. Although there are rumors, not everyone's scores are revealed. People only know the rankings of the top few. Shinemo didn't make it into the top 10 again. Zhang Jin, who broke the news, said with a low-key and mysterious expression. Really, many people didn't believe it. After all, Shinemo was the top student in the class when he first entered number 1 high school, but no one dared to question whether Shinmo's grades were obtained by cheating, since Shinemo had 4 perfect scores in the midterm exam. Hey, how many perfect scores did Shinemo get this time? That's what everyone's concerned about. As long as he gets 4 perfect scores, Shinemo will still be number 1 in reality. Don't ask questions about things you already know the answer to. Li Hui, who came in first place, was quite depressed, even though he was the one who should have been first. But he also knew in his heart that the pressure from Shin Mo's 4 perfect scores was too strong, and even he felt that it was a shame that Shin Mo did not get first place. Any other news? Feng-san from class 2 ranked 8th in the class. Wow, that's rare. What's going on with this guy? We'll find out tomorrow. The people from class 2 only mentioned it briefly and then disappeared. I'll go to the office to check on them after evening self-study. Many daring students sneak into the office to peek at the grades after evening self-study, while the teachers go back to rest. The excuses they used were clumsy, such as forgetting something for the teacher, or that a certain teacher asked them to prepare something. The teachers in the office just smiled and didn't expose them. How did you do on the exam? Shin Mo asked Wang Hao. Wang Hao remained quite calm. Anyway, I'll definitely do better than Zhou Jia on the exam. How did you know? I'm not trying to be mean to Zhou Jia, but she thinks she can outperform me? No way. I'm going to treat her to dinner. Wang Hao chuckled. He planned to use Zhou Jia as an excuse after he went home for vacation. Hey, let's go for hot pot. Let's go together after school tomorrow. It's on me. Shin Mo was puzzled. Your results weren't reported just now, so how can you be so sure that you even agreed to treat me to a meal? Just wait. We'll definitely have hot pot tomorrow. Did you make a bet with Zhou Jia? Whoever does better on the test pays. Wang Hao said with a grin. You actually guessed that? Xiang Wuning, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Jia suddenly appeared from behind, glaring at Wang Hao with unfriendly eyes. When she saw Shin Mo looking at her, she hurriedly explained, My name is Wang Hao. Yangzi, how dare you call me Xiang Wuning? You couldn't beat Shin Mo, and now you can't even beat me. Let's have hot pot at Plum Blossom Pavilion after school tomorrow. Zhou Jia stretched out her arm, swung it around, and hit Wang Hao. Because of the thick winter clothes, Wang Hao took the hit with a grin and didn't feel any pain. Zhou Jia walked down the stairs, but Wang Hao wouldn't let her go. Don't forget tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jia rushed forward again, ready to strike Wang Hao a second time. But then Zhang Jin ran out of the office on the other side. I've got it. I've got it. How about it? Zhang Jin glanced at Wang Hao and said, You're 5th from the bottom. Zhou Jia is 2nd from the bottom. Wang Hao was overjoyed. Really? 5th from the bottom? Doesn't that mean he's ranked 1st among the few students in the class with connections? This will make things so much easier to explain when I get home. Zhou Jia got even angrier, swung her arm, and hit Wang Hao again, then walked away without looking back. Several people chuckled, and Zhang Jin hurriedly rushed into the classroom, showing off the news he had learned in advance from the office. The next day, several teachers entered the classroom one after another and distributed the pre-printed test papers as winter vacation homework. Class teacher Lu Qingfei was the last to enter. He tapped on the desk first. Your hearts are practically soaring. The final exam scores are out. Some of you did well, but don't be arrogant. You've only completed 1 semester of high school. Keep working hard. Those of you who didn't do well, don't be discouraged. You've only completed 1 semester of high school. You have plenty of time to catch up. This year is 1987. Are the older students already 16 years old? You can apply for your ID cards when you get back. You'll need them for the college entrance exam. But I'm not requiring you to get them this winter break. You have 1 summer break for your first year of high school, and another for your second year. Those 2 breaks are long enough. Don't forget about your 3rd year summer break. I'd like to see who dares to procrastinate until the 3rd year summer break. He went on and on about holiday safety precautions before finally letting the group of students out. Shin Mo was thinking about his ID card. The teacher was right. He could get it done this summer. What's my birthday again? Shin Mo started to recall. As far as I can remember, I only remember Zhou Jia's birthday, but I don't remember it very accurately. I only remember that it was during the summer vacation. It's the holidays now, so I'll go back and discuss it with my second uncle and aunt. We'll get our ID cards done during the summer vacation. Zhou Jia slowed down. Wang Hao stood up, first stopping Zhou Jia in her tracks, then reaching out to pull Shin Mo. Let's go. Just the 3 of us. 3 is enough, Wang Hao said regretfully. It's a pity Yuan isn't there, otherwise we could have gathered more. Let's go. I also invited Zhang Yuhua and Wang Ge. He suddenly felt a little hesitant to see Lu Yulan, because he didn't know how high Lu Yulan's score would be, and if Lu Yulan scored higher than him, it would ruin his good mood. A group of people packed their test papers into their backpacks and walked out with a relaxed air. They ran into Lu Qing and Feng Cong outside, and the two seemed much more relaxed. Hey, isn't this one of the top 10 in class too? Shin Mo joked. They had all heard about Feng Cong's results this time. We should have done this a long time ago. It made me take an extra half semester. Feng Cong pushed up his glasses, completely unconcerned about his declining ranking. Lu Qing seemed even more relaxed. With her hands in her pockets and wearing a knitted hat, she walked out as if nothing had happened. Shin Mo felt she was being too relaxed. Hey, didn't class 1 assign any homework? Lu Qing replied. The teacher said that if you know how to do it, you don't need to do it. Huh. I had only heard about it before. I never thought I would actually meet such a bold classmate. Lu Qing even looked at Shun Mo's yellow backpack with a strange expression. You're really going to do it? Shin Mo felt it was better to be honest. I'm the 15th in the whole class. Feng Tsang wasn't as nonchalant as Lu Qing. He chuckled and said, Shin Mo and I both brought them. Don't use us as scapegoats when the teacher criticizes you at the start of the semester. TCH, look at how cowardly you all are. Lu Qing tossed her head. I never do holiday homework. Shin Mo doesn't know that, but Feng Tsang, don't you know? Feng Tsang pushed up his glasses again and replied, I've heard a little about it, but I didn't think you were really not going to do it. We're in high school now. I'm not following your example. Shin Mo also said, I won't learn from you either. He didn't dare to follow Lu Qing's example. Lu Qing was obviously a gifted person who might even sleep in class. He and Feng Tsang should be more honest with each other. Chapter 104 Everyone Wants to Do Foreign Trade. Manhwa Pavilion's hot pot has a northern flavor, using a copper pot for simmering meat, which is quite different from the hot pot in Shanghai. In addition to Shun Mo and Zhou Jia, Wang Hao also brought Zhang Yuhua and Wang Ge. Zhang Yuhua was surprised. Oh, He Zhuqing isn't here? No, just a few old classmates from our class 3. He Zhuqing. Well, she's not in our class anymore, so let me save some money. Wang Hao didn't dare to forcefully ask her, firstly because she might not be willing, and secondly because Zhou Jia really didn't want to. Despite his loud orders, Wang Hao didn't dare let everyone eat their fill of mutton. He ordered cabbage, tofu, and glass noodles, which were relatively inexpensive and enough to fill their stomachs. Although Zhou Jia was fuming, she wasn't so polite when she started swinging her chopsticks. While urging Shun Mo to eat mutton, Wang Hao didn't forget to tease Zhou Jia. Hey, how are you going to explain this when you get home? How else can we explain this? Zhou Jia quickly put the mutton into the copper pot, took it out as soon as it changed color, dipped it in a little sesame paste, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. She was very satisfied with the taste. Just explain it like this. I don't believe you can really get into university. Wang Hao was annoyed. Eat less. I'll eat. Zhou Jia ate a few more bites, then felt frustrated. I need to think about what I'll do after my senior year of high school. Shin Mo picked up a few pieces of mutton, some vermicelli, and some soup, and ate it warmly. Hey, why don't you go back and get your ID cards? Let's have it in the summer. My birthday isn't here yet. Zhou Jia remembered her birthday very clearly. Shun Mo asked, Are we going to the Red Maple Leaf Park again for my birthday this year? Zhou Jia was even more frustrated. Wang Hao and Shun Mo had almost killed her appetite. No, I'm not going. Zhang Yuhua and Wang Ge were very envious of the red maple leaves. If Shun Mo hadn't been serving dishes over there, they wouldn't even have known about this place. Hey, are you going back for winter break? Go ahead, Shin Mo replied matter-of-factly. I've been working hard all semester. Can't I relax a bit? These words made Wang Hao and Zhou Jia feel depressed, but for Shin Mo, they were a relief. I'll borrow the test paper to take a look later, Wang Hao said embarrassedly, reminding Shun Mo of last winter vacation when Wang Hao dared to laugh at Li Dawei, but this year it happened to him. What goes around comes around. No problem. Since he had eaten their food, he should at least do them a favor, and Shin Mo had to keep a straight face and not smile. After eating hot pot, feeling warm all over, a group of people board a tram or bus, transfer a few times, and soon they are surrounded by familiar faces. Shin Mo, carrying a yellow school bag, went to Red Maple Leaf to register first. Sister Xiaomei. After getting off the tram, Shin Mo saw Xiao Mei standing at the door. Xiao Mei smiled at Shun Mo, revealing her white teeth. She waved and then turned to call inside. Sister Zhou, Xiao Shun is back. Manager Zhou immediately put down what he was doing and came out. Seeing Shun Mo approaching, he smiled and said, You finally arrived. Mingyang also had a holiday the other day. You two have no idea how many people have been coming to our restaurant lately. You didn't steal the translator's job, did you? You guessed it. Manager Zhou's smile grew even brighter. It's always the same few of you. A few days ago, Huayuan restaurant tried to force a deal on someone. I think his name was Lu Dagua, but it didn't work. He came to the restaurant around 9 o'clock in the morning demanding a refund. So what happened to Huayuan restaurant after that? Shin Mo was very curious. This kind of thing can't just be resolved by refunding the money. Manager Zhou laughed and said, What else can we do? They came to me for help, so I asked Mingyang to step in and take the blame. Otherwise, their reputation would really be ruined. Sister Zhou, let me see how far Mingyang and I are in the queue. Shin Mo suddenly felt a bit of pressure. He felt this holiday would be very busy. Look, Mingyang is going out again tomorrow. You can start from the day after tomorrow. I don't know when you will be back. I haven't dared to agree to anything. Shun Mo leaned over to take a look and, wow, he and Zhao Mingyang were going to be busy until New Year's Eve. After the New Year, they wouldn't be able to rest from the third day of the Lunar New Year. The people at the top included both self-employed individuals and those working for state-owned enterprises. Translators were hard to find, and the reputation of Garden Road was finally starting to spread to state-owned enterprises. Fortunately, there was an entertainment expense included, giving them a legitimate reason to spend money. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a good excuse to hire them. Sister, I remember. It started on the fourth day of the Lunar New Year last year, right? Good memory. You see, the further we go, the busier you get. Xiaoshun, how many years has it been since the reform and opening up? People like us can no longer think about holidays and Sundays. We should take advantage of the favorable conditions and make as much money as possible. Shen Mo remembered what Wang Hao had told him about stocks a few days ago and asked, Sister, do you have any customers who trade stocks? Oh dear, let me tell you, don't touch that stuff. How do you know if you'll make a profit or a loss? Business isn't in our hands, so be careful. Even in a casino, you can at least hold some cards. But what are stocks? Are they just going to be at the mercy of the market? Manager Zhou was very pessimistic about the stock. I was just asking. Shen Mo doesn't even have an ID card right now, and his capital is only this little bit, which isn't enough. He wants to accumulate more before the market takes off. How many dishes are you bringing today? Let's keep 4. Sister, I want a family photo. My second uncle has a small stove. Okay, I'll add some braised pork, bok choy, and tofu for you, alright? Yes. Are you not bringing any alcohol? Bring 2 bottles of good wine. It's almost the end of the year, and my second uncle is going to deliver New Year's gifts. Then take it with you tomorrow. I'll also prepare 2 packs of good cigarettes for you, so you don't have to take it in 2 separate trips. Sister, don't forget to ask the customers for their information tomorrow. Don't worry, would Sister ruin her own reputation? Manager Zhou glanced outside. Why wasn't Xiongming invited to Huayuan restaurant? Had that kid found another good opportunity? Xiongming did a good job at Huayuan Hotel. He even skipped class several times to help Su Xiangyang with translation, believing that he had accumulated enough experience. Su Xiangyang repeatedly advised him to be cautious, but Xiongming felt that Su Xiangyang was worried that he would run out of translators after he started doing foreign trade, so he was even more determined to go for it. He increasingly felt that he could only make money by being a boss. Although translation could also earn money, how could it compare to Su Xiangyang? After gathering the money in his hand, Xiongming decided to expand into foreign trade and become his own boss, but he could only be a behind-the-scenes boss, with his father and brothers acting as the front men. When Shen Mo came out carrying the net bag, he saw Xiongming, who was heading to Huayuan restaurant with Su Xiangyang, and they were acting very friendly. Brother Xiangyang, I've called my parents and brother over today specifically to see you. Don't worry, if you need anything in the future, I'll still come to help, okay? Chapter 105 ID cards on the agenda. From the moment Shen Mo started translating, Xiongming followed almost immediately, with hardly any time between them. In addition, he had been eating alone for quite some time, so he had more money in his pocket than Shen Mo. Xiongming brought his family to dinner with Su Xiangyang this time as a courtesy to Su Xiangyang before venturing into foreign trade. In addition, he had previously accepted a considerable amount less money from Su Xiangyang, and Xiongming felt that Su Xiangyang had an obligation to bring him into this industry. Su Xiangyang readily agreed, but he didn't really think so. I did make promises to you before, but we're not really buddies. Are you really going to do it? The staff at Huayuan Hotel could clearly sense the difference. Xiongming's energy and spirit were completely different today. Brother, is there something good happening at home? A little girl asked curiously. Xiongming seemed to see a golden road ahead and became extremely polite to the waiters. I've had a little good news, so I'd like to invite Brother Xiangyang to dinner and have a get-together. He greeted the waiters and went into the private room. From now on, he would use his own skills to do foreign trade. With someone who could speak a foreign language and with Su Xiangyang as his guide, how could he not make a fortune? Several waiters were secretly wondering what was going on. Shen Mo from the Red Maple Leaf restaurant had just had a happy occasion and had treated a group of waiters to a proper banquet. As for you, never mind. I'm used to it, and there's no point in expecting anything anyway. Never mind. Let's get the food ready. Su Xiangyang also didn't want Xiongming to enter the foreign trade industry. There was no other reason than that Xiongming's English was good, and more importantly, he was very similar to himself. Letting him in would leave several people without money. Therefore, at the dinner table, Su Xiangyang began to earnestly dissuade him, and he did so with great sincerity. Brother, you can't just jump into foreign trade all at once. There are many twists and turns in it. I suggest you start with something ordinary. If you can bring things from other places here, even if it's just a small shop, you'll be successful. Xiongming chuckled and said, Brother, I won't do that kind of thing anymore. You have to leave some options for others, right? I've gotten to know some foreigners over the years, and communication has been quite smooth. Some people have already asked me to be their representative in China. Su Xiangyang felt a chill in his heart. If you manage to become the representative, I'll really be out of a job. He feigned surprise. Oh my. Congratulations, brother. But I'm an outsider, so I can only offer advice, not get involved directly. This involves money, and if I don't calculate it properly, it might affect our revolutionary friendship. Xiongming thought this was great. I was just hoping for your guidance, brother. He didn't expect that Su Xiangyang had no intention of helping him. The guidance he gave him was genuine, but while a group of people were clinking glasses and drinking, Su Xiangyang was already thinking about setting up another drinking party to trip up Xiongming. Over at the Red Maple Leaf location, Shun Mo, carrying a lunchbox, excitedly left the house, boarded the tram, and returned to his second uncle's place. She knocked on the door, and Su Yuefeng's voice came from inside. Who is it? Auntie, it's me. Hurried footsteps came from behind the door, which was then opened, revealing Su Yuefeng's face, which was full of surprise. You're back. Finished your exams? Are you tired? You even brought some food. Bringing your own food will save you a day's work. Shun Mo noticed her slightly protruding belly, but he didn't know the month of pregnancy or if she would be able to see her younger brother or sister next summer vacation. Seeing Shun Mo's gaze, Su Yuefeng's face flushed slightly. Put your things in your small room first. Your second uncle will be back soon. Auntie, how many months pregnant are you? Just 3 months. Su Yuefeng wanted to take the lunchbox from Shun Mo's hand, but Shin Mo didn't dare let her do it. Annie, let me do it. Has the stove been turned on? Not yet. Your second uncle says every day that he'll send it when he gets back. I'll distribute them. I see a lot of people distributing stoves on the roadside. Along the main road downstairs, a row of honeycomb briquette stoves were belching out thick smoke, which was quite choking. Passers-by had to cover their noses with their sleeves. The neighbors were either all smiles or frowning. Some had cigarettes in their mouths, while others preferred to stay away from the smoke coming from the stoves, but their eyes were all fixed on the stoves. Once the food was ready, they immediately left to go home and cook, without any delay. Shin Mo carried the stove down and joined the group. Auntie, go stand up in the wind. Don't get choked by the smell. Shin Mo worked quickly and efficiently, using waste newspapers to ignite small pieces of old wood, patiently waiting for the honeycomb briquettes to start burning. Su Yuefeng stood a little further away, and the two chatted while waiting for Xin Chuan to return. Xin Chuan rode his bicycle back and saw 2 people on the roadside who looked familiar and were smiling at him. He pedaled hard a few more times and got over there. Su Yuefeng said, It's just in time that you're back. The stove is ready. Take it back. Xiaomo has been working hard all semester. Let him rest. Xin Chuan hurriedly pushed the car back and locked it, then ran back to pick up the stove. How did you do on your final exams? It's all right for perfect scores. Shin Mo didn't mention the rankings, as the rankings in the first year of high school weren't very useful. They would talk about rankings after the subject selection. Xin Chuan loved hearing his nephew get a perfect score. Now that he was in high school, as long as he could get a perfect score in any subject, his nephew would have no problem getting into university. He seemed to have gained more strength in his hands, and he walked with a powerful stride. Once upstairs, after setting up the stove, I immediately saw 4 lunchboxes on the table. Xin Chuan was even happier after opening and taking a look. Great, really great. I'll sleep here for the night and head to Garden Road tomorrow. Don't work so hard. Money can't be earned forever. You should focus on your studies now. Xin Chuan didn't want his nephew to fall behind in his studies. In his eyes, his nephew already had the ability to make a lot of money, so he should focus on his studies first, get into a good university, and not let small things cause him to lose big. Second uncle, I know what I'm doing. Now that he's in his first year of high school, Shin Mo is able to keep up with the pace of the gifted students, and he's very confident about his college entrance exam. Second uncle, the homeroom teacher brought up the issue of ID cards. I want to get my ID card next summer. Sui Wefeng said, Yes, this is important. She thought more directly. Her nephew already had a household registration, but she was worried that something might happen, so she quickly got his ID card done, which was equivalent to double confirmation. But neither she nor Xin Chuan could have imagined that their nephew got his ID card for stock trading. Hey, what's Xiaomo's birthday? Sui Wefeng asked a very good question. Xin Chuan thought for a moment. My older brother didn't mention it much before. The household registration book says July 28th. Hey, Xiaomo, that's the lunar calendar, right? From now on, we'll use the Gregorian calendar. I can't remember the lunar calendar date, so the next date will be July 28th. Alright, otherwise, by the time you turn 16, you might already be in school. Let's not waste time like that. Sui Wefeng murmured. July 28th. Gregorian calendar. It's good, it's good. On that day, Annie will cook you a bowl of noodles. There's no need for that. Shin Imo still held the same opinion as before. Why should a man celebrate his birthday? No trouble at all, Sui Wefong said with a smile. It's just a bowl of noodles, nothing fancy, right? Chapter 106 No Relaxation Before the New Year. The bedding in the small room was neatly arranged, and it was very comfortable to lie down in. Shin Imo lay down for a while, then got up and did a test paper. That made him feel more at ease. Shinmo didn't dare to sleep too late because his second uncle and aunt had to get up early for work, but he was still woken up by Sui Wefong knocking on the door the next day. Xiao Imo, are you awake? Get up and eat something before you go back to sleep. Shin Imo jumped up. I'll be out in a minute. It seems that the older generation all have the same idea. They can eat something before sleeping, but after eating breakfast, they seem to lose all sleepiness. When he came out of the room, he saw newly bought steamed buns, soy milk and fried dough sticks on the dining table. His second aunt was setting out the bowls and chopsticks, and his second uncle was breathing on his hands to warm them. Go wash up quickly. Your aunt wanted to wake you up, but I thought you'd sleep a little longer since you just got back. Shun Imo quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face, then sat down at the table and asked curiously, Can Auntie still sell tickets on the tram? Of course not. People in the workplace value personal relationships. Your aunt has been transferred to the office. Oh my, people who don't know better would think she's some kind of high-ranking official. Shin Chuan chuckled. Sui Wefong put a small steamed bun on his plate. Eat up. You're a cadre spouse. I need to come back this afternoon. It's good that you're back tonight. Have your aunt buy some pork ribs. We'll cook them tonight. They taste pretty good. I asked Sister Zoe for some cigarettes and alcohol, and I'll bring them back this afternoon. Second uncle, you haven't sent your New Year's gifts yet, have you? Use these to send them. Sui Wefong quickly said. Xiao Mo, don't make it too fancy, lest you spoil their appetites. I know what I'm doing. Shin Imo picked up a small steamed bun and ate it with great satisfaction. Of the 4 staples of breakfast, 3 were now on the table. After breakfast, the 3 of them went out together. Shin Chuan wanted Shun Imo to sleep a little longer, but Shun Imo refused. Let's go to Garden Road first and tidy up the small room. I also have a single room there. The 2 first saw Shin Mo onto the tram, and then went to their respective workplaces. Shin Imo returned to Garden Road excitedly. Taking advantage of the remaining time in the morning, he tidied up his small single room. Xiao Mei and Wu Yuan came over to help him. Last night, my girlfriends from Huayuan sent me news that Xiong Ming is going to start his own business. He's going into foreign trade. Wow, how can someone like that make money? Xiao Mei was very indignant. She felt that Xiong Ming was a person of bad character and shouldn't have gotten rich. Wu Yuan asked, Xiao Shun, you've done so many translations. Is foreign trade easy now? The real skill lies beyond the surface. I don't think it's as simple as it seems. Shun Imo hadn't done it himself, but it certainly wasn't as simple as the discussion in the conference room made it out to be. These people probably had other negotiation meetings elsewhere, fighting for every penny and every minute. The term delivery date frequently appears in negotiations, and if Xiong Ming is late, Shin Imo always felt that this term was prepared specifically for Xiong Ming. After tidying up the small bed, Shin Imo placed the test papers he had brought on the bedside table. Wu Yuan glanced at them, feeling both nostalgic and repulsed. His thoughts were very complicated. Xiaomei had almost the same thought, but she didn't complain about the teacher. She just wondered if she could have gotten into university, or at least a vocational school, if she had been able to finish all those tests. Shen Imo quickly changed into his waiter's uniform, and went out with Wu Yuan and Xiao Mei to greet the guests who would be arriving at noon. He thought the guests he was waiting for would arrive in the evening, but they arrived at noon instead. This is a state-owned factory. They couldn't get a proper translator before the Lunar New Year, but they were anxious, so they came to Red Maple Leaf to eat and spend money. Upon seeing Shun Imo, the person in charge shook hands politely and asked Shun Imo to come and help the next morning. Manager Zhou then prevented Shun Mo from participating in the service work, telling him to focus on preparing for tomorrow's events. Director Huang, don't worry. Xiao Shun has done translation work dozens of times and has never made a mistake. While everyone else was busy at work, Shun Mo quietly prepared in his small room. He only took some time in the afternoon to bring back the cigarettes and alcohol. He didn't even wait for his second uncle and aunt to come home from get off work. He carefully locked the door and went back to Red Maple Leaf first. When Sui Wefong came home from get off work, she saw cigarettes and alcohol on the table as soon as she opened the door. This is so high-end. Dad's in for a treat. Sui Wefong didn't touch it. She locked the door, went downstairs to buy groceries, and waited for Shun Chuan to come back and turn on the stove. When she returned from the market, Shin Chuan also came back. Has Xiao Mo gone back to Red Maple Leaf? I haven't seen any of it. Sui Wefong pointed to the cigarettes and alcohol on the table with her chin. You should think about what to bring home for the new year first. Xiao Mo will definitely not agree to let you bring this back. The liquor is Jiananshan, and the cigarettes are peony. Both are quite presentable. Shin Chuan pondered. For the new year, I'll buy some, 2 chickens, 2 fish, and some other wine. Is that all right? Sure. I won't object. Sui Wefang certainly had no objections. No matter how much Shin Chuan prepared, it wouldn't exceed what Shin Mo brought back. Okay, I'll go to your house next Sunday first, and then go to my parents' house during the holiday. Shin Chuan moved closer to Sui Wefang, reached out, and touched his wife's lower abdomen, a happy, silly smile spreading across his face. Oh dear, time to cook. Sui Wefang slapped Shin Chuan's hand away and ordered, go wash the rice. Hey. Shin Chuan scurried over, then ran back a moment later. Wife, prepare more noodles, pickles, biscuits, canned goods, and stuff like that. Xiao Mo is coming back to stay on New Year's Eve. I know, Sui Wefang replied crisply. I'll bring it back when I get off work tomorrow. In Sui Wefang's mind, high school was a tough thing. Holidays were supposed to be for rest, but her nephew still had to go out and earn money, and even came back to sleep on New Year's Eve. Shin Mo didn't even sleep in after the holiday started. He immediately began his translation work. He had calculated that the holiday was less than 20 days long, and manager Zhou had scheduled 10 shows for him, leaving him only free on New Year's Eve. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, fewer and fewer people started to visit the Red Maple Leaf Market. There were far fewer employees and customers, and even self-employed individuals had to go home for the new year. They have no choice but to go back, because the workers need to celebrate the new year, and no one will be there to keep them company. Inspired by Shun Mo, Manager Zhou treated everyone to a meal and told them to go back to their hometowns. Come back soon, we'll give you a startup bonus. The hotel is doing well this year, and Manager Zhou is full of enthusiasm. After taking a nap amidst the red maple leaves, Shun Mo was full of energy. Sister, I'm leaving now. See you after the new year. Don't forget on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Manager Zhou reminded Shun Mo before giving him a red envelope. Just a small amount of money for good luck. There's 10 yuan inside, which is quite a lot. Thank you, sister. Shun Mo waved and boarded the tram. His second uncle and aunt were still waiting for him, as they were going back to their old house to spend New Year's Eve together. Chapter 107. Aren't you going home for the new year? Leaving the red maple leaves, Shun Mo headed towards his second uncle's place, feeling relaxed. We agreed last year that we would leave after dinner this year, instead of having to endure the ordeal there. My second uncle also had a small radio, which he used to listen to broadcasts. In his previous life, he liked to listen to the radio in his university dormitory, especially some evening channels that discussed very bold and explicit topics. But after the radio disappeared, those topics disappeared along with it. When Shun Mo got older, he could no longer find the same enjoyment in listening to the radio. There were fewer programs, fewer topics, and even the hosts of music radio stations were not as outstanding as before. Television is still a luxury these days, so I suppose radio would be more enjoyable. Shin Chuan prepared the items, 2 bottles of wine, 2 fish, and 2 chickens, a much lower class offering than what he had given to his wife's family. With nothing to do, he went to the balcony to look out and wait for his nephew to return. What's the rush? What's wrong with Xiao Mo coming back a little later? You should have lunch before leaving. Sui Wefang pulled him back. It was windy on the balcony, and he didn't want to catch a cold. Today's lunch will be simple. Sui Wefang plans to make scrambled eggs. There are still a dozen or so eggs in the cupboard, enough for Shun Mo to eat for the next few days. In addition, there are the tins of biscuits she brought, so her nephew won't go hungry these days. Shin Chuan was pulled back, but he couldn't stay still, so he went to Shin Mo's small room and checked the bedding again. I tried it with my hand. It's quite soft and warm, but I'm still a little worried. I live alone at night. Don't worry, Xiao Mo is more independent than we think. Sui Wefang felt that her nephew was only at a disadvantage because of his age. If he were older, would Xiao Mo go abroad in the future? Sui Wefang thought it wasn't impossible. Her nephew's grades were so good. She had never seen anyone get 4 perfect scores in high school. Once her nephew went to university, he would definitely get a government-funded scholarship to study abroad. Going abroad? Didn't someone from the previous landlord's family also go abroad? Because of Shin Mo, Sui Wefang didn't think much of those who went abroad at their own expense. She felt that those who studied abroad on government scholarships were the ones with real talent. The young couple chatted casually, even thinking about naming their child. The two discussed several names for the boy and girl, but were not satisfied with any of them. It wasn't until Shun Mo knocked on the door that the two decided to put aside their dispute and think about other things. How about we keep it simple for lunch? Okay, Shin Mo wasn't picky about food. He first looked at the rice and saw that there seemed to be a lot of it. But that was fine. The rest could be used to make fried rice. Unfortunately, the fire in this honeycomb briquette stove was relatively small, so it couldn't produce the wok aroma from a strong flame. After lunch, Shin Chuan tied his things to the back of his bicycle. He rode with Su Yuefeng on one bike, and Shin Imo rode the other one, and the three of them headed towards the old house. The old house was already quite lively. Shin Jiang and Chun Yi arrived first and were playing with the children inside. Little Shin Jing is 4 years old. Although she doesn't understand much, she can run around everywhere, and it's not easy to catch her. There were many children playing downstairs. Little Shin Jing couldn't resist running downstairs and quickly joined the group of children in playing. When Shin